Old 4, I have a ticket for 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. I won't disturb you when I leave. Take care of yourself from now on. Under the night sky at the barbecue stall, Zhang Chuan patted Li Huangshuan's shoulder and let out a deep sigh. Gazing at the neon-lit sky, he revealed his last lingering affection for Jiangsheng. Zhang Chuan and Li Huangxian had been roommates since their freshman year, ranked 3rd and 4th respectively. In their junior year, due to an unforeseen accident, Li Huangxian was compelled to take a year off, becoming a junior by status. By the time he graduated this year, Zhang Chuan had already spent a year grappling in the workforce, facing numerous challenges. Ultimately, he decided to abandon his plans to settle in Jiangsheng, resigning from his job to return home in search of a more tranquil life. Li Huangxian expressed his understanding and respect for Zhang Chuan's choice. Casually, he inquired, "What will you do after returning home?" Zhang Chuan chuckled wryly. "He'll find a job that offers social insurance and a housing fund, then go on blind dates with suitable women, and once married, live a steady life." Blind dating was an unavoidable reality for many young people. Fortunately for Li Huangxian, his parents had yet to broach the subject, but he suspected it would be soon. Old 3, I feel as though our university years were in vain. We didn't even experience love, Li Huangxian lamented. You've never been in a relationship? Zhang Chuan asked, his tone tinged with surprise. We know each other well. Why should I pretend? I've been single for 23 years, Li Huangxian lamented. Zhang Chuan displayed a sympathetic expression, patting Li Huangshuan's shoulder once more. The two raised their glasses, downing their beers in one go. Beneath the dim glow of the street lamp, they supported each other on their way home. Their residence was a modest 2-bedroom apartment, somewhat lacking in amenities, yet fortunately affordable. It suited Li Huangxian, a recent university graduate, perfectly. I informed Uncle Zhang that we will be moving out tomorrow. This place will soon be rented again, so make sure to get along with a new roommate, Zhang Chuan remarked before retreating into his own room. Gazing at the empty living room, a wave of melancholy washed over Li Huangxian. The prospect of living with an incompatible person in the future seemed rather daunting. However, given his current financial situation, he lacked the means to lease the entire apartment by himself. After taking a shower, with damp hair, Li Huangxian returned to his bedroom. He picked up his phone and casually launched a game. Timmy. During the year he took a break from school, while recuperating back home, he had often resorted to gaming to alleviate his boredom. His skills had remarkably improved since his high school days. As he entered the character selection screen, he quickly banned Zhuang Zhou and opted for Miyamoto Musashi. Within 10 minutes, the opposing team had surrendered, marking the end of the match. His performance was a splendid 705. Miyamoto Musashi, unparalleled in the world. Yet, despite such impressive statistics, Li Huangxian felt no joy. The game continued, but the companions with whom he used to play were long gone. Setting his phone aside, Li Huangxian opened his laptop and logged into the author section of a novel website. Last week, he had registered as a writer and commenced work on a novel. The narrative was inspired by his best friend from high school. However, due to his overwhelming work commitments, he wrote at a rather languid pace. The content still fell short of the recommended word count for the website, resulting in a dearth of readers. Yet this time, Li Huangxian was pleasantly surprised to discover that a reader named Leo Meteor Shower had gifted him a complimentary token and left a review. It's splendid. Keep up the great work, esteemed author. Aspiring web authors are well aware that a single word of encouragement from a stranger can effortlessly ignite the flame of creativity. Li Huangxian felt invigorated. His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard as he immersed himself in his writing. With Saturday at hand, he had no work obligations and continued typing until the clock struck 1 in the morning. Only when fatigue enveloped him did he finally shut down his computer and succumb to slumber. The following day, Li Huangxian awoke just shy of 11 o'clock, sluggishly rising from his bed, his hair resembling a bird's nest as he opened the door. His neighbor, Zhang Chuan, had already departed quietly. A pang of melancholy struck him. So many of his contemporaries had drifted apart like autumn leaves. While freshening up in the bathroom, Li Huangxian heard a commotion outside. Slipping on his flip-flops, he ventured out to find his landlord, Mr. Zhang, accompanied by a young lady. No, by Li Huangshuan's aesthetic standards, she should be referred to as a goddess. With delicate features and skin as smooth as cream, she bore no makeup. Her long, straight black hair cascaded elegantly over her shoulders. Her eyes, as clear as autumn waters, sparkled with a hint of vivacity. It was now mid-October, and the weather had turned slightly chilly. She was dressed rather lightly, accentuating her graceful figure. "Mr. Zhang, who is this?" Li Huangxian inquired, casting a puzzled glance at his landlord. "Xiao Li, this is your new roommate. We have just signed the lease, mister," Zhang said with a cheerful smile. "You rented Zhang Chuan's room to a girl?" Li Huangxian exclaimed in disbelief. The mere thought of cohabiting with such a celestial beauty sent his heart racing, and a blush crept onto his cheeks. His toes, clad in flip-flops, fidgeted restlessly. Mr. Zhang shrugged. In this world, there are either men or women. Why such a reaction? Besides, she will only be staying for a month. Li Huangxian scoffed. "Old man, have you lost your mind over money? Renting for just a month? But she has paid me 3 months' rent, and I found it hard to refuse, mister," Zhang replied, spreading his hands in resignation. He then turned to the girl, saying, "You young people should communicate freely. I shall not impose any longer. The old man downstairs is waiting for me to play chess." With that, he turned and left, leaving the unfamiliar pair alone in the living room. In the air lingered a subtle fragrance emanating from the girl. My name is Li Huangxian. What do you go by?" he asked, steeling himself to speak. "Lin Shiming. What a lovely name. May I call you Ming Ming from now on?" Lin Shiming glanced at Li Huangxian, but offered no further reply, instead taking in the modest rental apartment. Previously, when Li Huangxian lived with Zhang Chuan, the shared space between two men naturally bore a rough edge. The living room was in disarray, exuding a wild atmosphere. Frowning, Lin Shiming turned around twice before heading downstairs to fetch her suitcase. Li Huangxuan's recent jest went unanswered. Although feeling a tinge of embarrassment, he opted to uphold his gentlemanly demeanor and hurried downstairs to assist. There were 2 suitcases, one large and one small. As a robust man, he naturally chose the larger one, but upon lifting it, he nearly stumbled. The suitcase's weight exceeded his expectations. "Have you packed a box of weights?" Li Huangxian mused internally, summoning all his strength to drag the suitcase up the stairs step by arduous step. He now deeply regretted residing on the 4th floor. "Are you struggling to lift it? Would you like me to help?" Lin Shiming inquired from behind. "Struggling? What kind of joke is that?" Li Huangxian retorted, his words escaping through clenched teeth. "But I can see your face is turning red. That's just from the sun." Lin Shiming chuckled and shook her head. Is it a trait of men to be so prideful? Once the suitcase was finally maneuvered upstairs, Lin Shiming busied herself in the bedroom, clearing away a considerable amount of trash left by Zhang Chuan. Li Huangxian remained in his room, straining to listen to the sounds from next door. Am I truly about to embark on a cohabitation journey with such a beautiful goddess? Chapter 2. I feel like I've seen you somewhere. As noon approached, Lin Shiming gently tapped on Li Huangxuan's door. "Where can we find a vegetable market? Let us procure some ingredients to prepare lunch." Li Huangxian closed his notebook, a frown creasing his brow. "You intend to cook?" Since moving in with Zhang Chuan, the kitchen utensils had lain dormant, serving no purpose. On weekdays, meals were taken care of at the office, while weekends were spent at nearby eateries or ordering takeout. The prospect of cooking was utterly implausible, impossible, in fact, for a lifetime. Dressed in slippers, Lin Shiming stood confidently at the door. "From now on, I shall cook, and you will handle the dishes." Li Huangxian found the notion troublesome and suggested, "Why not just order takeout?" Lin Shiming promptly dismissed the idea. "Takeout is unhealthy. You have 1 minute to tidy up and accompany me to the vegetable market," Li Huangxian muttered under his breath. Throughout his life, it seemed only his mother, Fan Ling, spoke to him with such authority. Not far from the community, there lay a modest vegetable market, sufficient to meet the residents' shopping needs. Lin Shiming arrived, deftly selecting vegetables and engaging in cheerful banter with the vendors, clearly an experienced shopper. Li Huangxian trailed behind, observing the girl, who appeared ethereal, effortlessly blending into the bustling market scene. It felt somewhat incongruous. Shouldn't a fairy draw from the essence of the world? Suddenly, Li Huangxuan's gaze became unfocused, the contours of the girl blurring before him. He could not shake the feeling that he had seen her before. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. After all, such misperceptions were commonplace in life. One often encounters familiar scenes or faces. After a leisurely stroll through the bustling market, Li Huangxian found himself burdened with several bags brimming with vegetables and meats. Lin Shiming, with a light and graceful stride, walked ahead with her hands clasped behind her back, humming a tune. "I heard your voice," concealing a heart too timid to reveal itself, as I sought refuge among the discerning crowd, searching for that elusive star as night deepened. Upon returning to their rented apartment, Lin Shiming eagerly seized Li Huangxian, plunging into the kitchen, issuing a flurry of commands. Wash the vegetables, pick through them, peel the garlic, and slice the potatoes, among other tasks. Li Huangxian, reluctant and feeling the burden of the culinary endeavor, worked sluggishly and at a leisurely pace. After a long day of bustling about, he would soon have to wash the dishes. If only they had ordered takeout, a simple disposal of the containers would suffice. The convenience of such a choice was undeniable. Lin Shiming, who appeared to be an ethereal goddess, transformed entirely upon entering the kitchen, tying on an apron and embodying the essence of a devoted housewife. With her skilled hands, a feast comprising 3 dishes and a soup was swiftly arranged on the dining table. Sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried meat, shredded potatoes with green peppers, and tomato egg soup, simple yet delightful home-cooked fare, pleasing to the eye and palate. Standing beside the table, Li Huangxian felt a sense of disbelief. During their earlier grocery outing, he had made no specific requests, yet these dishes seemed to perfectly align with his tastes. Could this be fate? What do you think? Praise my culinary skills, Lin Shiming said as she sat across from him. To be honest, when I first laid eyes on you, I never imagined you were a girl who could cook. Li Huangxian confessed. Is that a compliment? Lin Shiming raised an eyebrow. In any case, you're remarkable, Li Huangxian stammered, his words slightly faltering. Dining with such a stunning young lady inevitably invokes a sense of nervousness. Li Huangxian, who suffers from significant myopia yet prefers not to wear glasses, had long grown accustomed to a hazy world. Now, seated across from Lin Shiming, he finally took a moment to observe her features in exquisite detail. She was impeccably beautiful. A familiar feeling surged from the depths of his heart. I feel as if I have encountered you before. Unable to contain himself, Li Huangxian voiced his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiming's expression briefly froze. Before she leaned forward, her gaze fixated intently on his eyes. The distance between them diminished. As the fragrant aroma of her presence enveloped him, Li Huangxian's breath quickened, and his eyes began to flit away. Do all you boys recite such cliché lines when faced with a pretty girl? Lin Shiming shot him a disdainful glance before settling back into her seat. Li Huangxian's cheeks flushed, leaving him at a loss for words. To mask the awkwardness, he hastily picked up a pair of chopsticks and stuffed a mouthful of shredded potatoes into his mouth. The culinary skills of this girl were genuinely impressive, surpassing even those of Chef Fan from the small restaurant downstairs. Lin Shiming then picked up her own chopsticks, placed a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs into Li Huangxian's bowl, and only then began to eat herself. Observing this, Li Huangxian felt a wave of regret wash over him. I should have served her first. How did I end up eating before her? Miss Lin, what brings you to Jiangxing? In an effort to spark conversation, Li Huangxian inquired. Miss Lin? Lin Shiming replied with a hint of dissatisfaction. Didn't you say I should call you Ming Ming? Li Huangxian's eyes widened in surprise. Is it truly acceptable to address you that way? Lin Shiming nodded earnestly. It is. Very well, Ming Ming. Are you only staying in Jiangxing for a month? In a month's time, I shall depart. As the two dined, they engaged in casual conversation. Li Huangxian feigned indifference while discreetly inquiring about Lin Shiming's circumstances, gathering information with remarkable finesse. Lin Shiming revealed that she was 20 years old, having previously worked as a clerk before resigning to travel and seek solace in Jiangxing. She reasoned that renting a room was more economical than staying in a hotel, and fortuitously encountered Grandpa Zhang, who persuaded her to pay 3 months' rent in advance. Li Huangxian found her explanation to be both reasonable yet slightly peculiar, evoking an indescribable feeling within him. A month, neither long nor short, loomed ahead. He hoped for a harmonious coexistence. It must be said that the flavors of this lunch far surpassed those of takeout. This cold, impersonal rental space had finally acquired a semblance of warmth. After the meal, Li Huangxian begrudgingly leaned over the sink to wash the dishes, dreaming of a delightful afternoon nap. Unexpectedly, Lin Shiming's voice broke the tranquility. This afternoon, we shall conduct a thorough cleaning. Startled, he nearly dropped a dish. What did a thorough cleaning entail? Quite literally, it meant tackling the chaos that had accumulated over the past few months, as the room had transformed into a veritable den under the mischief of Li Huangxian and Zhang Chuan. Yet, in Li Huangxian's rather lax perspective, the place still maintained a semblance of tidiness. However, this new roommate evidently held more stringent standards for cleanliness. That afternoon was destined to be anything but tranquil. We don't need to move the sofa if we can't see underneath it, right? The socks beneath the bed are mine, but the tissues belong to Zhang Chuan. So please refrain from casting me any strange looks. The floor must also be wiped down with a cloth. Do you think I am some sort of prodigy? The glass window still requires cleaning. I advise you not to be overly ridiculous. Amidst Li Huangshuan's incessant complaints, a pair of young individuals, newly acquainted, engaged in a rather uncoordinated collaboration. Alas, women can indeed be troublesome, even if she possesses the beauty of a celestial being. Her penchant for chaos inevitably detracts from her allure. A delightful Saturday was spent in toil. By the time the sun began its descent, Li Huangxian found himself utterly exhausted. Sprawled across the sofa, lamenting, I refuse to continue. One cannot exploit another to such an extent. He scoffed at her self-promotion of capability, while Lin Shiming wore a half-smile. Chapter 3. The most beautiful is in a rainy day. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the window, illuminating the refreshed living room. Li Huangxian, silhouetted against the light, gazed at the outline of the girl before him, her form adorned with a golden hue. To reward you, let us indulge in hot pot this evening, Lin Shiming proposed. I have no desire to move. There are some leftovers from lunch that could suffice, Li Huangxian replied, succumbing once more to his laziness. Absolutely not. Today marks our first day of acquaintance, and dining out carries a certain significance, Lin Shiming insisted with unwavering resolve. Li Huangxian felt a swell of frustration. They were merely roommates sharing a space for a month, not a couple in love. What need was there for significance? In an effort to evade the outing, he racked his brain for an excuse, and suddenly recalled the mobile news he had received that day. The weather forecast indicated rain for the evening. Perhaps it would be best to remain indoors. Lin Shiming swiftly dismissed his notion. Do you believe I am Qin Shi Huang, or do you trust the weather report? I have already selected the hot pot restaurant. It is just a short walk away. It was only upon stepping outside that Li Huangxian realized he had been thoroughly deceived. The goddess evidently harbors a misunderstanding of the concept of distance, as they strolled along a tree-lined avenue, stepping on a carpet of fallen leaves for a full 30 minutes. With Lin Shiming's striking beauty, she attracted an abundance of glances from passers-by, eliciting a modicum of satisfaction in Li Huangshuan's vanity. Just a hint of resentment was easily overshadowed by this. Upon arriving at the hot pot restaurant, they took their seats, and the server presented the menu. Lin Shiming, unabashed, picked up a pen and began to make selections with fervor. 3 minutes later, she handed the menu to Li Huangxian, inquiring if he wished to add anything. Upon reviewing her choices, Li Huangxian experienced a wave of astonishment, for once again, her selections impeccably aligned with his own tastes. He paused, pen in hand, pondering the futility of suggesting anything further. Could this be the destined dining companion? That will suffice, he declared, returning the menu to the server. Handsome gentlemen and beautiful ladies. Would you care to try our signature dish, the catfish? The server cheerfully promoted. No, thank you. Li Huangxian and Lin Shiming replied in unison, sharing a smile that bridged the gap between them. The server, disappointed by the lack of interest, retreated. Li Huangxian tentatively inquired, You don't eat fish either? Lin Shiming sipped her tea delicately and replied, Not particularly. Li Huangxian's expression shifted to one of melancholy as he reflected, Since I turned 18, I have abstained from fish, for the sight of it invariably reminds me of a friend. He was so exceptional, yet fate was unkind, while I, a mere waste, continue to thrive. 5 years ago, he was a carefree youth, brimming with innocence. Now, having stepped out of the academic realm and into the workforce, he finds himself at the beck and call of others, engaged in monotonous tasks devoid of creativity. With a meager salary barely sufficient to sustain himself, he occasionally finds it necessary to seek financial assistance from his parents. Like many bewildered young adults, he remains uncertain about the path that lies ahead. Does your friend harbor a profound love story? Lin Shiming inquired dreamily. How do you know? Li Huangxian replied, astonished once more. I merely surmise. Remarkable individuals surely attract the affections of young women. Lin Shiming smiled, then abruptly shifted the conversation. You haven't experienced love, have you? Li Huangxian felt as though a knife had pierced his heart, nearly causing him to choke on his own dismay. You, a stunning beauty, possess such conversational prowess? In such a situation, the most prudent course was to divert the topic. You mentioned you came out for a breath of fresh air. Did something unpleasant occur? A heartbreak? Perhaps? Li Huangxian asked. Something of the sort. I seek to reminisce, Lin Shiming replied, her tone tinged with melancholy. Li Huangxian felt a slight sense of equilibrium restored. Even such a beautiful girl had faced the trials of unrequited love. The man who broke your heart must be utterly despicable. Let us not dwell on unhappy matters. Lin Shiming waved her hand dismissively, the jade bracelet on her wrist chiming melodiously. She lifted her teacup. Cheers, my roommate. Here's to a delightful cohabitation. Li Huangxian found her words somewhat peculiar, but complied, raising his cup to clink with hers. Before long, the dishes arrived, and the two began to enjoy a cheerful hot pot meal together. Lin Shiming attentively cared for Li Huangxian, continuously placing the freshly cooked tripe, beef, and duck intestines into his bowl. Perhaps due to his limited interactions with females, Li Huangxian found this sensation rather enchanting. The girl before him exuded a blend of dominance and tenderness, a presence likely to captivate many young men. As the hot pot simmered, the gentle autumn rain began to fall outside, an occasional glimpse of accuracy from the weather forecast. You shouldn't be out in such little clothing. Li Huangxian clumsily expressed his concern. It's not the rainy days that are beautiful, but the eaves under which we sheltered together, Lin Shiming replied nonchalantly. She wore a thin black jacket over a white t-shirt. Inside the restaurant, it was tolerable, but stepping outside would surely bring a chill. Having watched numerous dramas since childhood, Li Huangxian knew he should offer his jacket to the girl at such moments. Yet, he struggled to find a way to do so naturally, fearing it might come off as forced. What if she rejected him? That would surely be awkward. When it came time to settle the bill, Lin Shiming insisted on paying. I said I would treat you today, and next time, it's your turn, she declared. When is next time? Li Huangxian inquired. Perhaps tomorrow. Since you don't have work on Sunday, Lin Shiming casually replied. Exiting the hot pot restaurant, the rain showed no signs of relenting. The night breeze swept through, carrying a hint of coldness. Taxis sped by without any available for hire. After much contemplation, Li Huangxian finally mustered the courage to remove his jacket and drape it over Lin Shiming's shoulders, his toes gripping the soles of his shoes tightly throughout the entire process. Lin Shiming turned her gaze back, her watery eyes looking up. Aren't you cold? Not at all. I just had hot pot, so I'm warm, Li Huangxian replied, feigning nonchalance in his short-sleeved t-shirt. But your arms are covered in goosebumps. I naturally have goosebumps. Beneath the eaves dripping with rain, the girl's smile was enchanting. The boy's hair, dampened by the rain, swayed before his brow, exuding a certain clumsiness that was endearing. After waiting for several minutes, they finally hailed a cab. By the time they arrived home, they were inevitably drenched like drowned rats. Li Huangxian said, You go shower first and dry your hair, otherwise, you'll catch a cold. Lin Shiming looked at his wet hair. What about you? Li Huangxian casually replied. My hair is short, I can just towel it off. I'll go after you. Reluctantly, Lin Shiming agreed and hurried to the bathroom, taking a warm shower to wash away the chill. Emerging, enveloped in the fragrance of body wash, she knocked on Li Huangxian's door. Hey, I'm done. Hurry and take your shower. Li Huangxian responded, but his voice held a slight tremor. Lin Shiming pushed the door open to find him clutching his head, his expression one of great distress. What's wrong? It's an old ailment from 3 years ago. It hasn't bothered me in a long time, so it's nothing. As stubborn as ever. Chapter 4. An Unexpected Intruder. Li Huangxian opened the drawer and retrieved a white bottle of medicine, pouring out 2 pills. Lin Shiming hurried to the living room to fetch a glass of water, testing the temperature before handing it to him. After taking the medication, Li Huangxian's condition improved significantly. He explained that 3 years ago, while riding a bus, he encountered a landslide and was struck on the head by a large rock, which necessitated a year-long hiatus from his studies for recovery. Lin Shiming, with a note of concern, inquired if this was a lingering consequence. Li Huangxian shook his head, stating that the doctor had deemed him mostly healed, having experienced no headaches for nearly a year, attributing his current discomfort to the rain he had encountered today. I apologize for my impulsiveness in insisting we go out for hot pot, Lin Shiming said, feeling somewhat guilty. It's not your fault. My head simply needs a bit of hydration. Li Huangxian attempted to alleviate her guilt with humor, though she did not respond with laughter. Alas, am I still inept at conversing with girls? Lin Shiming shifted her gaze to the computer screen, noticing Li Huangxian's novel document. Did you write this? She asked. Li Huangxian, somewhat embarrassed, replied. My writing is not particularly skilled. I merely wish to document his story. Let me have a look, Lin Shiming said, flipping to the first chapter and reading intently. Li Huangxian felt an acute tension akin to when he was in school and had his homework scrutinized by a teacher. The novel had only just begun, with the plot yet to unfold, and she swiftly finished reading. Frowning, she remarked, the prose is somewhat juvenile, the plot lacks dramatic tension, and the foreshadowing is rather straightforward. Hey, Could you perhaps offer me a few compliments? Li Huangxian interjected. He had felt a touch of gratitude when she poured him a glass of water, but her sudden sharpness was both endearing and exasperating. I speak the truth to motivate your improvement, Lin Shiming retorted, pouting. Just look at others. Their words are so much more eloquent. Li Huangxian, feeling somewhat indignant, sought out the solitary book review currently available. The review read, The Leonid Meteor Shower, a delightful read. Keep up the great work, dear author. There's even a complimentary little gift. Many novice authors, groping in the darkness, are bolstered by these seemingly trivial gestures that sustain their beliefs. Lin Shiming rested her chin on her hand, leaning towards Li Huangxian. Hey, is there a girl you like? The scent of body wash wafted through the air, causing Li Huangxian to feel somewhat flustered. He cleared his throat twice. Of course there is. Lin Shiming gazed intently into his eyes. Really? Is she beautiful? Li Huangxian nodded. Certainly, more beautiful than you. In an instant, Lin Shiming's expression dimmed, revealing a hint of melancholy. Li Huangxian was taken aback. Could a mere jest born of frustration truly sadden her? Was she unable to accept that there existed girls more beautiful than herself? All right, you are somewhat more beautiful, he conceded reluctantly. Lin Shiming smiled softly. The girl who occupied Li Huangxuan's heart was named Su Wanqing, a gentle maiden from the Jiangnan region. Several months prior, they had entered the same company as fresh graduates. As newcomers to the workforce, they shared numerous common topics and often interacted at work. Over time, Li Huangxian developed some special feelings for Su Wanqing. This must be what they call a crush. Zhang Chuan had encouraged Li Huangxian multiple times to take the initiative, yet he remained hesitant to make a move. Whenever the topic of affection arose, Li Huangxian could not help but feel shy. He countered Lin Shiming's inquiry. What was your ex-boyfriend like? Ex-boyfriend? Lin Shiming pondered. Did you not mention that you were heartbroken and came to Jiangxing for some respite? Li Huangxian rolled his eyes in disdain. Indeed, he is not a remarkable individual. Lin Shiming stood up and said, Get some rest. After speaking, she turned and exited the room. Li Huangxuan's gaze became fixed, lingering on her silhouette, her calves resembling slender lotus stems beneath her skirt. A faint, delicate fragrance still lingered in the air, as if an uninvited guest had inadvertently intruded upon his life. The following morning, at 7 o'clock, Lin Shiming knocked on the door. Li Huangxian, hurry up and get up, breakfast is ready. Li Huangxian reached for his phone on the bedside table, illuminating the screen to check the time, nearly exploding with frustration. Not only was it Sunday, but even on weekdays, he typically rose after 8. What are you shouting about so early? Get up quickly. I bought breakfast, Lin Shiming declared as she pushed the door open. In this dilapidated rental, the bedroom door could not even be locked. A simple twist of the handle from the outside would grant entry. Li Huangxian, his eyes still heavy with sleep, beheld Lin Shiming's exquisite visage and instinctively recoiled. What are you doing in here? I haven't even put on my pants. Lin Shiming smiled. Aren't you under the covers? She granted him 5 minutes, instructing him to wash his face and brush his teeth before joining her for breakfast. Once she exited the room, Li Huangxian muttered to himself, We are merely roommates. Do you think you are my mother? Disrupted by her presence, sleep eluded him, and he reluctantly trudged to the bathroom to freshen up, grumbling as he brushed his teeth. When I used to live with Zhang Chuan, when did we ever have breakfast on weekends? Waking up before noon to catch lunch is already quite commendable. On the dining table lay 2 bowls of century egg and lean meat congee, accompanied by a plate of soup dumplings and a small dish of pickles. Lin Shiming sipped her congee while scrolling through her phone. Li Huangxian plopped down in his chair and reached for a dumpling to bite into. Let us discuss something. You can have breakfast by yourself from now on. There is no need to call me. I'm accustomed to sleeping in. That is unacceptable. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day, Lin Shiming replied indifferently. Li Huangxian frowned. Do you really think of yourself as my mother? Or does living by the seaside make you overly controlling? Lin Shiming then handed him a sheet of white paper. This is the co-rental agreement I've drafted. Please review it and adhere to it strictly moving forward. As Li Huangxian glanced at the document, he nearly choked. The memories of his tumultuous senior year surged back to him. The regulations set forth by Lin Shiming specified bathroom usage times, designated areas for personal belongings, daily cleaning responsibilities, and noise level restrictions, among other stipulations. While he could reluctantly accept some of these rules, considering the challenges of cohabiting with someone of the opposite sex, certain outrageous clauses pushed him to his limits. Why have you mandated that I rise at 7 every morning? Li Huangxian pointed to one of the clauses. The early bird catches the worm. Those who sleep in daily have no future, Lin Ximing asserted with conviction. And what's this about having to be home by 10 at night? Li Huangxian raised his voice. To wake up early, one must sleep early. If you return too late and make noise, it will disturb my sleep. Lin Ximing provided a rather illogical justification. Li Huangxian found that the dumpling in his mouth had suddenly lost its flavor. We are merely roommates. Your demeanor suggests you are exercising rights that do not belong to you. Is it possible that this celestial being has descended from the heavens solely to torment me? Chapter 5. The aroma of rosemary after breakfast. Lin Ximing changed into a different outfit. She donned a denim jacket paired with a beige, irregular long skirt. Her feet adorned with round-toed flats. Her long, straight black hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, exuding a pure, yet subtly enchanting aura. She extended an invitation to Li Huangxian. I'm going out to shop. Would you care to join me? Li Huangxian firmly declined. Not going. His response was a serious protest stemming from a man's pride against the inequitable terms of their cohabitation. Lin Ximing smiled quietly and said nothing, gracefully opening the door and departing. Li Huangxian sighed, his head drooping as he retreated to his room and opened his laptop. Initially intending to glance at his novel's data before indulging in a brief nap, he was unexpectedly greeted with new messages, once again from that Leo meteor shower. Dear author, your writing is truly exceptional. The story is so touching it brings tears to my eyes. Along with this, there was a small complimentary gift. The sensation of being acknowledged was profoundly gratifying. It was a revelation to him that his words could be so cherished by others. Energized, Li Huangxian abandoned the notion of napping. Instead, he seized the keyboard with fervor. Lines of deeply emotional prose flowed effortlessly from his fingertips. During his school days, his Chinese language grades were subpar, and he would struggle to compose an 800-word essay. Now, however, he was resolute in his determination to complete this story. Regardless of whether it garnered any appreciation, he felt he owed it to his former dear friend. Immersed in his writing, time slipped away swiftly. It was only when the sound of the door opening echoed that Li Huangxian realized he had already penned 3 chapters. He was astonished by the efficiency of an early morning's work. Stretching lazily, he rose to move about. Lin Ximing cradled a large cardboard box in her arms, filled with a variety of potted plants, chrysanthemums, poinsettias, orchids, and most abundantly, rosemary. Li Huangxian expressed his surprise. You're only staying for a month. Why purchase so many flowers? Lin Ximing replied earnestly, even for a brief stay, life should be exquisite. Once I leave, it will be your responsibility to care for them. Li Huangxian was rendered speechless, pondering that the girl before him must have a few loose screws. Struggling to sustain himself, how could he possibly tend to these plants? As Lin Ximing hummed a tune, she arranged the potted plants artfully along the windowsill. Your laughter dances in the breeze, infused with the fragrance of rosemary, your playful voice tinged with mint, sending me signals of affection. Li Huangxian, hands tucked into his pockets, leaned against the doorframe, observing her tenderly tend to the greenery. An unfamiliar sensation stirred within him. It was undeniable, ever since this girl had moved in just a day ago. The once sterile rental had begun to exude a semblance of homeliness. No wonder the divine had chosen to create both men and women, balancing the yin and yang. What sort of life had he led with Zhang Chuan, 2 rough men? I'll prepare 2 steaks and pluck some rosemary to saute for you shortly. Lin Ximing turned, her smile radiant. She effortlessly oscillated between being assertive and gentle, equally adept in the parlor and the kitchen. As the saying goes, a hand extended in kindness makes one soft in heart. During lunch, Li Huangxian tentatively inquired, since you are new to Jiangcheng and unfamiliar with the surroundings, feel free to ask if you need any assistance. Lin Ximing seized the opportunity to respond, sure, why don't you accompany me for a stroll this afternoon? I was merely being polite, yet I took it to heart. As was the case yesterday, the task of cleaning the kitchen fell to Li Huangxian. He mused that if this trend continued, the number of dishes he would wash in the coming month would surpass the total from the previous 23 years. However, he had no complaints regarding Lin Ximing's exquisite culinary skills. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the two prepared to venture out. The first destination proposed by Lin Ximing was Jiangcheng University. Li Huangxian scoffed, that dilapidated school is hardly worth a glance. Lin Ximing responded earnestly, I simply wish to see it. The autumn campus was imbued with the fragrance of osmanthus flowers, while the ground was carpeted with yellow ginkgo leaves, dancing in the breeze like butterflies. Lin Ximing walked gracefully ahead, her skirt billowing in the autumn wind, and the jade bracelet on her wrist chimed melodiously. Li Huangxian recalled that she had mentioned being 20 years old and already employed as a clerk in a company, which suggested she likely had not attended university. It was only natural for her to be curious about the university campus. Lin Shiming's striking beauty soon captured the attention of several students along the way. One bold young man approached, asking, "Excuse me, which major are you in? May I have your phone number?" Lin Shiming halted, turning to the trailing Li Huangxian with a sweet call. "Darling, could you hurry up? Are you stepping on ants along the way?" Upon hearing the words, the young man attempting to flirt discreetly withdrew, casting a jealous glance at Li Huangxian. Such a lovely girl, yet she is wasted on a bore. Li Huangxian quickened his pace, feeling quite pleased, while teasingly remarked, "Pretending to be a boyfriend is not within my purview." Lin Shiming shot him a sidelong glance. "Are you expecting extra compensation?" As they walked past the 10th teaching building and the 2nd canteen, they found themselves in front of the library. The fountain in the pool shot water columns 2 to 3 meters high, refracting rainbows under the afternoon sun. Lin Shiming paused for a long moment at the long staircase, remaining silent. When Li Huangxian looked closely, he noticed her eyes were reddened. "What's wrong?" "I'm fine. Let us take a picture here." Lin Shiming took a deep breath and said, "We?" Li Huangxian queried, puzzled. "You want to take a photo together? Are you unwilling?" Well, all right then." A sense of discomfort washed over Li Huangxian once more. He felt that although Lin Shiming's request was not unreasonable, it seemed rather unorthodox. To take a commemorative photo, it seemed unnecessary to involve someone he had only just met a day prior. Perhaps this was simply her way of doing things. Lin Shiming approached a passing student, asking for assistance in capturing a photo of them together. Standing in front of the fountain, their bodies close together, the moment was frozen in time. The girl stood gracefully, a gentle smile gracing her lips, while the boy appeared somewhat awkward, his expression slightly stiff. "Why aren't you smiling?" Lin Shiming seemed slightly dissatisfied. "I can't think of anything happy," Li Huangxian replied dismissively. Lin Shiming displayed a look of disappointment, sulkily stuffing her phone into her pocket before striding up the steps. "Hey, where are you going?" Li Huangxian inquired. "To the restroom," Lin Shiming replied. "Do you know where it is?" "I do." Once Lin Shiming's figure faded from sight at the top of the stairs, Li Huangxian began to stomp his feet in circles, regretting his words. She merely wished to capture a moment with a photograph. A simple smile wouldn't cost him anything. Why was he so cold in his response? No wonder he remained a solitary bachelor. After a couple of turns, he deemed this line of thought perilous. His true affection lay with his colleague, Su Wanqing. He could not allow himself to entertain any improper thoughts about this new roommate he had known for merely a day. "I, Li Huangxian, live a life of integrity and transparency. I am not the sort to be swayed by mere appearances." Chapter 6. Handwritten Memories Within the Campus of Jiang University. There exists an artificial lake. The small grove by the lakeside is affectionately dubbed the paradise for lovers by the students, making it somewhat awkward for the solitary souls to venture there. The breeze from the lake tousled Lin Shiming's long hair, carrying with it a delicate fragrance. Li Huangxian, hands in pockets, matched his pace with Lin Shiming, recounting various curious tales from campus life. Lin Shiming listened casually, a faint smile gracing her lips. As they continued, the sound of music gradually approached. They soon encountered a throng of students gathered before a flower bed, where a handsome young man cradled a guitar, serenading them. "I gaze upon your face, lightly brushing the chords. First love is a comprehensive tale, handwritten memories of yesteryears. Do you recall that autumn when we said goodbye? As our romance drifted away, I buried you deep within my heart." The boy who could strum the guitar was an invincible presence on campus. In the midst of the crowd, the girl's eyes sparkled with stars as they erupted into waves of excited shrieks. Lin Shiming stood motionless, listening to the melody, tears streaming down her cheeks. It seems that those who have recently experienced heartbreak dread love songs the most, as a single lyric can easily breach the defenses of their fragile hearts. Li Huangxian hesitated for a moment, quickly rummaging through his pockets. He recalled a dating tip he had come across previously. When out on a date with a girl, it is imperative to remember to bring tissues. "Meng Meng, here," he said, stretching out a tissue before her. Lin Shiming lifted her tear-filled eyes to meet his gaze, suddenly throwing herself into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. For a fleeting moment, Li Huangxuan's body stiffened, frozen in place, his hands suspended in midair, devoid of a resting place. His mind was a blank slate, unable to conjure a single word of comfort. After a while, as Lin Shiming's emotions began to settle, Li Huangxian gently wiped the tears and snot from her face with the tissue. "I'm sorry. I'll help you wash your clothes when we get back," Lin Shiming said apologetically. "It's quite all right. I often drool on my clothes while napping at the office. Li Huangxian waved his hand dismissively. With a soft laugh, Lin Shiming found solace in the moment. Li Huangxian felt his heart racing. He resented himself for having restrained the impulse to embrace her fully. Earlier that morning, as Lin Shiming tended to the flowers, she had hummed to the tune of Rosemary, and having just heard handwritten past, she was profoundly moved. Li Huangxian then inquired, "Are you a fan of Jia?" Lin Shiming pondered for a moment before replying, "I wasn't before, but I suppose I am now. Which song do you like the most?" "There are so many. It's difficult to choose just one." The two continued their leisurely stroll along the lakeside. Lin Shiming regained her spirits and began to serenade Li Huangxian. Her voice was sweet and melodious. Each song she sang resonated beautifully, capturing the essence of the original while infused with her unique flair. "Once upon a time, there was someone who loved you for a long time. Yet, alas, the wind gradually distanced us. After much effort, we could love for another day. But in the end of the story, it seems you still said goodbye." Li Huangxian, a devoted fan, was unfortunately tone-deaf and lacked the talent for singing. Nevertheless, given the ambience, it would have been inappropriate not to join in. He sang a song called Trajectory, which made Lin Shiming burst into laughter. "Your pitch has wandered all the way to the Pacific Ocean. Hey, I noticed you were feeling down earlier, so I just wanted to cheer you up. I advise you not to be ungrateful." After leaving school, the two ventured to a street filled with delectable snacks. The steaming oden paired with caramel milk tea was a celebration of high calories, and the joy that junk food brought was unparalleled. However, Li Huangxian did not eat fish, and many items in the oden were fish-related. His bowl contained only a scanty broth. Lin Shiming speared a beef ball and dropped it into Li Huangxian's paper bowl. "Thank you for singing for me. This is your reward." Li Huangxian reciprocated with a piece of white radish. "Thank you for singing my idol's songs so beautifully. I give you meat, and you give me vegetables. This seems rather unbalanced." Lin Shiming picked up a skewer and rummaged through Li Huangxian's bowl, ultimately snatching a piece of tofu. Naturally, Li Huangxian was not one to back down and reached into her bowl for a treat. Unbeknownst to them, their two bowls gradually merged into one. Sharing food made it all the more delicious. "You have spent 4 years at university here. Have you brought many girls to dine?" Lin Shiming suddenly inquired softly. "No, I've only come with my roommate," Li Huangxian replied without hesitation. "Not even once with a girl?" Lin Shiming pressed further. Li Huangxian was momentarily taken aback, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the scene before him. Reflecting on his 5 years of university life, including a gap year, he realized he had indulged in countless meals along this street, at least 100 times. Was it truly the case that he had never once dined with a girl? He decided to dismiss the thought, as it only led him to ponder the failures of his life. The two continued their leisurely exploration, savoring food until nightfall. When the city lights began to illuminate the streets before they returned to their rented apartment, upon opening the door, a faint floral fragrance wafted through the air. The living room was immaculate and pristine, devoid of any dust. Previously, when he shared a flat with Zhang Chuan, the moment he entered, he was greeted by a chaotic mess and the lingering odor of smelly socks. The contrast was stark. Li Huangxian couldn't help but exclaim that he finally felt as if he were truly living as a person. Lin Shiming changed into her pajamas, tied her hair into a bun, and began using the washing machine to clean Li Huangxuan's clothes. Watching her bustle around the living room with such energy, he felt as though he had married a wife. His father and mother at home must also lead such daily lives. "You have work tomorrow. Don't stay up too late typing, and make sure to rest early," Lin Shiming gently reminded him. "All right, you too, Ming Ming," Li Huangxian replied as he closed the bedroom door and leaned against the wall, unable to suppress the tears welling in his eyes. So this is what it feels like to be cared for. A home truly cannot do without a woman. He typed until 11 o'clock before turning off the lights and going to bed. In the middle of the night, he was awakened by the pressing need to relieve himself, likely a consequence of overindulging in milk tea that afternoon. Upon exiting the restroom, he discovered that the door to Lin Shiming's room was ajar. Although in Zhang's rental house the doors could not be locked, a closed door and one that is slightly open convey vastly different meanings. After all, there exists a distinction between the sexes. Could she truly be so trusting of him? Or perhaps the slightly open door was a subtle invitation. If he failed to grasp the nuances, would she be disappointed? A sliver of light filtered through the window, faintly illuminating the contours of Lin Shiming's figure on the bed. The air was imbued with a fragrance unique to young women. As a healthy 23-year-old man, it was entirely natural for Li Huangxian to entertain a few fanciful thoughts. An impulsive urge surged within him to burst into Lin Shiming's room. to seize her and embrace her tightly, indulging in a passionate kiss. Yet, of course, such fantasies must remain just that, fantasies. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be labeled a rogue and risk spending the night in a detention center. The most despicable of sins is lust. Judged by actions rather than intentions, Li Huangxian averted his gaze and returned to his own room. Burrowing under the covers, his heart racing, he tossed and turned. Unable to find sleep, his mind consumed by the image of Lin Shiming leaping into his arms by the artificial lake at school that afternoon. Internally, he berated himself. Li Huangxian, how utterly pathetic you are. After merely 2 days of acquaintance, you are already utterly besotted, restless and agitated, like a fool who has never encountered a woman. Chapter 7. Becoming a better version of oneself. The following morning, as Li Huangxian remained lost in slumber, the sudden crowing of a rooster startled him awake, sending a jolt through his body. Lin Shiming was clad in sports attire, clutching a squeaky chicken toy. Lazybones, it's 7 o'clock. Hurry up and freshen up. 7 o'clock? What do you mean get up? I'm still lost in dreams, Li Huangxian replied groggily, turning over in an attempt to continue his slumber. The term dreaming is ordinarily mundane. However, when juxtaposed with Lin Shiming's name, it takes on an oddly peculiar connotation. Moreover, the dream he had last night was indeed indescribable. Lin Shiming reached out and firmly tugged at Li Huangxian's ear. This is a stipulation of our cohabitation agreement. Please adhere to it diligently. An image of Sun Wukong spontaneously materialized in Li Huangxian's mind. How infuriating. The slight fondness I had for Lin Shiming yesterday has instantly evaporated. What need do I have for a woman? Isn't sleeping far more delightful? Ultimately, under Lin Shiming's relentless coaxing and pulling, Li Huangxian begrudgingly extricated himself from the cozy confines of his bed, still brushing his teeth with half-closed eyes. Lin Shiming was bouncing at the door, urging, "Be quick. Let us go run together." Her fitted sportswear accentuated her graceful figure, radiating an aura of vibrant health and beauty. Li Huangxian was reminded of his school days. The bitter memories of running drills in the biting winter wind were indeed hard to recall. We are merely roommates. Why do you insist on treating me as if I am not an outsider? The sun peeked shyly from behind the clouds in the east, while dewdrops clung to the leaves by the roadside, remnants of the night. Sanitation workers had already commenced their diligent labor, the rhythmic sound of brooms scraping against the ground resonating through the air. From the bun shop wafted enticing aromas. Li Huangxian, still donning his athletic shorts, had yet to fully awaken. It turned out that the scene of Jiaqing at 7 in the morning was thus. Behind their rented apartment complex lay a serene river. By the riverside, weeping willows sway gracefully, accompanied by stone railings. In the early morning, numerous elderly individuals gather to exercise, while the younger generation is scarcely seen. Perhaps the youth are entirely drained of energy by the demands of their busy work lives, cherishing every fleeting moment of warmth in their beds. Lin Shiming, with her ponytail dancing rhythmically as she runs, contrasts with Li Huangxian, who, unaccustomed to physical exertion, finds himself breathless after merely a few strides. Why must you insist on dragging me out for a run? Can't I quietly embrace my lethargy? Lin Shiming halts, turning back with earnestness. Every person is born with unique talents. No one is inherently useless. Her words strike a chord within Li Huangxian. Throughout his life, he has always perceived himself as rather ordinary. His appearance is passable, his academic performance mediocre, and he struggles to charm the girls with his words. Particularly after the class restructuring in his second year of high school, he felt even more overshadowed by others. Yet, each individual is the protagonist of their own story. If there lies an opportunity to become a better version of oneself, why not seize it? Hey, are you feeling overwhelmed? Lin Shiming teases him. Overwhelmed? What a jest. I've been the long-distance running champion of the entire school. Li Huangxian boasts, summoning all his energy to catch up. The sun has fully risen, casting its radiant glow upon the weeping willows by the riverbank. The dew on the willow leaves evaporates, shimmering with a vibrant green luster. After their run, they find themselves seated in a bun shop, enjoying breakfast. As Li Huangxian bites into his savory meat bun, he inquires, I have to head to work soon. What are your plans for today? Lin Shiming rests her chin on her hand, pondering, I think I'll just wander aimlessly, perhaps take some photographs and sing a little. I can understand the photography, but what kind of songs will you be singing? Li Huangxian asks, puzzled. In time, you shall come to know. Lin Shiming teased. At 8:20, Li Huangxian changed into his attire and proceeded to the subway for work, arriving at the office around 9. He was employed as an intern designer at an advertising firm, earning a monthly salary of 4,800, supplemented by a modest commission. In Jiangqing, such an income placed one in a state of barely surviving. Upon reaching the building, Li Huangxian spotted a petite figure, a girl with a ponytail, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. She wore a white striped shirt paired with a blue long skirt, embodying the quintessential artistic and demure girl. Li Huangxian calculated in his mind that he had been secretly enamored with Su Wanqing for over 2 months. At that moment, he couldn't help but compare Lin Ximing with Su Wanqing in his thoughts. Lin Ximing was a beauty who captivated at first glance, while Su Wanqing possessed a more understated elegance, appealing in a more enduring way. If he were to introduce a girlfriend to his family, they would undoubtedly prefer Su Wanqing. Were they to meet Lin Ximing, his mother, Fan Ling, would surely inquire discreetly, "Son, what does this girl see in you?" Li Huangxian silently reminded himself that his acquaintance with Lin Ximing had only spanned 2 days. His feelings for her were merely superficial. Moreover, in a month, she would depart, possibly never to be seen again. It was wiser to focus his affections on Su Wanqing. Alas, I cannot be the only man in the world to find himself captivated by 2 women, can I? He thought of Xu Huan and felt a sense of understanding. "Good morning, Wanqing," Li Huangxian greeted. "Good morning," Su Wanqing replied with a warm smile. In the company, where the ratio of men to women was starkly imbalanced, many were keenly interested in Su Wanqing. However, Li Huangxian always felt that her demeanor towards him was slightly more favorable than towards other boys. This might be one of life's great illusions. She likes me. The 2 of them entered the elevator together, engaging in conversation about their weekend activities. Su Wanqing was a quiet girl who enjoyed reading and binge-watching dramas in her leisure time, often preferring to stay at home during weekends. Li Huangxian, on the other hand, mentioned that he had spent 2 enjoyable days with his roommate, whose gender need not be emphasized. During his school days, Li Huangxian believed that math class was the most arduous time in the world. It was only after joining the workforce that he realized how naive he had been back then. The life of an adult is 100-fold more challenging than that of a student. If heaven could grant him another chance, he would never again read The Legend of the Condor Heroes during math class. Had he studied diligently back then, he would not be enduring such hardships today. After spending the entire morning sketching 8 drafts, all of which were rejected by his supervisor, he received a stern reprimand. He felt an overwhelming urge to hurl the mouse at the supervisor's face and shout, "I quit. Let anyone who wishes to draw do so." By the afternoon, 2 pieces of news arrived, one good, one bad. The bad news was that Li Huangxuan's design had been rejected, requiring him to stay late. The good news was that Su Wanqing was equally unfortunate. This fortunate turn of events created an opportunity for the 2 of them to enjoy some solitude together. At 5:30, the veteran employees finished their workday and began to leave, some patting Li Huangxian on the shoulder, saying, "Young man, keep up the good work." It was unclear whether their intentions were genuinely kind or tinged with schadenfreude. Before long, the entire department was left with only Li Huangxian and Su Wanqing. Li Huangxian cast a furtive glance at Su Wanqing, who was meticulously engrossed in her drawing. He cleared his throat twice and then casually remarked, "Wanqing, would you care to join me for dinner after work?" Su Wanqing lifted her head, pondered for a moment, and replied, "Sure." A wave of delight washed over Li Huangxian as he thought to himself that after dinner, there would still be ample time, perhaps to catch a film as well. However, his phone suddenly chimed. It was Ming Ming. "Are you off work yet? I forgot my keys at home." Chapter 8. The brazen individual Li Huangxian made his way to the restroom and dialed Lin Ximing. The phone rang once before being answered. A sweet voice echoed from the receiver. "Hello, are you done with work?" Li Huangxian furrowed his brow and replied, "I've been kept back for overtime, so I might be a bit late." "You forgot your keys? You should go find Uncle Zhang." Lin Ximing's voice turned pitiful as she said, "I went to look for him, but the other tenants told me he went out to dance in the square." "Where are you now?" Li Huangxian inquired. "I'm sitting on the stairs waiting for you." Meng Ming's tone grew increasingly aggrieved. Li Huangxuan's imagination conjured the image of a homeless girl, hugging her knees and sitting alone in the chilly autumn night, shivering. "Fine, I'll send you the company's address. You can come pick up the keys," he relented. "Yay." Lin Ximing joyfully hung up the call. Li Huangxian shook his head helplessly and shared the company's location. "Old Zhang, you wretched old man. All you do is gallivant around. Have you no regard for your late spouse's spirit?" Upon returning to his seat, Li Huangxian began to contemplate. He must ensure that Su Wanqing never discovers that he shares a residence with a girl as enchanting as a celestial being. As someone who has never been in a relationship, how could one possibly manage to juggle two at once? Soon, Lin Shiming will arrive, undoubtedly calling ahead. He can concoct an excuse to step downstairs, hand her the keys, and hastily send her on her way. Following that, he will adhere to the original plan and enjoy a delightful date with Su Wanqing. Perfect. Yet, as the saying goes, plans seldom survive contact with reality. Until they completed their tasks and were ready to leave, there had been no word from Lin Shiming. Li Huangxian had no choice but to steel himself, shut down his computer, don his backpack, and descend in the elevator alongside Su Wanqing. The dining venue was not far. He could always step out when Lin Shiming called. Wanqing, what do you fancy eating? Chinese cuisine, hot pot, barbecue, or Japanese food? I'm amenable to anything. As they conversed and stepped out the door, they unexpectedly encountered Lin Shiming in the square. She was clad in a light purple knitted sweater, paired with jeans and ankle boots, exuding a polished appearance. The evening breeze danced through her long hair, and the neon lights illuminated her cheeks. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Li Huangxian felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of ice water, chilling him to the core. Are you early or late? How could you arrive at such an opportune moment? Truly a stroke of misfortune. Xian, over here. Did you not see me? Lin Shiming greeted him enthusiastically. If it were possible, Li Huangxian truly wished to feign ignorance. Her overly affectionate call was undoubtedly a deliberate disruption. Had he known, he would have made her wait in the stairwell for the entire evening. Su Wanqing curiously inquired of Li Huangxian, "Is she your friend?" Li Huangxian awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Wanqing, allow me to explain. The situation is rather complex." Lin Shiming hopped over to them, casting a fierce glare at Li Huangxian before turning her attention to Su Wanqing, revealing a harmless smile. "Hello, are you Li Huangxuan's colleague? You are truly lovely. I am his roommate, Lin Shiming, but you can call me Ming Ming. If the opportunity arises, you are welcome to visit our home." Su Wanqing, a rather reserved girl, typically spoke little. Faced with Lin Shiming's incessant chatter, she found herself at a loss for words. Li Huangxian, on the other hand, was nervously fidgeting, his toes having already dug into the floor. "I don't recall you being so loquacious just a couple of days ago." He pulled out a set of keys and thrust them into Lin Shiming's hand, casting her urgent glances to prompt her to leave. "Aren't you going home?" Lin Shiming blinked her large eyes. "I haven't eaten yet." Li Huangxian raised his eyebrows again, silently urging her to vanish. "Neither have I," Lin Shiming pouted, casting a pitiful look at Su Wanqing. Seeing her distress, Su Wanqing casually suggested, "Since we are all friends, why not have dinner together?" Without hesitation, Lin Shiming nodded enthusiastically. "Sounds great." Li Huangxian felt an overwhelming desire to find a pillar to crash into. She was merely being polite, and yet she took it seriously. "I have never encountered such shamelessness." The evening's outing was destined to be anything but pleasant. With that, the three of them set off towards the food court adjacent to their workplace. To be fair, with the radiant beauty of Lin Shiming and Su Wanqing, walking alongside either of them would undoubtedly elicit envious glances from the male populace. However, the dynamic shifts dramatically when the two are together. Lin Shiming, ever the extrovert, eagerly engaged Su Wanqing with a myriad of questions, resembling the bond of close friends. Meanwhile, Li Huangxian trailed behind, his head hung low, feeling akin to a mere bag carrier. The two girls, without so much as consulting him, unilaterally decided on barbecued meat for their meal. An ominous premonition began to swell within Li Huangxuan's heart. With a trio comprising 2 females and 1 male, the sole male's role seemed no different from that of a waiter. "I am tasked with grilling while you feast." Before I could even lift my chopsticks, you were already urging for the second round of grilling. Lin Shiming exhibited an extraordinary enthusiasm towards Su Wanqing, conversing about an array of topics that piqued the interest of young women and incessantly adding food to her bowl. Though Su Wanqing possessed a more introverted nature, under Lin's guidance, she gradually opened up. "Have you read that novel? The ending had me in tears. Indeed, being a Cancer, I am quite sensitive. I often shed tears while reading or watching dramas. You are not only beautiful, but also gentle. You must have many suitors, right?" As their conversation deepened, they appeared to share an unbreakable sisterly bond. Li Huangxian found himself unable to interject, relegated to the role of their attendant. "Heavenly Lord, I beseech you to bring this torment to a swift conclusion." The gathering persisted for over an hour. Observing that the 2 ladies had reached their limit, despite his own lingering hunger, Li Huangxian unhesitatingly summoned the waiter to settle the bill. The 250 yuan spent was merely a lesson learned. Should I ever succumb to my soft-heartedness again, I shall be nothing short of a fool. Xiao Wanqing's residence lay in another direction, and the trio parted ways at the subway station. What are you doing? As Xiao Wanqing walked away, Li Huangxian could no longer contain his grievances. Lin Shiming feigned ignorance. Was I not just mooching a meal from you? Why be so stingy? Li Huangxian erupted with fury. I was signaling you to leave quickly. Yet you shamelessly lingered for a meal. Now she must surely misunderstand our relationship. Is she truly the girl you fancy? Lin Shiming's gaze held a hint of melancholy. What else could it be? Li Huangxian was genuinely perturbed. She is indeed a graceful and demure girl, quite suitable for you. Lin Shiming's voice was tinged with despondency. Li Huangxian sensed a whiff of jealousy in the air. Observing Lin Shiming's expression, could it be that she was envious? Unthinkable. Absolutely unthinkable. Although I, Li, might be considered charming and handsome, to win over a goddess of such caliber within 3 days would indeed be a formidable challenge. One must possess self-awareness. Sitting in the subway, Lin Shiming lowered her head, becoming considerably more subdued, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor at the barbecue restaurant. Seeing her in such a vulnerable state, Li Huangxian refrained from further reproach. Upon returning home, he was greeted by a fragrant floral aroma. Lin Shiming gently inquired, "Did you not have enough to eat?" Li Huangxian was taken aback. "How did you know?" "I'll make sure you eat well," she replied, changing into slippers and stepping into the kitchen. Chapter 9. The thorned rose. Li Huangxian slurped his oil and vinegar noodles heartily, while Lin Shiming sat across the dining table, propping her chin in her hand, observing him with that ever-innocent expression. "Are you still upset with me?" The smooth and delectable noodles have already captivated Li Huangxian's taste buds. How can one still harbor anger when faced with such indulgence? She always employs the tactic of delivering a slap only to follow it with a sweet date, skillfully manipulating him. Li Huangxian mused that if this woman possessed a cunning nature, he would likely be left with nothing but bones. Zhang Wuji's mother once remarked that the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she can be. Lin Shi dreamt of Li Huangxian sulking in silence, extending her hand to shake his arm. "I didn't mean to. I was merely hungry. I acknowledge my mistake. Will you forgive me? Are you still upset? I promise I won't do it again." With her large, watery eyes blinking innocently, she appeared utterly aggrieved. As a lifelong singleton, Li Huangxian found himself utterly defenseless against such charm and promptly surrendered. All right, I'm not angry. Your noodles are delicious." Lin Shi immediately beamed with joy. "I knew you had the kindest heart. Remember to wash the dishes after you finish. I'm off to take a shower." Once she entered the bathroom, Li Huangxian slapped himself 3 times in frustration. "Look at you, so easily swayed by your cravings. A mere bowl of noodles has disarmed you. Have you never encountered a woman before? You're a disgrace to your fellow men." While washing the dishes in the kitchen, he overheard the sound of running water from the bathroom and his mind began to wander. If he were to burst through the door and take what he desired. Such thoughts were indeed torturous. Surely, he was not the only man in the world to experience such impulses. Returning to his bedroom, Li Huangxian opened his notebook and logged onto the novel website. He had already serialized 40,000 words, with an additional 10,000 words in reserve. However, as he had yet to reach the recommended word count, the number of readers remained disappointingly few. Of course, for a novice writer, even upon reaching the requisite count, the likelihood of failure is over 90%. Achieving mastery in the literary realm is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight, unless one is a naturally gifted prodigy in web literature. Yet, such individuals are exceedingly rare. The free little gift from the Perseid meteor shower arrived as promised, accompanied by a succinct message, "Keep going." Li Huangxian felt a surge of emotion. He was pleasantly surprised to have garnered a loyal reader so quickly, unable to resist. He replied, "Thank you for your encouragement. I will persevere." The relationship between an author and readers is one of mutual accomplishment. Readers derive joy or inspiration from the author's words, while authors, in turn, find their creative spark and motivation to continue through the support and encouragement of their readers. As he typed until 11:30, Li Huangxian stifled a yawn and closed his laptop. After a brief wash-up, he turned off the lights and lay down in bed. The room was enveloped in darkness, and the faces of Lin Shimu and Su Wanqing flickered before his eyes in a continuous dance. "The one I adore is Wanqing, Wanqing, Wanqing." Li Huangxian incessantly reinforced this notion to himself. He fervently admonished himself not to be ensnared by superficial allure, nor to be beguiled. A girl as gentle and demure as Su Wanqing would be his true match. The neighbor, on the other hand, might very well be a rose with thorns. In a month's time, she would likely depart, leaving him with nothing to show for it. No, merely 20 days remain. Yet how can one so easily master the whims of the heart? In the dream of Li Huangxian that night, Lin Shiming filled his visions, captivating, enchanting, and exuding an irresistible charm. Adding another sentence would likely breach the limits of propriety, and perhaps no one would be particularly keen to read it. So it is best left unspoken. The following morning at 7, the shrill call of the rooster rang out beside him. Li Huangxian, startled to the core, clamped his legs tightly together. "What are you doing? Hurry up and get out." Lin Shiming replied with a smile playing on her lips. "You have 5 minutes. Get up and exercise with me." Watching her retreating figure, Li Huangxian felt a twinge of anxiety, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. "I have always lived with integrity and transparency. How could I have such a dream? After work today, I must purchase a lock to secure the door henceforth." The morning sun bathed the willow trees by the riverside in golden light. The girl with a ponytail appeared as radiant and delightful as sunshine itself. As Li Huangxian jogged, he chanted silently to himself, "Do not fall in love with her. Do not fall in love with her. Do not fall in love with her." Despite the likelihood that he was merely deceiving himself. Upon entering the office, Li Huangxian promptly approached Su Wanqing's desk, rehearsing the lines he had prepared. "Wanqing, let me explain. My cohabitation with Meng Meng was purely accidental. I was still asleep at home when the landlord brought her in, completely unprepared. We are merely roommates, living separate lives. And she simply forgot her keys yesterday." He was not particularly skilled in the art of persuasion, and the more he spoke, the muddier his logic became, revealing the truth as clearly as if he had buried silver in plain sight. Su Wanqing adjusted her glasses and replied, "Why are you telling me all this? Who you choose to cohabitate with is entirely your business." Upon hearing this, Li Huangxian felt an icy chill envelop his heart. To put it plainly, his relationship with Su Wanqing was merely that of colleagues. What authority did he possess to elucidate these matters to her? It seemed highly likely that he was on the verge of irrevocably losing the opportunity to pursue Su Wanqing. "I find Meng Meng to be an exceedingly charming girl. Being friends with her must be delightful," Su Wanqing remarked with a smile. "How could she possibly be charming?" Li Huangxian lamented inwardly, tears welling up in his eyes. He increasingly sensed that the events of the previous night had been meticulously orchestrated by Lin Shiming. In a moment of weakness, he had fallen into her trap. Even more tragically, Su Wanqing appeared entirely unperturbed by his cohabitation with Lin Shiming, and instead, she spoke highly of her. Was it merely an illusion that she had harbored feelings for him before? As Li Huangxian wallowed in his despondency, Su Wanqing cheerfully added, "All right, we can arrange to meet again next time. Now hurry back to work." This statement reignited a flicker of hope within Li Huangxian. It turned out there was a possibility of a next time. He was entirely out of the running. If he could win the affection of a girl as sweet as Su Wanqing, his parents would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Throughout that day, Li Huangxian approached his work with renewed vigor, unsure whether it was due to his elevated spirits or the invigorating effects of his morning exercise. As the workday drew to a close, Lin Shiming sent a message. "Will you finish work on time tonight? I'm at the market buying groceries and will be home soon to cook." Li Huangxian stared at his phone screen, hesitating for quite some time before responding, "Sure. I'll transfer you the money for the groceries. Let us split the bill." He initiated a transfer, but the recipient did not accept it. Li Huangxian felt somewhat shameless, simultaneously pursuing Su Wanqing while coveting Lin Shiming's kindness. He had secretly harbored feelings for Su Wanqing for over 2 months and could not possibly shift his affections to a new girl he had only known for 3 days. Wouldn't that make him a heartless scoundrel, one who falls in love at the drop of a hat? Human thoughts and emotions, it seems, are divided into 2 systems, the mind and the heart. The mind urged him to pursue Su Wanqing, yet his heart, uncontrollably, gravitated towards Meng Meng. Chapter 10. The Leonid's meteor shower. As Li Huangxian stepped through the door, he was greeted by the delightful aroma of a meal. Even the light in the living room appeared to radiate warmth. He silently praised Zhang Chuan for his excellent taste. Lin Shiming, adorned with an apron and wearing slippers, busied herself at the stove. Her graceful silhouette stirred something deep within him. "You're back? Wash your hands and come to dinner," Lin Shiming said with a radiant smile as she turned to face him. Li Huangxian felt as if a sharp arrow had pierced through his heart. How could one possibly harbor resentment towards such a girl? Seated at the dining table, Li Huangxian was once again taken aback. Could it be that she was truly a born companion at the table? "Ming Ming, how did you know what I like to eat?" Lin Shiming shot him a glance. "I can tell you are a foodie. Is there anything you dislike?" Li Huangxian found himself momentarily speechless, realizing there was some truth to her words. He had never been particularly picky with food, happily consuming both the good and the bad. As for his aversion to fish after turning 18, it was not due to dislike, but rather a means of honoring a dear departed friend. Lin Shiming, with her chopsticks, served him the first morsel and casually inquired, "Were you tired from work today?" With a smile, Li Huangxian replied, "Perhaps it was the morning run that invigorated me. I felt energetic all day, and work went exceptionally well, without any hassle from that foolish supervisor." "That's great. Let's continue the morning routine tomorrow," she responded. "No, I merely spoke casually." Li Huangxian suddenly recalled his intention to purchase a plug earlier that morning. Nevertheless, she was only looking out for my best interests. Can I truly transform into a better version of myself? The two engaged in light-hearted banter, reminiscent of a newlywed couple. Upon returning from work, the husband was met with his wife's inquiries regarding various work matters. The atmosphere was harmonious and amiable. The greenery on the windowsill swayed gently in the evening breeze, filling the room with a subtle fragrance. After finishing dinner, without needing any prompting from Lin Shiming, Li Huangxian voluntarily bent down to wash the dishes in the kitchen. Perhaps this is how a man is gradually tamed. However, with one cooking and the other washing, there was a sense of fairness in their division of labor. Once they concluded their chores, Li Huangxian retreated to his room, intending to write. Lin Shiming sliced some fruit and entered with a plate. "Where are you in your novel?" Li Huangxian pushed his notebook towards her. "You can see for yourself." He casually took the plate and speared some fruit with a bamboo skewer. Just as he was about to pop it into his mouth, he suddenly remembered how Lin Shiming always served him dishes during meals. Feeling somewhat anxious, he tentatively offered the fruit to her lips. Lin Shiming paused slightly, then opened her mouth to accept his offering, her gaze still fixed on the computer screen. Such a simple gesture quickened Li Huangxian's heartbeat considerably. The fruit tasted bland in his mouth. Lin Shiming read swiftly, finishing the newly updated chapter in no time. "Well, what do you think?" Li Huangxian asked expectantly. "Not much. As a science student, it's a bit of a stretch for you to write something like this," Lin Shiming replied, pouting. "Can't you say something more flattering?" All right. While your writing may not be exceptional, as long as the emotions are sincere, it should still resonate with readers." Lin Shiming seemed to offer a perfunctory consolation to Li Huangxian. He understood that her words held a kernel of truth. Indeed, his writing skills were rather lacking. Yet, the truth often stings, leaving him with a sense of defeat. "You see, I have a loyal reader," Li Huangxian remarked, finding a comment from the user Leonid Meteor Shower in a bid to salvage some dignity. Choosing such a childish username surely reflects a rather immature personality. "One that would enjoy your kind of writing," Lin Shiming retorted sharply. Intrigued, Li Huangxian opened a search engine to uncover the essence of the Leonid Meteor Shower. The answer swiftly unfolded before him. It was hailed as the king of meteor showers, its radiant point located in the constellation of Leo, hence the name. It grazed the skies annually from November 14th to 21st, peaking on the 17th. As he clicked on a video, a celestial panorama revealed itself, with meteors streaking across the night sky, trailing luminous tails as if the heavens were weeping. The video creator had thoughtfully added a background melody, accompanying the imagery. "Accompany you to watch the meteor shower falling upon this earth. Let your tears fall upon my shoulder. Urging you to believe that my love dares only for you. Guiding you to where happiness resides. Dream, why are you crying?" Li Huangxian turned to find Lin Shiming with tears streaming down her face. "It's so beautiful," she sobbed, gently leaning against his shoulder. Li Huangxian stiffened, frozen in place, inhaling the delicate fragrance of her hair as he gazed at the meteors traversing the screen. A wave of sorrow unexpectedly surged within him. He mused that girls often possess a more sentimental nature. Upon hearing such a poignant love song, memories of past romances inevitably arise, and shedding tears is entirely natural. After all, she came to Jiangxing seemingly to seek solace after a heartbreak. Yet why should I wallow in sorrow? She yearns for her ex-boyfriend, while I remain a solitary soul. After watching the video, the two remained silent for an extended period, uncertain whether it was the beauty of the visuals or the emotional resonance of the song that moved them. Tears from Lin Shiming's eyes cascaded onto Li Huangxian's shoulder, echoing the lyrics poignantly. "Ming, next month is November. If you wish, shall we go watch the meteor shower together?" Li Huangxian finally mustered the courage to speak. "I can't. I'm leaving next month," Lin Shiming replied, wiping away her tears as she stood to leave the room. "Must you go?" Li Huangxian blurted out. Lin Shiming paused, her shoulders trembling slightly, yet she did not turn around. Li Huangxian fixed his gaze upon her silhouette, filled with anticipation. I must go? With a resounding thud, the bedroom door was slammed shut. The air lingered with the fragrance of the girl. Li Huangxian felt an overwhelming sense of loss, as if his heart had been hollowed out. A single tear slipped from the corner of his eye, landing upon the keyboard. What has come over me? It had only been 4 days since he met Lin Shiming. They could hardly be called strangers, but merely acquaintances at best. Is it too pathetic to shed tears for someone I barely know? After wiping away his tears and vigorously rubbing his cheeks, Li Huangxian endeavored to complete his writing task for the day. His mind was in turmoil, making the process particularly arduous. Compared to usual, his efficiency had diminished significantly. As midnight approached, with aching shoulders and a wave of fatigue washing over him, he reluctantly shut down his computer, preparing for sleep. Upon returning from the bathroom, Li Huangxian heard a faint sobbing emanating from the adjacent bedroom as he passed through the living room. After a moment's hesitation, he gently knocked on the door. Ming Ming, are you all right? I'm fine. Just go to bed early, Lin Shiming replied, her voice laced with tears. Li Huangxian poured himself a cup of warm water and pushed open her door, turning on the light. This room had once been occupied by Zhang Chuan, and he had entered it numerous times, thus was quite familiar with it. Lin Shiming sat at the head of her bed, hugging her knees. Her delicate feet instantly captured Li Huangxian's attention, resembling finely crafted art that one could not easily look away from. Drink some water and get a good night's sleep. Some people are simply not worth it. Let go of what needs to be forgotten. He attempted to offer consolation, though he was uncertain how to comfort her. Lin Shiming lifted her head, her eyes swollen from crying. She suddenly embraced Li Huangxian tightly, tears streaming down her face once more. Caught off guard, he almost dropped the glass in his hand. Ming Ming, what is it that you cannot let go of? Chapter 11. The perfect date. Li Huangxian comforted Lin Shiming for quite some time until she finally fell asleep, at which point he turned off the light and exited the room. As he passed through the living room, he couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. He acknowledged that he felt a twinge of envy. How could there be a man who made a girl like Ming Ming linger in such painful remembrance? Why couldn't he appreciate her? Lying in bed, Li Huangxian found himself unable to sleep once again. It must be done. Lin Shiming's response echoed in his mind. If she was destined to leave in just over 20 days, he knew he ought not to indulge in this relationship, lest he become ensnared deeper and deeper. Unable to extricate himself, if, due to Lin Shiming, he were to miss the opportunity with Su Wanqing, it would ultimately lead to a fruitless endeavor. A discerning man ought to weigh the opportunity costs, even in matters of romance. However, throughout my life, I seem to have never belonged to the category of those considered wise. The following days passed in a mundane fashion. Li Huangxian dutifully attended work, engaging in a battle of wits with his foolish supervisor. Occasionally, he exchanged a few words with Su Wanqing, but their conversations were rather bland. Upon returning home after work, he found Lin Shiming always prepared a delightful dinner, eagerly sharing tales of her day and the numerous photographs she had taken. His novel was serialized with 2 chapters daily, garnering sporadic comments. Yet, his most devoted reader remained that Leo constellation, who sent a small gift without fail each day. Until Friday arrived, Li Huangxian felt an urgent need to take initiative. He could not afford to remain passive any longer. If he hesitated further, Su Wanqing might very well be swept away by some brute. After all, there was only one piece of meat, while the wolves were plentiful. At noon, Li Huangxian sat with Su Wanqing for lunch. He feigned disinterest while scrolling through his phone, then exclaimed with feigned surprise, "Oh, this movie I have been eagerly anticipating is finally released. What do you think, Wanqing?" Su Wanqing took the phone, smiled, and replied, "It looks quite good. I really like the theme and the actors." Li Huangxian had done his homework and deliberately selected an artistic romance film, perfectly tailored for someone like Su Wanqing. She had no reason not to appreciate it. Since tomorrow is the weekend, and we don't have to rise early, shall we go watch it together after work? He endeavored to keep his tone natural, ensuring it did not come across as overly contrived. Su Wanqing tilted her head in contemplation for a moment before nodding. Very well. Li Huangxian maintained his composure. Then I shall purchase the tickets now. He deliberately chose a film screening at 8:30. Prior to the movie, they could enjoy a meal and leisurely stroll through the mall, allowing for a more relaxed experience. After the film concluded, it would be nearly 11, and perhaps he could escort Su Wanqing home. This arrangement would surely foster a deeper connection between them. Once the plans were finalized, Li Huangxian messaged Lin Shiming. "The company is having a dinner gathering tonight, so I won't be home for dinner." After a while, Lin Shiming replied, "All right, come back early." And don't drink too much. Upon reading her words, an unexpected wave of guilt washed over Li Huangxian, reminiscent of a devoted husband reveling outside while his wife awaited him at home. He swiftly dismissed such thoughts. They were merely roommates, devoid of any special relationship. Moreover, just a few days prior, she had been weeping over her ex-boyfriend. He too had the right to pursue his own happiness. Throughout the afternoon, Li Huangxian found himself distracted at work, incessantly searching the internet for dating strategies, eager to learn how to leave a favorable impression on women, all in anticipation of an enchanting date. Near the end of the workday, Su Wanqing suddenly approached him, her expression filled with remorse. Li Huangxian, I sincerely apologize. My parents have insisted that I return home for dinner tonight, so I can't accompany you to the movie. Li Huangxuan's facial muscles twitched momentarily before he forced a smile. It's fine. To be honest, I wasn't that keen on seeing it anyway, haha. I truly apologize. It was not my intention to stand you up. I promise to accompany you next time. Su Wanqing earnestly expressed her regret. With the conversation having reached such a point, what else could one do? He could only wear a smile on his face while his heart wept. Next time, they would dine together. Next time, they would drink together. Next time, they would watch a movie together. There are countless next times in this world that remain unfulfilled. Li Huangxian was filled with dejection as he took out his phone, intending to refund the movie tickets. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he dialed Lin Ximing's number. Hello. Miming, I don't wish to attend the company gathering. Shall we go watch a movie instead? Sure. Lin Ximing readily agreed, her voice brimming with joy. Then I'll meet you downstairs at your company. I finish work at 5:30. After hanging up, Li Huangxian felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Alas, if Ming Ming were to discover that he had invited her only because another girl had declined, she would surely be heartbroken. Reflecting on this, he realized that such sentiments had prevented him from becoming a scoundrel and had kept him tethered to his single status. Moving forward, he resolved to embrace the persona of a bad man. Upon exiting the company building after work, Li Huangxian spotted Lin Ximing quietly seated on a bench in the square, clad in a black jacket paired with jeans and ankle boots, exuding a cool, biker vibe. Men passing by couldn't help but steal glances at her. Ming, have you been waiting long? Li Huangxian approached, bearing the envious gazes of others. Not at all. I've only been sitting for a short while. Lin Ximing replied with a smile as she stood up. Her demeanor effortlessly oscillated between alluring and innocent. The two then ventured to a food court, choosing a Sichuan restaurant this time. After only a few bites, Lin Ximing's delicate face flushed from the spice. Li Huangxian, ever attentive, poured her tea and offered her a tissue. In the afternoon, Su Wanqing's romantic strategies were entirely employed on Ming Ming. It seems you have become considerably more attentive. Lin Ximing noticed Li Huangxuan's transformation. Not at all. I have always been this way, Li Huangxian replied shamelessly. Why did you suddenly invite me to the movies? For no particular reason. I simply wanted to bring you a bit of joy, hence the invitation to the cinema. Have you taken your gentle female colleague to see a film? No, I never had any intention of doing so. In response to Meng Ming's probing questions, Li Huangxian answered with impeccable precision. Indeed, girls require some coaxing. Lin Ximing laughed like a child, continually placing delectable morsels into Li Huangxuan's bowl. After finishing their meal, with half an hour remaining before the film commenced, the two strolled leisurely through the shopping mall, resembling a couple in love. Li Huangxian gazed at Lin Ximing's flawless profile, unable to suppress his fantasies. If he were a bit bolder, a bit more resolute, would she consider staying for him? Could her determination to leave be swayed for his sake? Arriving at the cinema, they adhered to tradition by purchasing some cola and popcorn. Li Huangxian carried 2 cups of icy cola, handing one to Lin Ximing. After taking a sip, she suddenly inquired, when was the first time you invited a girl to the movies? Li Huangxian was momentarily taken aback, his mind a blank slate. After a prolonged pause, he stammered, it seems this is indeed the first time. Lin Ximing gazed deeply into his eyes. Is this truly your first time? Chapter 12. The longest film faced with Lin Ximing's piercing gaze, Li Huangxian chose to evade her scrutiny. After all, nearing 24 years of age, it is somewhat embarrassing to attend a movie with a girl for the very first time. The dating manual advises that when a boy is on a date with a girl, he must never exhibit timidity. He ought to exude confidence and composure. The more he resembles a seasoned veteran, the more he can captivate a girl's interest. Ming, shall we head into the screening room? Suggested Li Huangxian. No. Let us wait a little longer. The opening credits are merely the production company's animation, Lin Ximing replied, her gaze drifting towards a nearby claw machine. Understanding her desire, Li Huangxian generously offered her 20 yuan. With joy illuminating her face, Lin Ximing expertly maneuvered the joystick, murmuring incantations. Toys, return to your places. Who will be the first doll to be captured? Bring it to me. Alas, the 20 yuan quickly vanished without a trace. This round, not even the national server Zhong Kue could assist. After 8:30, the film commenced, and the pair cautiously entered the dimly lit theater. Indeed, the grand screen was displaying the opening animation, not delaying the main feature at all. It's quite dark. Please hold my hand, Lin Ximing urged. Tugging at Li Huangshuan's shirt, he momentarily froze, his heart racing. He nestled the bucket of popcorn under his left arm and reached back with his right. The instant his fingers brushed against hers, it felt electrifying. Lin Ximing's hand was soft and warm. Li Huangxian felt as though every part of him, except his left hand, had gone numb. He was uncertain which leg to move as he crouched and squeezed between the legs of the row in front, finally arriving at his seat just as the main feature began. Hey, you can let go now? Li Huangxian discreetly glanced at Lin Ximing's profile, observing her as she intently focused on the grand screen with a straw in her mouth, seemingly unperturbed by their earlier physical contact. A whimsical thought crossed his mind. Could she have intentionally delayed their entrance until the lights dimmed just to hold my hand? He found the notion laughable. How self-indulgent. Subsequently, the pair settled into a proper viewing of the film. The bucket of popcorn sat between them, and occasionally, as they reached for it together, their fingertips would brush against each other. This fleeting sensation became somewhat addictive for Li Huangxian. He began to steal glances at Lin Ximing, purposefully extending his hand at the same moment as hers, entirely forgetting that these tactics were originally intended for another girl. The film, a romantic tale, was rife with poignant and passionate scenes that delivered a striking visual impact, coupled with the presence of a stunning beauty beside him, exuding a delicate fragrance. Li Huangxian felt increasingly restless, shifting in his seat and intertwining his legs in search of a more comfortable position. Suddenly, Lin Ximing turned to him and asked, "Are you going to the restroom?" Feeling embarrassed, he replied, "A little. I've had too much soda." "Then let us go together," Lin Ximing offered, extending her hand once more. They once again clasped hands and, bending slightly, exited the screening room. Upon entering the restroom, Li Huangxian chastised himself internally. How pitiable. During his university days, he had often indulged in discussions about adult films with Zhang Chuan, believing himself impervious to such experiences. Yet, faced with this trivial situation, he found himself utterly flustered. He wondered if Mei Ming had noticed his unusual demeanor. The pace at which women used the restroom was, after all, considerably slower than that of men. Li Huangxian stood with his hands in his pockets, leaning against the door, waiting for quite some time until Lin Ximing finally emerged. She bent down to wash her hands, her exquisite visage reflected in the mirror. "Is it beautiful?" Lin Ximing inquired. "Indeed. You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen," Li Huangxian blurted out. "I meant the movie." "Ah, ha. I truly wish I could vanish into thin air." She effortlessly baited me into revealing my ultimate move with a simple attack. As the two held hands for the third time and returned to their seats, Li Huangxian felt his palms grow clammy. The incantation he repeated 100 times to ward off affection for her proved futile. His heart refused to heed his mind's command. As the film entered its emotional climax, it began to evoke tears. Ming Ming was a sentimental girl, her tears cascading down. Fortunately, Li Huangxian had prepared well in advance. With an ample supply of tissues in his pocket, which he continuously offered her. People are often moved by the plots of novels and films because they resonate with their own experiences. Surely, she must have had a deeply unforgettable romance. By the time the film concluded, Lin Ximing's eyes were red and swollen from crying. Li Huangxian, preoccupied with handing her tissues, hardly paid attention to the film's narrative, appearing rather heartless. Exiting the cinema, it was nearly 11 o'clock. The two braved the autumn breeze, stepping on fallen leaves as they made their way to the subway station. Hoping to catch the last train, Lin Ximing softly hummed a tune. "Just give me 2 more minutes. Let me freeze these memories, lest the tears melt away. Your makeup is all smudged. How am I to remember? Remember you told me to forget. Remember you told me to forget." Hearing this song, an inexplicable sorrow enveloped Li Huangshuan's heart. He suddenly halted his steps, grasping Lin Ximing's arm. "Ming Ming, is there someone you find it difficult to forget?" Tears streamed down Lin Ximing's face in an instant. "Indeed, I will never forget him in my lifetime." The autumn breeze whisked away her tears, silently merging them with the fallen leaves. Within her heart lay a colossal secret, one she could not share with anyone. Why do all of you have such poignant Fervent romances? Li Huangxian recalled his former close friend, his eyes also misting with tears. Fool, if given a choice, one should never yearn for a passionate love, but rather a simple, tranquil affection, Lin Shiming said with deep emotion. Li Huangxian produced his last tissue, tenderly wiping away the traces of her tears. Summoning his courage, he inquired, Ming Ming, are you willing to let go of the past and embark on a new chapter in your life? Lin Shiming looked up at him, speechless and choked with emotion, as if grappling with a momentous decision. Li Huangxian could distinctly sense that she harbored some feelings for him. Otherwise, she would not have joyfully accepted the invitation or taken the initiative to hold his hand. She must have her own unspoken struggles. Let it be. If you prefer not to answer, I am willing to grant you time. After all, there are still over 20 days. Li Huangxian stepped back voluntarily. After all, they had only known each other for a few days, and it was unwise to rush, especially for a girl who had been wounded at heart. She would inevitably tread cautiously into the realm of emotions once more. Fool. Lin Shiming laughed through her tears. As they took the subway home, there was still a distance to cover after exiting the station. Lin Shiming had already composed herself and began discussing the film they had just watched. The jade bracelet on her wrist emitted a crisp chime. Li Huangxian gazed at the autumn breeze lifting the girl's long hair, distinctly hearing the sound of his own heart fluttering. Yet, an unsettling emotion lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate. The familiar lyrics echoed incessantly in his mind. Our beginning is a lengthy film, screened for 3 years. I still keep the ticket. The ballet on ice continues to twirl in my thoughts as I gaze at you, slowly forgetting you. Was my encounter with you destined to be nothing more than a fleeting dream? Chapter 13. Can you stay? Please give me the movie ticket stub. I wish to keep it as a memento, Lin Shiming requested after returning home. Without much thought, Li Huangxian retrieved the slightly crumpled stub from his pocket. Girls tend to cherish such keepsakes. It was already past 11, and the lethargy within him made him reluctant to write. However, he felt a sense of obligation towards his devoted reader. After much deliberation, he resolved to pen a chapter. Once Lin Shiming emerged from the shower, she gently tapped on the door. Don't stay up too late. We have to rise early for our run tomorrow. Li Huangxian replied from behind the door, all right, good night. By the end of the week, he had become accustomed to this routine, finding himself devoid of any resistance. It is said that it takes merely 21 days to form a habit. Are you an angel sent by God to transform me into a better person? The following day was Saturday, marking the second weekend Li Huangxian and Lin Shiming would share. After their run, as they enjoyed breakfast at a bun shop, Lin Shiming handed him her phone. This week, we shall visit Luing Mountain. Li Huangxian was aware of Luing Mountain, situated 50 kilometers from Jiangqing, renowned as a picturesque spot for admiring autumn foliage. As autumn descends, the mountains are adorned with vibrant crimson maple leaves, creating a breathtaking spectacle. October marks the pinnacle of the maple viewing season. On Lin Shiming's phone screen, a promotional image of Luing Mountain captures her attention. It typically takes 2 days to visit Luing Mountain, Li Huangxian cautiously remarked, implying the necessity of an overnight stay. A man and a woman, evoking a sense of intrigue. Indeed, we can set off this morning and return tomorrow afternoon, Lin Shiming replied, her wide, innocent eyes seemingly oblivious to the underlying implications. Well, if that is the case, Li Huangxian acquiesced. As a man, I have nothing to fear. Without hesitation, they returned home to pack a few essentials before heading to the bus station. The distance of 50 kilometers was hardly daunting. They would arrive in just an hour. Upon boarding the coach, Lin Shiming requested, may I sit by the window to bask in the sunlight? Li Huangxian readily agreed, taking a seat on the aisle. Perhaps due to a late night, he soon found himself dozing off, his head tilting to one side, as the bus swayed gently, reminiscent of a cradle from his childhood. When Li Huangxian opened his eyes once more, he discovered himself resting firmly against Lin Shiming's shoulder. To ensure her own comfort, she had intentionally leaned closer. Oh, I hope I didn't drool on you, he hastily apologized. It's quite all right. Your company brings me immense joy. Lin Shiming beamed with a radiant smile. Li Huangxian noted how she set aside her assertive demeanor to reveal her tender side, proving to be irresistibly captivating. After disembarking, the two meandered through the ancient town at the foot of the mountain. However, the current ancient towns suffer from severe homogenization, resembling the Yiwu small commodity wholesale market, making it quite difficult to find any distinctive products. Lin Shiming was in high spirits, skipping joyfully as she walked. Whenever she spotted a toy, her curiosity piqued. She would pick it up to play with before placing it back down. The sunlight bathed her in warmth, akin to a flower blooming in the autumn. Li Huangxian followed closely behind her, a smile perpetually gracing his lips. He was utterly convinced that any man would be captivated by such a girl. While having lunch in the town, they were rather exorbitantly charged, and in the afternoon, they set off to climb the mountain. Elyong Mountain is divided into the front and back mountains. The front mountain boasts numerous Buddhist temples and Taoist shrines, primarily cultural attractions. In contrast, the back mountain remains largely untouched by development, adorned with splendid red maples. Their intention was to enjoy the vibrant foliage, so they began their ascent from the back mountain. Stone steps, laid with blue stones, had been smoothed by the countless visitors. The winding stone path seemed to stretch endlessly ahead, evoking memories of a well-known ancient poem. Up the cold mountain, the stone path inclines, where white clouds drift, a household shines. Stopping to admire the maple forest at dusk. Frost-kissed leaves are redder than flowers in February. The mountain air was invigorating, and Lin Shiming, brimming with enthusiasm, captured clusters of fiery red maple leaves through her camera lens. Li Huangxian was not fond of photography, believing that the beauty of a landscape should be appreciated with the eyes alone. Yet, when Lin Shiming requested a photo together, he did not hesitate for a moment. Beneath a towering maple tree, a young couple smiled radiantly, surrounded by a carpet of crimson leaves. The mountain breeze playfully danced through the maiden's flowing hair. Lin Shiming proposed, "Let us choose the most beautiful maple leaf and gift it to each other as a token." Li Huangxian expressed his agreement. "Of course, my aesthetic sense undoubtedly surpasses yours." As he spoke, his heart raced fervently, reflecting the unmistakable antics characteristic of young lovers. The distance between them gradually diminished. After wandering through the maple forest for quite some time, Li Huangxian finally selected a particularly exquisite maple leaf, its perfection rivaling that of the Canadian flag. Lin Shiming, too, had chosen her leaf, which blazed red as if aflame. She produced a pen and offered it to him, saying, "Let us each inscribe a phrase for the other." Li Huangxian, captivated by this playful exchange, found himself unable to resist its charm. The air seemed thick with the intoxicating scent of romance. Holding the pen, he pondered for an extended period before mustering the courage to write his message. "Can you stay?" Lin Shiming, having finished her own note, flipped her leaf and handed it to him with a playful admonition. "You mustn't peek now. I'll feel shy in person. Let us read them tonight." Reluctantly, Li Huangxian agreed, allowing her to place the maple leaf into his backpack, just as he did with his own leaf into hers, preserving the suspense for the moment. Subsequently, an anxious restlessness took hold of him, akin to sending a confession text and awaiting the beloved's response, filled with urgency and unease. He also speculated about the words Lin Shiming might write for him. As they continued their ascent, it became evident that Lin Shiming, being a girl, was beginning to tire. Her cheeks flushed and breathing labored. Li Huangxian extended his hand. "Ming Ming, let me assist you to that pavilion up ahead. Let us rest for a while." Without a moment's hesitation, she naturally grasped his hand, as if they had rehearsed this moment in the cinema just the day before. Meng Ming's hands were smooth and delicate, as if lacking bones. If given the chance, Li Huangxian longed to hold on to them forever, occasionally encountering other tourists along the way. The sight of such a sweet couple drew envious glances. Perhaps this is the most beautiful manifestation of love. Upon reaching a pavilion, Li Huangxian sipped mineral water and gazed at the maple forest, saying, "Your singing is so enchanting. Sing me a song titled Maple." Lin Shiming searched for the melody and began to sing softly. Her melodious voice echoed through the maple grove. The gently falling maple leaves resembled longing. I ignited a candle to warm the autumn's twilight. The aurora swept across the horizon. The northern wind brushed against the visage of the one I miss. I turned my love into fallen leaves, yet could not reclaim that familiar face. Halfway through the song, a crystal tear slipped from Lin Shiming's eye. Li Huangxian felt as if his defenses had been shattered by an unseen force, and tears inexplicably blurred his vision. He was unaware of the source of her sorrow, nor could he comprehend his own heartache. Chapter 14. Maple Grove. In hand, they supported each other as they finally stumbled their way to the mountain summit. As they looked out, the mountains were painted in hues of crimson. The sun dipped in the west, and the river flowed like molten gold. "Ah!" Lin Shiming shouted joyfully, her voice resonating through the woods, startling a flock of returning birds. She gazed into the distance, exclaiming, "This world is so beautiful." The breeze atop the mountain tousled Li Huangxian's clothes. He stood still, captivated by the girl beside him. "You are beautiful too. How I wish time could stand still in this moment." Lin Shiming captured the breathtaking scenery with her phone and took a few selfies with Li Huangxian before turning towards the setting sun and beginning their descent from the other side. Descending the mountain is swifter than ascending, and they should arrive at the quaint town nestled between the front and back mountains just as the lamps are lit. This charming locale boasts numerous hotels and guest houses for weary travelers. As the evening approaches, Li Huangxian grows increasingly anxious. His heartfelt confession, tucked away in Lin Shiming's backpack, awaits its revelation. Upon reaching the town, darkness envelopes the surroundings, and crimson lanterns illuminate the pathways. After a day of climbing, Li Huangxian is utterly fatigued and casually gestures towards a guest house. Ming, let's settle on this one at the town's entrance. I have no desire to walk further. However, Lin Shiming insists on exploring a bit more, citing the need to compare options. Yet she does not enter any establishment to inquire about accommodation rates. Observing her purposeful strides, Li Huangxian senses her determination. What do you think of this place? Lin Shiming halts at a crossroads, pointing to a guest house adorned in vintage decor. The neon sign, Maple Forest Evening, glows vividly against the night sky. Although located in Luing Mountain, renowned for its maple trees, the name carries an air of double entendre that could easily mislead the imagination. Ming, are you certain about staying here? Indeed, I find the name quite poetic. Li Huangxuan's heart races, a wave of fervor surging within him. Could it be that nearly 24 years of solitary existence is destined to conclude this very night? The entrance of Maple Forest Evening is adorned with lanterns, and a man in his 30s, presumably the proprietor, sits at the front desk. Lin Shiming steps inside and exclaims, "Sir, your sycamores are truly magnificent." Li Huangxian softly interjects from behind, Ming, those are maples." "Oh, my mistake." Lin Shiming chuckles as she turns back. "Are you two looking to stay?" The boss rose with a smile to greet them. Li Huangxuan's heart raced, almost leaping from his chest. The prospect of sharing a room with Ming tonight seemed utterly delightful. The boss tapped the keyboard twice to check the accommodation details, and then looked up, saying, "We have only one standard room left. Given that you two are a couple, it should not be a problem, right?" Upon hearing this, Li Huangxian felt an exhilarating urge to jump for joy. What a kind-hearted boss, offering such assistance, he thought, while casting a sideways glance at Lin Shiming to gauge her reaction. Should she wish to change hotels, he would find it difficult to decline. "All right then. We will take that standard room." Lin Shiming extended her hand towards Li Huangxian, requesting, "Hand over your ID card." The boss swiftly took the ID and efficiently processed their check-in, subsequently handing them a room key. Ascending the stairs to their room, they found it to be a rather ordinary standard room, featuring 2 side-by-side beds and adequately equipped amenities. Li Huangxian flopped onto the bed, suppressing his exuberant emotions, and casually inquired, Ming, what makes you willing to share a room with me?" Lin Shiming replied nonchalantly, "We are essentially in a co-renting arrangement. After all." Li Huangxian contemplated her words, finding a semblance of logic in them. After all, even at home, the bedroom door could not be locked. If he were to act recklessly, he would have already faced a 3-year sentence by now. This standard room for the night could be regarded as a form of co-renting, merely lacking a wall between the 2 beds. After resting for a while, they ventured to a restaurant in the town, where they were, unfortunately, overcharged. Li Huangxian couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow for his wallet. The expenses of wooing a girl were truly second only to indulging in powder. Upon returning to Fenglinwen, Li Huangxian fought through his fatigue to retrieve his laptop. Anticipating the novel's meteoric rise, I sought to supplement my meager funds for romance. "Are you writing today?" Lin Shiming expressed her astonishment at his diligent efforts. The essence of writing online lies in perseverance. A single day of inactivity breeds lethargy, Li Huangxian asserted solemnly. "Then write on. I shall take a shower first." Lin Shiming entered the bathroom, and soon the sound of cascading water filled the air. On the frosted glass, a slender silhouette emerged. Witnessing such a scene, Li Huangxuan's mind became clouded with inertia. If he could still gather the focus to write a novel, he would question his own normalcy. With urgency, Li Huangxian seized his backpack and extracted the maple leaf gifted by Lin Shiming, eager to read her words. It contained a mere 6 characters, each recognizable, yet their collective meaning was painfully simplistic. "Forget me in the future." A chill enveloped Li Huangxian, rendering him icy with despair. The whimsical thoughts he had just entertained transformed into a cruel jest. She still could not accept him. After more than 20 days, she remained resolute in her decision to depart. In that moment, Li Huangxian recalled the maple leaf he had placed in Lin Shiming's backpack. If she harbored such sentiments, it would undoubtedly be inappropriate to confess his feelings. He resolved to retrieve it promptly, intending to alter the message to something more cheerful, perhaps wishing her happiness. He cast a glance towards the bathroom, then stealthily approached Lin Shiming's bag, gently unzipping it. After rummaging through the compartment for an eternity, he found it utterly devoid of contents. Earlier that afternoon, he had placed it there himself. The only plausible explanation was that Meng Meng had surreptitiously perused it beforehand. Now, he was engulfed in an embarrassment so profound it felt as though it had taken residence in his very home. After quite a while, Lin Shiming emerged clad in a bathrobe, her damp hair cascading over her fragrant shoulders, exuding an alluring scent of shower gel and shampoo. Beneath the robe, her beautiful legs were tantalizingly visible. Li Huangxian feigned intense concentration on the keyboard, yet the document displayed only 2 lines of text. "I'm ready. You should take a hot shower too. It will alleviate your fatigue," Lin Shiming smiled. Li Huangxian consented with a nod and entered the bathroom. Warm water cascaded from the shower head, yet his heart remained frigid. Why did she always maintain such a tantalizing distance, oscillating between warmth and coldness? She refused to acknowledge his feelings, yet sought embraces and handholding. Tonight, she had chosen such a suggestive inn and even booked a room. If he misinterpreted her intentions and took a bold step forward, would he not find himself adorned with a silver bracelet? During the brief moment of his shower, a myriad of thoughts raced through Li Huangxuan's mind. He contemplated abandoning Lin Shiming and returning to pursue Su Wanning instead. As she would only be in Jiangqing for a month, a mere passerby in the tapestry of his life. Yet, he could distinctly sense that Lin Shiming bore a heavy heart. Perhaps she simply could not yet escape the shadows of her past sorrow. After rinsing off the suds, Li Huangxian resolved to set a deadline aligned with Lin Shiming's departure from Jiangqing. Should she insist on leaving by then, they would part ways amicably. With over 20 days remaining, he still had a chance to win her heart back. That night, inhaling the delicate fragrance wafting from the adjacent bed and observing the subtle contours of her form, he knew sleep would elude him. Chapter 15. Who did my incense move? The following morning at 7 o'clock, Li Huangxian felt a tug at his ear, forcibly pulling his head away from the pillow. "Lazybones, rise and shine," Li Huangxian grumbled, tightly closing his eyes. "We come out to play, must we rise so early?" Lin Shiming replied solemnly, "The essence of waking early lies in persistence. A single day of laxity breeds inertia." Her words sounded familiar. She truly knew how to apply them in life. After the two had risen and freshened up, they descended to enjoy breakfast before returning to Maple Forest in the evening. Neither of them mentioned the matter concerning the maple leaves, both intuitively aware of the unspoken agreement. "It's still early. You should write a chapter of your novel, and then we can go hiking," Lin Shiming instructed. "Writing so early in the morning?" Li Huangxian protested. "Because you didn't write enough last night." Lin Shiming shot him a sidelong glance. Taken aback, Li Huangxian exclaimed, "Have you installed surveillance on me?" Reluctantly, he opened his notebook and settled at the table to begin typing. Lin Shiming pushed open the window, gazing at the morning sun illuminating the maple forest, breathing in the fresh air and feeling a sense of serenity wash over her. With her phone in hand, she sang repeatedly, "Dark clouds cast a shadow in our hearts. I listen to the long silent emotions, clear and transparent, like a beautiful landscape, only discernible in memories. Can a heart so wounded continue to love me? I grasp your cold hands with all my might. The tenderness of the past is now locked away by time, leaving only the lingering sadness." Finally, Li Huangxian could no longer contain himself and paused his rhythmic typing. "Meng Meng, why do you keep singing that song?" Lin Shiming replied with a smile. "I want to record it, to capture the most perfect rendition." Li Huangxian frowned. "Won't the sound of my typing disrupt you?" "Not at all," Meng Meng shook her head. "I'll consider it a unique accompaniment." Li Huangxian felt a twinge of shame. She seemed more of a fan than he was. Were it not for his dire financial straits, he would have taken her to a concert. As they checked out at the front desk, the proprietor cast a glance at Li Huangxian, imbued with a mixture of envy and amusement. After all, it was a rare sight to encounter a girl as stunning as Lin Shiming. Li Huangxian lamented internally. If others were to learn that he gained nothing from last night, they would surely mock him mercilessly. The natural scenery of the front mountain paled in comparison to that of the rear, yet it was rich in cultural ambience. Ancient temples nestled deep within the mountains exuded solemnity, steeped in profound historical significance. The sound of bells echoed through the maple forest, while wisps of incense smoke rose gracefully from the ancient halls. A guide could effortlessly expound on the history of a single pillar for hours on end. During the ascent, Lin Shiming continued to request that Li Huangxian hold her hand, displaying no hint of awkwardness. Li Huangxian began to question whether she had truly seen that maple leaf. Along the way, numerous devotees came to offer incense and pray. Street vendors sold incense, candles, and joss paper. Hey, shall we light some incense as well? Lin Shiming suggested. Sure, I'll go buy some, Li Huangxian replied. In truth, as a university student influenced by materialistic ideologies, he held little belief in such practices. However, in such a place, he felt it appropriate to respect the religious sentiments of others. Kneeling before the statue of Buddha, Lin Shiming devotedly lit the incense. Li Huangxian stood behind her, watching as the curling smoke enveloped her figure in a delicate haze. A lyric unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. Your hair, like snow, mourns the parting. Whose heart do I touch with my incense? He raised his gaze to the towering, solemn statue, unable to suppress a wish within his heart. May I have the opportunity to protect the girl before me? Emerging from the grand hall, Li Huangxian inquired, Meng Meng, what wish did you make to the Buddha? Lin Shiming pondered for a moment before responding, I wished for your happiness and joy. Li Huangxian curled his lips, dismissing her words as mere jest. After all, how could she, so fervently offering incense moments ago, wish such a thing for someone she had only recently come to know? Perhaps her true desire was to reconcile with her former lover. As they ascended the mountain, numerous local villagers set up stalls, selling an array of snacks, boiled corn, roasted sweet potatoes, and cold noodles among them. They meandered along the path, sampling delicacies, and thus managed to have a casual lunch. Having exerted considerable energy the previous day while climbing the back mountain, Lin Shiming found herself increasingly fatigued with each step upward. Beads of perspiration began to form on her forehead and the tip of her nose. Li Huangxian advanced a few paces, gazing ahead. The summit was within reach. Perhaps only half an hour more. Suddenly, Lin Shiming let out a shrill cry. Meng Meng, what's wrong? I twisted my ankle. It hurts terribly. Li Huangxian hurriedly supported Lin Shiming, guiding her to a stone bench by the roadside. He gently lifted her injured right foot and cautiously asked, May I take a look? Lin Shiming turned her head away, tacitly consenting. With trembling hands, Li Huangxian carefully removed her shoes and socks, revealing a delicate, fair foot, an exquisite piece of art, as if sculpted from jade. Though he had seen it once before in their room, the proximity and detail now heightened his heartbeat and made his breath laborious. Could it be that he harbored a foot fetish? Is your ankle sprained? Don't touch it, it hurts, Lin Shiming exclaimed, causing Li Huangxian to retract his hand as if shocked. The ankle was neither red nor swollen, so how could it have been sprained? In this desolate wilderness, where could he possibly find a qualified doctor? Reluctantly, he carefully assisted her in putting on her shoes and socks again. Meng Meng, let me help you up. Try to see if you can walk, he urged. As Lin Shiming placed her right foot on the ground, her delicate brows furrowed in pain, and she shook her head repeatedly. No, it still hurts too much. Li Huangxian felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. What are we to do now? Lin Shiming blinked her innocent big eyes. I cannot be a burden to you. You need not worry about me. Just go down the mountain by yourself and leave me here to sleep under the stars, exposed to the elements. What are you saying? How could I abandon you? Li Huangxian exclaimed without thinking. Are you suggesting I carry you down the mountain? Lin Shiming's expression was heart-wrenching. Li Huangxian inhaled sharply. The stone steps below seemed endless. Carrying a fully grown person down would likely cost him dearly, if not his life. Well, we are merely roommates. You truly need not concern yourself with me. Lin Shiming's expression only deepened his pity for her. Get on. Li Huangxian gritted his teeth and squatted down, turning his back to Lin Shiming. Today, he resolved to risk it all. A soft body pressed against him, the sensation indescribably delightful. He reached back with both hands and lifted Lin Shiming onto his back. Though she weighed only about 90 pounds, anyone who has carried a bag of cement, which weighs 100 pounds, knows the strain. It is all my fault for burdening you. You are truly a good person, she said, her warm breath brushing against Li Huangxian's neck, sending shivers down his spine. He uttered a phrase through clenched teeth. Do not engage me in conversation. It may disrupt my focus. Lin Shiming stifled a giggle, resting her cheek against his shoulder. Their legs dangled in the air, swaying gently. Chapter 16. Memories are sweet. Li Huangxian bore Lin Shiming on his back, laboriously descending the mountain. Along the way, they attracted numerous curious glances from passers-by. He felt a wave of embarrassment, mentally conjuring the theme music of Zhu Beiji carrying his wife. At each pavilion, they paused for a 10-minute respite. Fortunately, over the past week, he had been compelled to rise early for jogging, which provided him with a modicum of fitness. Are you struggling? Lin Ximing blinked her eyes innocently. Huh, you doubt my capabilities, do you? Li Huangxian retorted as he hoisted her back onto his shoulders and resumed his trek along the flagstone path. The sun gradually sank towards the western horizon, casting a fiery glow over the evening clouds and the maple forests, resembling flames in fervent dance. The world was awash in a vibrant crimson hue. Upon returning to the quaint town where the Maple Forest Lodge was situated, only the last traces of the setting sun remained. From this point, they could take a vehicle back to Jiangqing. Li Huangxian set Lin Ximing down and collapsed onto the stone slab, retrieving a bottle of mineral water from his bag and drinking it thirstily. I nearly lost my life on Luwang Mountain, he lamented, panting heavily. You ought to eat less. You weigh as much as a pig, he complained. How dare you call me a pig? You seek your demise. Lin Ximing retorted defiantly. Moments ago, she had feigned vulnerability on the mountain, yet now, having descended, she turned her back on him. Watch how I deal with you, Li Huangxian declared, leaping up like a great gray wolf lunging at Little Red Riding Hood. Oh no, do not come any closer. Lin Ximing squealed, darting away with playful agility, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Two individuals were engaged in a playful chase along the street, reminiscent of a flirtatious couple. Li Huangxian, exhausted from the effort, had pursued Lin Ximing for a mere 30 meters, unable to catch up. He gazed at her, joyfully skipping ahead, and suddenly realized, Lin Ximing, stop right there. Did you not injure your ankle? Lin Ximing immediately halted, her smile frozen on her face, awkwardly attempting to amend her earlier statement. Oh yes, I almost forgot. Did your fright somehow miraculously heal me? Which ankle did I injure again? Li Huangxian felt his frustration boiling over, akin to a fool. Zhang Wuji's mother had not been mistaken. Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the more adept she was at deception. He looked up at the winding mountain path, perplexed by the source of his motivation, as he had managed to carry her down. Lin Ximing, if I catch you today, you shall be in serious trouble. No. I admit my fault. I truly cannot move any longer. Help me. Passers-by observed the young couple's playful antics, wearing amused smiles. The romance of youth was undeniably delightful. Ultimately, Lin Ximing promised to prepare a sumptuous dinner for Li Huangxian that evening, which barely quelled his simmering anger. The pair proceeded to the bus station to purchase tickets, embarking on their journey back to Jiacheng. Let me sit by the window. I wish to gaze at the stars, Lin Ximing requested. Li Huangxian allowed her to take the window seat while he occupied the aisle. In a huff, he rested his head firmly on her shoulder, feigning sleep with his eyes closed, refusing to utter a word. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Lin Ximing kept her shoulder steady for him. As the bus began to move, slowly departing from Luwang Mountain, the vast expanse of maple leaves swayed in the evening breeze, as if bidding them farewell. Lin Ximing gently inserted a Bluetooth earphone into Li Huangxuan's ear, repeatedly playing the same song in a loop. The softly falling maple leaves resembled yearning. Why must reconciliation precede the arrival of winter? Loving you transcends the boundaries of time. Two streams of tears from the late autumn evoke love seeping into the ground. All I desire is your presence by my side. No matter how melodious a song may be, prolonged listening can lead to weariness. Li Huangxian wished for her to change the tune, but suddenly recalled his lingering anger. Thus he resolutely shut his eyes and endured the repetition. On the unseen side, transparent tears silently slid down the girl's cheeks. She gazed through the car window at the sky, marveling at the beauty of the moonlight tonight. Upon returning home, Lin Ximing kept her word, preparing a lavish feast filled with Li Huangxuan's favorite dishes. She raised a glass of juice and, addressing the stern-faced Li Huangxian, implored, All right, I've apologized 100 times. Please don't be angry anymore. Faced with this love-hate relationship, Li Huangxian found it hard to truly be upset. It was merely that he had maintained his serious facade for too long, making it difficult to back down. If you keep that sour face on, I shall tickle you, Lin Ximing threatened. No, let us eat, Li Huangxian replied, finally relaxing his expression. Ever since childhood, he had dreaded being tickled under the arms, as it always made him laugh foolishly and feel embarrassed. The two clinked their juice glasses several times, and the atmosphere returned to normal. Li Huangxian, exhausted from the day, had a ravenous appetite and devoured an entire table of ribs. After burping, he remarked, Ming Ming, I remember when I first met you. You said you came to Jiancheng to seek memories. How has that journey been? Lin Shiming smiled and nodded. About right. Memories are all sweet. Li Huangxian could roughly guess that she must have spent some time in Jiancheng before, now returning to relive old memories. The person she could not forget was indeed enviable. After dinner, Lin Shiming, wishing to make amends, voluntarily took on the task of washing the dishes. Li Huangxian felt once again that she had him firmly in her grasp. It was impossible to harbor any resentment towards a girl like Meng Meng, especially since she had never exhibited any malice. Suddenly, the ringtone of his phone echoed, revealing a call from Zhang Chuan. Ever since he departed last week, their communication had been limited to a few messages, merely checking in on one another. Li Huangxian retreated to his bedroom to answer. Hello, how was your trip back home? The languid voice of Zhang Chuan responded, It's just as it is. How about you this week? Any new roommates? Li Huangxian glanced at the kitchen through the window and lowered his voice. I told you not to doubt me. But the very day you left, a girl moved in. She's absolutely ethereal. Have you been drinking tonight? Zhang Chuan teased, assuming he was merely speaking in jest. Really? Do you think I'm exaggerating? She can grace the halls and master the kitchen, indulging in high-end cafes while also relishing street-side spicy hot pot. Li Huangxuan's tone turned somewhat impatient. With such a way with words, are you considering graduate school? Zhang Chuan earnestly advised, that girl from your company, surnamed Su. You should put in the effort to win her over soon. Bring her home for the new year to delight your parents. That should be your primary concern. Li Huangxian was momentarily rendered speechless. He could not dispute the truth in Zhang Chuan's words. There was not a soul who spoke ill of Su Wanqing. Even Li Huangxian himself, after rational reflection, believed that marrying Su Wanqing would undoubtedly lead to a life of happiness and fulfillment. However, the individual from the adjacent kitchen, engaged in washing dishes, unexpectedly intruded into his life. It was akin to casting a large stone into a placid lake, causing ripples that would not subside for quite some time. I think Meng Meng is quite delightful as well. Li Huangxian murmured softly, as if conversing with himself. On the other end of the line, Zhang Chuan suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Old four, I truly should not have left you all alone. If it becomes unbearable, you can always return home and stay with your parents, who can take care of you. Li Huangxian raised his voice. How can you, a grown man, be so fussy? I'm currently cohabitating with a goddess, and life is splendid. That's it, I'm hanging up. He stole a glance at Lin Shiming through the window's crack. Her figure was simply exquisite. Chapter 17. Deceiving one's own heart. The pleasant weekend thus passed. The following day, Li Huangxian begrudgingly squeezed onto the subway, confronting his supervisor's sour visage. He had now become capable of waking up promptly at 7 without the aid of Lin Shiming's shrieking chicken. Lin Shiming was exceedingly pleased, praising him for his teachable nature. The 9-to-5 job was monotonous and tedious, day in and day out. Though merely in his 20s, he felt as if he could gaze into the abyss of old age. Li Huangxian often questioned himself, why is my life so mundane? Yet, he now possessed a modicum of small happiness. Warm meals awaited him after work. That once frigid rented room was imbued with a newfound warmth. However, this fleeting happiness was on a countdown. If Lin Shiming was indeed to remain in Jiacheng for only a month, then less than 20 days remained until her departure. On Thursday, as he was about to finish work, Li Huangxian suddenly caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance. Su Wanqing softly said, Li Huangxian, I sincerely apologize for what happened last week. Allow me to treat you to dinner tonight. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her gaze was filled with earnestness. It was evident that she had been harboring guilt over standing Li Huangxian up the previous week. It's merely a trivial matter. I hold no grudge, Li Huangxian graciously replied. Please give me a chance to make amends. Su Wanqing implored once more. Nearby colleagues overheard the exchange and cast envious glances, as if begrudging Li Huangxian for his fortune. A beautiful woman inviting you to dinner, yet you still act aloof? Su Wanqing, being naturally introverted, felt increasingly embarrassed under their scrutiny, her face growing warmer. All right then, let's leave together after work, Li Huangxian quickly agreed. Su Wanqing nodded gratefully and returned to her workstation. Li Huangxian moved to the window and called Lin Shiming. Meng Meng, I have to work overtime tonight and won't be able to return for dinner. Lin Shiming's voice was tinged with disappointment. Oh, I've already started cooking. Will you be working very late? I can wait for you. A pang of guilt struck Li Huangxian, but the lie had already slipped from his lips, and he could only steel himself. It will be quite late. You should eat without me. After hanging up, he chastised himself inwardly. Ugh, what a cad. At 5:30. Li Huangxian, and Su Wanqing made their way to the nearby food court as usual. Su Wanqing expressed a desire for hot pot, but was unable to handle spicy food. Li Huangxian accommodated her preference and ordered a dual flavor pot. Wanqing, please go ahead and order. I am not particular, he encouraged. As Su Wanqing contemplated treating her guests, she felt a sense of ownership and began to peruse the menu, subsequently inviting Li Huangxian to suggest any additions. Upon receiving the menu, Li Huangxian casually added 2 more dishes before handing it to the waiter. A peculiar sensation surged within him. The hot pot menu prominently featured a variety of fish products, including cod, catfish, wuchang fish, basa fish, as well as fish heads, bellies, and fish balls. Among the dishes Su Wanqing had just ordered, at least 2 were fish-related, which was typical behavior for a person with conventional tastes. In contrast, during her first hot pot outing with Lin Shiming, she had meticulously avoided all fish options. If she indeed abstained from fish, it would be understandable. However, the following day, while dining on Odin at a local street vendor near Jiang University, her bowl was brimming with fish balls and fish tofu. Hey, what are you thinking about? Su Wanqing waved her hand in front of Li Huangxuan's dazed eyes. Nothing, just some work-related thoughts. Li Huangxian retracted his mind. The waiter soon arrived with an array of visually extravagant dishes, some even emitting clouds of dry ice, creating a smoky atmosphere. Would such dishes taste better? No, they would simply command a higher price. Many girls tend to take photos of their food before indulging, and Su Wanqing was no exception, snapping several pictures with her phone. As they savored the hot pot, casual conversation ensued. Su Wanqing was an introverted young lady, and Li Huangxian was not particularly loquacious either, resulting in somewhat stilted dialogue. Moreover, his mind was occupied with thoughts of another girl. He couldn't help but wonder if she felt lonely at home in the evenings. As the hot pot meal drew to a close, Su Wanqing, her cheeks tinged with crimson, remarked, "I can stay out a bit later tonight." For a girl of her disposition, uttering such words required considerable courage. She was subtly hinting to Li Huangxian that after having stood him up for a movie, she was open to making amends this evening. "Wanqing, I'm quite fatigued from work today. Would it be all right if I accompanied you to the subway station?" Li Huangxian politely declined. Had this conversation taken place a week prior, he would have leaped for joy at such an invitation. Yet now, his desire to return home was overwhelming, his mind consumed by the enchanting figure that lingered there. At the subway station, Li Huangxian bid farewell to Su Wanqing, bringing this rather unsatisfactory date to an end. Their relationship had not only failed to warm, but had seemingly regressed. He was acutely aware that the correct approach for a cad would be to pursue one while keeping another at bay, preserving at least a potential escape route. Sitting on the subway, Li Huangxian repeatedly questioned himself about the likelihood of securing Lin Shiming's affections. Ultimately, he concluded that he had no assurance whatsoever. This endeavor could very well backfire, leaving him empty-handed on both fronts. Yet he could not deceive his own heart. Upon unlocking the door, he found the living room aglow with light. The aromatic, slightly spicy scent of rosemary wafted through the air. His gaze fell upon the dining table, where several dishes he favored remained untouched, merely slightly disturbed. Witnessing this scene deepened his sorrow. A mere white lie had transformed into something akin to the betrayal of a married man. Having changed his shoes and stepped into the foyer, Li Huangxian then noticed Lin Shiming reclined on the sofa, clad in a nightgown. Her legs were as exquisite as ivory sculptures, and her delicate collarbone was tantalizingly visible. "Meng Meng, why are you sleeping here?" Li Huangxian gently shook her arm. "You're back? I waited for you until I fell asleep," Lin Shiming murmured, her voice faint as she opened her eyes. Upon noticing her flushed cheeks, Li Huangxian immediately sensed something was amiss. He reached out, placing his hand on her forehead, and was alarmed by the heat radiating from her. "You have a fever. I shall take you to the hospital," he declared with deep concern. "No need. A short rest will suffice," Lin Shiming interjected firmly. "Then I will carry you back to your room," Li Huangxian replied, extending his arms for a princess carry. Lin Shiming looked up at him, her eyes glazed with confusion. After gently placing her on the bed, Li Huangxian rummaged through the drawers until he found a box of antipyretics, administering them to her with warm water. He tenderly tucked her in, saying, "Rest well. If the fever persists by tomorrow, we must go to the hospital." Lin Shiming grasped his hand tightly. "Don't leave, stay with me for a while." Li Huangxian settled back at the edge of the bed, softly assuring her, "All right, I will remain until you drift off to sleep." With her eyes wide open, Lin Shiming clutched his hand as if fearing he would vanish the moment she let go. After a moment, She suddenly smiled faintly and asked, "Was the hot pot delicious tonight?" In an instant, Li Huangxian felt as though struck by lightning, guilt flooding his heart. Chapter 18. Lighting a lamp, the emerald bracelet accentuated Lin Ximing's wrist, making it appear even more delicate. Her gaze held a touch of sorrow. "Ming, I am truly sorry," Li Huangxian confessed, at a loss for words to defend himself. "You needn't apologize. She truly is a good girl, but please do not hide things from me next time," Lin Ximing replied, her voice tinged with melancholy. Sitting at the bedside, Li Huangxian was engulfed in an abyss of remorse. Yet, despite the fact that his relationship with her was merely that of ordinary roommates, why did he feel a sense of betrayal? Half an hour later, Lin Ximing finally succumbed to slumber, her breathing deep and steady. Li Huangxian gently released her hand, tucking it beneath the covers, before rising to depart. His gaze lingered on the sleeping beauty upon the bed, and in his distraction, he inadvertently kicked the suitcase at his feet, stumbling slightly. He recalled how he had personally assisted her in bringing that very suitcase up to the 4th floor on her first day of moving in. It was perplexing what could possibly weigh so heavily within it. As he turned off the light, the room was enveloped in darkness. He proceeded to the living room, where he stored the leftover dishes from the dining table into the refrigerator. Sitting on the sofa, he opened his phone and stumbled upon a post from Su Wanqing. Among the photographs was one that inadvertently captured half of Li Huangxuan's phone resting on the table, with Lin Ximing's like appearing beneath it. It seemed that after their last barbecue, the two had exchanged contact information, and they might even be conversing privately. Indeed, women often possessed a detective's acuity in such matters, particularly someone as astute as Lin Ximing. Without that photograph, she might have discerned his deception merely from the inflection in his voice. Returning to his own bedroom, Li Huangxian opened his laptop, preparing to fulfill his writing obligations for the day. Suddenly, he noticed an additional comment in the review section. Regrettably, it was a negative critique. What nonsense had the author penned? It was all shrouded in ambiguity, a chaotic mess. If one could not write, they should seek employment in a factory. Given his earlier discontent, this disparaging remark felt like a needle piercing his heart. After all, his novel was still in its nascent stages, and many seemingly disjointed elements were strategically laid as foreshadowing for what was to come. Moreover, his writing was far from the typical formulaic fare. However, readers often disregard such complexities. If they find something displeasing, they will express their disdain. In truth, this response is rather mild. Some voices are far more acerbic. For the cost of disparaging others online is strikingly low. Every seasoned writer endures this phase, first bearing the brunt of slander and invective, before eventually receiving accolades and applause. Li Huangxian, being a novice and venturing into online storytelling for the first time, possesses a fragile emotional resilience. He cannot help but question himself. Do I truly lack talent? To falter in narrating this tale would be an affront to my dear friend who departed 5 years ago. Upon clicking on the negative review, he discovered a plethora of responses beneath it. A fierce debate ensued between that individual and a user named Leo Meteor Shower. If you dislike it, simply scroll past. Why engage in such contention? If you find the writing lacking, offer constructive criticism instead of attacking the author. I believe the author possesses remarkable talent. Keep up the good work. Upon reading these words, Li Huangxian felt a wave of relief wash over him. For even a single loyal reader, it is worthwhile to complete the story. Leo Meteor Shower also bestowed a small gift, distinct from previous complimentary offerings. This time, it was a paid gift valued at 5 yuan. Beneath the gift, a message read, "Even with Dream of the Red Chamber, the world harbors more detractors than admirers. Yet this does not diminish its esteemed status. Though your names may fade, the rivers shall flow eternally. Keep persevering." After glancing at the earlier negative review, Li Huangxian felt a fleeting pang of sorrow. However, upon encountering this comforting message, he found himself unable to maintain composure, tears blurring his vision. On the solitary path of life, having someone illuminate a lamp for you is a profoundly warm and joyous experience. The sound of keystrokes resonated well into the night. At 7 o'clock the following morning, Li Huangxian rose punctually from his slumber. He entered Lin Ximing's room and gently brushed his hand against her forehead, relieved to find that her fever had subsided. Subsequently, he made his way to the breakfast shop downstairs, procuring a bowl of light rice porridge to bring back. Ming, rise and have something to eat. Don't leave." Lin Ximing grasped Li Huangxuan's hand tightly, only to realize her indiscretion once she opened her eyes. She gently withdrew her hand, saying, "You should go to work. I am perfectly fine and can take care of myself." Li Huangxian propped Lin Shiming against the headboard, then scooped up the porridge with a spoon, blowing gently on it before offering it to her lips. It was the first time in his life that he had cared for someone in such a manner. Lin Shiming gazed at him in a daze, hesitatingly saying, "I would prefer to do it myself." Li Huangshuan's gaze was resolute. "No, you don't truly want that. Open your mouth." Perhaps the frailty of illness had softened Lin Shiming's usual assertiveness, leaving only tenderness in its wake. Ultimately, she succumbed to Li Huangshuan's unwavering gaze and obediently parted her lips. With great patience, he fed her spoonful by spoonful. He felt himself maturing, learning to care for others and empathize with their feelings. After finishing the porridge, he administered her medication before allowing her to recline once more. Unsettled by the thought of leaving her alone at home, Li Huangxian stepped into the living room to make a phone call, attempting to request leave from his supervisor. However, the supervisor's tirade nearly burst forth from the receiver. "Do you think this company is your home? Do you still want to keep your job?" In the days of his youth, had anyone dared to speak to Li Huangxian in such a tone, a swift punch would have surely followed. Yet now, he finds himself swallowing his pride, compromising in silence. The world of adulthood is replete with bittersweet realities. I must have been quite foolish back then, yearning for the swift passage into maturity. Hurry to work. Don't be late. I can manage on my own, came Lin Shiming's voice from the bedroom. Rest well, Meng Meng. Call me if you need anything. I will return early this afternoon, Li Huangxian advised. All right, I am not a child anymore. Go on. Lin Shiming managed a faint smile. Upon exiting, Li Huangxian sought out his landlord, Mr. Zhang, requesting him to keep an eye on things before making his way to the subway station. All the while, he cursed the incompetent supervisor and his entire lineage. Had the supervisor known that Li Huangxian spent his evenings penning online novels, he would likely be dismissed without hesitation. As fate would have it, Li Huangxian's concern for Lin Shiming rendered him distracted throughout the morning, leading to several blunders at work. Summoned to the supervisor's office, he was met with a barrage of reprimands. Clenching his fists, he silently recited mantras to himself. What I do not hear does not concern me. It is no wonder that the great Lu Sun remains timeless. The spirit of Aq endures through the ages. Emerging from the supervisor's office, Su Wanqing quietly inquired, "Li Huangxian, are you all right?" Li Huangxian feigned indifference, replying, "I'm fine. I'm used to it." Su Wanqing shifted uncomfortably before asking, "Tomorrow is the weekend. Do you have any plans?" Without hesitation, Li Huangxian blurted out, "I need to care for a patient." Su Wanqing's face flushed, her eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. Li Huangxian returned to his workstation, overhearing a male colleague extending a weekend invitation to Su Wanqing. His heart ultimately triumphed over his mind. Chapter 19. Because we cannot wait for that meteor after work, Li Huangxian hurried home. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the melodious sound of Lin Shiming singing in the bedroom. He gently closed the door and changed his shoes in the entryway. The enchanting melody reverberated throughout the room, reminiscent of dandelions by the elementary school fence, a fragrant landscape etched in his memories. The sound of cicadas echoed from the playground during nap time, still delightful after so many years. Wishes transformed into paper airplanes, sent as letters. For we cannot wait for that meteor. Li Huangxian had listened to this song countless times, yet this rendition struck a particularly poignant chord within him. The line, "Because we cannot wait for that meteor," resonated like a bullet to his chest, an inexplicable sadness spreading in his heart. Today marked the last day of October, and with the arrival of the November Leonid meteor shower, it would signal Lin Shiming's departure. Standing quietly in the living room, he listened as Meng Meng finished the entire song before gently knocking on her door. "Meng Meng, I'm home from work. Are you feeling better?" Lin Shiming rose to open the door. She was still clad in the same nightgown from yesterday, her cheeks slightly pale, yet her eyes sparkled with vitality. "You've worked hard today. I told you I could take care of myself," she said, unable to resist. Li Huangxian reached out to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Lin Shiming did not flinch, a rare blush gracing her cheeks. "I went to the market to buy groceries. I'll cook for you tonight," he said with a smile. "You can cook?" Lin Shiming expressed her skepticism. "Ahem. I should be able to." Li Huangxian felt a twinge of insecurity. Before attending university, he had grown up under the tender care of his parents, rarely stepping foot in the kitchen. In college, he relied on cafeteria food, and after graduation, he resorted to ordering takeout. However, stir-frying seemed uncomplicated, merely pouring oil, heating it, and tossing in meat and vegetables would yield a delectable dish. At worst, he could watch short videos while cooking. Determined to showcase his culinary skills, he allowed Lin Shiming to rest in their room while he ventured to the local market, purchasing a plethora of eggs, vegetables, and meat. Caring for a patient necessitated ensuring she received ample nutrition. Upon entering the kitchen, he was engulfed in darkness, finally grasping the challenges his mother had faced over the years. Merely providing meals for the two of them had consumed half her vitality. As he cracked the eggs, he struggled to fish out the shell fragments from the yolk. The potato strips he sliced were roughly the same width as his pinky finger, and the meat was cut into an array of bizarre geometric shapes. The most daunting moment came when he had to pour the vegetables into the pan after the oil had heated. The splattering hot oil made him yelp in surprise. "Hey, do you even know how to cook? Should I come help?" Lin Shiming called from the bedroom window. "Just wait quietly. Do you think I watched 52 episodes of Chinese Cooking Master for nothing?" Li Huangxian retorted defiantly. He pondered how girls seemed as delicate as water, flinching at the slightest touch, yet Lin Shiming endured the hot oil splattering on her hands with remarkable resilience. She chuckled and shook her head, resigning herself to his bravado, hoping only that he wouldn't set the kitchen ablaze. It was only when he attempted to execute the dish that he realized watching short videos had been utterly futile. "I just put the ingredients in, and your video has already finished cooking." His hands were slick, rendering him unable to navigate the progress bar. It evokes memories of mathematics classes in childhood, bending down to pick up a pen cap, and upon raising my head, I could no longer comprehend anything. After toiling for an hour, Li Huangxian, drenched in sweat, knocked on the door. "Meng Meng, it's time for dinner." Lin Shiming sat at the dining table, utterly bewildered. She pointed at a plate of dark, unidentifiable food. "What is this?" Li Huangxian replied, "Sweet and sour ribs. Can this be eaten?" Lin Shiming furrowed her brows in skepticism. "Of course it can. I'll eat it to show you." Li Huangxian picked up a piece, placed it in his mouth, and after a few chews, a bitter, charred taste overwhelmed him. The most challenging aspect of sweet and sour ribs lies in mastering the heat, something that is far beyond a novice's grasp. Once the sugar burns, the entire pot of ribs becomes inedible. With a sputter, Li Huangxian spat it out, then calmly sipped some water to cleanse his palate. "Meng Meng, let us have these spicy and sour shredded potatoes instead. Isn't this just fried potato strips?" Li Huangxian tasted a piece and soon realized the potato strips were cut too thick and undercooked. Lin Shiming gazed at him with doubt. "Are you truly caring for me? Or are you trying to poison me? Then let me serve you a bowl of rice first." Li Huangxian slipped into the kitchen, only to return with his head drooped. "I forgot to set the rice cooker to cook mode. It's still a pot of uncooked rice." Lin Shiming could no longer contain herself and burst into raucous laughter. Li Huangxian, with a darkened expression, remarked, "After all my efforts to care for you, are you not even a little touched?" "Haraha. I'm so touched that I want to laugh." Lin Shiming laughed even louder. Due to her cold and fever, she had a bit of a runny nose and suddenly managed to let out a bubble of mucus while laughing. The laughter abruptly ceased. The image of the goddess was irrevocably tarnished. At this moment, Li Huangxian could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. In an instant, the tables had turned. "You mustn't laugh." Lin Shiming's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly grabbed a tissue to wipe her nose. It was unclear who had laughed so loudly. It seemed a case of double standards. Officials could set fire while the common folk were forbidden from lighting lamps. Li Huangxian laughed so hard he could hardly stand upright. "I can laugh at you, but you are not permitted to laugh at me," Lin Shiming declared, raising her delicate fist. "You fierce tigress, resorting to violence when you cannot win an argument." Li Huangxian quickly dodged. The two circled around the dining table, playfully pursuing each other. However, Lin Shiming, being a girl and unwell, found it impossible to keep up. "Oh dear, Meng Meng, what happened to you?" I bumped into the corner of the table. Alarmed, Li Huangxian rushed to her side. "Where did you hit?" No sooner had he spoken than he felt a sharp pinch at his waist, causing him to grimace in pain. "Good heavens, Zhang Wuji's mother, you were absolutely right. I shall never trust beautiful women again. Am I to allow you to laugh at me? Will you dare again in the future?" "Meng Meng, I was wrong. I won't laugh anymore, I promise." After a brief tussle, Lin Shiming suddenly lost her footing and fell backward. Li Huangxuan's heart dropped as he instinctively reached out and caught her around the waist, pulling her toward the sofa. In that moment, both lost their balance and tumbled onto the couch. The distance between Li Huangxuan's eyes and Lin Shiming's face was merely a few centimeters. In such close proximity, he beheld her exquisite visage, still flawless and enchanting. Having expended considerable energy during their playful chase, both of their chests heaved dramatically. the warm breaths from their mouths mingling in the air. Li Huangxian inhaled the delicate fragrance of her presence, his heart racing wildly. The mind was a blank slate, the hands uncertain of where to rest. Gazing at the alluring crimson lips within reach, an impulsive desire to kiss arose. Lin Shiming looked up at Li Huangxian. Her delicate face flushed crimson, her breath noticeably quickened. After a prolonged silence, she stammered, You're on top of me. Li Huangxian, startled back to reality, hurriedly rose. Ming, I'm so sorry. I'll change my clothes. Let us go out to eat. Lin Shiming hastily retreated to her bedroom. Li Huangxian, filled with regret, wished to slap himself. If only he had been a tad bolder at that moment, perhaps a breakthrough could have been achieved. Chapter 20. I will wait for you. No matter how late during that weekend, as Lin Shiming fell ill, they refrained from going out. Li Huangxian confined himself to his room, fervently typing away. For the sake of a former friend, for loyal readers, and for his own aspirations, characters flowed from his fingertips, imbued with the warmth of life. Lin Shiming gradually recovered, still insisting on rising early. Each day, she watered the potted plants on the windowsill and prepared meals punctually at mealtime. Occasionally, melodious singing emanated from her room. Li Huangxian was perplexed by her passion for singing, particularly the songs of a single artist. What could possibly be packed within that heavy suitcase of hers? This enigmatic girl held an irresistible allure for him. Days passed with the tranquility of flowing water, resembling a couple in mutual respect, if it were not for the impending countdown. In the blink of an eye, less than half a month remained until Lin Shiming's departure. Tuesday marked a significant day, November 4th, the 24th birthday of Li Huangxian. During my university days, on this very day, my roommates and I would indulge in skewers at the snack street, reveling until we were thoroughly inebriated. Due to a brief hiatus from studies, I spent the first 2 years with one group of roommates and the latter 2 with another. Fortunately, they were all fellow enthusiasts of libations. This marks my first birthday post-graduation, having recently joined the company. I am not yet well acquainted with my colleagues, and thus lack the motivation to host a gathering. I also have no intention of informing Lin Shiming, as it would seem akin to soliciting gifts. A birthday merely serves as a reminder of the passage of another year. Forgetting it would be preferable. As usual, I arose at 7, and Lin Shiming and I jogged by the riverside. I noticed her voice had a slight rasp. Ming, have you lost your voice? I teased. It would be best if you enunciated the nasal sounds more distinctly. She shot me a glare. Are you still unwell? I retracted my jesting demeanor. Perhaps I've overexerted my throat, she admitted, deeming it a trivial matter. I silently resolved to visit the pharmacy after work to procure some throat lozenges for her. Unbeknownst to me, I was gradually transitioning from an oblivious lad into a considerate companion. As we departed, Lin Shiming called out from behind. Make sure to return early this afternoon. I waved in acknowledgement, understood. Upon arriving at the office, I was met with the usual scowl from my supervisor. I often fantasized about my novel suddenly achieving great success, earning a handsome sum, and then throwing my mouse at his face while exclaiming, I quit. At noon, my mother's call came through. On one's birthday, even if one forgets, parents will invariably remember. Hello, Mom, I answered the phone. Happy birthday, my son. Why haven't you accepted the red envelope I sent you? The affectionate voice of his mother, Fan Ling, resonated. At 24, he felt a pang of guilt at the thought of accepting money from them. During his university years, he had envisioned using his first paycheck to honor his parents. Yet, that meager sum barely sufficed to sustain himself. Sometimes, when it came time to pay rent, he had to ask Zhang Chuan for a little help. Son, how are you spending your day? His father, Li Tianyun, interjected as he grabbed the phone. It's Tuesday, just a regular workday, nothing special. Li Huangxian endeavored to keep his tone light. Make sure to treat yourself to something nice after work. Don't neglect yourself while you're out there. If you encounter any difficulties, just let me know, Li Tianyun urged, embodying the concern of every father for his child away from home. Li Huangxian had initially intended to mention that he could celebrate his birthday with a girl, but the words caught in his throat. After all, Lin Shiming was about to leave, and he had no assurance of keeping her around. Sharing such news with his parents would only lead to unnecessary hopes. After exchanging a few more pleasantries and reminding his parents to take care of their health, he ended the call. Li Huangxian felt that his parents were quite progressive. They had not pressured him to find a girlfriend all this time. They had never once brought up the topic. Had he been in another family, his parents would have likely arranged multiple blind dates by now for their single 24-year-old son. In the afternoon, Li Huangxian sat at his desk, idly passing time. He planned to treat Lin Shiming to dinner at a finer restaurant that night, indulging in a little luxury. However, the news that followed was utterly devastating. The foolish supervisor announced that an important client awaited a proposal tomorrow, requiring the entire department to work late tonight. In an instant, despair filled the air. Li Huangxian could only manage a bitter smile, reflecting on how many young individuals, eager to make their mark in the workplace, had lost their sharp edge amidst such relentless tribulations. He dialed Lin Shiming's number. "Ming Ming, we have to work late tonight. Don't wait for me to have dinner. This time, I speak the truth." Lin Shiming promptly replied, "I will wait for you." Uncertain of how late it would be, he urged her not to wait. "No, I will wait for you, no matter how late it gets." Her hoarse voice conveyed an unprecedented resolve. Li Huangxian could only acquiesce, returning to his desk to toil diligently. The entire department labored until nightfall, scarcely finding time to eat. The supervisor had someone purchase a case of instant noodles, distributing 1 cup to each. As he slurped the pickled cabbage and beef noodles, a profound sadness enveloped him. Truly, an unforgettable birthday. When in his life had he ever endured such hardship? Suddenly, his phone chimed with a new message. "Ming Ming, are you still not off work?" Li Huangxian snapped a photo of his busy colleagues and replied that he might be exceptionally late, advising her to eat and rest without waiting for him. "Ming Ming, as long as you return before midnight, I will wait for you." Upon reading her words, tears nearly welled in his eyes. Did he truly deserve such steadfast devotion? At long last, as the clock struck 9:20, the torment came to an end. Dragging his weary body, Li Huangxian made his way to the subway station. Exiting the station, it was already nearly 10 o'clock. The vibrant neon lights illuminated the night sky. Wandering through the vast city, he felt an utter lack of belonging. Yet, he was reluctant to escape this place and return to the sheltered life beneath his parents' wings. Many pharmacies had shuttered their doors, and after navigating several alleyways, Li Huangxian finally found a small drugstore where he could purchase throat lozenges. Upon entering, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of egg and cream. Lin Shiming was sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Hearing the door creak open, she immediately sat up with an exaggerated frown. "Li Huangxian, you have violated the cohabitation agreement by returning home past 10 o'clock. You must be punished." Li Huangxian handed her the medicine, his voice weary. "Had it not been for buying this, I would have surely returned before 10. Lin Shiming's gaze fell upon the throat lozenges, and her heart ached at the sight. "I told you I'm fine. Are you really that foolish?" He then noticed a birthday cake on the dining table, adorned with lit candles. Instantly, his eyes brimmed with tears as a tide of work-related grievances washed over him. "Ming Ming, how did you know?" It made sense why she would wait for him no matter how late it got. She had intended to celebrate his birthday with him. Chapter 21. The distinct scent of beer. "You fool. I saw your identification at Fenglinwen homestay," Lin Shiming replied, her eyes shimmering like water. Li Huangxian realized that the birthday cake was not purchased by Lin Shiming, but rather, it was a labor of love she had crafted herself. She had borrowed an oven from Uncle Zhang and spent the afternoon gathering ingredients such as eggs, flour, and cream to create the cake. Although she excelled in cooking, baking was not her forte. The kitchen was littered with a multitude of burnt cake layers, and it was only after successfully unmolding the most perfect one that she adorned it with cream and a selection of fruits. With a piping bag filled with jam, she personally inscribed "Happy Birthday." Though it appeared somewhat rustic compared to a cake bought from a bakery, the sentiment was invaluable. Lin Shiming also prepared several dishes favored by Li Huangxian, but having been left out for too long, they had grown cold. With over an hour remaining until midnight, she decided to reheat the food to celebrate his birthday. Li Huangxian observed the girl bustling about in the kitchen, feeling as though she had touched the softest part of his heart. The night took on a gentler hue. Lin Shiming returned with the warm dishes to the dining table and glanced at her phone. "Let's blow out the candles first, or else we might miss the time." She lit the candles with a lighter and then switched off the lights in the living room. The flickering candlelight illuminated their faces. With a hoarse voice, the girl sang the birthday song. Li Huangxian reflected on his life, realizing he had always been rather oblivious. Yet, after a taxing day at work, returning home to such warmth made tears flow uncontrollably. He believed that any young man would find himself irrevocably enamored with the girl before him in such a scene. "Come on, make a wish," Lin Shiming urged. Li Huangxian clasped his hands together, earnestly making a wish. "If I could be with Ming Ming, I would cherish her, safeguard her, and love her for a lifetime." He blew out the candles in one breath, plunging the room into darkness. Suddenly, he felt a coolness on his cheek as a pair of hands smeared something on his face, and he caught a whiff of rich cream. When the lights were turned back on, he found himself transformed into a clownish visage. Haraha! Lin Shiming laughed heartily. Instantly, Li Huangxian retaliated by scooping up a dollop of cream to launch at her. No, no, don't make a mess in the living room. It's hard to clean up. Lin Shiming, with a playful smile, begged for mercy. Then come here obediently and let me dab a bit, Li Huangxian replied sternly. Reluctantly, Lin Shiming acquiesced, leaning her cheek slightly forward and tightly closing her eyes, adopting a posture that suggested she was at his mercy. Ultimately, Li Huangxian could not bear to be cruel. He merely placed a gentle kiss on the tip of her nose. Lin Shiming had anticipated transforming into a painted clown, but to her surprise, he showed restraint. Her smile grew ever sweeter. Li Huangxian turned away to wash the cream off his face at the sink. He had grown accustomed to her whimsical nature, oscillating between seriousness and playfulness. The frustrations he had endured at work dissipated entirely. Upon returning to the dining table, he discovered that Lin Shiming had somehow produced several cans of beer. He expressed his astonishment by asking, "Are we still drinking?" Lin Shiming replied earnestly, "Today is such a special occasion. Of course, we must drink. Eating vegetables alone would be utterly dull." During his university days, Li Huangxian had often indulged in barbecues and drinking sessions with friends, developing a considerable tolerance for alcohol. He was confident that merely consuming beer would not intoxicate him, though he would need to make a few trips to the restroom. Cautiously, he inquired, "How well can you hold your liquor?" Lin Shiming chuckled, "Not very well. When I get drunk, I tend to kiss people indiscriminately." With a series of decisive pops, Li Huangxian opened all the bottles on the table with nimble fingers, leaving no room for hesitation. His ambitions were glaringly evident. The golden beer poured into the glasses, frothing with a creamy white head. Lonling fine wine in tulip-shaped glasses, served in jade bowls reflecting amber light. If only the host could intoxicate his guests, who knows where they might find themselves. "Happy birthday. Cheers. Cheers." Their glasses clinked together, and they each downed their drinks in a single gulp. Lin Shiming, devoid of concern for her image, let out a hearty belch. In the afternoon, Li Huangxian had consumed only a single bowl of instant noodles, his stomach grumbling with hunger as he eagerly grasped his chopsticks. Lin Shiming's culinary skills, as always, were impeccable. What a splendid young woman. Why not marry her sooner rather than waiting for the new year? He felt an urge to inquire, "Meng Meng, how do you feel about naming our son Li Xiang?" Unbeknownst to Lin Shiming, these thoughts occupied his mind as she cheerfully served him dishes. After a long day of work, they raised their glasses in a toast. "You've worked even harder in the kitchen," he remarked, as several cups of wine were consumed. A rosy hue blossomed on Lin Shiming's cheeks, her expression bashful, her eyes dreamy. Her long, straight black hair cascaded like a silken ribbon, accentuating the beauty of her face. Li Huangxian gazed at a pile of discarded cake layers and said, "Meng Meng, I can actually bake cakes. When is your birthday? I would love to make one for you." Lin Shiming tilted her head, intrigued. "How could you possibly know how to bake?" Li Huangxian replied, "During my second year of college, I worked at a bakery and learned a bit about baking." "Why did you take a job?" she asked, a hint of curiosity in her voice. "Were you short on funds?" Lin Shiming lifted her glass. The sound of her jade bracelet clinking against the cup was delightfully crisp. Shaking her head, she said, "My birthday has already passed." Without thinking, Li Huangxian exclaimed, "Then I shall bake for you next year." A bittersweet smile graced Lin Shiming's lips as she clinked her glass against his, then elegantly tilted her swan-like neck to finish the wine. Li Huangxian felt a sense of helplessness as he mirrored her action, refilling her glass once more. He sensed that he was but a step away from entering Meng Meng's heart. Yet it seemed as though it remained locked, with no key in sight to unlock it. "I have a birthday gift for you," Lin Shiming said again. "What is it?" Li Huangxian inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. "It's not quite finished yet. I shall give it to you when I depart," Lin Shiming replied. Upon hearing the word depart, Li Huangxuan's heart plummeted. She truly harbored no intention of lingering for him. In a mere 10 days, the day of parting would arrive. The beer tasted bitter on his tongue. Gradually, Lin Shiming's cheeks grew increasingly flushed, her words becoming mumbled. Li Huangxian initially thought she was jesting. However, he soon realized her tolerance for alcohol was indeed low, and she appeared on the verge of toppling from her seat. "Meng Meng, I will escort you back to your room to rest." Li Huangxian extended his hand to support Lin Shiming, yet her body lacked strength. Resolutely, he slipped one arm beneath her knees and lifted her effortlessly. After all, it was not their first encounter. Upon reaching the bedroom, Li Huangxian gently laid her down. Yet, He discovered Lin Shiming had ensnared his neck and refused to release her grip. Meng Li Huangxian barely uttered those two syllables when his head was pressed down. Their lips met, firmly intertwined. In that instant, his mind went blank, blood surging through his veins. It is said that one ought to close their eyes while kissing, but Li Huangxian's eyes remained wide open, fixated on her ethereal visage. If this were but a dream, he wished never to awaken. Truly, the past does not deceive me. The taste of the girl's lips was indeed reminiscent of beer. Chapter 22. Pursuing the girl with all my might. Li Huangxian could not recall how he exited Lin Shiming's room. His mind was in disarray, as though he remained ensnared in a beautiful dream, unable to awaken. He only remembered kicking the suitcase again, nearly tumbling headfirst. Upon entering the living room, he spun around in excitement. He longed to shout aloud, but refrained, fearing he might disturb the neighbors at such an ungodly hour. Today was his birthday, and having indulged in a bit of drink, he initially had no intention of writing any further. After all, he had labored diligently over the weekend, and his stockpile of drafts was still ample. Yet, there was one thing he felt compelled to do. He opened his notebook and located the passage he had previously penned about the protagonist's first kiss. He deleted everything and began anew. What had he written before? It was utterly superficial. The true sensation of kissing could not be conjured from mere imagination. However, he feared that writing too vividly and delicately might attract censorship. After showering, he burrowed beneath the covers, still restless with excitement, tossing and turning incessantly. His mind was filled with the exquisite visage of Meng, along with her soft lips. Truly, a manly figure feeling bashful. This night's dream was destined to be a tad embarrassing. The following morning, Li Huangxian rose promptly at 7. Upon opening his door, he beheld Lin Shiming emerging from the bathroom in her pajamas. A smile played at the corners of his mouth. Meng, let us not ask anything. Let us not say anything. I was drunk last night and remember nothing, he stammered. Lin Shiming interrupted him by pointing a finger at the tip of his nose. Wait, are you being a scoundrel? Li Huangxian, flustered, retorted. I told you my tolerance for alcohol is poor, yet you poured so much down my throat. You have ulterior motives. Lin Shiming revealed her domineering side. Weren't you the one who wanted to drink? Li Huangxian mumbled under his breath. Do you dare to retort? Lin Shiming reached out and pinched him sharply at the waist. Li Huangxian let out a pained groan as he slipped into the bathroom to freshen up. While brushing his teeth, he scrutinized his reflection in the mirror, his eyes laden with resentment. Could this woman have taken advantage of me, unwilling to take responsibility? What then is the nature of our relationship? As per usual, the two of them jogged together by the riverside before returning for breakfast. Several times, Li Huangxian attempted to speak, only to be silenced by Lin Shiming's piercing gaze. This left him utterly despondent. Just last night, he had been fantasizing about moving in together today. The days that followed settled into a monotonous rhythm. The bond between Li Huangxian and Lin Shiming resembled the rosemary on the windowsill, spicy yet sweet. That singular kiss felt like a fleeting dream, seldom mentioned thereafter. Li Huangxian continued to write diligently, aiming for his novel to reach the recommended word count by Saturday. A week later, it would officially be submitted for recommendation. He had once dreamed of this day arriving sooner, yearning for his stories to be shared with a wider audience. Yet now, he silently wished for time to slow down. Meng, when will you leave? On the 16th, she replied. The answer echoed in his mind like a haunting lyric. He longed to ask once more, will you wait or depart? Early Saturday morning, Lin Shiming announced to Li Huangxian, today, we are going to the amusement park to play all day. Her tone was not one of negotiation. It felt as though she had already orchestrated this month's activities. Simply informing Li Huangxian of her plans, he sensed that she had meticulously mapped out her intentions, fully aware of her desires. But why am I included in your plans? As the sun rose, casting a radiant glow, he pondered these thoughts. Indeed, today is a splendid day for indulgence and merriment. A visit to the amusement park inevitably involves thrilling high-altitude attractions. To enhance her convenience, Lin Shiming gathered her lustrous hair into an elegant bun, accentuating her flawless visage. Her exquisite appearance captivated the gazes of many men along the way. Had it not been for Li Huangxian accompanying her, he would have likely endured a plethora of flirtations. The admission fee to the amusement park is rather steep, nearly 300 yuan per ticket. Li Huangxian felt a pang of regret, realizing the merits of being single. Upon entering the gates, he was met with an array of bizarre roller coasters, causing his legs to weaken. He has harbored a fear of heights since childhood. The house he grew up in was on the 16th floor. Occasionally, as he lay in bed, He would imagine the absence of walls beside him, akin to sleeping on the brink of a precipice, sending shivers down his spine. Are you afraid? Lin Shiming inquired, turning her face towards him. What a joke. Li Huangxian scoffed. I was bored with such things at the age of 8. Give me your hand. Lin Shiming seized Li Huangshuan's hand, noticing the perspiration pooling in his palm. With a look of disdain, she wiped her hand on his clothing. Oh, you men and your obsession with pride. It reaches a truly ridiculous extent. Let us start with the freefall tower to whet our appetites. Lin Shiming pointed towards the towering attraction above. Li Huangxian gazed upward at the skyscraping drop tower, swallowing hard. He squeezed his thigh, trying to suppress his trembling. Isn't the Ferris wheel supposed to be the appetizer? Uft. If you're too scared, I'll go alone. The disdainful gaze of Lin Shiming greatly provoked Li Huangshuan's masculine pride, prompting him to immediately follow her. As it was the weekend, the amusement park was teeming with people, and nearly every attraction required a lengthy queue. Amidst the cacophony of screams overhead, Li Huangxian silently prayed that he would not embarrass himself too much. Truly, I am risking everything to pursue this girl. This is my first time. And I hope the line progresses slowly. What is meant to happen will inevitably come, at last. Li Huangxian and Lin Shiming found themselves seated side by side on the drop tower. The safety officer approached, meticulously checking each harness. In moments of tension, one tends to chatter excessively. Li Huangxian began to ramble. Ming, though this may appear frightening, it is actually quite safe. As someone with experience, I can assure you that simply avoid looking down. If you feel scared later, feel free to scream. I promise I won't laugh at you. Lin Shiming swung her long legs and shot him a glance. If you wish to back out, it's still not too late. Li Huangshuan's smile faltered. I'm concerned for you. Don't be ungrateful. With everything in place, the drop tower began to ascend slowly with a group of riders. As Li Huangxian gazed down at his toes, the ground seemed to recede farther away, and suddenly he found himself unable to look down any longer. Raising his gaze to the clouds above, his hands gripped the safety bar tightly, veins bulging. Don't be anxious. I'm here with you. Lin Shiming's voice reached his ears. Though her tone was still slightly hoarse in that moment, it sounded incredibly gentle to Li Huangxian. As the drop tower ascended to its zenith and came to an abrupt halt, Li Huangxian tightly closed his eyes, scarcely daring to breathe, his heartbeat resonating in his throat. This interval had been an immense strain on his psyche. At long last, accompanied by a resounding crash, the drop tower plummeted with alarming speed, and he was abruptly engulfed by the sensation of weightlessness. The rush of wind whistled fiercely in his ears. Li Huangxian could no longer contain himself, emitting a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Chapter 23. A simple desire to love. Disembarking from the drop tower, Li Huangshuan's complexion was ashen, his legs trembling uncontrollably, and his stomach roiling tumultuously. You were shrieking like a banshee just now, utterly devoid of shame, Lin Shiming remarked, arms crossed, and a look of disdain upon her face. I was merely providing you with a demonstration. If fear takes hold, one can release tension through vocal expression, he retorted stubbornly. So you're all right then? Of course, he replied. Lin Shiming's gaze shifted to the roller coaster tracks soaring overhead. Li Huangxian swallowed hard, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Who, after all, conceived such amusement rides? Is living not preferable? Ming, I see a stall selling candied hawthorn over there, he thought, seizing the opportunity to delay their next adventure. Then let us go buy a skewer, Lin Shiming suggested. Just one skewer? He inquired, puzzled. Consuming too many sweets isn't good for your teeth. A single skewer will suffice. And we can share it, Lin Shiming smiled. Li Huangxian mused that indulging in sweet treats often brings a sense of happiness, perhaps even alleviating his fright. Upon returning with a skewer of candied hawthorn, he found Lin Shiming already queuing beneath the roller coaster. As he unwrapped the sugary paper and beheld the glimmering candied fruit, he momentarily pondered how one could possibly share just half of it. Lin Shiming took the candied hawthorn and brought it to Li Huangshuan's lips, urging him to take the first bite. He opened his mouth in a daze and bit into a piece of hawthorn. The sweetness of the rock candy met his palate, but it was only upon biting into it that he could savor the tangy flavor of the hawthorn. Lin Shiming then took a bite of the second piece, her face radiant with a sweet smile. Li Huangxian was so astonished that he nearly swallowed the hawthorn whole. It turned out to be a shared delight, half for each. The air around them seemed to be infused with the intoxicating scent of love. Jealous glances were cast from the queue of onlookers. Indeed, sweet treats could evoke a profound sense of happiness. The skewer of candied hawthorn contained 7 pieces, and Li Huangxian allowed Lin Ximing to indulge in 4 of them. Throughout this charming exchange, a doting smile adorned his face, imbuing even the roller coaster ride that followed with a dash of courage. Love has a way of rendering one blind. The last carriage of the roller coaster is dubbed the gift for the brave, where the centrifugal force is most intense, offering an exhilarating experience. Lin Ximing declared that if they were to ride, they would do so in grand style, insisting on sitting at the very back. What could Li Huangxian possibly say? Men, in pursuit of love, often throw caution to the wind. After waiting in line for half an hour, they finally settled into the carriage. As the safety harness clicked into place, a wave of tension washed over them. Meng, I reckon the first few carriages have favorable vibes too, Li Huangxian remarked, his voice tinged with trepidation. Regret was futile now. Lin Ximing chuckled and patted his shoulder. In a moment, I will be holding on tightly. That's all right, I assenti it. Li Huangxian tested the sturdiness of the safety harness. Actually, you have another option. You could hold my hand, Lin Ximing offered, extending her right hand. Her hand was exquisite, with fair skin and elegantly long fingers. The jade bracelet on her wrist gleamed beautifully under the sunlight. Li Huangxian cautiously held Lin Ximing's hand, the touch smooth and indescribable. If this connection were to falter for even a moment, it would slip away. Lin Ximing adjusted their hands, intertwining their fingers. Li Huangxian bit his tongue, affirming that he was not dreaming. The sensation was exquisite beyond compare. With such a privilege, he would not hesitate to face any thrill, be it a roller coaster or a fiery plunge. As the roller coaster slowly started, ascending along the tracks, Li Huangxian could no longer maintain his composure and implored, Meng, would you sing me a song? It might help me relax. Lin Ximing smiled and nodded, her slightly husky voice filling the air as she began to sing. I wish to hold your hand and never let go. Can love be simple, free from harm? You lean against my shoulder, sleeping on my chest. Such a life I desire. I love you. You love me. To simply love, to simply love. The roller coaster suddenly dove, plummeting from nearly a 90-degree angle. The carriage erupted with a cacophony of screams. Ah, Li Huangxian shouted against the wind. Clutching Lin Ximing's hand tightly, he felt as though his body was no longer his own, and only the warmth of the girl's palm brought him a semblance of comfort. Suddenly, Lin Ximing let out a loud cry. Ah, I love you. Her voice, mingling with the rush of the wind, filled his ears. Li Huangxian was momentarily stunned, nearly forgetting his fear of the heights. Was that declaration meant for me, or was it merely an expression of excitement? Others say that when young men and women embark on exhilarating high-altitude adventures together, they are likely to develop feelings for one another amidst the thrilling atmosphere. However, Li Huangxian had long been ensnared in the gentle embrace of Lin Ximing, unable to extricate himself. Now, it only compounded his predicament. He seemed utterly unafraid, opening his eyes to gaze at the girl beside him. The wind tousled her hair into delightful disarray, yet her profile remained breathtakingly beautiful, captivating despite the tumultuous backdrop. In his eyes, she was the epitome of serene beauty in this chaotic world. Li Huangxian initially believed that his admiration for Su Wanqing was the essence of affection. It was not until he encountered Lin Ximing that he truly comprehended the depth of profound longing and the haunting nature of dreams. Meng, will you stay for me in a week? Li Huangxuan's voice was steady, yet amidst the rapid descent of the roller coaster, it seemed to vanish into the wind. Entirely inaudible to Lin Ximing's ears, he was not cowardly. Rather, he sought the opportune moment to sincerely convey his feelings to her. The carriage let out a shrill cry as it executed a 360-degree spin. Li Huangxian fancied he heard Lin Ximing exclaim, I love you. Yet he could not discern whether it was a true declaration or merely a figment of his imagination. After several exhilarating twists and turns, the carriage gradually decelerated, finally coming to a halt. Those fleeting minutes felt like an eternity. Li Huangxian released Lin Ximing's hand, only to find his palm slick with perspiration. Turning to the girl beside him, he discovered her gazing back at him with a radiant smile. Her eyes sparkled with life, as enchanting as the stars in the night sky. Are you still afraid? Lin Ximing asked with a smile. Not at all. I feel nothing. Li Huangxian replied with an unusually relaxed tone. What is next? Let's go. Li Huangxian leaped from the carriage, returning to solid ground. This time, his legs miraculously ceased to tremble, and his heart was devoid of turmoil. The yearning for love astonishingly enabled him to conquer his fear of heights. The two eagerly queued up, indulging in one thrilling ride after another, exuberantly reveling in their youth. I want to ride that one. After disembarking from another bizarre roller coaster, Lin Shiming pointed into the distance. Li Huangxian initially assumed it was yet another daring attraction, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was a carousel. Then you go ahead. I, as a grown man, can hardly accompany you on that, can I? On their way to the carousel, Li Huangxian noticed a shop selling trinkets. He selected a deep blue headband adorned with fluffy white rabbit ears and placed it atop Lin Shiming's head. There, now you look just like a little child. Lin Shiming cupped her cheeks with her hands, pouting her lips, resembling an adorable little rabbit. Li Huangxian followed behind, watching her skip ahead, a smile gracing his lips. How much this felt like a dream. Chapter 24, An Eternity Without Forever. The sky was clear and the clouds floated with the breeze. Above, a roller coaster whizzed by, leaving a trail of screams in its wake. Li Huangxian stood in the shade with his hands in his pockets, gazing at the girl on the carousel, adorned with bunny ears. Cheerful children's songs filled the air. With every rotation, Lin Shiming waved at him, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. He had never imagined that in this lifetime, he would feel such a profound stir for a girl. A sense of déjà vu surged once more. Could it be a fated bond from a past life? They frolicked in the amusement park until dusk, their laughter resonating throughout the venue. Love has the power to heal acrophobia. Ming, shall we go home? Not yet, we promised to play all day. Li Huangxian led Lin Shiming to the most renowned snack street in the heart of Jiangqing, embarking on a culinary adventure. Spicy hot pot, sizzling platters, grilled gluten, lamb skewers, stinky tofu. This isn't tasty. Here you go. Lin Shiming handed her baked pancake to Li Huangxian. Ming, you took such a big bite and then gave it to me. Is that appropriate? Li Huangxian frowned. Wasting food is shameful. You must finish it without leaving any behind. I, Li Huangxian, would rather starve to death outside, even jump off this place, than consume your leftovers. While Lin Shiming went to buy milk tea, Li Huangxian ultimately succumbed to temptation and stealthily took a bite. Wow, it's delicious. In the snack street, there was an unmanned shop dedicated to claw machines. Lin Shiming, holding her hot milk tea, gleefully rushed over, pointing at the QR code above and giving Li Huangxian an encouraging glance. Understanding her silent request, Li Huangxian dutifully retrieved his phone and scanned 20 yuan. The previous time at the cinema, returning empty-handed had weighed on Lin Shiming's mind. Today, he was determined to uphold the reputation of the national server S. Zhongkue. Before dawn, please refer to me as the Midnight Paradise Administrator. The freedom of toys is built upon rules. Let us seize them all. Li Huangxian lingered outside, nibbling on the pancake, choking slightly before taking a sip of milk tea to ease it. Lin Shiming suddenly poked him in the back, pouting pitifully as she said, "Welcome to our paradise." This was the last line of Zhongkue, subtly hinting without being too overt. Li Huangxian widened his eyes in disbelief. Is 20 yuan gone already? I haven't even finished my sesame cake. Lin Shiming pinched her pinky with her thumb and raised it to his cheek. Just a tiny bit more. Li Huangxian sighed helplessly. What could he do? He might as well swipe another 20. 2 minutes later, Lin Shiming returned. Just a tiny bit more. Li Huangxian gasped. Could she possibly be a spendthrift? Would his parents ever approve of her? Ultimately, after exhausting 80 yuan, Lin Shiming finally managed to snag a Doraemon plushie. Wow, I did it, she exclaimed excitedly, lifting the doll and enveloping Li Huangxian in a tight embrace. As he held her warm body, inhaling her delicate fragrance, tears of joy welled in his eyes. That 80 yuan was indeed well spent. Ming, why do you want a doll so badly? Li Huangxian asked softly. I hope today will be a perfect day, Lin Shiming replied, resting her cheek against his chest, listening to his heartbeat. In that moment, Li Huangxian felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, convinced he had truly fallen in love. A bright, full moon hung in the sky as the two strolled home under its silvery light, their path carpeted with fallen leaves. His heart brimmed with affection, nearly overflowing. He could hardly wait. He had to confess tonight and seek a definitive answer. Upon entering the house, Lin Shiming paused at the entrance to change her shoes. Li Huangxian could not help but exclaim, Ming, let us be together. Lin Shiming, upon hearing this, trembled slightly, then continued to slip on her slippers before slowly turning around. What did you say? With no turning back, Li Huangxian resolved to take the plunge. He fixed his gaze upon Lin Shiming's clear eyes, mustering the courage to declare, I have fallen in love with you, and I wish to care for you for all eternity. Can you not leave? All eternity? Lin Shiming's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed. For all eternity. I shall love you for a lifetime. Li Huangshuan's expression was resolute, his tone sincere. The authenticity of his words bolstered his confidence. He dared to make this promise, fully prepared to fulfill it. It was this girl before him who had unveiled to him the essence of love. He was utterly convinced that this feeling could never be replicated with anyone else. Only for a week, Lin Shiming's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Would you be willing to be my partner for just 1 week? Li Huangxian, bewildered, replied, who only dates for a week? Must you truly leave? Lin Shiming bit her lower lip, seemingly striving to suppress her sorrow. Gradually, Li Huangshuan's heart sank. Throughout the day, he had basked in joy and happiness. They had held hands, embraced, kissed, and engaged in all the tender gestures reserved for couples. He had assumed everything was naturally falling into place, and that his confession tonight was merely a formality. He never anticipated that Lin Shiming would respond in such a manner. A week as a couple? What does that even mean? Where will you go? I can accompany you. Li Huangshuan's voice trembled. Lin Shiming shook her head, tears silently cascading down her cheeks. The Doraemon toy slipped from her grasp, falling to the ground. Lin Shiming, are you toying with me? A surge of indignation welled up within Li Huangxian as he clenched his fists tightly. No, Lin Shiming replied hoarsely. What are you crying about? If you do not wish to be with me, why do you continue to provoke me? Li Huangxian shouted in despair. I don't know what to do. I cannot control myself, Lin Shiming replied, shaking her head vigorously as tears flowed freely. Such an incomprehensible response evidently failed to satisfy Li Huangxian. His eyes reddened, resembling an enraged wolf, and he lunged forward, pushing Lin Shiming down onto the sofa. Do you take me for a fool? Lin Shiming's slippers fell to the floor as her legs flailed in disarray. Her hands waved desperately, attempting to push Li Huangxian away. Anger clouded his judgment. He seized Lin Shiming's wrist and held her firmly in place. The jade bracelet was brutally torn apart, with green beads scattering across the sofa and rolling onto the floor. Li Huangxian paid no heed, ripping open Lin Shiming's clothing with a swift motion, exposing her fair skin to the air. The physical strength of a girl ultimately fell short. Lin Shiming ceased her struggle, glaring at Li Huangxian with fury. You bastard! Crystal tears continued to stream from the corners of her eyes. Li Huangxian suddenly awakened from his frenzy, filled with regret. What am I doing? He quickly released her, exclaiming, Meng Meng, I'm sorry. Lin Shiming forcefully pushed him away, barefooted, and rushed into her room, where the sound of her muffled sobs soon followed. Li Huangxian lay on the ground, meticulously picking up each jade bead, listening to the sound of his own heart shattering. Chapter 25. I promise you. Li Huangxian returned to his bedroom in a daze, opening his laptop. As he awaited its boot up, tears blurred his vision. Love can be so excruciating. Why do so many still yearn for it? Wiping away his tears, he typed 2 lines, only to find himself at a standstill. Enveloped in sorrow, his thoughts became entangled. He opened the gifts page and noticed a complimentary token sent during the Leonid meteor shower. Unable to resist, he typed a question. Why did you choose this name? A few minutes later, to his surprise, a reply came. I promised someone I would watch the meteor shower with them, but ultimately, I broke that promise. Li Huangxian sighed. It seemed he was not alone in his heartbreak. We are both lost souls in this vast world. Why must we have known each other? He sent a paper airplane emoji, folding his wishes into a paper plane, as we cannot wait for that meteor. The following morning at 6:30, Li Huangxian rose half an hour early, stealthily slipping out of his rented room. He was uncertain how to face Lin Shiming. The horizon was shrouded in a gray mist, the streetlights casting a hazy yellow glow. With nowhere to go, he settled on a park bench and began to play a game. It had been a while since he logged in, and he was close to claiming a returning gift. The plight of a man in heartbreak is formidable, as the Wild King would reveal. On the opposing team, Lu Bu typed in frustration, Gongbin, I beg you, stop targeting me. Go after the marksman. Gongbin Musashi replied. Because you and Diao Chan are a level 49 couple, I detest those who flaunt their affection. Diao Chan, my dear, do not be upset. Let us not stoop to the level of the singletons. Miyamoto Musashi, Zhuangzhou, you may leave. I shall not take your life. Li Huangxian deftly manipulated the tempered glass film, while Musashi shone brilliantly in his hands. Shadow step, divine speed, dual transformation, roaming the world. He had known not a single defeat. The solitude of invincibility is unparalleled, grasping the stars until his hands grew weary. Yet his heart harbored not a modicum of joy. After achieving 8 consecutive victories, his phone's battery dwindled perilously low. Li Huangxian, facing the dawn. ventured to a jewelry store on the pedestrian street. "Hello, miss, could you kindly assist me in stringing these beads?" The emerald green jade beads sparkled under the sunlight. This task was hardly challenging. The young lady procured a crystal elastic line and carefully helped him string the beads. Li Huangxian inquired casually, "Is this item expensive?" After assessing the quality, she replied, "It should be over 3,000. "So costly?" Li Huangxian exclaimed in surprise. "Over 3,000 is considered expensive? Quality jade can easily fetch tens of thousands." The young lady chuckled at his naivety. Li Huangxian mused that jewelry, being neither edible nor wearable, was an extravagant expenditure. 3,000 yuan could buy numerous hot pot meals. He himself rarely wore a watch, finding it uncomfortable. After mending the bracelet, he wandered aimlessly for half the day. But as noon approached, he reluctantly returned home. Upon opening the door, he beheld Lin Shiming in a nightgown, watering the rosemary by the windowsill. Her eyes were swollen, resembling peaches, a testament to the tears shed the previous night. Li Huangxian approached with an awkward expression, extending the jade bracelet. "Meng Meng, I apologize." Lin Shiming bit her lip, refusing to meet his gaze. Li Huangxian seized her delicate hand, forcibly adorning her wrist with the bracelet. Was it a gift from someone significant? Lin Shiming turned her face away. "It's none of your concern, just leave me alone." Li Huangxian persisted. "Count the beads and see if it's sufficient. Such an item is quite expensive." Lin Shiming flicked her wrist dismissively. "Not expensive at all, merely a cheap trinket worth 200. Li Huangxian assumed she was merely sulking, dismissing the $3,000 item as a mere 200. Upon returning to her bedroom, Lin Shiming emerged with several sheets of white paper, densely filled with writing. "Take this." Li Huangxian accepted it. "What is this?" Lin Shiming shot him an exasperated glance. "Haven't you got eyes? Can't you read for yourself?" As he examined the document closely, he realized it was a profile, more akin to an investigative report. The subject of inquiry was none other than his longtime crush, Su Wanqing. The document detailed her personality, interests, aspirations, daily habits, and even her zodiac sign and blood type. "Why are you so interested in her?" Li Huangxian queried, perplexed. "Don't you like her?" Lin Shiming replied, "I'll help you pursue her. Before courting a girl, one must certainly do their homework. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated." Lin Shiming's gaze remained laden with sorrow. A chill ran down Li Huangxuan's spine as he realized that since their outing for barbecue, Lin Shiming had not only retained Su Wanqing's contact information, but had also been conversing with her frequently. With her intelligence, dealing with the naive Su Wanqing would be an effortless task. Thus, a meticulous investigation report was birthed. Li Huangxian berated himself inwardly, nearly contemplating a dual pursuit. Truly underestimating the value of his own life. Why compel me to chase after another girl? She is undeniably a remarkable young woman. Being with her would bring you happiness. Li Huangxian clutched the white paper tightly, digging his nails into it. He fixed his gaze on Lin Shiming's swollen eyes, resolutely stating, "Very well, I shall oblige you." Lin Shiming, clenching her delicate fist, endeavored to maintain a calm tone. "If you follow the instructions herein and cater to her preferences, securing a date with her will be effortless." "That is not what I meant," Li Huangxian replied, his voice low. "Then what do you mean?" Lin Shiming was momentarily taken aback. "I mean I agree to be your boyfriend for a week," Li Huangxian declared with conviction. Lin Shiming's eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend his words. The breeze carried the fragrance of rosemary, a blend of spice and sweetness. Li Huangxian discarded the investigation report into the trash and grasped Lin Shiming's hand firmly. "Meng Meng, I have come to a realization. As long as I can be with you, even for just a day, I would be willing." Tears streamed down Lin Shiming's face once more, unstoppable. She threw herself into Li Huangxuan's embrace, pounding her fists against his chest. "Are you a fool?" Li Huangxian held her tightly. "I have never been particularly clever, and since meeting you, my intelligence has plummeted to a negative." With tears and snot staining his shirt, Lin Shiming wiped her face against his chest. Li Huangxian gently lifted her tear-streaked visage with his hand. Her petite, exquisite lips resembled ripe cherries. What are you doing?" Lin Shiming recoiled slightly. "I am now your boyfriend, and indulging in a few privileges of that role should not be considered excessive, right?" Li Huangxian smirked, a rogue's grin playing at the corners of his mouth. "Don't act recklessly. I have yet to agree," Lin Shiming exclaimed, startled like a frightened fawn. Without hesitation, Li Huangxian swept her off her feet and dashed into the bedroom. Lin Shiming's slippers fell away, her delicate legs kicking animatedly. However, compared to last night, her resistance today appeared considerably gentler, almost suggestive of a playful reluctance. Li Huangxian gazed at the exquisite beauty in his arms, feeling the dormant beast within him stir as if abruptly awakened. Chapter 26. Kicked by a donkey, Lin Shiming found herself pinned to the bed by Li Huangxian, her struggles gradually weakening, resembling a fish laid out on a chopping board. Recalling the tears shed the previous night, Li Huangxian was unwilling to let her off easily. He felt compelled to frighten her a little, to impart the lesson of wifely obedience. He leaned down, attempting to capture her cherry-like lips. Suddenly, an unexpected ticklish sensation erupted in his armpit. Haraha! Li Huangxian instantly lost his composure, tilting to the side in uncontrollable laughter. Lin Shiming rolled over and playfully chased after him, tickling his armpit. How audacious! Can I handle you? Li Huangxian gasped for breath, pleading for mercy. Meng Meng. I was wrong. I was just joking. Will you dare do it again? I want tea. Lin Shiming finally relented. Li Huangxian lay back on the bed, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the bedding, panting heavily. After all, he was a man of considerable stature, yet he struggled against a mere girl. This was a secret that must never be revealed. Meng Meng, I acknowledge my mistake. To make amends, I shall go buy ingredients and prepare lunch for you, Li Huangxian said, tilting his head. Are you trying to poison me? Lin Shiming shot him a fierce glance. I'll change my clothes and then go buy groceries and cook. You close the door. With a loud bang, Li Huangxian slammed the door shut. All right, you can change your clothes now. I meant for you to get out first before closing the door. A pillow flew towards him. Li Huangxian fled in disarray, returning to his own room. Unable to contain his excitement, he felt compelled to share the moment with someone. He took out his phone and dialed Zhang Chuan's number. Hey, third brother. How's the blind date back home? Zhang Chuan replied dejectedly, It's not easy to find a good girl who can manage both the parlor and the kitchen. Li Huangxian, with an air of mystery, said, Let me tell you a little secret. I've finally found someone. You've won over a girl with the surname Su? Zhang Chuan's interest peaked instantly. No, it's the goddess who used to live in your old room. She agreed to be my girlfriend for a week. Li Huangxian chuckled foolishly. What does it mean to be a week-long couple? It means we'll be in a relationship for a week. And she'll be leaving Jiangxing next weekend. Over the phone, Zhang Chuan burst into laughter, sounding like a honking goose. Is that really what you call finding someone? Li Huangxian, you must have lost your mind. So what if I have? I like her anyway, Li Huangxian retorted. Zhang Chuan was nearly in stitches, quickly hanging up to share the news with the eldest and second brothers. How can a man be so hopeless? Li Huangxian listened to the beeping of his phone, deeply understanding the meaning of self-deprecation. However, he found it rather puzzling. Despite knowing Meng Meng for less than a month, he dared to promise her a lifetime. Perhaps true love is not measured by the passage of time. After lunch, Li Huangxian, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, Meng Meng, where shall we go to play this afternoon? Lin Shiming playfully poked his forehead and retorted, Play? You must be joking. This afternoon is reserved for a thorough cleaning. Very well. I adore cleaning, Li Huangxian replied cheerfully. A quintessential example of someone whose head is clouded by love, even if this affection is not destined to last for 10,000 years. With a comical sound, clink, 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 Annie was busy washing the spit bucket. Li Huangxian, with a playful pout, scurried across the floor with a mop in hand, reveling in the unexpected joy of labor. Lin Shiming, quietly, retrieved a discarded report from the trash can. A single tear fell, blurring the ink, and she hastily wiped her eyes, tucking the crumpled pages into the drawer of the living room cabinet. Stop singing. It sounds dreadful, she chided. Songs are meant to convey love. If you listen closely, perhaps they will sound more pleasant, Li Huangxian countered, pushing the mop towards her. His gaze fixated on her slender legs. Your voice is akin to a broken gong. After 100 listens, it remains unbearable, she scoffed. With a look of disdain, Lin Shiming added, Once we finish mopping, accompany me to the rooftop to wring out the sheets. Old Mr. Zhang's decrepit house left behind a washing machine that is far too antiquated. If you add even a couple of extra garments, the spin cycle ceases to function, she lamented. Unable to wring out the sheets on her own, she enlisted Li Huangxuan's help, and together they set to work. The afternoon sun bathed the rooftop in warmth, where an array of flowers and plants thrived, filling the air with a gentle fragrance. On the clothesline, colorful sheets hung from neighboring apartments, billowing gracefully in the breeze. Grasping one end of the sheet, Li Huangxian declared, I'll go left, you go right. Lin Shiming nodded softly. Then the two exerted their strength in the same direction, only to twist into an empty space. Lin Shiming burst into laughter, bending over in amusement. Are you an idiot? Li Huangshuan's face twitched. Although he had never been particularly clever himself, he had never descended to such depths of foolishness. After all, he had gained admission to Jiangsheng University through sheer merit. Lin Shiming, I have tolerated you long enough. A scholar may be slain, but cannot be insulted. Li Huangxian scooped up a basin of water and splashed it towards Lin Shiming. Oh no! Lin Shiming barely managed to evade, getting caught in a light shower. Water droplets dampened her lovely hair, cascading down in glistening rivulets. Li Huangxian, you have ignited the flames of battle. Lin Shiming gritted her teeth, her gaze landing on a bucket nearby. Inside floated a ladle, typically used by old Zhang to water his plants. Li Huangshuan's eyes widened in disbelief. I only have one basin. How does she possess a bucket? Before he could react, a ladleful of water was splashed upon him, drenching his chest with a chilling sensation. Lin Shiming, if I catch you today, you shall face dire consequences. Wiping the water from his face, he lunged at her like an eagle seizing its prey. No. I've made a mistake. I had no idea a ladle could hold so much. Lin Shiming pleaded as she fled. The two chased each other playfully around the vividly patterned bedsheets, their laughter ringing like silver bells across the expansive rooftop. Gradually, Lin Shiming's pace slowed, her steps becoming disordered, and she collided with a red bedsheet. Li Huangxian swiftly caught up, embracing her slender waist. As he lifted the red bedsheet, a face as beautiful as a celestial being emerged, resembling a bride unveiled from her crimson veil. Their gazes locked, brimming with unspoken emotions. Perhaps it was due to fatigue or the stirrings of genuine feelings. Both of their breaths became notably rapid. Li Huangxian fixated on those alluring crimson lips, his throat constricting as he instinctively leaned down. Lin Shiming stared at him in a daze, forgetting to shy away. A sudden, inappropriate cough broke the moment. Startled, they snapped back to reality and hurriedly parted. Grandpa Zhang, clad in a tank top and shorts, his flip-flops slapping against his feet, scowled and said, If I hadn't made a sound, would you have even noticed me? Li Huangxian, embarrassed, managed a smile. Grandpa Zhang, aren't you going on a date today? I saw Aunt Lu dancing with another old man the other night. Aunt Lu's son thinks I am too old. It seems our affair is doomed, Grandpa Zhang sighed, then widened his eyes, chastising the two. You're both no longer children. Why act like it? Water is splashed everywhere. What if you wet the neighbor's sheets? Even if the sheets remain dry, I cannot afford to overwater my precious plants. Li Huangxian and Lin Shiming stood rigidly, like schoolchildren caught in wrongdoing, dutifully accepting the reprimand. Yet, a smile unconsciously crept onto the corners of their lips. Chapter 27. Why did you say again in the evening? Lin Shiming ventured to the supermarket downstairs to purchase some millet, intending to make porridge for Li Huangxian, a change of flavor. Li Huangxian was busy typing in the bedroom when the enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, prompting him to push the door open. Lin Shiming, donning slippers and an apron, was diligently stirring the dish in the pot, her silhouette undeniably enchanting. Li Huangxian quietly approached from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist, and softly inquired by her ear, What delicious dishes are you preparing? Lin Shiming playfully struggled for a moment, exclaiming, Oh, don't be silly. The oil might splatter on my face. Enveloped in the warmth of her body, Li Huangxian felt a happiness he had never experienced before, as if caught in a dream. The enticing aroma of millet porridge wafted from the pot beside them. Suddenly, Li Huangshuan's eyes widened, a sense of unease flooding his heart. Millet, after all, symbolizes fleeting dreams. A wave of fear washed over him. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself lying in bed. All this happiness, merely a fleeting dream. Yet, the delicate figure in his embrace felt palpably real. Even if this were but a dream, he wished to indulge in it fully, to savor every moment of joy. Li Huangshuan's novel had reached the requisite word count for recommendation, and his readership had grown significantly. As the plot progressed, numerous foreshadowings began to unfold, igniting the reader's interest. He had endured a period of darkness and was gradually welcoming the dawn. Comments and gifts from readers began to increase as well. Each time he logged into the author's backend, his first act was to seek out that Leo constellation meteor shower, finding solace in the gifts and messages left behind. Perhaps it was the nourishment of love that invigorated his creativity, allowing his thoughts to flow like a spring, and his writing efficiency soared beyond what it had been previously. With a swift tap on the keyboard, words flowed effortlessly, as if the muse of literature had possessed him. At 11 o'clock, A cup of warm milk was handed to him from behind. After drinking, he planned to write for another half-hour before hastily retiring for the night. Lin Shiming emerged from the shower, her hair still damp, her body fragrant and fresh. The affection in Li Huangshuan's gaze threatened to spill over. Does the grass of the dog's tail also experience spring? He gulped down the milk and said, I will go take a shower first. You can assess how my draft is coming along. Lin Shiming nodded in agreement, gently gripping the mouse, diligently reading while assisting him in correcting grammatical errors and punctuation. As she read another story, her own tears flowed. Keep going. You will surely succeed and become an even more remarkable person. A new week has arrived, marking Lin Shiming's final week in Jiangqing. This love, now bound by a deadline, is diminishing by the second. Early Monday morning, Li Huangxian emerged from the subway station and encountered Su Wanqing, and the two decided to walk together. Wanqing, good morning. How was your weekend? Li Huangxian casually inquired. I spent it at home reading and binge-watching shows. Yesterday, I went shopping with my best friend and watched that movie you recommended, Su Wanqing replied. Her cheeks flushed by the morning breeze. Do you often chat with Mingming? Li Huangxian feigned nonchalance. Yes, she has such a cheerful personality and knows so much. I always enjoy our conversations, Su Wanqing responded candidly, devoid of any guile. Li Huangxian pondered what she would think if she knew Lin Shiming had intentionally approached her to compile a report of a few pages. Would she feel that human emotions are too intricate? You haven't said anything bad about me, have you? Li Huangxian asked in a half-joking manner. Not at all. She has been praising you, saying you are an exceptionally good person, Su Wanqing replied with utmost sincerity. Li Huangxian was convinced that she would not lie. Lin Shiming, what are you truly up to? Do you genuinely wish to bring me and Wanqing together? Su Wanqing suddenly inquired of Li Huangxian. What kind of girl do you think she is, living with her? Li Huangxian immediately furrowed his brow and began to express his grievances. Well, she appears quite beautiful, but in reality, she is far from impressive. Her temper is atrocious, and she often turns on people without warning. Moreover, she has a penchant for deceit. It's impossible to discern her truth from her fabrications. In short, she is vastly inferior to you. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing felt no joy. Instead, her gaze dimmed. You truly understand her. Li Huangxian was taken aback. Lin Shiming was replete with flaws, while Su Wanqing was nothing short of perfection. Why then, did his heart refuse to obey his will? When the workday commenced, Li Huangxian sat at his desk, distractedly sketching. Occasionally, when the supervisor was not paying attention, he indulged in watching short videos. He couldn't help but share a humorous joke with Lin Shiming, only to be met with a dismissive eye roll in response. As male colleagues passed by on their way to the restroom, they cast a glance at Li Huangxian and exchanged a few remarks. What is he grinning about? Must be lovesick. All males are like that. Enduring the trials of the workplace, Li Huangxian longed for home. Upon arriving, he wished for time to slow down, hoping that the day of separation would never arrive. Yet, time slipped by, moment by moment, like leaves swept away by autumn winds, never to return. By Tuesday, Li Huangxian began to feel restless. By Wednesday, he grew increasingly anxious. Unable to contain himself, he messaged Zhang Chuan, Old 3. What must I do to keep the goddess next door? Zhang Chuan's response only added fuel to the fire. She clearly only intended to be his girlfriend for a week, demonstrating her lack of affection. You need to wake up, he was told. Li Huangxian replied. No, I can sense her sincerity towards me. Zhang Chuan quickly retorted. Why do you keep saying such things? Li Huangxian, confused, asked. Why do you say again? After sending that message, Zhang Chuan fell silent, as if she had perished, and no longer responded. Li Huangxian, weary of questioning her further, harbored no expectations of receiving any constructive feedback. He was simply too agitated and sought someone to confide in to alleviate his stress. Early Thursday morning, upon returning from his run, Lin Shiming informed Li Huangxian. I need to step out today and may return late. Be a good boy and wait for me at home after work. I shall prepare something delicious for you. Li Huangxian inquired. Where are you going? I can pick you up after work. Lin Shiming gently pushed him out the door, saying, I'm not a 3-year-old. I can find my way home. Reluctantly, Li Huangxian departed, pausing in the hallway to glance back longingly. He wished he could call his foolish supervisor and declare that he would not be coming to work that week, wanting to stay home with his girlfriend. Let that wretched illustration find someone else to draw it. I'm not in the mood to cater to it right now. However, a mature man must not succumb to romantic folly. Sacrificing one's career for love is an imprudent choice. Such grievances should remain internalized. upon returning home in the afternoon. As expected, Lin Shiming had not yet returned, prompting Li Huangxian to open his computer and begin writing. After completing a chapter, darkness enveloped the room, and the living area remained eerily quiet. The sound of raindrops gradually permeated the air, tapping against the glass window and composing a chaotic symphony. A layer of autumn rain brought with it an accompanying chill, causing Li Huangxian to shiver involuntarily, his heart tugging with concern. Chapter 28. My love overflows like rainwater. Hey, Ming, where are you? Did you bring an umbrella? Li Huangxian inquired, holding his phone and gazing at the curtain of rain enveloping the night. Worry etched across his face. I just visited a media store and am now on the subway. Is it raining outside? Lin Shiming replied, her voice crackling through the poor signal within the underground confines. It's difficult to hail a cab in this rain. I'll come to the subway station to meet you. Oh, that sounds good. With an umbrella in hand. Li Huangxian made his way to the entrance, but paused momentarily before heading to Lin Shiming's bedroom. He rummaged through the wardrobe in search of a coat. He endeavored to avert his gaze from the various straps and bows adorning the garments, yet it felt like a futile act of self-deception. His eyes fell upon a large suitcase, and an urge to unzip it and uncover its secrets surged within him. Ultimately, he restrained himself, recognizing the impropriety of such an impulse. The rented apartment was a mere 7 or 8 minutes walk from the subway station. Although sharing an umbrella on a rainy day is often romantic for couples, he opted to bring two to ensure that Lin Shiming would remain as dry as possible. Stepping outside, a gust of cold wind rushed in, penetrating his collar. The rainwater cascaded straight down from the eaves. He inhaled deeply, plunging into the curtain of rain. His shoes immediately soaked. Such is the nature of a young man. There is always a girl who makes him brave the elements. After waiting a few moments at the subway entrance, Li Huangxian spotted Lin Shiming amidst the crowd, her brilliance unmistakable. Ming donned a delicate pink coat, paired with black denim jeans, and carried a deep blue backpack on her back. She soon spotted Li Huangxian and waved at him. Have you been waiting long? I could have returned by myself, Lin Shiming said, rubbing her hands together and exhaling into her palms. Even if she couldn't hail a cab on rainy days. Vendors selling umbrellas always gathered at the subway entrance. Their modest business did not entertain haggling. Li Huangxian draped his coat over Lin Shiming's shoulders, declaring, as a couple now, it is my duty as your boyfriend to pick you up on a rainy day. A smile graced Lin Shiming's lips as she accepted the umbrella from him. Together, they stepped onto the rain-soaked pavement, drawing envious glances from those around them. How can a mere broken umbrella win over such a beautiful girl? Where did I go wrong driving a BMW? Someone mused, not knowing who had angered the heavens to evoke such sorrow, as the rain intensified, nearly obscuring the ground. A gust of wind swept through, turning Lin Shiming's umbrella inside out. Li Huangxian swiftly grasped her umbrella and positioned his own above her head. Lin Shiming promptly removed her backpack, cradling it to her chest, fearful of the rain soaking it. Let us take shelter over there, she suggested. Li Huangxian took her hand, leading her to a nearby CAF, where warm yellow light spilled through the glass windows. Exquisite pastries adorned the display, looking utterly tempting. Li Huangxian furrowed his brow, fiddling with the umbrella, droplets cascading from his damp hair. Lin Shiming set down her backpack and offered him a tissue to wipe the rain from his cheeks, suddenly bursting into laughter. What are you laughing at in such miserable weather? Li Huangxian inquired. The most beautiful thing is not the rainy day, but the eaves where I once sheltered from the rain with you. Lin Shiming's lips curled into a radiant smile, enchanting in its beauty. Li Huangxian's hands suddenly froze, immobilized. He recalled the first day they met when she had uttered those very words. Hearing them again now, his heart was in a completely different state. She was about to leave Jiangcheng, and if he failed to keep her, perhaps he would never have another chance to see her again. The happiness within his reach would dissipate like smoke. A piercing pain surged through Li Huangxian's heart, and his eyes quickly reddened. Why are you crying? Lin Shiming observed keenly. Ming, please don't go. Li Huangxian's voice choked with emotion. Lin Shiming hesitated, words escaping her. I have never been in a relationship. I do not know how to play the game of feigned indifference, nor can I speak sweet nothings. All I possess is this sincere heart. I admit I am utterly defeated in your presence. Li Huangxian's voice trembled, tears streaming down his cheeks. In an instant, Lin Shiming was overwhelmed with tears, yet words eluded her. She covered her mouth with her hands, stifling her cries. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I was smitten. I thought it was merely infatuation. Yet after a month of being together, I found myself irresistibly and hopelessly in love with you. Perhaps we were lovers in a past life. Ming Ming, I truly feel as if I have seen you before. Li Huangxian poured out his heart in one breath, his emotions overwhelming him, causing his chest to rise and fall violently. His heavy breaths were distinctly audible. Lin Shimeng, now in tears, gazed at Li Huangxian with tearful eyes, shaking her head vigorously. In a fit of frustration, Li Huangxian dashed into the curtain of rain, allowing the downpour to drench him completely. Lin Shimeng, I love you. Will you stay with me, or shall I abandon everything to follow you? Lin Shimeng cried out, Fool, come back. Your head cannot be drenched in the rain. Li Huangxian suddenly recalled that day on the rooftop, where in their playful banter, she had splashed water not on her head, but on her chest. How could such a thoughtful and meticulous girl possibly not harbor affection for him? If you do not provide me with an answer, I shall not return. A headache is preferable to heartache. Li Huangxian resolved to demand a definitive response. If he were to exhaust himself, yet still fail to keep the girl he adored by his side, at the very least, he would not be left with regrets. Lin Shimeng burst into tears and resolutely dashed into the curtain of rain, throwing herself into Li Huangxian's embrace. Li Huangxian, I love you. I love you too. Did you hear that? Li Huangxian gazed at Lin Shimeng, unable to distinguish between the rain on her face and her tears. He had heard the response from the girl he cherished, and his brow gradually unfurled. There is no greater joy in this world than the sentiment of loving you, only to discover that you love me in return. Yet, Lin Shimeng, with a trembling voice, uttered, But I cannot stay, nor can I take you with me. Those words sent Li Huangxian plummeting from paradise to hell. The hope that had just ignited was extinguished in an instant. Why? Ming Ming, tell me why. Li Huangxian screamed in desperation. Do not ask why. Just remember that I love you deeply, Lin Shimeng replied, cupping his face and standing on her toes to kiss him passionately. Li Huangxian felt as if he had been electrified, his eyes widening in astonishment. The sensation of her lips was so vivid and real. He gradually closed his eyes, immersing himself in and reciprocating the affection of his partner. In the torrential rain, the two embraced passionately, longing to meld their very beings into one another. Apart from each other, the vast expanse of the world held no significance for them. The coffee shop, aglow with warm yellow light, resonated with melodious tunes. The rain cascaded throughout the night. My love overflowed like the falling rain. The fallen leaves in the courtyard mirrored my thick layers of longing. A few whispered words could not extinguish my fervor. You appear on every page of my poetry. If eternity is beyond our reach, let us at least cherish this moment. They cherished a profound love for one another. Chapter 29. Listening again as the melodies play on the following morning, Li Huangxian awoke from his slumber, pushing open the bedroom door to discover a steaming breakfast awaiting him on the dining table. Beneath the plate lay a note. I went for a run. You were caught in the rain last night, so take it easy today and take good care of yourself. As he sipped the hot porridge, tears streamed down Li Huangxian's face once more. Ming Ming, what secrets burden your heart? Why must those who love one another remain without resolution? Suddenly, a piercing pain surged through his head. He dashed into the bedroom, yanked open the drawer, and retrieved the white pill bottle, pouring out 2 tablets and swallowing them. The dual torment of body and spirit nearly shattered him. The rainwater from the previous night felt like a torrential flood, breaking open the dam that held back the tumultuous thoughts in his mind. Something began to seep out, yet he dared not dwell on it, for even the thought sent waves of agony through his head. Today was Friday, the 14th. The Leonid's meteor shower would grace the night sky. Only 2 days remained until Lin Shimeng's departure. Seated at his desk, Li Huangxian resembled a mere shell of a human being. The mouse in his hand seemed to possess a will of its own, completely beyond his control. A simple logo had consumed his entire morning. Li Huangxian, do you even wish to continue? His supervisor berated him harshly. With a sudden thud, Li Huangxian leaned back and fell straight to the ground. The supervisor, taken aback, raised his hands in alarm. You all saw it. I did not lay a finger on him. Just before losing consciousness, Li Huangxian was engulfed by a cacophony of screams. Yet, amidst the chaos, the beautiful smile of Lin Shimeng flickered in his mind. After traversing a lengthy dreamscape, Li Huangxian abruptly opened his eyes. The first sight that greeted him was an empty ceiling. The scent of disinfectant filled his nostrils, while the rhythmic beeping of medical instruments resonated in his ears. He reached for his phone and illuminated the screen, realizing that it was already 3 in the morning on the 15th. He had unwittingly slept for approximately 15 hours. Beside his hospital bed, a frail figure was hunched over. It was Su Wanqing. Wanqing, did you bring me to the hospital? Li Huangxian gently nudged her. Su Wanqing, already in a light slumber, stirred awake at his touch. With a look of deep concern, she inquired, "You're finally awake. How do you feel?" A lingering pain echoed in the recesses of Li Huangshuan's mind, yet he forced a faint smile. "I'm fine. This used to happen occasionally 3 years ago, but it has become rare in the past 2 years." Su Wanqing retrieved a thermos. "You must be hungry. The porridge inside is still warm. Have a few bites, and I'll buy you breakfast when dawn breaks." As she opened the lid, revealing the golden millet porridge, tears welled up in Li Huangshuan's eyes at the sight of it. "Has she been here? Where is she?" Su Wanqing hesitated for a moment before saying, "She called you this afternoon, and I answered. Then she came to deliver kanji to you, upon asking me to take good care of you." Li Huangxian inquired with a sense of disappointment. "Is that all? Did she not say anything more?" In truth, over the past few days, she had been conversing with me nearly every day. I had come to regard her as a dear friend, and she had shared many stories about you. Su Wanqing handed the thermos to Li Huangxian. "What exactly does she intend to do?" Li Huangxian felt utterly devoid of appetite. This question seemed to be one asked knowingly. Lin Shiming had long expressed her desire to assist him in pursuing Su Wanqing. Yet, amidst that torrential downpour, her heartfelt declaration of love resonated deeply. How could a woman, who harbored such profound affection for a man, willingly push him into another's embrace? Su Wanqing, at a loss for words, could not find a coherent thought and instead took out her phone, scrolling to her chat history with Lin Shiming, beginning to recount their conversations from the start. "We are both fans of Qian, thus we share a great deal of common ground, making our conversations flow effortlessly." Li Huangxian was taken aback. "Fans of Qian? Isn't she a fan of Jia?" Su Wanqing replied earnestly. "She must be a fan of Qian. For when it comes to this particular song, I have yet to hear anyone sing it better than she does, aside from the original artist." She then played a voice message from their chat. Lin Shiming's uniquely captivating voice emanated from the speaker. "You cannot hear my voice. I fear I might unintentionally utter your name. It feels as if I am destined to meet you, as though we have exchanged glances before. I feel as if I have seen you somewhere." Li Huangxian recalled the first day he met Lin Shiming, when he first heard her sing this particular song. Initially oblivious to the song's meaning, he later found himself deeply immersed in its essence. The melody was enchanting, yet the challenge of conveying that elusive, half-alive sentiment made it evident that she must possess a wealth of experience as a fan. Su Wanqing asserted confidently, and Li Huangxian concurred, noting that admiration for one artist does not preclude affection for another. There are no rules dictating that a fan can only cherish a single singer. Continuing the thread of their conversation, Su Wanqing recounted her journey of friendship with Lin Shiming. She often, whether intentionally or not, mentioned him, describing him as a rather unique young man. Although he appeared somewhat daft, his kindness and sincerity shone through. Moreover, she suggested that he should make an effort to connect with him. By the end of her remarks, Su Wanqing found her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Fortunately, the dim light in the hospital room concealed her shyness and unease. "Mingming, have you lost your mind?" Li Huangxian murmured to himself, as memories of his time with Lin Shiming flooded his mind, images that felt both familiar and foreign. "What exactly is going on between you two?" Su Wanqing inquired with curiosity. That day was October 18th, a Saturday, when he had been indulging in a leisurely slumber at home, while his landlord introduced a new roommate. At this point, Li Huangxian had nothing left to conceal. He had come to terms with his feelings. Lin Shiming was indeed the one he cherished most. Thus, he began to recount the myriad stories of their month-long cohabitation, transitioning from strangers to lovers, and now facing the impending reality of separation. Su Wanqing is a cultured young woman, deeply intrigued by romantic tales, and possesses a sensitive disposition, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she listens. After recounting the story, Li Huangxian is engulfed in sorrow. "I truly do not understand why she refused to stay or take me with her." After a moment of contemplation, Su Wanqing cautiously replies, "It might be somewhat offensive to say this, but I sense that her feelings for you seem rather abrupt." "What do you mean?" Li Huangxian inquires, puzzled. "If it were me, I doubt I could fall deeply in love with a boy in such a short span of 1 month," Su Wanqing articulates delicately. Her words resonate with clarity, freezing Li Huangshuan's expression in contemplation. There is truth in her statement. Mingning is such a beautiful and charming girl throughout her life. She must have been surrounded by suitors, naturally possessing high standards when it comes to choosing a partner. In contrast, I lack both the looks of a Pan and the talents of a Zhejiang. When it rains, I cannot even secure a car. I must wield an umbrella to meet her. Am I truly captivating enough for her to fall in love within a mere month? The unexpected nature of love has clouded his judgment. He feels ordinary, yet exudes confidence. A shooting star streaks across the sky, tearing through the inky darkness. The Leonid's meteor shower had already graced the night before. Chapter 30. Do you remember her? Noticing the melancholic expression on Li Huangshuan's face, Su Wanqing quickly expresses her remorse. I apologize. Perhaps I made assumptions based on my own slow-to-warm nature. Meng Meng is unlike me. She is exuberant and unreserved in her affections. Love should not be measured by the passage of time. Generally speaking, a man's affection tends to develop more swiftly than that of a woman's. It is entirely natural for Li Huangxian to fall in love with Lin Shiming within a month. Conversely, the opposite would seem rather abrupt. You are not mistaken. It appears I lack the ability to make her fall in love in such a brief span. A throbbing pain began to assail Li Huangshuan's head. As if something sealed within him was stirring restlessly. The dawn light began to illuminate the horizon, dispersing the stars with the morning breeze. Wanqing, sleep a little longer. Allow me a moment to gather my thoughts. Li Huangxian made his way to the restroom, fixating on Lin Shiming's phone number displayed on his mobile screen. After several attempts, he ultimately refrained from making the call. She likely had not yet risen. It would be best not to disturb her. Returning to his hospital bed, Li Huangxian sat in silence until daybreak, his mind a tumult of thoughts yet devoid of any coherent thread. At 8 in the morning, a doctor clad in a white coat and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses entered for his rounds. Su Wanqing whispered to Li Huangxian, "This is Dr. He. He attended to you yesterday." Li Huangxian greeted him. "Good morning, doctor." Dr. He, with a kindly demeanor, replied, "Young man, we conducted a CT scan of your brain and found no significant issues. Have you previously suffered any head injuries?" Li Huangxian nodded yes. "I was involved in a car accident 3 years ago, during which I was struck on the head by a boulder that tumbled down from the mountain. Could you describe the circumstances in more detail?" Dr. He inquired, pulling out paper and pen to take notes. Li Huangxian stared blankly at him, his mind a void. Fragments of shattered images flickered briefly, yet they failed to coalesce into a complete scene. 3 years prior, he had awakened from a coma. Already brought back to his hometown's hospital by his parents from Jiangxing, leading to an interminable and monotonous convalescence thereafter. On the day of the accident, neither his parents, doctors, nor friends ever broached the subject in his presence. For 3 years, he had never actively sought to recall that event. The sole occasion he mentioned it occurred last month when he met Lin Shiming after returning from the rain. "I forgot," he said, and an inexplicable sorrow enveloped Li Huangxian, tears cascading down his cheeks. Dr. He closed his notebook, removed his glasses, and fixed his gaze intently on Li Huangshuan's eyes. "Young man, look into my eyes and reflect deeply. What were you doing that day? Who were you with?" Li Huangshuan's expression was one of bewilderment, tears flowing uncontrollably. A sharp pain surged from the depths of his mind, deterring him from delving further into his thoughts, akin to a finger instinctively retracting from a pinprick. Subsequently, He posed several more questions, as if engaged in casual conversation, about Li Huangshuan's academic life 3 years prior. He was able to respond effortlessly, save for the memory of the landslide, which remained elusive. "Dr. He, what is happening to him?" Su Wanqing inquired, her face etched with concern. "Doctor." He picked up his pen and inscribed a few words in his notebook. "Selective amnesia." He then provided a succinct explanation of this condition. Selective amnesia, in psychological terms, is a defense mechanism of the brain. When an individual encounters intense stimuli, such as extreme pain, sorrow, or fear, the impact may surpass the capacity of the mind to endure. Consequently, the subconscious mind actively chooses to forget the event. Generally, lost memories gradually resurface over time. But the greater the psychological impact of the events, the longer the recovery process will take. Li Huangxian, have you forgotten something significant, perhaps a person or an event? Su Wanqing inquired with a tone laden with sorrow. "I do not know, I cannot recall." Li Huangxian trembled all over. The missing memories surged within the depths of his mind. Although he was uncertain of their nature, he was acutely aware that they were undoubtedly tied to an unbearable, profound sorrow. Observing his agitation, Dr. He quickly reassured him, stating, "If you cannot remember, do not dwell on it. Forgetting is not necessarily a misfortune. Your brain is free from physical injury. With further observation, you will soon be discharged." He then offered Su Wanqing a few more words of advice before proceeding to the next patient. Li Huangxian clutched his head with both hands, a low, anguished sound escaping his throat. A truth was gradually approaching him, yet he found himself unable to grasp it. He retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Zhang Chuan's number. Hello. Fourth, what are you up to so early in the morning? Zhang Chuan's cheerful voice resonated. Tell me, what was I doing 3 years ago when I took the bus? Li Huangxian demanded with fervor. What? Fourth, what's wrong? Why the sudden inquiry? Zhang Chuan's tone shifted to one of alarm. Answer me quickly. Li Huangxian shouted in desperation. You mentioned that you were going to see a meteor shower, Zhang Chuan stammered, clearly shaken. Who was I with? Li Huangxian pressed further. A profound silence enveloped the conversation. Tremors coursed through Li Huangxian's hands, tears cascading down his cheeks. Finally, Zhang Chuan tentatively broke the silence. Do you remember her? In that instant, Li Huangxian ceased trembling, becoming as still as a statue. A sliver of the sealed memory began to seep forth. The scent of blood lingered in the air, a vivid crimson hue engulfing his vision. The sound of rocks tumbling echoed in his ears. Old four, do not inquire, for I cannot articulate my thoughts. If your parents were to discover that I broached that matter with you, they would surely seek retribution. If you recall, return and question them. Zhang Chuan uttered a torrent of disjointed words before abruptly severing the call. Li Huangxian leapt from his bed, hastily donning his shoes, and dashed outside. Hey, Li Huangxian, where are you going? Wait for me. Su Wanqing shouted from behind. Wanqing, you must return. I must uncover the truth today. Li Huangxian burst through the hospital doors, hailed a taxi, and instructed the driver to head to the train station. Jiangqing lay over 100 kilometers from his hometown. Yet the high-speed train would cover the distance in merely an hour. In that fleeting hour, Li Huangxian comprehended why, over the past 3 years, his parents had never pressured him to find a girlfriend. They had been desperately concealing a tragedy. With his heart in turmoil, he grew increasingly anxious as he approached the truth. Standing before the door of his home, which he had not visited in 3 months, he inhaled deeply, entered the code, and pushed the door open. It was the weekend, and both Li Tianyun and Fan Ling were at home, seated on the sofa watching television. Upon seeing their son return, their faces lit up with surprise. Oh, why didn't you call before coming back? Fan Ling exclaimed as she rushed over to envelop Li Huangxian in a warm embrace. Clinging to his mother, he wept uncontrollably. Son, do not cry. Have you faced hardships outside? Li Tianyun inquired anxiously. Dad, Mom, on the day of the car accident 3 years ago, who was I with? Li Huangxian's tears soaked the collar of Fan Ling's shirt. The couple's expressions changed simultaneously, leaving them speechless for a protracted moment. The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified. A sorrowful mood permeated the living room. Chapter 31. The Season of Cherry Blossoms. Son, let us refrain from discussing those heart-wrenching matters. It is a rare occasion for you to return. Allow your father to prepare something delicious for you. While soothing Li Huangxian, Fan Ling discreetly signaled to Li Tianyun. Li Tianyun promptly chimed in. Indeed, it has been ages since Dad last cooked. Today he shall showcase his culinary skills. However, the more they tried to conceal their feelings, the more it seemed they were directly informing Li Huangxian of the truth. Do not cry. I will take you back to your room for a moment's respite. You have not been home for several months, and your mother has been tidying up weekly. Fan Ling gently grasped Li Huangxian's hand and led him to his bedroom. Upon opening the door, everything appeared as it once was. A poster of 7 Mile Fragrance adorned the wall, and a high school basketball rested on the shoe rack. On the desk lay a photograph from when that fellow had won a gold medal, a memento of their celebration. In the corner by the door stood a black suitcase, somewhat antiquated, having not been seen in a long time. Fan Ling nonchalantly pulled it over. This is your father's suitcase from a business trip. A few days ago. While we were tidying up, we placed it in your room. This old scatterbrain forgot to take it back. Li Huangxian grasped the suitcase's handle with urgency. Mom, isn't this the one you accompanied me to buy at the mall before I went to university? Fan Ling hesitated, struggling to concoct an excuse, her heart racing with anxiety. Internally, she chastised Li Tianyun. While cleaning the room was one thing, leaving such an important item behind was quite another. It was truly unexpected for Li Huangxian to suddenly return. Mother, do not conceal the truth from me any longer. I have started to recall certain matters, and I have come back in search of definitive answers. Li Huangxian gently pushed aside Fan Ling's hand. He placed his suitcase flat on the desk, his heart racing with anticipation. After taking a deep breath, he abruptly unzipped the bag. Clothes, books, receipts, and music albums came into view. These warm belongings instantly transported him back 3 years into the past. A long-lost sense of familiarity gradually awakened in his mind. Beneath a travel brochure lay a black photo frame. Li Huangxian extended a trembling hand to turn the frame over. It revealed a softly colored photograph. In the season of blooming white osmanthus, a young couple stood side by side in front of the fountain at Jiang University Library, beaming with smiles. Li Huangxian appeared youthful, his face still bearing traces of innocence, with tousled hair falling over his forehead, his gaze unconsciously drifting towards the girl beside him, filled with affection. Lin Ximing wore a pure white dress, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, her eyes clear as water, bright as stars. She resembled an untainted fairy. Her appearance was identical to that of 3 years ago. Ah, Li Huangxian cried out loud, large tears streaming down onto the glass of the frame. Meng, how could I ever forget you? How could I possibly forget you? The lost memories were finally unearthed from the depths of his mind. Witnessing her son's profound sorrow, Fan Ling's tears fell in silent streams. She choked on her words, saying, 3 years ago, you encountered a tragedy. Your father went to your dormitory to collect your belongings, and your roommates mentioned that this suitcase contained your most treasured possessions. Later, Li Huangxian awoke to the astonishing realization that he had willingly forgotten everything regarding Lin Ximing. Consequently, the suitcase was concealed by them. Perhaps it was destined, for this very suitcase was ultimately meant to be opened by Li Huangxian himself. The long-buried memories would also be retrieved by him personally. Mom, please allow me some solitude. All right, my son, do not be too sorrowful. I shall call you for dinner shortly. Fan Ling embraced Li Huangxian, wiped away the tears from his cheeks, then rose to leave the room, gently closing the door behind her. The entire bedroom fell into a profound silence, a sanctuary for reminiscence. With teary eyes, Li Huangxian gazed at the photograph, as snippets of dialogue echoed from the depths of his mind. Ming, hurry and take a picture. This is the place where we first met. Oh dear senior. How can a grown man still enjoy taking photos? Just one. It holds great sentimental value. All right. You truly leave me no choice. At the very bottom of the suitcase lay a neatly folded blue-gray hoodie. Their story commenced with this very piece of clothing. 3 springs ago, during the season of blooming cherry blossoms, Li Huangxian was in his 2nd year of college. It was an evening graced by a gentle spring rain. He donned the blue-gray hoodie and carried his laptop bag as he exited the library. He could not help but complain about the dreadful weather in Jiangxing, which seemed to rain at the drop of a hat. If it weren't for the sluggish internet in the dormitory, he wouldn't have had to visit the library to mooch off their connection. Hey, Lao San, I'm stuck in the library. Bring an umbrella to rescue me. Upon hanging up the phone, Li Huangxian noticed a graceful figure standing beneath the eaves. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded like a waterfall. Classmate, you didn't bring an umbrella either? Li Huangxian casually inquired. The girl turned her head, revealing a face of stunning beauty. Li Huangxian was momentarily entranced, his heart skipping a beat as he momentarily forgot to breathe. To put it romantically, it was love at first sight. To be blunt, it was a case of infatuation. After nearly 2 years at Jiangda, this was the first time he encountered such an exquisitely ethereal girl. Yes, my roommates all went on dates, and no one could lend me an umbrella, she replied with a shrug of resignation. My friend is on the way, and will share an umbrella with you shortly. Li Huangxian then lamented, this rain is quite bothersome. The girl gazed quietly at the misty rain. Not at all. I find rainy days quite beautiful. Li Huangxian blurted out. The most beautiful thing isn't the rainy day, but the eaves where we once sheltered from the rain together. Immediately regretting his words, he felt they verged on frivolity. He shouldn't have made such a clever remark. Fortunately, the girl didn't seem to mind. She smiled gently and asked, are you a Jcho fan? Li Huangxian replied eagerly, yes, a devoted fan. Are you as well? The girl shook her head. I'm not. I'm a fan of Xianyu. But I've heard that lyric. I am Li Huangxian, a sophomore in computer science. Lin Ximing, a freshman in economics. Nice to meet you, senior. As the saying goes, be wary of fire, theft, and senior brothers. Such a level of beauty typically exudes an air of aloofness. Yet she was surprisingly open and engaged in pleasant conversation with Li Huangxian. Perhaps it was simply the boredom of waiting out the rain. Lin Ximing? Li Huangxian savored the sound of her name. Lin Ximing turned the book in her hands to the title page, revealing a few characters to him. Li Huangxian smiled and said, then everyone must call you Ming, right? Lin Ximing nodded. Indeed, since childhood, classmates and friends have called me that. She was dressed somewhat lightly. and upon feeling the cold wind, instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. Observing this, Li Huangxian clenched his teeth and removed his hoodie, draping it over her shoulders. This action had to be executed seamlessly, like flowing water, otherwise it would appear awkward. Lin Shiming blinked and accepted this gesture of kindness with a smile. The two engaged in casual conversation, yet before they could transition from poetry and literature to the philosophies of life, Zhang Chuan ascended the rain-soaked steps. Li Huangxian grumbled inwardly, wondering why he didn't see Zhang Chuan move so quickly when asked to do something. Sorry to keep you waiting. Who is this beautiful lady? Zhang Chuan approached with large strides. Thank you for your trouble, Li Huangxian replied, taking the umbrella and giving a subtle signal, mouthing the word, gun. Zhang Chuan was taken aback, staring blankly at them. Ming Ming, which building do you live in? I'll escort you back to the dormitory. Li Huangxian opened the umbrella, shielding Lin Shiming's head. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Chuan nearly spat blood in frustration. In the misty rain, Li Huangxian and Lin Shiming walked side by side under a blue umbrella adorned with white flowers. Li Huangxian tilted the umbrella as far to the right as possible, his left arm now thoroughly soaked. Having mustered the courage to call her Ming Ming earlier, he now reverted to maintaining a distance, addressing her as Lin Tongxue. Lin Shiming, in turn, referred to him as senior. Li Huangxian was quite curious about whether girls immersed themselves in perfume every night, as their bodies always exuded such delightful fragrances. This was his first close encounter with such a beautiful girl, and his heart raced wildly, leaving him somewhat at a loss for words. Lin Shiming smiled gently. Are you a fan of Jay? Li Huangxian nodded vigorously. Indeed, I am a die-hard fan. At last, the conversation ventured into a territory where he felt at ease, discussing which song belonged to which album, the year of release, and the stories behind the music videos. He spoke with fervor, as if recounting treasured memories. Then sing me a song, Lin Shiming casually suggested. Li Huangxian cleared his throat and, with unrestrained enthusiasm, began to sing. I gaze upon your face, lightly brushing the chords, Valentine's card. All right, that's enough. You sang wonderfully, but perhaps refrain from singing next time. Lin Shiming quickly regretted her earlier proposal. His off-key voice truly disrupted the ambience. Every note was a discordant mess. On a rainy day, students hurried through the campus. A boy on a bicycle sped past them, the wheels splashing through a puddle, sending a spray of murky rainwater everywhere. Be careful. Li Huangxian instinctively shielded Lin Shiming, only to be drenched in the process. Lin Shiming was not spared either. Her pure white skirt was speckled with mud, and her blue-gray hoodie dripped with rainwater. How could he ride like that? Li Huangxian glared at the receding bicycle in frustration. Under normal circumstances, he would have voiced his displeasure. But in front of the lovely junior, he had to feign composure. It's all right. Getting clothes dirty in the rain is inevitable. We can just wash them when we get back, Lin Shiming said with a carefree demeanor. Despite Li Huangxuan's deep reluctance, he swiftly arrived at the entrance of the female dormitory. The elderly matron at the guardhouse eyed him warily, much like a farmer guarding her patch of tender greens from prowling swine. Senior, thank you. Your shirt is completely soaked. Shall I wash it and return it to you? Lin Shiming suggested, pointing to the hoodie she wore. How could I impose? Li Huangxian replied, maintaining a stoic facade while his heart brimmed with joy. Hand me your phone. Once the shirt is dry, I shall treat you to a meal, she insisted. I need my phone for gaming later tonight. I cannot part with it, Lin Shiming quipped, amused by his rather corny jest. The pair exchanged their contact information with cheerful spirits. After leaving the female dormitory, Li Huangxian dashed through the ring. Oh, matchmaker, you have finally opened your eyes. I thought I had been forgotten. If I win over this celestial junior, the 3 lecherous souls in our dormitory will surely be consumed by envy. Upon his return to dormitory 202, Li Huangxian appeared as though he had just emerged from the depths of a river. Zhang Chuan, upon seeing him, ground his teeth in fury and exclaimed, Beast. Li Huangxian chuckled an apology. Old 3, I apologize. Tomorrow, I shall treat you to a set of pancakes. What do you take me for? A mere set of pancakes will not suffice. Zhang Chuan retorted angrily. I demand 2 sets. From the upper bunk, Lei Ping's laughter echoed. A robust figure. He had taken 2 years to enter university, thus earning the undisputed title of the elder brother in dormitory 202. Perhaps due to his age, he exhibited a maturity beyond his peers and cherished his educational opportunities, never having skipped a single class in his 2 years at university. In daily life, there is considerable care given to the 3 roommates. Old 4, hurry and let old 2 out. Go take a hot shower to avoid catching a cold. As soon as Lei Ping's words fell, the bathroom door swung open, revealing a handsome young man clad in shorts. Among the four in room 202, Zhui Yunfei is the only one with a girlfriend, and not just one. In less than 2 years of university, he has broken up at least 8 times, a quintessential romantic rogue. On ordinary days, Zhui Yunfei frequently imparts his dubious wisdom on courting women to his 2 younger companions. Zhang Chuan is often left awestruck, jotting down notes in his small notebook, while Li Huangxian scoffs, as he yearns for the pure love of a single partner throughout one's life. After finishing his shower, Li Huangxian noticed the 3 huddled together, whispering conspiratorially. "What are you plotting?" he inquired. Zhang Chuan lifted his head. "Old 4, I have gathered all the intel. Do you know who the girl you encountered at the library entrance is?" Li Huangxian nodded. "Yes, she is Lin Ximing, a first year in economics." "You know nothing." Zhang Chuan pointed to the campus forum. "She is the belle of the business school, and in less than a year, the number of boys she has rejected could circle Jiangda University 3 times. "And so?" Li Huangxian asked. "Do you think those 3 circles of male compatriots include you?" Zhang Chuan smirked. "I merely accompanied her back to the dormitory while it was raining." Li Huangxian feigned indifference. "Come on, we're all male animals. Why pretend?" Zhang Chuan retorted. With a sharp sound, Zhui Yunfei slapped a piece of paper down in front of Li Huangxian. Li Huangxian picked it up and discovered a chaotic array of calculations, reminiscent of calculus yet distinctly different. "What is this, second brother?" Zhui Yunfei replied with a slight smile. "This is the most scientifically advanced formula for love I devised, calculating your probability of winning over Lin Ximing." Following his finger, Li Huangxuan's gaze fell upon a startling figure, 00031. "What scientific basis does this contraption have? Fourth brother, heed my advice. This girl is beyond your grasp. Hand over her phone number, and I shall test the waters for you." Witnessing Zhui Yunfei's shameless demeanor, Li Huangxian felt an urge to unleash his frustrations on him for the sake of all the female victims. Zhang Chuan was doubled over with laughter. Ultimately, it was their loyal leader, Lei Ping, who offered a more grounded perspective. He patted Li Huangxuan's shoulder, saying, "Fourth brother, one must tread the path step by step and savor each bite. As a lifelong singleton, aiming for the belle of the department may be a touch presumptuous." Li Huangxian retorted stubbornly, "Leader, you know me well. I may be silent, but when I speak, it is with great impact." Lei Ping scoffed, "Enough with the bravado. I know a chubby girl from the law school, just like you, who has never been in a relationship. I'll introduce you to sometime. You need some practice." Li Huangxian furrowed his brow. "How chubby?" "Only about 40 to 50 pounds heavier than you. She's warm to hold in winter." Zhui Yunfei and Zhang Chuan laughed uncontrollably. Rolling on the bed, the 3 roommates shared a unanimous sentiment. If Li Huangxian dared to entertain any ill thoughts towards Lin Ximing, he was utterly oblivious to his own limitations. That evening, as he lay in bed, Li Huangxian quietly browsed the school forum. Upon searching for Lin Ximing's name, one is met with an abundance of shameless declarations from LSPs who affectionately refer to her as Ming Ming. It seems there are more than just one toad yearning for swan meat. Is there truly no glimmer of hope? Alas, a mere 0.0031 remains. Chapter 33. Do you believe that one can traverse time? 3 days later, at noon, Li Huangxian dined with 3 roommates in the second cafeteria. Zhang Chuan lamented, "The food here is utterly devoid of flavor. Shall we venture out for hot pot this evening?" Lei Ping nodded in agreement. "Excellent. The cravings within me are insatiable." Li Huangxian turned his gaze towards Zhui Yunfei. "Old 2, you ought not to be solely preoccupied with romance. It's time to nurture our camaraderie as well. You're always the one who drops the ball when we make plans." Zhui Yunfei shot him a glance. "Am I, Zhua, a person who prioritizes love over friendship? Tonight, those who do not attend shall be deemed dogs." The 4 reached a consensus, joyfully deciding to indulge in Chongqing hot pot outside the South Gate that evening, vowing to drink heartily until inebriation. Suddenly, Li Huangxian's phone rang loudly. Upon seeing the caller ID, his eyes nearly bulged with surprise. He maintained his composure and swiped to answer. "Hello, senior. Are you free this evening? I'll return your clothes and perhaps treat you to something to eat." Lin Ximing's sweet and melodious voice resonated through the receiver. "Of course, I'm free." Li Huangxian swiftly dismissed the earlier conversation with his roommates from his mind. "All right then, I'll meet you at the North Gate after the 4th class this afternoon." Lin Ximing succinctly conveyed the time and place before hanging up. Li Huangxian set his phone down, beaming as he looked at his 3 good friends. "Old 2, It's not as you described. Merely skipping hot pot doesn't tea make one a dog. Zhui Yunfei cast a glance at the other two. Let us give him a taste. Li Huangxian promised the trio that he would treat them to hot pot next time, finally freeing himself from their grasp. As the fourth period concluded, he stepped out with a buoyant stride, heading towards the north gate to wait. He paced back and forth, brimming with excitement. After a considerable wait, he finally spotted the figure that arrived fashionably late amidst the throng of students. Lin Shiming donned a sleek black leather jacket paired with jeans. Compared to their initial encounter in the library, she exuded less ethereal charm and more spirited elegance. Senior, have you been waiting long? Lin Shiming asked, a hint of apology in her voice. Li Huangxian shook his head. No, I just arrived as well. Outside the north gate lay a lengthy street lined with food stalls, where the most pervasive aroma was that of stinky tofu, its pungent scent infiltrating every corner. Senior, may I treat you to some Odin? She inquired. Of course, but allow me to pay. He insisted. The steaming Odin wafted delightful fragrances as the vendor handed them 2 paper bowls, inviting them to select their ingredients at will. Originating from the islands, Odin primarily features a variety of fish products. Li Huangxian meticulously avoided the seafood, opting instead for radishes, eggs, kelp, and konjac noodles. Determined to treat her. Please, senior, take a seat while I fetch the drinks, Lin Shiming offered, not contesting his insistence, and she dashed off to the bubble tea shop. Li Huangxian noticed that she appeared significantly more vivacious this time around. This must be her true personality. After all, during their previous encounter, they were still strangers, and she must have found it quite taxing to feign demureness. Shortly thereafter, Lin Shiming returned, handing him a cup of caramel milk tea. The two settled onto a small stool at the roadside stall, savoring their Odin. The illustrious belle of the Business Administration Department bore no semblance of a goddess's aloofness. Senior, why does your bowl contain nothing but bland broth? Lin Shiming quickly observed that Li Huangxuan's bowl was almost devoid of any meat. A glimmer of sorrow flickered in Li Huangxuan's eyes as he replied, I have hardly eaten fish since 2 years ago. Why is that? Lin Shiming inquired, her large, sparkling eyes blinking in curiosity. Because every time I see fish, it reminds me of my dearest friend, whom I can no longer meet. A wave of melancholy washed over Li Huangxian. I apologize. Had I known, I wouldn't have chosen to eat Odin. Lin, do you believe that one can transcend time? Lin Shiming pondered this question, straddling the line between science and fantasy, unsure of how to respond. Driven by an inexplicable trust, Li Huangxian, suppressing his grief, began to recount a tale reminiscent of Zhuangzi's dream of a butterfly. As he spoke, tears streamed down his cheeks. At that time, I even said that if he were no longer in this world, I would celebrate with firecrackers. I truly deserve to be condemned. He urged me to live life to the fullest, to carry on his spirit, yet how could I ever compare to him? I have yet to witness the conclusion of Detective Conan, nor have I fulfilled my promise to him. A 20-year-old young man wept openly, his face streaked with tears and snot. Lin Shiming was captivated by his story. She had never imagined that such a poignant narrative could exist in this world. This seemingly carefree boy possessed an extraordinary depth of emotion and loyalty. Senior, your friend would surely wish for you to lead a vibrant life and to cease mourning for him. Lin Shiming offered a tissue from the table, her voice imbued with gentle consolation. He is a true prodigy, while I feel like a mere waste. How could I ever match his brilliance? Li Huangxian loathed his own mediocrity. No, every talent must have its purpose. No one is born useless. You possess your own unique brilliance, Lin Shiming asserted with unwavering conviction. Li Huangxian covered his eyes with a tissue, inhaling deeply. Suddenly, he felt utterly humiliated. A grown man, on a date with a girl, consumed by his own sorrows. Weeping uncontrollably. Had he known, he should have listened more to his elder's guidance and prepared a strategy for romance. Lin Shiming speared a meatball and placed it in Li Huangxuan's bowl. This isn't fish. You should be able to eat it, right? Afterward, she took a piece of white radish from his bowl. Li Huangxian stared at her, sensing that this gesture was somewhat intimate. Why are you looking at me? If you are unwilling to share a piece of radish, I shall return it to you. Lin Shiming offered the bitten radish to Li Huangxian. No, that's not what I meant. Wiping away his tears, Li Huangxian lowered his head and began to eat heartily. Lin Shiming smiled gently, as if time itself had softened. The distance between them, once marked by sorrowful tales, had diminished significantly. Lin Shiming suggested that Li Huangxian should write down this story and share it online. Many would surely appreciate it. Li Huangxian shook his head, insisting that as a science student, he was incapable of such intricate literary endeavors. Lin Shiming did not press further, diverting the conversation to spare him further distress. After finishing the oden, the two wandered through the snack street, where the observant girl refrained from purchasing anything related to fish. The silver moon hangs like a hook in the sky, while stars twinkle like dreams. The shadow of a person is elongated by the glow of the streetlight. Li Huangxian escorted Lin Shiming to the foot of the dormitory building, and as the moment of parting approached, Lin Shiming retrieved a blue-gray hoodie from her bag, infused with the scent of lavender laundry detergent. "Thank you, senior. It has been a pleasure to know you." Li Huangshuan's eyes reflected a sense of reluctance, summoning his courage. He called out, "Ming Ming." Lin Shiming smiled gently, seemingly unbothered by his sentiment. "Goodbye, you should head up." Li Huangxian turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he suddenly heard the girl behind him shout, "Senior, do your best. For the sake of your friend, strive to become a better version of yourself." Tears welled up in Li Huangshuan's eyes once more. He turned back to the graceful silhouette standing at the stairway and waved fervently. Chapter 34. I still keep the tickets in the bedroom. The silence was so profound that even a single tear falling could be distinctly heard. Gazing at the blue-gray hoodie in his hands, Li Huangshuan's thoughts returned to that beautiful encounter he had forgotten for 3 long years. "Ming Ming, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Since that day, he had not worn the garment again. Instead, he neatly folded it and stored it away in his suitcase. 3 years had passed, and the lavender scent had long since faded into oblivion. Li Huangshuan's gaze fell upon a stack of tickets, all neatly held together by a black binder clip. There were movie tickets, restaurant receipts, and travel passes, all for 2. Among them, the most extravagant was a receipt from a jewelry store, a jade bracelet priced at 299 yuan. For a student like Li Huangxian, this was undoubtedly a significant expenditure. The earliest remnants are 2 yellowed movie ticket stubs. In Li Huangshuan's mind, one of his favorite melodies begins to play automatically. Our beginning is like an extensive film that has been screening for 3 years. I still keep the tickets. The ballet on ice continues to swirl in my thoughts. Gazing at you, I gradually forget you. Accompanied by this faintly melancholic melody, the words on the tickets before me blur and scatter, piecing together the fragmented memories. Tom once again transports me back 3 years. A night of spring breezes descends, scattering the cherry blossoms from the trees, as spring gradually approaches its end. After the lights are extinguished on Friday night, the dormitory discussions in room 202 commence punctually. "Old 4, how's your pursuit of that campus beauty going?" Zhang Chuan initiates the conversation. "Pretty good. I've been liking her posts on social media," Li Huangxian blurts out. Zhui Yunfei, mid-sip of water, abruptly spews it all onto the floor. Lei Ping struggles to contain his laughter, trying not to burst out. "After she returned your clothes, haven't you two gone out again?" Zhang Chuan presses on. "Does playing games together count?" Li Huangxian begins to animatedly recount an incident where, upon logging into the game, he discovered Lin Shiming was also online, and with a spirit of experimentation, he sent her an invitation. Lin Shiming quickly accepted and joined the room. In that match, playing as Miyamoto Musashi, accompanied by a Yao sister, he felt as though he were possessed by a deity of slaughter. Gods were vanquished, Buddhas were defeated. The entire canyon was thrown into chaos, with the earth trembling and the sky shaking. In 1,000 miles, not a rooster crowed. In 100 miles, not a wisp of smoke rose. While Li Huangxian continued to boast with great enthusiasm, Zhui Yunfei finally could no longer hold back. "All right, if you truly find her intriguing, why not invite her to meet up? Is it really necessary to engage in an online romance while attending the same school?" Li Huangxian furrowed his brow in embarrassment. What excuse could I possibly use to ask her out? Wouldn't it come across as too forward? Zhui Yunfei sprang up. "Hand me your phone. I shall arrange it for you." Seizing Li Huangshuan's phone, he located Lin Shiming in the contacts and began typing. The white glow of the screen illuminated his mischievous grin. Li Huangxian, feeling exceedingly anxious, mumbled incessantly, "Is this really appropriate? Do you think someone as popular as her would agree to go out with me? I believe we should take it slow, perhaps chat a bit more before making a move." Before he could finish his thoughts, Zhui Yunfei tossed the phone back to him. "I've scheduled a movie date for you tomorrow afternoon." She has agreed. "Just remember to dress nicely." Li Huangxian picked up the phone, staring at the conversation on the screen, his expression one of disbelief. Was it truly that simple? His roommate, Lei Ping, gave a thumbs up. "Impressive, my friend. No wonder they call you a heartthrob. Your presence at Jiangda campus is indeed a significant disruption." Zhui Yunfei reclined back onto his bed. Let me impart another piece of wisdom. When you arrive at the cinema, don't rush into the screening room. Find an excuse to delay until the film starts. It will be pitch dark inside, providing the perfect opportunity to hold her hand. Zhang Chuan, enlightened by this advice, promptly turned on his flashlight and jotted it down in his notebook. Li Huangxian shot them a disdainful glance. I, Li Huangxian, pride myself on my integrity and openness. How could I stoop to such underhanded tactics? As he spoke, he opened the ticketing application and discovered that a horror film was currently screening. It seemed like divine intervention. If Lin Shiming were to be frightened, she would likely instinctively lean into him. This would provide him with the perfect opportunity to embrace her and offer gentle words of comfort. Thus, the night's dreams promised to be particularly enchanting. On Saturday, devoid of classes, Li Huangxian had arranged to meet Lin Shiming for the film at 3 in the afternoon. Following the screening, they would enjoy dinner together. From midday, he stood before the mirror, meticulously grooming himself, styling his hair with an air of maturity. The meeting point remained the northern gate of the school. Li Huangxian arrived early, restlessly pacing at the entrance, occasionally pulling out his phone to adjust his hair in front of the screen. Hello, senior. A melodious voice chimed from behind. Li Huangxian instantly turned around, his breath catching in his throat. Lin Shiming wore a stylish blue and white shirt paired with a light gray skirt, exuding an elegance that carried a touch of nobility. She looked ethereal, even without elaborate adornment. In contrast, Li Huangxian felt a pang of inadequacy. What had emboldened him to pursue her? The cinema was not far from the school, and they walked there together, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Li Huangxian was acutely aware that their gazes were not directed at him. Shiming, may I call you that? He inquired cautiously. Of course, my friends call me that too. Lin Shiming replied cheerfully, her steps light and bird-like. Li Huangxian awkwardly continued, I didn't expect you to agree to go out with me. Lin Shiming responded with a bright smile, my roommates have all gone on dates with their boyfriends, so I found it rather dull being alone in the dormitory. Do you often not receive invitations? He asked. Indeed, perhaps my reputation precedes me, instilling fear in others. Li Huangxian recalls Zhang Chuan mentioning that the number of boys rejected by Lin Shiming this year could encircle Jiang University thrice. As her fame burgeons, suitors retreat in trepidation, leaving only the foolish to persist obstinately. In truth, Lin Shiming felt a peculiar compulsion to accept this invitation. Perhaps it was the poignant tale recounted by Li Huangxian during their last encounter over Odin, filled with genuine emotion, which left her with an indelible impression of this senior. After all, she is not a celestial being, merely an attractive university student seeking a delightful weekend. As they engaged in awkward conversation, they arrived at the cinema. With mere minutes to spare before the screening, Li Huangxian went to retrieve the tickets and purchase snacks and beverages. Didn't you say we were watching a romance? Lin Shiming exclaimed, her eyes widening at the movie ticket in her hand. Indeed, a horror romance, Li Huangxian replied, forcing a smile. Lin Shiming chose not to press further and headed towards the screening room. However, Li Huangxian halted her, saying, Ming Ming, wait a moment. The opening credits are just the film company's animation. His gaze drifted to a nearby claw machine, internally berating himself for resorting to such underhanded tactics. Chapter 35. I will traverse time to meet you. Li Huangxian inserted 20 yuan and said to Lin Shiming, Ming Ming, why don't you give it a try? Lin Shiming waved her hand dismissively. I'm not skilled at this. I've never managed to catch a doll. Then allow me to teach you. Catching a doll is akin to playing with zhong kuei. Wait for a moment of inattention, then strike decisively. Li Huangxian manipulated the joystick with fervor, pressing the button decisively. It was evident that he was merely engaging in idle chatter. The first attempt yielded no results. He chuckled softly, masking his embarrassment with a smile. Lin Shiming, amused by his antics, let out a giggle. Naturally, she was a lively and cheerful girl. Her earlier demeanor of aloofness was merely a fade born from unfamiliarity with Li Huangxian. Now, however, she felt increasingly at ease. Li Huangxian, deliberately prolonging the moment, swayed the joystick languidly, cautiously making his next attempt. After several tries, 20 yuan had nearly vanished, leaving only one last chance. Ming Ming, why don't you take the final shot? I'm not on my game today, he said begrudgingly, stepping aside. Having observed for quite some time, Lin Shiming felt a sudden surge of enthusiasm and readily took over the joystick. With fluid grace, she pushed forward, executing her move with precision and confidence. To their astonishment, she successfully snagged a blue Doraemon plush toy, which clattered down to the exit. I got it. she exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. Li Huangxian bent down to retrieve the doll and handed it to her, incredulously remarking, "Is it truly that remarkable?" Lin Shiming accepted the doryman with glee, stating, "This is the first toy I've ever won in my life. It holds special significance." As the time drew near, the two made their way toward the ticketing area. Lin Shiming cradled the toy with great affection, her steps noticeably lighter. "Why did you want to catch a doryman?" Li Huangxian asked casually. "Because doryman has a time machine," Lin Shiming replied, her expression suddenly turning serious. "You asked me last time whether I believe people can travel through time. I truly do." Li Huangxian was momentarily taken aback. Rather than believing in time travel, he found solace in the notion of love. "I am Dream Ming, and so are you. Perhaps one day, I shall traverse time to meet you," Lin Shiming jested, urging him to hastily produce the movie tickets. Li Huangxian's deliberate procrastination bore fruit. Upon entering the screening room, the opening animation had already commenced on the grand screen. Transitioning from brightness to darkness, his eyes required an adjustment period, rendering the surroundings nearly imperceptible. He held the bucket of popcorn in his left hand, clasped against his chest with his right arm, freeing one hand yet hesitating to extend it. His heart raced, and his cheeks flushed with warmth. Listening to Zhui Yunfei's words proved to be mere theory. He struggled to overcome the psychological barrier. Knowledge gleaned from theory alone felt superficial. True understanding necessitated practical experience. To become a master of charm was no simple feat, unless one possessed an extraordinary talent for wooing. In his flustered state, Li Huangxian inadvertently stumbled over an outstretched leg, teetering forward and spilling popcorn. A warm, gentle hand grasped his left hand. "Be careful," Lin Shiming's voice floated from behind. A tingling sensation coursed through him, rendering him numb except for his left hand. The two navigated through the rows, bent over as they squeezed past legs to reach their seats. It was only when Lin Shiming tentatively attempted to withdraw her hand that Li Huangxian finally understood to let go. He wiped the perspiration from his palm onto his thigh. Fortunately, the cinema was enveloped in darkness. Otherwise, should anyone discover his flushed face, it would be an utter embarrassment. As the main feature commenced on the grand screen, an eerie melody filled the air, setting an unsettling atmosphere. Li Huangxian shuddered in fright, instinctively retreating slightly. Lin Shiming, however, remained composed, taking a sip of her cola and grabbing the bucket of popcorn. Due to the stringent regulations imposed after the founding of the nation, domestic horror films have become akin to mere comedies, leading many to perceive them as laughable. In the entire screening hall, patrons indulged in snacks and drinks, while couples unabashedly displayed their affection. Only someone as inexperienced as Li Huangxian could be so easily frightened from the outset. After half an hour, Lin Shiming suddenly turned to him and asked, "Aren't you going to eat any popcorn?" "I'm about to finish it all." Li Huangxian reached for a piece, popping it into his mouth. Meng, don't be afraid. It's all just a movie." With a deadpan expression, Lin Shiming replied, "What makes you think I'm scared?" As a sudden burst of startling music erupted, Li Huangxian clutched the armrest tightly, his heart racing. He glanced at the unflappable Lin Shiming, nearly on the verge of tears. This was not how it was supposed to unfold. She should be acting like a frightened little rabbit, trembling in his embrace. The film employed cliché shooting and editing techniques, relying solely on jarring music and abrupt cuts to create a sense of horror. Anyone with a modicum of viewing experience would find it all too predictable. "Ming, you keep watching. I need to use the restroom," Li Huangxian exclaimed, nearly overwhelmed with fear. "Hurry back," Lin Shiming urged. In the restroom, Li Huangxian's heart raced, and even his urination felt unsteady. He felt like a fool, his scheme having backfired, leaving him in a state of utter fright. "Hey, my friend, after watching the film and having dinner, what should I do with her?" Li Huangxian sought advice from Zhui Yunfei. Seizing the moment, he suggested that he was weary from walking and wished to find a place to rest. Zhui Yunfei smirked. "Is that a feasible plan? Won't you get slapped for it?" Li Huangxian felt a surge of anxiety. "Of course, there is a certain risk. My face has grown thick from such experiences," Zhui Yunfei shamelessly replied. Li Huangxian ended the call, promptly dismissing this ill-conceived notion. He genuinely admired Lin Shiming, aspiring for a love that endures through eternity. To merely covet her body would be beneath him. Moreover, it seemed implausible that a beauty of her caliber could be so easily swayed. "What have you been hiding for all this time?" As he stepped out of the restroom, he was confronted by Lin Shiming's visage. Li Huangxian's face drained of color. Surely, she hadn't overheard his earlier conversation? Lin Shiming seized his hand, pulling him into the screening room. You chose a horror film. Now that you're scared, hiding outside is unacceptable. Sit down, and you must watch it to the end. Li Huangxian found himself firmly seated, reluctantly subjected to the terrifying scenes on the screen. It appeared that Lin Shiming was watching an entirely different film, occasionally chuckling aloud. Li Huangxian reassured himself. Regardless of the circumstances, he had at least held her hand, marking a significant victory. The transition from quantitative to qualitative change, accumulating advantages toward triumph. How distant could the day be when he would embrace his beloved? Senior, if you're frightened, you can lean on my shoulder, Lin Shiming suddenly inquired. Frightened? What nonsense? Li Huangxian immediately sat up straight, puffing out his chest, exuding an endearing naivety. Lin Shiming stifled a light chuckle, choosing to remain silent. Chapter 36. The greatest illusion of life, a hallmark of domestic horror films, is the tendency to reveal at the conclusion that the entire narrative was merely a dream or fantasy of the protagonist, thereby transforming it into a full-fledged comedy. The screening room erupted in a chorus of discontent. Naturally, the majority of horror film viewers are couples, and the young men are not particularly there to appreciate the cinematic artistry. Upon exiting the theater, Li Huangxian felt a lingering weakness in his legs. The two descended a level to the food court of the mall, casually selecting a hot pot restaurant. While ordering, Lin Shiming deliberately avoided all seafood. Meng, you need not accommodate my preferences. In truth, I am not particularly fond of fish either. They exchanged smiles, drawing closer in their connection. As they indulged in the hot pot, Lin Shiming, like an inquisitive child, incessantly probed into the details of the tale of Zhuangzi and the butterfly dream. This relentless inquiry sent Li Huangxian into another emotional spiral, tears streaming down his face. Senior, you are truly the most tearful boy I have ever encountered. I am not usually like this. It is all your fault. To make amends, Lin Shiming generously piled various meats into his bowl. The seemingly aloof campus beauty revealed her gentle side. Through their interactions, Lin Shiming realized that although Li Huangxian possessed a certain cluelessness, he was remarkably sincere and devoid of ulterior motives. His poignant reminiscence of a deceased friend was particularly moving, and his gaze, in contrast to those who had previously pursued her, held a newfound clarity. After finishing their meal, they arrived on the first floor, where the mall boasted an array of jewelry and accessory boutiques. Lin Shiming passed by a glass counter, her gaze lingering for a moment on an emerald bracelet. The jade-green luster appeared lustrous and gentle. Meng, do you like it? Li Huangxian inquired as he leaned closer. Not really, just browsing, Lin Shiming replied, averting her eyes. Bathed in moonlight, the two wandered through the silent campus strewn with fallen blossoms. Lin Shiming's steps were unconsciously influenced by the patterned tiles of the road. Skipping about like a restless little bird, Li Huangxian cautiously adjusted his stride, maintaining a parallel pace beside her. At last, they found ample time to converse, ranging from poetry to life's philosophies. The meager knowledge he possessed was nearly exhausted by the end of the evening. Yet his identity as a devoted fan proved most advantageous. The sky is a blue hue awaiting the misty rain, while I await you. The pastoral flute resonated from the outskirts, echoing through the wild village. The wind at the bustling inn is as sharp as a knife, and the downpour heralds fate. These lyrics flowed from his lips like an ancient scholar possessed by inspiration. Influenced by him, Lin Shiming expressed her desire to listen to these songs more attentively upon her return. Arriving beneath the girls' dormitory, the moment of reluctant parting had arrived. Meng, can we consider ourselves friends now? Li Huangxian asked. Indeed, senior, I had a wonderful time today, Lin Shiming replied, her lips curling into a smile as she waved her Doraemon toy. Then next time, if there's a good movie, I'll invite you? Absolutely. Next time. The meal is on me. Upon hearing this, Li Huangxian was so elated he nearly leaped with joy, tempted to pinch himself to confirm he wasn't dreaming. As Lin Shiming ascended the stairs, her figure vanished around the corner, yet Li Huangxian remained reluctant to withdraw his gaze. It was only when the dormitory matron splashed a basin of foot-washing water that he fled in disarray. Upon returning to dormitory 202, under the scrutiny of his three roommates, Li Huangxian recounted the entire dating escapade in meticulous detail. As a seasoned veteran in the realm of romance, Zhui Yunfei shook his head vigorously, akin to a clapper in a bell. She was merely humoring you. You, my friend, have no prospects for a second encounter. Lei Ping, with a tone of earnest counsel, remarked, Old 4, do not set your sights too high. Heed my advice. The plump girl from the political science department is quite commendable, Li Huangxian murmured. I believe she has a favorable impression of me. His three roommates simultaneously scoffed. This is, after all, the foremost illusion of life. She likes me. However, the course of reality deviated from the predictions of the romantic connoisseur. Remarkably, Li Huangxian did manage to arrange several more outings with Lin Ximing, sharing meals, shopping, and watching films together. Although their relationship had not yet blossomed into love, a genuine friendship was undeniably forged. He meticulously preserved the receipts from their outings, cherishing them as tokens of his journey towards love. Excuse me, how much for this bracelet? On a day in late April, Li Huangxian found himself before a jade bracelet. He distinctly recalled the moment during their first movie date, when Lin Ximing's gaze lingered upon it for a few seconds. However, the price quoted by the shopkeeper nearly caused him to collapse in shock. 299 yuan, a staggering sum for a financially constrained student. He arrived with enthusiasm, but returned in disappointment. Back in the dormitory, Zhang Chuan was engrossed in studying foreign cinema. Old 3, could you lend me some money? I wish to buy a gift for Ming Ming. Li Huangxian pulled over a stool to join him in his studies. You are the wealthiest among us. Is there truly a gift you cannot afford? Zhang Chuan gazed intently at the screen. That item was exorbitantly priced at 3,300. My funds are insufficient. Li Huangxian sighed repeatedly. How much do you have? Zhang Chuan inquired. 250. Get lost. Male university students are undoubtedly among the most impoverished social groups. Not to mention raising funds for a dormitory room. Even gathering contributions from an entire floor might not suffice to accumulate 3,000 yuan. Upon returning from his date, Zhui Yunfei learned of Li Huangxuan's intentions and earnestly provided him with guidance. Old 4, your line of thinking is profoundly misguided. Pursuing a girl necessitates a careful consideration of the cost-to-benefit ratio. What returns can you expect from a gift exceeding 3,000? As a brother, I do not wish for you to end up chasing after a taxi, lamenting how you could possibly live without Ming Ming. However, Li Huangxian, stubborn as a mule, refused to heed any words of wisdom. Lei Ping returned from studying at the library and offered a constructive suggestion. There is a dessert shop outside the south gate of the school that is hiring students for part-time work. By working every evening, one could earn over 1,000 yuan in a month. After 2 months, with a little extra saved, that could afford you a jade bracelet. Boss, you truly are the best, Li Huangxian exclaimed in excitement, declaring his intent to apply tomorrow. Old 4, you clearly have never experienced hardship. Are you truly capable of handling such servile work? Lei Ping expressed his concerns. The other 2 roommates were equally skeptical. Li Huangxian came from a well-off background. With harmonious parents, he was a child nurtured in a honey pot. It was not until university that he first resided in a dormitory, far removed from his parents' care. Moreover, he was the youngest among the 3 roommates, who tended to look after him. Taking a job at a dessert shop as a waiter, serving tea and pouring water, one must inevitably endure some discomfort. Yet, Li Huangxian was determined to give it a try. The mere thought of Lin Ximing's surprised expression upon receiving a gift invigorated him. The following afternoon, the bald-headed manager of the dessert shop scrutinized Li Huangxian from head to toe. With such delicate skin, have you ever worked before? Li Huangxian nodded vigorously, yes. I served as the labor committee member in my first year of high school. The manager's expression remained stern. Then you will be on a trial for 3 days. Start by wiping tables and mopping floors. Free labor presented on a silver platter was an opportunity too good to pass. Chapter 37. Most people will not refuse the dessert shop primarily offered baked pastries, along with coffee, milk tea, and other beverages. Its ambience exuded a quaint charm, ideal for couples. As Li Huangxian served tea, wiped tables, and swept the floor, he not only felt physically exhausted, but also found himself inundated with romantic displays from couples around him. A dual assault on both body and spirit. He silently vowed that once he won Lin Ximing's heart, he would repay this indignity in kind. The shop closed at 10:30, and Li Huangxian trudged back to dormitory 202, weary from the day's labor. Old 4, were you serious when you said that? You actually went through with it? Lei Ping remarked, disbelief evident on his face upon hearing that Li Huangxian had taken the job at the dessert shop. Love, indeed, can drive one to madness. Zhui Yunfei wished to dissuade Li Huangxian from his misguided path, ultimately sighing, I shall bestow upon you the title of pure love warrior. Yet it was Zhang Chuan who spoke most bluntly. Li Huangxian, have you truly lost your mind? Let them think what they will. I am simply drawn to her. He retorted. After 2 months of toil, all for the sake of purchasing a jade bracelet for the girl he adored. Are you unaware of an app called Bingshishi? Throughout his life, Li Huangxian has never engaged in any strenuous work. After attending classes for an entire day, he would then toil away at a dessert shop, which initially felt like a torment to him. Particularly on the third day of his probation, he was on the verge of throwing in the towel. That afternoon, the bald manager handed him a stack of flyers, saying, "Little Li, there are no customers in the shop right now. Why don't you go outside and distribute these flyers?" Working here, Li Huangxian felt somewhat embarrassed, fearing an encounter with his classmates. Now, being asked to distribute flyers outside posed a considerable challenge. Standing at the entrance, gazing at the bustling crowd, he bowed his head, reluctant to speak. When someone passed by, he awkwardly extended a flyer toward them. The effectiveness of his flyer distribution was dismal. Occasionally, a kind soul would accept one, but the majority chose to ignore him. Even when someone did take a flyer, it would likely be discarded into a trash bin several meters away. After a lengthy period of distributing, Li Huangxian still held a thick stack of flyers, having attracted not a single table of customers. Perhaps the lack of business had put the bald manager in a foul mood, as he stormed out and began to berate him. "You, a tall young man. Why are you so shy like a little girl? You're not mute. Speak to people. Inform them about our store's promotional activities. I see you university students. You've read so many books, yet it seems to have turned you into fools." As he observed the manager's incessantly moving lips, Li Huangxian could no longer discern what was being said. Throughout his life, when had he ever endured such humiliation? Clutching the flyers tightly, a surge of anger boiled within him, and he longed to hurl them all at the manager's face. Suddenly, a delicate, fair hand reached over, picking up a flyer. Lin Shiming's exquisite profile appeared before him. Li Huangxian stood frozen in place, his mind buzzing with confusion. He was working here precisely to avoid encountering acquaintances, yet he had run into the very person he wished to evade. "Hello, our shop is currently running a promotion. Spend 50 and receive a complimentary latte. Would you like to know more?" Lin Shiming read aloud from the flyer, handing it to a young couple. After a moment's consideration, they took the flyer and indeed stepped into the store. The balding shopkeeper immediately abandoned Li Huangxian to attend to the customers. "Senior, what brings you out to work?" Lin Shiming's beautiful eyes sparkled. "Just trying to experience the hardships of earning money." Li Huangxian averted his gaze, reluctant to confess that he was striving to purchase an exquisite bracelet worth over 3,000 as a gift for the goddess of his heart. It sounded utterly absurd. "I saw you nearly lose your temper. That simply won't do. Once you graduate and enter the workforce, you'll face even more challenges. An accomplished man must learn to endure." Lin Shiming shared half of her flyers with Li Huangxian and began distributing them to passers-by. The results were immediate. After all, who could bear to reject a girl as enchanting as a celestial being? Li Huangxian gazed at her silhouette against the setting sun, feeling his vision blur with deepening affection. "What are you dawdling for? I'm teaching you how to hand out flyers. You must look the person in the eye and communicate sincerely. Most people will not refuse." Lin Shiming pulled Li Huangxian along through the crowd. The bitterness and grievances he had felt moments before dissipated, replaced by a warm sense of comfort. Like the North Atlantic drift flowing into the port of Murmansk, darkness descends, and the flyers in hand gradually diminish. The dessert shop begins to bustle with life. The bald manager calls out, "Shaoli, stop handing them out, and come help." Li Huangxian replies, "Ming Ming, allow me to treat you to some desserts." Lin Shiming chuckles and shakes her head. "No need. You haven't even earned any money yet." With earnest eyes, Li Huangxian insists, "I am speaking to you sincerely. Looking into your eyes, most people would not refuse such honesty." Lin Shiming playfully punches his chest with her small fist and remarks, "You certainly know how to apply your skills. The emotions of campus life are always so pure, evoking nostalgia. Perhaps after stepping out of school, one may never find a girl who can be won over by merely a small sweet treat." After enduring a 3-day probation period, Li Huangxian remained at the dessert shop. This phase of part-time work catalyzed his rapid growth. Faced with the manager's pressure and the customer's challenges, he always found clever ways to navigate through. The youthful exuberance of his spirit would eventually learn to temper itself. Initially, his 3 roommates placed bets on how many days he could endure before giving up. However, as they witnessed his unwavering commitment to the job through rain or shine, they were all moved. "Old 4, if I were Lin Shiming, I would marry you in this lifetime." Lei Ping cheered for Li Huangxian. "Though I do not agree with your approach, I still admire your perseverance," said the laid-back Zhui Yunfei. If pursuing girls is this exhausting, I reckon being single isn't so bad after all, remarked Zhang Chuan, a national-level performer of the. After 2 months of hard work coupled with frugality, Li Huangxian finally gathered over 3,000 in funds. Hard-earned moments bring forth tears of joy. He entered the jewelry store within the mall, his voice trembling with excitement as he exclaimed, "Shopkeeper, please wrap up this jade bracelet for me." As June waned and the sweltering summer set in, the fragrance of gardenias wafted through the campus. With the approach of summer vacation, students busily immersed themselves in their studies, striving to avert failures in their final exams. After months of companionship, Li Huangxian had learned that June 24th marked Lin Ximing's 20th birthday. He had persistently persuaded the pastry chef at the dessert shop to teach him how to craft a birthday cake from scratch. After laboring for an entire afternoon and discarding countless failed cake attempts, he finally managed to produce one that was passable. As he wrote on the cake with jam, the chef encouraged him to simply inscribe "I love you." Li Huangxian blushed and instead wrote "Wishing you happiness." The box containing the jade bracelet nestled in his pocket. His heart raced with anticipation. "Hey, Meng Meng, come to the dessert shop tonight. I have something for you." "Sure," Lin Ximing replied enthusiastically. Li Huangxian found himself puzzled. Wouldn't she invite her roommates for a celebratory gathering on her birthday? Chapter 38. The most off-key birthday song around 8 in the evening. Lin Ximing pushed open the glass door of the dessert shop, the bell above chiming melodiously. She wore a simple white t-shirt paired with a black knee-length skirt, her long, graceful legs capturing attention. After 2 months of working at the shop, Li Huangxian had become quite adept, even overseeing a few new recruits. As long as business wasn't too hectic, he would occasionally take a break, with the manager turning a blind eye. "Meng Meng, over here." Li Huangxian waved from a corner. "Senior, do you have any delightful gifts for me?" Lin Ximing approached with a lightness in her step. Over the past 2 months, the two had shared several cozy hot pot dinners and cinematic outings, their relationship blossoming into a phase of subtle affection. Li Huangxian firmly believed that Lin Ximing harbored some feelings for him, yet her constant address of him as senior felt somewhat distant. Could she not call him something more endearing? With a flourish, Li Huangxian unveiled a box to reveal a birthday cake he had painstakingly crafted throughout the afternoon. "Meng Meng, happy birthday." Lin Ximing's eyes widened in surprise. "How did you know today is my birthday?" Li Huangxian, filled with pride, replied. "We've known each other for quite a while now. It would be rather neglectful of me to not know your birthday." Having spent ample time together, he had seen Lin Ximing's identification card, student ID, and library card, all clearly stating June 24th. Lin Ximing smiled sweetly. "You silly." Li Huangxian was taken aback. Could this be the affectionate nickname he had longed for? "In my hometown, we celebrate birthdays according to the lunar calendar. My birthday is on the 24th of June. But my parents, not fully understanding the registration process, made an error, so my actual birthday is still a month away." Lin Ximing patiently clarified. Li Huangxian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. No wonder she didn't need to treat anyone tonight. She could come to the gathering with ease. With this revelation, all the zodiac tests he had previously conducted online would need to be reconsidered. He had assumed Lin Ximing was a Cancer, but it now seemed likely she might be a Leo, explaining her occasional queen-like assertiveness. "Well then, since your birthday falls during summer vacation, we shall celebrate it in advance." Li Huangxian took a moment to gather his thoughts before speaking. "This cake, why does it look a bit unsightly?" Lin Ximing expressed her distaste. "Where is it ugly? It is undeniably as beautiful as a work of art." Li Huangxian countered with a serious expression. "I meant the writing on it is messy. Did you make this yourself?" Lin Ximing's eyes turned crescent-shaped with delight. At that moment, the baker emerged from the kitchen and, upon seeing Lin Ximing, was utterly captivated. No wonder Li Huangxian worked so diligently, toiling away for an entire afternoon. "Classmate, this guy wasted 3 kilograms of flour and 26 eggs to make you this cake. He will certainly have his salary deducted today," the baker remarked, giving Li Huangxian a hearty pat on the shoulder. "My friend, I can only assist you to this extent." Lin Ximing gazed intently at Li Huangxian, her eyes sparkling. "In all my years, this is the first time someone has personally made me a birthday cake." Li Huangxian scratched his head. "But this isn't even your actual birthday. Do we still need to blow out candles and make wishes?" Lin Ximing immediately replied, "Of course. You must sing the birthday song for me, and not a single word can be omitted." Li Huangxian lit the candles and then signaled to the new junior. The junior promptly dimmed the lights in the corner. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you." Li Huangxian's uniquely raspy voice rang out. Lin Shiming furrowed her brows. This was indeed the most unpleasant rendition of a birthday song she had ever heard. Could it possibly be any worse? The staff and customers in the shop were also swept up by the atmosphere, clapping along and joining in to offer their blessings. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. As Li Huangxian sang the English part, Lin Shiming could not help but feel a sense of admiration. It was indeed possible to sound even worse. What a quintessential London accent. It was both amusing and touching. Meng Meng, make a wish quickly. Li Huangshuan's eyes sparkled with admiration for the girl. Lin Shiming clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and silently made a wish before blowing out the candles in one breath. The two of them then cut the cake and shared it with everyone. The crowd, understanding the moment, dispersed, leaving them in solitude. What wish did you make? A wish loses its magic when spoken. Seeing the moment was ripe, Li Huangxian took out a delicate little box from his pocket and presented it to Lin Shiming. What is this? Open it yourself, after all. By the time your actual birthday arrives, summer vacation will have already begun, so I thought I'd give it to you in advance. Li Huangxian felt a wave of nervousness, his tongue slightly tied. Lin Shiming reached out to open the box, and a radiant green light caught her eye. This jade bracelet looked somewhat familiar. Did you really buy this? Lin Shiming could not hide the surprise in her eyes. I thought you liked it, so I wanted to buy it for you, Li Huangxian replied candidly. I was just casually looking. Who said I liked it? Lin Shiming playfully chided. You silly. Li Huangxian chuckled foolishly, realizing he had made the right choice. Girls always tend to feign reluctance when receiving gifts. Much like when everyone received red envelopes during the new year. Isn't this quite expensive? After her initial joy, Lin Shiming immediately became concerned about the price. Not at all. It's only 299 yuan, Li Huangxian casually mentioned, only revealing a fraction of the cost. If Lin Shiming were to discover that this item was worth over 3,000, she would certainly refuse to accept it, perhaps even berating him mercilessly. It would be best to return it now, for 300 is quite steep, and Lin Shiming still feels a pang of regret over the expense. Forget it. I shall give it to someone else, Li Huangxian suggested, taking a step back. Once gifted, it would be unreasonable to reclaim it. Instantly, Lin Shiming adorned her wrist with the bracelet. The delicate jade accentuated her fair skin, making her even more enamored with it. This fool. He indeed has an eye for beauty, acquiring such a lovely piece for just over 200. Meng Meng, what do you think of me? Li Huangxian hesitated for a long moment before speaking. Not much, Lin Shiming replied, her gaze still fixated on the bracelet. What do you mean, not much? Li Huangxian raised his voice. Having known each other for so long, we are familiar enough. Don't you desire to add a touch of color to your university life? Lin Shiming lifted her head, staring blankly at her senior, finally realizing his intentions. Her heart raced, and her breath quickened. Li Huangxian understood that if he did not seize the moment to confess, they would face a 2-month separation during the summer break, potentially leading to unforeseen complications. After all, outside Jiangda University, 3 circles of rivals awaited. He took a few deep breaths, resolved to be bold. Meng Meng, since you are still single, why don't we settle for each other? As soon as he spoke, he regretted it. The line felt so cliché and devoid of originality. If only he had consulted Zhui Yunfei for a better approach. Lin Shiming's fingers fidgeted with the hem of her skirt, her pearly teeth lightly biting her lower lip, displaying a conflicted expression. It is evident that she was not adequately prepared for the emotional upheaval. Could love arrive too swiftly, akin to a whirlwind? Chapter 39, The Gift of the Brave. Over the course of several months, Lin Shiming and Li Huangxian frequently enjoyed each other's company. This somewhat naive senior added a vibrant hue to her life. She had once fantasized that this relationship could remain in a state of perfect equilibrium, neither increasing nor diminishing. Perhaps that was a touch greedy. Yet, between a man and a woman, both single, friendships often stagnate or regress. Ultimately, such a day was bound to arrive. Faced with Li Huangshuan's sudden declaration of love, Lin Shiming felt a profound sense of turmoil within. She feared that if she hastily acquiesced, she might later betray his sincere affections. Even more daunting was the notion that, as the song lamented, she could no longer discern whether he represented friendship or a love that had been lost. Senior, I am not prepared. May I take some time to ponder? Lin Shiming resolved to adopt a playful demeanor, fluttering her large, sparkling eyes. How long do you need? Li Huangxian inquired impatiently. Perhaps an entire summer vacation. Lin Shiming proposed a lengthy deliberation. Li Huangxian gasped. Are you planning to deprive me of sleep for 2 months? This is utterly ridiculous. Could you not shorten the duration? If you cannot wait an entire summer, your feelings are insincere. You are merely lusting after my body, which is rather base. All right, take your time to think it over. Li Huangxian believed that genuine affection and physical attraction need not be at odds. To love you means to embrace all of you, including your physical being. After their day concluded, Li Huangxian escorted Lin Ximing back to her dormitory. The summer night was clear, adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars. The jade necklace on Lin Ximing's wrist occasionally emitted a couple of crisp chimes. Upon arriving at the dormitory, she suddenly inquired softly, "Senior, it's almost the end of the month. Have you bought me a gift, and will you still have money for meals?" This question struck a nerve with Li Huangxian. To gather the substantial sum of over 3,000 yuan, he had exhausted his part-time earnings from the past 2 months, as well as this month's living expenses, and had borrowed a little from 3 of his roommates. He was now poised to either subsist on plain rice or breathe in the arid winds of the northwest. Li Huangxian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "The steamed buns at Jiangda are renowned. They are a perfect match with pickled vegetables. From now on, wait for me at the entrance of the second canteen during lunch and after afternoon classes." As Lin Ximing ascended the stairs, she turned her back to Li Huangxian and waved her right hand adorned with the bracelet. Li Huangxian was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the implication, his excitement causing him to clench his fists and spin in place. It seemed he was on the verge of being supported by his goddess. Zhang Chuan accidentally sprayed a mouthful of cold beer onto Li Huangxuan's face. "What did you say? You spent over 3,000 on a bracelet. And she is only considering it?" Zhui Yunfei, gnawing on a lamb skewer, added, "When I gave a girl a plastic piece, I claimed it was a family heirloom, and it moved her to tears." Lei Ping, speaking with earnest concern, advised, "Fourth, you should heed my words. That chubby girl from the political science and law department is still single. She is worth 2 of Lin Ximing. It's a bargain." The 3 roommates unanimously deemed Li Huangxuan's confession of feelings towards Lin Ximing to be exceedingly foolish. As the saying goes, a confession is a triumphant anthem, not a clarion call for battle. Revealing one's affections to a girl too early often leads to a position of disadvantage. "No, I can sense her genuine feelings for me," he insisted. Li Huangxian chuckled foolishly while savoring skewers. Though he had fallen deeply in love, rendering him somewhat emotional, he had not yet lost his fundamental discernment. Lin Ximing maintained a remarkably uncomplicated social circle, with virtually no other males aside from him. When they ventured out together, she refrained from extravagantly spending his money, occasionally insisting on treating him instead. For instance, when Li Huangxian purchased movie tickets, she would take it upon herself to buy snacks and drinks. Perhaps she truly embodied the essence of a Leo, perpetually exuding an air of proud independence. In recent years, the culture of sycophancy has flourished, naturally giving rise to a counter-movement of anti-sycophants. Young men, in a bid to avoid being labeled as sycophants, hesitated to draw closer to women, a reaction that bordered on excessive caution. Love, after all, is a gift reserved for the brave. In his bedroom, Li Huangxuan's thoughts were once again drawn back to 3 years prior. He gazed at the shopping receipt for the jade bracelet in his hand and fully recalled the ardent version of himself and the vibrant girl who resembled a blooming flower. Lin Ximing had remained oblivious, believing that the bracelet was worth merely over 200 yuan. Yet, she cherished it dearly, adorning her right wrist, never parting with it. Until last Saturday, when Li Huangxian, in a moment of impulsiveness, broke it apart with his own hands. The jade beads scattered across the floor, perhaps mirroring the shattering of her heart. The thought of Lin Ximing's heart-wrenching sobs that night, and her eyes swollen, like peaches the following day, twisted Li Huangxuan's heart in agony. "My beloved girl, how could I ever forget you? What torment and suffering have you endured this past month?" Li Huangxian found himself unable to cry, for his tears had long since dried. The encroaching sorrow plunged him into a state of unease. Within the suitcase, initially resting beneath a travel brochure, was a picture frame, showcasing the enchanting Luyong Mountain, situated 50 kilometers from Jiangqing. As autumn approached, the mountains transformed into a breathtaking tapestry of crimson hues. Li Huangxian perused the brochure, his mind's eye conjuring images of vibrant red leaves, cascading waterfalls, crystal-clear springs, sunlit horizons, and the echo of joyous laughter. Suddenly, a dried red leaf fluttered out from the pages, its moisture entirely extracted, now a delicate specimen. Upon the leaf's surface were inscribed 6 elegantly penned characters. "Will you forget me?" The final, gracefully rounded question mark seemed to pose a profound inquiry to Li Huangshuan's very soul. Meng Meng, I am truly sorry. He cradled his head in his hands, releasing a tormented howl. The slowly drifting maple leaves mirrored his longing. Why must reconciliation hasten before the arrival of winter? Loving you transcends the bounds of time. Two streams of tears, remnants of late autumn, seeped into the earth, allowing love to permeate the ground. All I desire is your presence by my side. In September 3 years prior, Li Huangxian was a junior, while Lin Shimeng was a sophomore. Although the summer break had concluded, Lin Shimeng's contemplations yielded no resolution. Li Huangshuan's pursuit of love appeared ensnared in a relentless tug of war. For someone as unremarkable as he, winning the affections of the department's belle was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Yet, his inherent determination compelled him to persevere, for there remained a mere 0.0031 chance of success. By the end of September, following the military training of the freshman class, various departments were set to host welcome parties. Lin Shimeng, gifted in song, was scheduled to perform a solo at the School of Economics and Management. The freshmen had long heard of this esteemed senior's reputation and flocked to witness her grace. Meanwhile, the computer science department also held an event, yet Li Huangxian, accompanied by 3 of his roommates, chose to support Lin Shimeng. The initial performances were rather lackluster, until the host announced Lin Shimeng's name. The audience erupted in thunderous applause and fervent screams. Li Huangxian felt a pang of bitterness within, a sensation most unpleasant. It was related to you, yet evoked no emotions upon reflection. If one were truly brave enough to question the author, what sin could there be? To advise against separation, how arduous it must be. If a beautiful tale arrives too late. Lin Shimeng, clad in a flowing white gown, gracefully emerged from backstage. Her celestial voice rendered the song with profound sorrow. The junior students below, upon witnessing the ethereal beauty of their senior, were utterly enraptured. You cannot hear my voice, fearing that I might inadvertently utter your name, as if I am destined to encounter you, just as if we had exchanged glances before. I feel as though I have seen you somewhere before. I feel as though I have seen you somewhere before. Lin Shimeng, a seasoned performer, effortlessly tackled this challenging piece. In the shadowy corner of the audience, Li Huangxian felt something tightening around his heart. Chapter 40. The phoenix trees here are truly beautiful. Lin Shimeng stood upon the stage like a regal goddess, radiant and resplendent. She was, as always, the most dazzling presence. Sitting in the audience, Li Huangxian was enveloped by the deafening cheers, and the insecurities he had long suppressed began to surface. After Lin Shimeng concluded the last line of the song and bowed to the audience, she cast a glance in Li Huangshuan's direction. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. The enchanting senior is looking at me. She is gazing at me. How shameless can you be? Clearly, you are looking at me, sending me subtle signals. In that fleeting moment of connection, I found myself contemplating names for our future child. Listening to these words, Li Huangxian was engulfed by a myriad of emotions and rose to leave the auditorium. His 3 roommates hurriedly followed, acutely aware of his discontent, speaking with utmost caution. Brothers, am I truly a toad yearning for a swan's flesh? Li Huangxian forcefully kicked a pebble off the road. Perhaps a little, Zhang Chuan blurted out, only to quickly retract. No, there are countless suitors for Lin Shimeng. You are undoubtedly the most devoted among them. Last semester, Li Huangxian toiled for 2 months at a dessert shop, exhausting himself to purchase a bracelet. Such unwavering affection is unparalleled. 4th brother, today I shall impart all my wisdom to you. You must win Lin Shimeng's heart and bring glory to our computer science department, Zhui Yunfei declared, clapping Li Huangxian on the shoulder with grandiosity. Upon returning to dormitory 202, the Sea King's classroom commenced. Zhui Yunfei knocked on the door, while the other 3 sat in a row, notebooks in hand, eager for knowledge. He had crafted a meticulous travel and romance strategy for Li Huangxian. El Yuan Mountain, situated 50 kilometers from Jiangcheng, is renowned for its breathtaking autumn foliage. With next month being the prime viewing season, the round trip would require 2 days, implying an overnight stay. Those in the know understand. Girls often lack stamina. When they reach the halfway point, one must learn to take the initiative and grasp her hand. The essence of pursuing a girl lies in the art of conversation. One should prepare a touching love story to share along the way. Most girls are sentimental. With a slight touch of emotion, they will begin to envision romance. At this juncture, a hint of sweet charm, such as presenting a unique gift, would work wonders. It is not necessarily a matter of expenditure, but rather one of heartfelt intent, which effortlessly penetrates the psychological defenses of another. The so-called campus beauty is merely a young girl yearning for love. Zhui Yunfei spoke passionately, his words flowing like a torrent, while Zhang Chuan diligently filled his notebook with notes, demonstrating a level of seriousness that eclipsed even his studies in C language. Ultimately, with a devilish grin, Zhui Yunfei said, "In the spirit of brotherhood, allow me to share a closely guarded secret, but you must promise to keep it confidential. For the more who know, the less effective it becomes." The other three nodded vigorously, pledging their discretion. There exists a quaint inn in town called Fenglinwen. Upon entering, one need only utter a coded phrase to the proprietor. "Your phoenix trees are truly magnificent," to which he will reply, "We have but one room remaining." Observing Zhui Yunfei's mischievous smile, the trio felt as though they had unlocked a gateway to a new realm. Is this truly permissible? Li Huangxian swallowed hard, reflecting on his life of integrity and straightforwardness. At that moment, Lin Shiming's call came through. "Senior, where have you all gone? I searched for you after my performance for quite some time." Li Huangxian hesitated, stammering, "Our department is also hosting a welcome party. Lingering too long would invite reprimand." Lin Shiming inquired playfully, "How did I perform just now?" To which Li Huangxian exclaimed, "You were as beautiful as a celestial being, your voice akin to the sweetest melody." As he fawned over her, Zhui Yunfei, exasperated by his lack of subtlety, gestured towards the notebook, indicating that he should activate the speakerphone and swiftly return to the subject at hand. Ming, which weekend next month are you free? Shall we visit Luyong Mountain to see the autumn foliage?" Li Huangshuan's speech faltered slightly. "Luyong Mountain? It requires 2 days for a round trip," Lin Shiming replied hesitantly. Li Huangxian discerned her concerns. After all, they were not yet a couple, and spending the night outside could prove to be a troublesome affair. Should any misstep occur, it could easily lead to complications. Zhui Yunfei, in a state of anxious urgency, gestured for Li Huangxian to adopt a more assertive stance. As a seasoned individual, he could detect the wavering tone in Lin Shiming's voice. The pressures of sophomore year were at their peak, and a proper respite was essential for more effective studying. The picturesque scenery of Luyong Mountain was particularly inviting, and I shall send you pictures shortly. Li Huangxian felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. "Very well then. Let us plan for the 3rd weekend of next month." Lin Shiming finally acquiesced, albeit somewhat hesitantly. Once the call ended, the 3 roommates, who had been holding back their excitement, erupted into cheers. Li Huangxian embraced each of them warmly, reminiscent of a football player executing a splendid curved shot. After a prolonged celebration, they eventually regained their composure, realizing that the plans were still in their infancy. In October, the season had deepened into autumn. The campus of Jiang University was suffused with the fragrance of osmanthus. Fortune smiled upon them, as the weather on the 3rd weekend was splendid, clear skies and crisp air. Li Huangxian and Lin Shiming boarded the bus to Luyong Mountain, their spirits as buoyant as the weather itself. "Ming, you should sit by the window to bask in the sunlight," he suggested, ever considerate, knowing it was morning and concerned she might feel chilly. Lin Shiming, having had a restless night, leaned against Li Huangshuan's shoulder and drifted into slumber as soon as they were on their way. Her hair occasionally danced in the breeze, brushing against his face, a tantalizing and fragrant caress. While perusing the travel brochure for Luyong Mountain, Li Huangxian mentally rehearsed his romantic strategies, particularly enchanted by the notion of the Maple Forest Inn. Upon arriving at Mount Luyong, the two first enjoyed lunch in the ancient town at its foot before commencing their ascent in the afternoon. The fiery red maple leaves danced in the autumn breeze, resembling waves of crimson rain cascading through the mountains. As they trod along the flagstone path, they engaged in laughter and captured moments through photographs. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Shiming's delicate hand found its way into Li Huangshuan's grasp, smooth and tender, as if it possessed no bones. Li Huangxian felt a surge of emotions, reflecting on how effective Zhui Yunfei's strategy was. Since ancient times, deep affection has proven elusive. Only clever tactics can capture the heart. Following the predetermined course of their interaction, he began to narrate a tale. "Ming, have you ever heard the song Maple?" "Yes, I have. It's beautiful," Lin Shiming replied, her innocent eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Do you know what story the music video for Maple tells?" "No, I don't." This was the cue for Li Huangxian, a seasoned fan, to elaborate. The music video for Maple, intertwined with another song titled Rainbow Paradise, weaves a poignant love story. The male and female leads were once a devoted couple, sharing countless sweet moments and pledging eternal promises to one another. Suddenly, one day, tragic news struck. The female lead was diagnosed with a severe brain illness. necessitating a substantial sum for surgery. In order to fund her treatment, the male lead ventured far away to earn money. However, upon his return, he discovered that she had lost her memory due to her illness and had become romantically involved with his close friend. Each day, he bore the agonizing sight of the girl he loved dearly, entwined with his friend, sharing tender moments, while he endured immense suffering and turmoil, unable to disrupt their happiness. He chose instead to silently savor his bitter fate until one day, news of their engagement reached his ears. The male protagonist gazed at the female protagonist's wedding ring, remaining silent for an extended period before ultimately departing in anguish, inadvertently leaving behind his phone. The female protagonist delivered the phone to the male protagonist's home, and while he was occupied pouring tea, she casually stepped into a room. To her astonishment, she discovered an entire wall adorned with photographs of their affectionate moments together. Leaving her utterly shocked, the male protagonist approached her from behind and softly inquired, "Do you remember now?" Chapter 41. Will You Forget Me? Li Huangxian opened his music application and selected the song he had listened to countless times, Maple. He placed a Bluetooth earphone into Lin Shiming's ear. As the melancholic prelude began, an overwhelming sense of nostalgia enveloped them. Dark clouds cast a shadow over their hearts. He listened to the long silent emotions, clear and transparent, reminiscent of a beautiful landscape, which could only be fully appreciated in memories. Influenced by Li Huangxian, Lin Shiming, who had previously heard this song without much feeling, now found herself moved by the poignant love story it conveyed, coupled with the breathtaking sight of crimson leaves surrounding them. Transparent tears silently cascaded down her cheeks. Unable to contain herself, she leaned against Li Huangxuan's shoulder, her body trembling slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he gently caressed her back. "Meng Meng, your makeup is all smudged from crying. It's all your fault for sharing such a sorrowful tale." Empathizing with the male protagonist's plight, Lin Shiming felt her heart wrenched. How resilient one must be to witness the love of a lifetime reveling in another's embrace. She lifted her gaze, her tear-filled eyes searching Li Huangxuan's, and declared, "Senior, you've helped me see clearly. I will never forget you." Gazing at the exquisite countenance adorned with pear blossoms and rain, Li Huangxian felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Her heart was gradually opening to him. "Meng Meng, let us venture into the woods to select the most beautiful maple leaf, which we shall gift to one another." Inscribing heartfelt messages upon them, Li Huangxian revealed his premeditated scheme. Lin Shiming, regaining her composure, accepted the proposal. The two parted ways to explore the forest. Li Huangxian meticulously chose a vibrant red maple leaf. Under the sunlight, its veins shimmered with clarity and luster. After a moment of contemplation, he pinned a phrase upon it. "Can you grant me this request? If one confession fails, I shall attempt again." Upon their return, they exchanged the maple leaves, placing them in each other's backpacks to peruse later in solitude. Ascending to the mountain's peak, they were greeted by an expansive vista, picturesque and breathtaking. The brisk wind rustled their garments. Lin Shiming raised her arms high, exclaiming joyfully, "Senior, there is no scene more beautiful than this." Li Huangxian chuckled, shaking his head. "No, there is undoubtedly another moment even more splendid." Lin Shiming, puzzled, inquired, "What is it?" "It is the night of our wedding, the moment I lift your red veil." He jested, emboldened by his previous confession, allowing himself to indulge in playful banter. Lin Shiming stared at him, her reaction not the expected flurry of fists and stomps. Instead, a delicate blush crept across her refined features, reminiscent of the mountains adorned in autumn leaves. If Li Huangxian recalled correctly, this was the first time in their 6-month acquaintance that he had witnessed her flush. Was this a signal of affection? The two captured numerous photographs atop the mountain before descending amidst the glow of the setting sun. As twilight descended, I arrived at the quaint town nestled between the front and back mountains. "Senior, what exactly are you searching for?" I inquired. "I believe that inn we just passed was quite charming," I suggested. "Patience, Meng Meng. Comparing options is never a loss," Li Huangxian replied, his gaze flitting back and forth along the bustling street. At long last, he reached a crossroads and spotted the fluttering sign of Maple Grove Inn. He pointed, exclaiming, "This is the one. Its name is so poetically evocative." Lin Shiming gazed at the three characters, a peculiar sensation surging within her. What kind of nonsense is he up to? "Boss, your sycamores are truly stunning," Li Huangxian remarked as he stepped inside, immediately signaling the secret code. "Fool, this is Maple," Lin Shiming reminded him. "Oh, I misspoke," he chuckled, attempting to cover his blunder. The proprietor, a man in his 30s, rose from behind the bar and was instantly captivated by Lin Shiming's presence, casting a look of envy towards Li Huangxian. He feigned typing a couple of keys before responding. We have only one standard room left. Should be no issue for a couple like you, right? Lin Shiming's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Li Huangxian exchanged a knowing glance with the owner before pulling her aside to explain, Ming, we should share a room to save money. After all, the standard room has 2 beds. We can sleep separately without disturbing one another. Worst case, you can draw a line down the middle, and anyone crossing it is a beast. Through a mix of persuasion and coaxing, Lin Shiming reluctantly acquiesced. Li Huangxian swiftly procured the room registration with his ID, leaving her no chance for reconsideration. The excitement of the night ahead was palpable. After a brief respite, the two ventured out for dinner and meandered through the town. Returning to Maple Forest in the late night, Lin Shiming removed her sneakers, revealing a pair of delicate and exquisite jade-like feet. Her skin was fair and smooth, akin to fine cream, and her toes glistened like pearls. Li Huangxian cast a glance in her direction, one that he could not retract. What are you looking at? Lin Shiming slipped on her slippers. And nothing. You go ahead and take a shower. A wave of guilt surged within Li Huangxian, yet he feigned composure, assuring her, rest assured. I shall remain here, and no one will gaze upon you. Lin Shiming shot him a glance. Is there anyone else in this room besides you? Bathing behind a frosted glass partition, Lin Shiming felt a twinge of discomfort under the watchful eyes of the boy. Yet, she realized that, unbeknownst to her, she had begun to distinguish Li Huangxian from other boys. Was it on the day she received the jade bracelet? Or was it at that moment today, when her cheeks flushed? The sound of water cascading from the bathroom filled the air, as mist enveloped the glass, and the fragrance of shower gel wafted out. Li Huangxian fought to suppress his wandering thoughts and retrieved the maple leaf from his bag. Lin Shiming's handwriting was elegant and neat, mirroring her own beauty. Will you forget me? It echoed the 6 words inscribed on the maple leaf he had given her. Perhaps it was the poignant tale of maple he had heard in the afternoon that stirred such a question in her heart. Between those 6 words lay a hint of insecurity, for she was a girl, possessing a fragile and sensitive side. Li Huangxian deemed her worries excessive and resolved to proclaim loudly, Lin Shiming, I shall never forget you in this lifetime. How could I possibly forget the girl I cherish most? As Lin Shiming emerged from the shower clad in a white bathrobe, she unveiled a pair of gracefully rounded and elongated legs. Wrapped in a bathrobe, her exquisite figure ignites the imagination. With a mountain trek awaiting them on the morrow, she urges Li Huangxian to hasten his bath and retire early. Standing in the bathroom, the warm cascade of the shower invigorates Li Huangxian, stirring his very blood. At this moment, Lin Shiming must surely have laid eyes upon his vibrant maple leaf. Would she acquiesce to my desires? Emerging from the bathroom, Lin Shiming lies on her side, cocooned in her blanket. Her freshly dried long hair cascades in a fluffy disarray upon the pillow. Li Huangxian, in a flurry of anxiety, feels beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He yearns to call Zhui Yunfei for guidance on his next move. You know, your bed has favorable feng shui. Perhaps we could squeeze in together? Senior, hurry and sleep. We have an early ascent tomorrow. Lin Shiming extinguishes the light, plunging the room into a dim twilight. In the absence of sight, his sense of smell sharpens, filling the air with the delicate fragrance of a woman's essence. Like a restless soul, Li Huangxian tosses and turns in bed. If he manages to sleep now, would he still be considered a man? Senior, are you cold? Would you like to share a bed? Lin Shiming's soft voice pierces the darkness. Li Huangxian's mind buzzes, plunging into a void. Chapter 42. I have been ensnared by your poison. Opportunity favors the prepared. When it arrives, one must seize it. With resolve, Li Huangxian flings aside the covers, rubbing his hands together as he reaches toward the adjacent bed. Ming, if you feel chilly, I can hold you while you sleep. I promise to keep my hands to myself. Hee. Just as a lewd grin spreads across his face, a long, fair leg unexpectedly emerges from beneath the covers, delivering a fierce kick to his chest. Ah! Li Huangxian cries out in anguish, falling backward, sprawled on the bed, as waves of blood surge within him. The heat enveloping my body dissipated almost entirely in an instant. Ming, what are you doing? The one who crossed the line is a beast. You truly harbor ill intentions. You wretched creature, Lin Shiming scolded. Yet, she could not contain herself and burst into a fit of giggles, reveling in the delight of a successful prank. It was you who lured me first. If I could withstand this, would I still be considered a robust and healthy man? Li Huangxian complained while rubbing his chest. I simply meant to prevent you from indulging in wild thoughts, lest you squirm like a maggot in bed. Now, you should be able to sleep soundly, right? Lin Shiming laughed uncontrollably. Li Huangxian had no choice but to lie down obediently, pulling the blanket over himself. I truly thank you. Regardless, at least I had a close encounter with your exquisite foot earlier. My chest felt warm, completely dispelling any wicked thoughts, as fatigue from the mountain climb washed over me, and my eyelids grew heavy. Inhaling the faint, delicate fragrance in the air, I slept exceptionally well that night. What could not be achieved in reality could be resolved in dreams. Early the next morning, Lin Shiming tugged at Li Huangxuan's ear, pulling his head away from the pillow. You lazybones, rise and shine. The morning is crucial. Those who indulge in slumber have no future. Li Huangxian replied drowsily, Don't disturb me while I'm dreaming. A pair of icy hands slipped under the covers. Startled, Li Huangxian quickly turned to sit up. All right, I'm getting up. Please don't touch me indiscriminately. Alas, this world is truly unfair. When a woman touches a man, it is deemed affection, a reward. Yet when a man touches a woman, it is considered lewdness, an act of depravity. In any case, one must never act against a woman's will. In the tranquil morning, entering an ancient temple, the first rays of sunlight illuminated the towering trees. In the secluded winding paths, the Zen room was nestled amidst flourishing flowers and lush greenery. Beneath the rising sun, the two ascended the mountain along the cobblestone path, occasionally hearing the distant chimes of the temple bells. The air was imbued with a distinct fragrance of sandalwood. At the outset, Lin Shiming was still brimming with energy, joyfully singing to Li Huangxian. She had learned the song Maple overnight, deeply engraving the tale of forgetfulness within her heart. The gently falling maple leaves resembled longing. Why must the restoration of love hasten before winter's arrival? My love for you transcends time. 2 lines of tears from late autumn seep into the earth, allowing love to permeate the ground. All I desire is for you to be by my side. Li Huangxian could not help but admire Lin Shiming's remarkable singing talent. It seemed almost a pity that she was studying economics. Were she to pursue a career as a singer, her appearance and vocal prowess would undoubtedly illuminate the stage. Yet, the more he thought of her brilliance, the more his own ordinariness became apparent. After climbing for over an hour, Lin Shiming's breaths grew labored. Her delicate, soft hand naturally found its way into Li Huangxuan's. As he felt the warmth of her palm, a sweetness blossomed in his heart. Upon returning, he must treat heir to a couple of servings of jianbingguozi. This absurd idea of yours is truly effective. While visiting the temple, influenced by the kindness of the monks and the devout believers, Li Huangxian also purchased some incense to offer before the Buddha. Amidst the billowing blue smoke, the Buddha's majestic visage gazed down upon all sentient beings. Buddha, please bless the girl beside me with a life of peace and free from calamities. The university student, steeped in materialistic ideology, knelt on the mat, making a heartfelt wish. Ming, what wish did you make to the Buddha? I wished for your happiness and joy. Li Huangxian beamed with a radiant smile, his lips stretching almost to his ears. With anticipation for the future, people have devised various ways to make wishes. For instance, blowing out candles on a birthday cake, tossing coins into a fountain, or catching a fleeting glimpse of a shooting star. Yet, as life is unpredictable, how can one expect every desire to be fulfilled? Senior, let us buy a skewer of candied hawthorn. We can share it. This sesame cake is exceptionally delicious, and I can't finish it. I'll save the rest for you. I want that headband. The rabbit ears on it are so charming. Lin Shiming frolicked down the mountain path, resembling a carefree little sparrow. Along her way, she left behind peals of laughter and joyful echoes. Li Huangxian followed closely behind, savoring the remnants of her untasted treats. Every fiber of his being was stirred by the girl before him. I have succumbed to your allure, with no remedy in sight. The warm afternoon sun cascaded down, bestowing a golden sheen upon every visitor. Li Huangxian leaped onto a large stone, shielding his brow with his hand as he gazed towards the mountain summit. Still half an hour away. Suddenly, a pained cry from Lin Shiming pierced the air. Li Huangxuan's heart tightened, and he swiftly jumped down. Ming, what is the matter? Lin Shiming furrowed her brow, tears welling in her eyes. I twisted my ankle. It hurts so much. Witnessing her distress, Li Huangxian felt a deeper ache in his heart. He gently assisted Lin Shiming to a nearby stone bench and lifted her injured right foot. Let me take a look. Lin Shiming immediately recoiled, her cheeks flushed. No, you can't look. Li Huangxian, however, remained resolute. I have already seen it last night, and it won't be any different this time. Who knows how many more times I will have to see it in the future. Lin Shiming shot him a resentful glance. Her cheeks flushed to the point of nearly bleeding. Ultimately, she turned her face aside, tacitly acquiescing. With utmost care, Li Huangxian gently removed her shoes and socks, revealing a delicately sculpted foot before him. Its beauty resembled that of jade shoots, exuding a serene charm. Although he had gazed upon it once before, viewing it up close now rendered it even more enchanting, igniting a fervor within him. In ancient times, a woman's feet were considered a private area, not to be seen indiscriminately. Those who dared to look were expected to take responsibility. Stop staring, Lin Shiming exclaimed, unable to contain her embarrassment. Clearing his throat, Li Huangxian broke his gaze. He noted that her ankle was slightly swollen. A gentle touch elicited a wince of pain from her. Not being a bone-setting doctor, he was hesitant to act recklessly. The remoteness of their surroundings, devoid of any medical facilities, presented a genuine dilemma. What should we do? He thought, beads of sweat forming on his brow. I'll rest for a moment. I should be able to walk later, Lin Shiming insisted with false bravado. No, with your ankle swollen like this, how can you traverse the mountain path? Li Huangxian said, his heart aching for her. What then? Lin Shiming's voice trembled. On the verge of tears, he glanced at the mountain peak, realizing that climbing any further was out of the question. They would have to retrace their steps. Yet the descent seemed endless, the stone steps stretching far beyond the eye could see, requiring at least 2 or 3 hours at the fastest. A glimmer of determination crossed his eyes as he clenched his jaw. Meng Meng, I will carry you down. Lin Shiming immediately shook her head. That's impossible. It's too far. You won't be able to manage. I can manage. A man must never concede defeat. Li Huangxian replied with resolute determination. For the girl he cherished, an unprecedented strength and courage surged within him. Chapter 43. I shall never forget you in this lifetime. Li Huangxian crouched before Lin Shiming, offering her his backpack, and with a toss of his head said, Meng Meng, climb on. Lin Shiming hesitated. I can't. Climb on. Li Huangxian's tone grew firmer, leaving no room for refusal. Having known each other for over 6 months, it was the first time Lin Shiming witnessed such resoluteness from him. The barriers within her heart gradually began to dissolve. She extended her arms, gently encircling Li Huangxian's arm, resting her head against his back. The warmth and softness stirred Li Huangxian's heart. He dared not grasp her too tightly, instead cradling the bend of her legs as he lifted her onto his back, taking the first step towards their long journey ahead. It's my fault for not being able to reach the summit, Lin Shiming lamented. It's all right. Life is inherently filled with regrets, Li Huangxian reassured her. Though Lin Shiming was slender, she was still a living being, and the weight on Li Huangxian's back grew heavier. He panted heavily, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks, falling onto the stone path beneath them. He relied solely on a steadfast belief to persevere. Why don't you take a break for a moment? Lin Shiming, noticing the dampness of his hair, felt a pang of sympathy and sadness. No, if I sit down, I might not get up again. Sing for me, and I shall find my motivation. Make it an upbeat tune. Li Huangxian held back a surge of determination. Lin Shiming's heart was profoundly touched, her thoughts a tangled mess. After much contemplation, she finally spoke. I can't quite explain why, but I've become quite proactive. When one falls in love, everything becomes worthwhile. I wish to declare loudly my lingering affection for you. Even the neighboring residents have guessed my current feelings. The breeze by the river gently tousles my hair. Holding your hand, a wave of inexplicable emotion washes over me. Originally, this was a lively and sweet love song, yet as Lin Shiming sang, her voice became tinged with sorrow. She observed Li Huangxian's sweat cascading down, his cheeks flushed by the sun's relentless rays. Meng Meng, does your foot still hurt? I'll be more careful, Li Huangxian said apologetically. No, you silly. Lin Shiming used her sleeve to wipe his sweat, crystalline tears cascading onto his shoulder. She had to admit, she had fallen for him. Arriving at a pavilion, Li Huangxian gently set Lin Shiming down, then retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, gulping it down thirstily. Lin Shiming fanned him. I'm sorry for being a burden to you. Li Huangxian immediately shook his head, gazing at her with affection. Not at all. Taking care of you is my greatest joy. I never want to let you go for the rest of my life. You really are a fool. Tears streamed down Lin Shiming's face once more. We must hurry. We need to descend before nightfall. Li Huangxian sprang up, stretching his limbs, then squatted before Lin Shiming again. However, she did not lean in but shyly said, Senior, Could you turn around? What for? Li Huangxian asked, perplexed, as he turned his back. His cheek brushed against something soft and damp, an exquisite sensation. As realization dawned upon him, his heart raced, and his eyes widened in shock. Ming Ming, you. Lin Shiming's face flushed. Do you feel motivated now? Li Huangxian was instantly revitalized, his excitement rendering him speechless. I could run a marathon carrying you without a second thought. I haven't washed my face all week. Thus, propelled by love and faith, Li Huangxian carried Lin Shiming as they ambled along, stopping intermittently. They finally arrived in front of the maple forest and just as the sun was setting. Li Huangxian doused his head with an entire bottle of mineral water and then collapsed onto the road, gasping for breath. Sitting on a bench, Lin Shiming observed his exhausted state, feeling both moved and pained. She could see the sincerity in his eyes, a stark contrast to past suitors who were merely captivated by her beauty. The campus belle felt a stirring desire for romance. After resting for a while, Li Huangxian rummaged through his backpack and retrieved a maple leaf inscribed with Lin Shiming's question. Will you forget me? Ming Ming, he replied earnestly. You are the girl I cherish most in this lifetime. I shall never forget you. He gazed deeply into Lin Shiming's eyes, making his promise. She covered her mouth, tears instantly blurring her vision. She had not anticipated another unexpected confession from him. Having traversed this seemingly endless stone path, she found herself devoid of any reason to refuse. Ming Ming, I confess that my initial attraction to you was somewhat superficial. However, over time, I have been profoundly touched by your kindness and charm, and I trust that you can feel my genuine affection. Will you grant me the opportunity to care for you for a lifetime? Li Huangxuan's eyes brimmed with hope, his heart racing as if it would leap from his chest. Lin Shiming gazed at the maple leaf in his hand, her voice trembling as she asked, Will you forget me? Li Huangxian replied with unwavering certainty, Never. Suddenly, Lin Shiming threw herself into his embrace, clinging tightly to his form as tears cascaded down her cheeks. Li Huangxian gently patted her back, whispering tender words of affection into her ear. Within his heart, a tempest of emotions surged. Although Lin Shiming had yet to articulate her feelings, her gaze and actions had already conveyed the message. You are mine, and you shall never escape this fate. The setting sun and the evening breeze enveloped them in a soft embrace, as if bestowing blessings upon their bond. After a heartfelt weeping session, Lin Shiming's eyes were red and swollen. She gently released Li Huangxian, retrieving the maple leaf from her backpack, upon which were his crooked scribbles. Can you promise me? Li Huangxian stared at her, a lump forming in his throat. The memories of their love pursuit over the past 6 months flashed vividly in his mind, making all the struggles seem worthwhile. In this late autumn season, under the witness of the mountains adorned in crimson leaves, he was on the verge of hearing the response from the girl he cherished. Holding the maple leaf in her right hand, Lin Shiming infused the moment with a sense of ritual, akin to a solemn vow. She gazed earnestly at Li Huangxian and began to speak slowly. Senior, I. Suddenly, the sound of a bell chimed as the door of the Fenglin Evening Inn swung open behind them, pushed by a couple. The young man exclaimed, Boss, your Polonia trees are truly beautiful. The girl softly corrected her boyfriend's slip of the tongue. Lin Shiming's words were abruptly interrupted, her expression turning to one of confusion. Li Huangxian instinctively recoiled, an ominous premonition rising from the depths of his heart. Soon, the boss's voice drifted from the door. We only have one room left. It should be fine for you lovebirds, right? Lin Shiming, being an exceptionally astute girl, immediately grasped the implication. How brazenly cunning of you, Li Huangxian, to harbor such ulterior motives. The heartfelt emotions she had just felt vanished in an instant. Li Huangxian lamented. How could it be such a coincidence? Ming Ming, let me plead my case. No, allow me to explain. I did absolutely nothing last night. He took a few steps back, maintaining a safe distance from Lin Shiming. Lecher, scoundrel, shameless, you wretched. She unleashed a torrent of invective, unleashing every derogatory term that came to mind. After her tirade, she huffed. Hurry up and come here. Carry me to the station. Do you still wish to spend the night here? Chapter 44. Forget me hereafter, Ming Ming. This was all that insufferable Zhui Yunfei's idea. I am but a victim in this scenario. I only shared a room with you to save on costs. Did it even save anything? He continued. I remained entirely well-behaved last night, not daring to harbor any improper thoughts towards you. Li Huangxian carried Lin Shiming towards the station, incessantly apologizing. She clung to his neck, but remained silent. Initially, she felt a surge of emotion seeing him traverse such a lengthy mountain path, but now she thought he deserved all the exhaustion he faced. Once they boarded the vehicle, Li Huangxian helped Lin Ximing into her seat. You sit by the window. You can gaze at the stars tonight. Lin Ximing pouted, resembling a bottle that could not be hung. Li Huangxian plopped down onto the seat, feeling utterly drained. He pointed at his cheek with a playful grin and said, Ming Ming, you kissed me this afternoon, and now I bear your mark for life. No one can take me away from you. Then I shall simply cut this piece of skin off, Lin Ximing retorted, a glimmer of cold light flashing in her eyes. That won't do. I rely on my looks for a living. How would I earn a living to support you afterward? Li Huangxian shamelessly replied. In his case, he merely possessed a well-defined visage. If one could truly thrive on appearances alone, it would be by participating in a slapping contest. Lin Ximing chuckled softly at his jest. She was certainly not genuinely angered. After all, one could easily understand the playful thoughts of boys. If a boy were not at all tempted by a girl's charms, then that would indeed be problematic. The so-called gentleman is merely a patient wolf. Lin Ximing took out her phone and opened the calculator, tapping away before presenting it to Li Huangxian. The screen displayed a number, 99. 9969. What is this? Li Huangxian queried, utterly perplexed. This is the probability of your ill intentions towards me, calculated using the most scientific love formula by my roommate, which advises me to maintain my distance and not to invest myself too deeply. Lin Ximing replied with utmost seriousness. Your roommate's science is remarkably precise, Li Huangxian murmured. Unlike Zhui Yunfei's ridiculous formula, what was that even worth? Who says a toad cannot feast upon a swan's flesh? He rubbed his hands together, grinning broadly. Ming Ming, we are essentially together now, aren't we? Lin Ximing rolled her eyes. What do you mean by together? Do not make unfounded connections. You just half agreed, Li Huangxian insisted, growing anxious. If it wasn't spoken aloud, it doesn't count, Lin Ximing firmly maintained. How can you be so unreasonable? You've already kissed me and taken advantage of me. What is your plan? Are you still daring to be fierce with me? Li Huangxian felt wronged, blaming the boy from earlier who had gone to stay at Maple Forest Inn. I wish you a night as fruitless as mine was last night. Lin Ximing slightly opened a car window, gazing up at the vast starry sky, her profile exquisitely beautiful. Li Huangxian placed a Bluetooth earphone in her ear. As a mournful and enchanting melody began to play, the gently falling maple leaves resembled longing. Why must one rush to reconcile before winter arrives? At the barbecue stall outside Jiangda's South Gate, Zhang Chuan nearly sprayed beer foam onto Li Huangxuan's face. If you agree, then agree. If not, then don't. What does it mean to partially agree? Li Huangxian lamented. How was I to know things would turn out this way? Zhui Yunfei exclaimed in exasperation. Are you out of your mind? Why did you bring her back to Maple Forest Inn? Li Huangxian, filled with grievances, retorted. It's all because of your ridiculous signal. Too many people know about it. Lei Ping chuckled, covering his mouth. So you ended up with nothing and walked 3 hours with her? The trio of mischievous friends unanimously decided that Old Four's antics were nothing short of ludicrous. After trudging such a long distance, he had the potential to be a special forces soldier. After finishing their drinks, the four of them supported each other, stumbling back to their dormitory. Lei Ping, with a tongue heavy from alcohol, declared, Old Four, this time we split the bill. Next time, it's on you. Zhui Yunfei suddenly realized, right. The 4th is Old Four's birthday. We must treat him to a grand feast. Zhang Chuan's expression changed dramatically as he retched by the roadside flower bed. The other three looked at him with disdain, eager to feign ignorance of his presence. The wheel of time turned 3 years forward. Li Huangxian sat alone in his room, fixated on a crimson maple leaf, his heart aching and spirit crushed. Will you forget me? Never. The vows they once exchanged echoed in his mind. His earlier response resolute and unyielding. Yet, who could have anticipated such betrayal? Returning to Luing Mountain, Lin Ximing sought to reclaim memories from 3 years past. Accompanied by Li Huangxian, they relived every moment they had shared. They occupied the same room, exchanged a maple leaf, made wishes together before the Buddha, and pretended to twist an ankle. Li Huangxian dared not contemplate the depths of sorrow concealed beneath her forced smiles. The person who once vowed to love her for eternity had become a stranger. Countless times, in the solitude of the night, she wept in silence. The narrative of the music video for Maple replayed in their lives, albeit with their roles reversed. The one who had forgotten the pain and embraced happiness was now Li Huangxian, while Lin Ximing endured the bitter solitude, tasting the anguish alone. Each lyric of the song pierced her heart like a dagger, leaving her utterly ravaged. 3 years later, The maple leaf she offered still bore the same 6 words. Forget me from now on. Li Huangxian had no tears left to shed, only the impulse to strike himself fiercely, slapping the cheek that Lin Shiming had once kissed. Ming Ming, I should have remembered you long ago. I should have recalled your presence. 3 years have elapsed, and I remain mired in mediocrity, accomplishing nothing and living a life strewn with chaos. I have even developed feelings for another girl, completely forgetting you. Ming Ming, are you particularly disappointed in me? Yet, why do you still profess your love? Just a few days ago, amidst the torrential downpour, Lin Shiming rushed through the curtain of rain, heedless of everything, shouting passionately, Li Huangxian, I love you. Do you hear me? And then they embraced in the rain, oblivious to the world around them. In retrospect, Li Huangxian loathed his own foolishness. How could an ordinary man like me be worthy of such profound love within a month? It has been 3 years of incessant longing, a haunting presence in my dreams. But Ming Ming, you should be 23 this year. Why are you still 20? After meeting me, why did you not reveal yourself sooner? Why must you depart? The answers to these questions have already surged within Li Huangxuan's mind. Yet he lacks the courage to confront them, too afraid to ponder deeply. In his suitcase, a music album lies quietly. It is the long-ago gift of still fantasy. Its cover slightly yellowed. This was Lin Shiming's present for Li Huangxuan's 21st birthday. The 9th track, titled Rosemary, fills the air with a fragrance that is both spicy and sweet. Your laughter dances on the wind, infused with the scent of rosemary, your playful words tinged with mint, sending signals of love. Chapter 45, Sweet Memories. November 4th marks Li Huangxuan's 21st birthday. As the 4th period drew to a close, the group of 4 from dormitory 202 set off in high spirits towards the Sichuan-style hot pot restaurant outside the South Gate. Li Huangxian had once attempted to invite Lin Shiming, suggesting she bring along her roommates, but was met with a callous rejection. The reasoning was clear. His companions were merely a band of rascals, particularly the notorious Zhuo Yunfei, who was brimming with mischief and ill intentions. Brothers, today let us order freely and drink until we are inebriated, Li Huangxian proclaimed with grandeur. The eldest, Lei Ping, took charge without hesitation, methodically marking all the signature dishes on the menu, showing no restraint as if he were a host. Naturally, he avoided any fish dishes. Zhuo Yunfei sighed. If only we had a few ladies here, we could sing and play games together, making it all the more lively. Zhang Chuan scoffed, second brother. You will undoubtedly meet your demise at the hands of women. Zhuo Yunfei turned to Li Huangxian, fourth brother. By rights, Lin Shiming is practically your girlfriend. How can she not grace your birthday with her presence? Li Huangxian silently lamented, attributing her absence to Zhuo's notorious reputation, as he topped the list of the university's incorrigible scoundrels. Surely, Lin Shiming wouldn't wish to dangle her affections in front of you, would she? Zhang Chuan continued, his tongue unrestrained. No, I can sense her sincerity towards me, Li Huangxian asserted with unwavering conviction. Fourth brother, I shall always reserve the chubby girl from the law school for you, Lei Ping chimed in mischievously. Get lost. If you mention her again, I will sever all ties with you, Li Huangxian retorted, his expression one of mock indignation, prompting laughter from the other 3. A server arrived with a basket of beers, popping them open with a satisfying sound. The 4 raised their glasses, clinking them together, sending a spray of beer into the air as they toasted to their enduring friendship. Once one steps beyond the confines of campus, it becomes exceedingly challenging to cultivate such untainted camaraderie. A few hours later, the 4 companions, shoulders linked, stumbled back towards the school. Lei Ping, with a playful command of his plastic Cantonese, serenaded his 3 younger brothers. To forget the rights and wrongs, to reminisce about the bygone days. There is always joy in having weathered life's tribulations together. As they neared the dormitory, a slender figure stood gracefully in the evening breeze. Her skirt billowed, and her hair danced in the wind. The renowned belle of the Business Administration Department, Lin Shiming, stood beneath the boys' dormitory, drawing a throng of onlookers. The balcony was a sea of heads, buzzing with chatter. Li Huangxuan's heart skipped a beat. The alcohol had begun to wear off, and he halted in his tracks. Lei Ping and Zhuo Yunfei exchanged knowing glances and discreetly withdrew. Halfway through their departure, they returned to pull away the still oblivious Zhang Chuan, who was lingering like a third wheel. Why are you dragging me along, you two? Are you abandoning the 4th? Zhang Chuan complained, his words slurred by intoxication. He has someone to look after him. You should mind your own business and not spill your drink all over me, Zhuo Yunfei cautioned. In the expansive square, only Li Huangxian, and Lin Shiming remained. Their eyes locked, emotions entwined. "Shall we take a stroll by the artificial lake?" Lin Shiming initiated. "Sure," Li Huangxian replied, his breath a testament to his inebriation, yet his response was crisp and clear. The small grove beside Jiang University's artificial lake was affectionately dubbed Lover's Paradise. Come nightfall, it transformed into a haven for couples, leaving single souls reluctant to tread there. "How could you drink so much? You're not a secret alcoholic destined for domestic violence, are you?" Lin Shiming teased with a smile. "Absolutely not," Li Huangxian hastily reassured her. "When I'm drunk, I simply roll off to sleep." "Just kidding, you silly goose." She laughed. Lin Shiming retrieved an album from her bag and handed it to Li Huangxian. "Happy birthday, senior." Li Huangxian was pleasantly surprised as he accepted the gift. It was a genuine copy of Still Fantasy, an album that had aged gracefully and held considerable collectible value. He had not anticipated that Lin Shiming would prepare a gift for him. "Shiming, what made you think of giving me this?" Li Huangxian cherished it dearly, recognizing every song as familiar. "Is this your favorite? I hope you don't mind its modesty," she explained with a hint of guilt. "I had initially planned to bake you a birthday cake, but alas, I lack baking skills. Next time on your birthday, I promise to make one for you myself." Li Huangxian quickly reassured her. "It's all right. I'm not particularly fond of cake." "No, I insist on making it," Lin Shiming replied with a touch of stubbornness. Suddenly, Li Huangxian recalled a lyric. "At this moment, all I wish is to kiss your defiant lips." However, his timidity held him back from acting on it. "In the future, I will gift you all my albums," Lin Shiming added. "And when I have the means, I'll take you to a concert," Li Huangxian responded with a joyful smile. Gazing at the autumn night sky, they made beautiful promises for the future. The evening breeze was a bit chilly, prompting Li Huangxian to remove his jacket and drape it over Lin Shiming. He executed this gesture with an effortless grace. Lin Shiming whispered softly, sharing her lovely visions for the future. "Once I graduate, I will rent a small apartment and fill the windowsill with flowers. In spring, I will plant sweet osmanthus. In autumn, rosemary, just as the song goes. I shall keep the room immaculate and find joy in every day." As Li Huangxian listened intently, he suddenly grasped Lin Shiming's shoulders, gazing deeply into her eyes and voicing his innermost desire. "Ming Ming, does that small house of ours hold a place for me?" In the past, when faced with such inquiries, Lin Shiming would deftly evade the question with humor. However, today marked Li Huangxian's birthday, and perhaps the atmosphere had shifted. Meeting his fervent gaze, a blush gradually crept onto her cheeks. After a moment of hesitation, she finally admitted, "Of course." Li Huangxian, overwhelmed with joy, could no longer contain the surging tide of affection and enveloped Lin Shiming in his embrace. With trembling hands, he caressed her silky long hair. "Ming Ming, I am so fortunate. Let go of me, you reek of alcohol." Lin Shiming playfully protested, wrestling half-heartedly. Ultimately, she surrendered, resting her head against his chest, listening to the thunderous rhythm of his heartbeat. Beneath the silvery moonlight, they stood entwined, relishing the gentleness of time. That fleeting 0.0031 of hope, combined with 99.9969 of fate, culminated in a perfect 100. By the flower bed beside the lake, a young man strummed his guitar, inciting a chorus of delighted squeals from the girls. The distant melody drifted over the water. "I gaze upon your face," lightly brushing the chords. A Valentine's card, inscribed with "Forever" in my own hand. Memories flooded back of their performances in the park and the sweet recollections of the candy store by the campus. As the farewell approached, emboldened by the effects of alcohol, Li Huangxian swiftly pressed his lips to Lin Shiming's, not allowing her a moment to react before dashing away. Lin Shiming stood frozen, savoring the lingering sensation of his kiss, tinged with the taste of beer. Upon returning to dormitory 202, Li Huangxian wore a foolish grin as he emptied his suitcase. He then meticulously cherished every item related to Lin Shiming. The blue-gray hoodie from their first encounter, the ticket stub from their inaugural movie outing, vibrant red maple leaves. And today's birthday gift, Still Fantasy. Why can't he stop talking since he got back? Zhang Chuan whispered curiously. He has struck gold. Zhui Yunfei, a seasoned romantic, disowned immediately. Even the dogtail grass has its springtime. Lei Ping expressed his envy. Chapter 46. The rivers flow eternal. A few days later, Lin Shiming's roommate, Su Qiaoqian, intentionally sought out Li Huangxian. She was another pure girl with a beauty rating exceeding 8. Zhang Chuan had previously pestered Li Huangxian to introduce him, but they were merely acquaintances, lacking even a means of contact. "Senior, Mingming was so anxious about baking you a birthday cake a few days ago that she shed tears. If you dare to mistreat her, we sisters will not let you off easily, Su Qiaoqian warned Li Huangxian. It was from her that Li Huangxian learned of Lin Ximing's efforts. Back in June, while working at a dessert shop, he had painstakingly crafted a birthday cake for Lin Ximing. She was deeply touched and had been secretly planning to reciprocate in the same manner for his birthday. Although she had studied a fair amount of baking knowledge in advance, living in a student dormitory deprived her of the chance to engage with an oven, leaving her skills confined to theoretical knowledge. On the fourth day, Lin Ximing purchased a plethora of ingredients and ventured to a senior's rented apartment, where she borrowed the oven to attempt baking a cake. It was only during the actual endeavor that she realized the challenges of baking far exceeded her expectations. One after another, she retrieved oddly shaped cake layers from the oven. Ultimately, having exhausted all the eggs and flour, she was unable to produce a cake worthy of a birthday celebration. Gazing at the pitch-black night sky, tears streamed down her face. Time was slipping away. He would not be able to taste it. The senior consoled Lin Ximing, suggesting she purchase a cake, but she firmly rejected the idea. A store-bought cake held an entirely different significance than one made by her own hands. In the end, she could only wait in disappointment, holding that album beneath the boys' dormitory. Anticipating Li Huangxuan's return, by the lakeside, she vowed to him that for his next birthday, she would surely bake him a cake with her own hands. Upon hearing Su Qiaoqian's words, Li Huangxian was deeply moved to the point of tears, and he immediately patted his chest, assuring her, "Rest assured, I will cherish her for a lifetime." Su Qiaoqian sighed. "Ximing is currently not in a good place. Perhaps your comfort will be the most effective." Li Huangxian inquired. What is wrong with her? It turned out that the school was hosting an arts festival this semester. A month prior, they had begun soliciting theme songs on the forum, hoping that musically gifted students would enthusiastically submit their works for participation. Being selected would not only be an honor, but also provide a monetary reward. Lin Ximing, possessing great musical talent, could not only sing, but had also studied composition. Upon learning of this news, she stayed up for an entire week, single-handedly writing both the lyrics and the music, creating a piece of her own. After the contest songs were submitted to the organizers, they were posted on the forum for students to vote, ultimately selecting the final winner. To ensure fairness, the authors' names were temporarily withheld. Lin Ximing, initially filled with ambition, was disheartened to discover that the reception of her song on the forum was far below her expectations. She found herself trailing in votes, with almost no hope of victory. Some harshly critical students even left disparaging comments. The lack of recognition for her hard work, coupled with ridicule, led to an understandable sense of disappointment. Li Huangxian finally realized why Lin Ximing had been so listless and melancholic during their recent dinner invitations. Why didn't she tell me? Su Qiaoqian expressed her concern. She might be too shy to speak up. Please handle this delicately. We wouldn't want to hurt her pride. Li Huangxian nodded in agreement, thanking Su Qiaoqian. Upon returning to his dormitory, he promptly opened his computer, logged into the school forum, and located the voting thread for the theme song of the arts festival. He easily identified Lin Ximing's song among the submissions, as her voice was unmistakable to him. He listened to her piece repeatedly, finding it to be nothing short of celestial. In contrast, other highly rated songs seemed merely pedestrian to him. A mountain pig cannot savor fine grains. Li Huangxian muttered in frustration. Lin Ximing's misfortune lay in her earnestness. She had incorporated many sophisticated compositional techniques, while her lyrics were more subtle and nuanced. In comparison, simpler, more straightforward songs were naturally easier to grasp and more memorable. Such a lackadaisical voting process has failed to captivate many, preventing them from savoring more sophisticated melodies. The ensuing comments are predominantly negative. Listeners abandoned the piece midway, utterly bewildered by the lyrics. The verses are shrouded in ambiguity, crafted with an intent to evoke sorrow through forced expressions, when art festivals are meant to be joyous occasions. Were it not for the enchanting voice of the singer, this song would indeed be devoid of merit. Of course, harsher criticisms exist, inciting a seething anger in Li Huangxian. He can only imagine the sorrow Lin Ximing must feel upon encountering such remarks. To speak candidly, Lin Ximing is not a student of music. Her work, born of innate talent and fervor, inevitably exhibits a certain naivety and stiffness. However, her dedication to the craft is undeniable, with meticulous attention to detail reflecting both ingenuity and skill. This song is far from the dismal portrayal found in the comment section. Previously, Li Huangxian seldom engaged in online forums, merely skimming through trending news without ever voicing his opinions. Now, he finds himself unable to remain silent. Promptly creating a new account named Foam, he seizes the keyboard, confronting the critics single-handedly. If you struggle to comprehend, perhaps it is your own taste that warrants reflection. Such a magnificent piece, I consider it a masterpiece, worthy of being listened to 100 times daily. To the creator, persevere and do not let these detractors dampen your spirits. Continue to craft even greater works. After responding to the trolls with a flurry of retorts, Li Huangxian still felt unsatisfied, believing that his straightforward remarks lacked persuasive power. Ultimately, he resorted to searching for an ancient poem. The works of Wang, Yang Lu, and Luo are lightly regarded as mere jest. You shall perish in body and name, yet the rivers endure through the ages. This esteemed piece from the poetic sage ought to command respect, he thought. Upon the return of the other 3 residents of room 202, Li Huangxian insisted they all cast their votes for Lin Ximing, employing both coercion and persuasion. Contemplating that this might not be sufficient, he ventured to the convenience store to procure some cigarettes and snacks, rallying the entire floor of boys. Just as he was engrossed in his efforts, Lin Ximing's call came through. "Hello, Ming Ming, did you miss me?" Li Huangxian answered the phone with a playful grin. "How did I never realize you were so cultured? Didn't you struggle to comprehend jints until the final year of high school?" Lin Ximing, having heard Li Huangxian recount tales from his high school days, posed this question. In that instant, Li Huangxian comprehended that Lin Ximing had uncovered his antics on the forum and was aware that those comments were his doing. After all, the character for Maple held a unique significance for them. "Ming Ming, I am not flattering you. I genuinely find your songs delightful," Li Huangxian expressed sincerely. "Come to the small grove by the lake. I miss you," Lin Ximing said softly. "All right, I'll be there shortly," Li Huangxian replied, filled with excitement. Venturing into the grove is quite thrilling. Chapter 47. Accompanying you to watch the meteor shower, Li Huangxian found walking too slow, so he borrowed a bicycle from the neighboring dormitory. In his eagerness to meet the goddess of his heart, he pedaled so vigorously that the chain nearly smoked. The artificial lake lies in closer proximity to the girls' dormitory, and by the time he arrives, Lin Ximing is already waiting at the water's edge. Leaning against a fragrant osmanthus tree, the moonlight illuminates her graceful figure. The evening breeze dances through her long hair. "Dream, I'm late," Li Huangxian exclaims as he sets down his bicycle and rushes forward, enveloping Lin Ximing in his embrace. "Ah, what are you doing? There are so many people here," Lin Ximing replies, a hint of shyness creeping into her voice. While others are engrossed in their own romantic entanglements, they pay little attention to the two of them. Li Huangxian quips. After a brief moment of tender closeness, they gently part. The cold moonlight casts a glow upon Lin Ximing's exquisite cheeks. Perhaps influenced by the recent events surrounding the theme song, she has not rested well these past few days, her expression tinged with melancholy and fatigue. "Dream, I heard from Su Chao-chien that you shed tears out of frustration while trying to bake me a birthday cake," Li Huangxian softly inquires. "That big mouth can't keep a secret," Lin Ximing retorts with indignation. Yet, her gaze soon dims again, tears welling in her eyes. "Am I really so useless? I can't seem to do anything right," Li Huangxian gently reassures her. "Baking a cake is quite challenging. I spent 2 months learning at the shop. Spent an entire afternoon making one, and in the end, you still criticized its appearance, didn't you?" Upon recalling the birthday cake, Lin Ximing can't help but break into a smile. She wraps her arms around Li Huangxuan's waist and rests her head against his chest. He reaches out to caress her silky hair. "Dream, the songs you write are truly beautiful. Don't heed the misguided opinions of others. You will undoubtedly create even more remarkable works in the future." Lin Ximing murmurs, "You always know how to say the sweet words to comfort me." Li Huangxian gently lifted Lin Ximing's delicate face, gazing intently into her clear eyes, and sincerely proclaimed, "Ming Ming, even if others fail to recognize your worth, I shall remain your most steadfast supporter. For my sake as a listener, you must never abandon your dreams." He understood that although Lin Ximing had acquiesced to her parents' wishes by choosing to study economics, a musical aspiration had been nestled in her heart since childhood. Her profound love for singing and her diligent efforts in composing and writing lyrics were driven by the hope of one day bringing joy and emotion to the world through her melodies. As Lin Ximing looked up at Li Huangxian, tears unwittingly cascaded down the corners of her eyes. In a flurry, he reached out to wipe her tears away, exclaiming, "Why are you crying again? Are you made of water?" Lin Ximing playfully punched his chest, her voice thick with emotion as she replied. Who told you to say such touching things? Lin Ximing, keep pushing forward. Silly girl, you must also strive to become an even more remarkable person and chase your dreams. The most beautiful love in this world is, without a doubt, the encouragement and mutual fulfillment shared between two individuals, willingly transformed by each other's positive influence. On a clear autumn night, the two lay on the grass, gazing at the stars. The Milky Way hung high, mirrored in the tranquil lake below. The harmonious blend of water and sky painted a scene of breathtaking beauty. Aware of Lin Ximing's melancholic mood, Li Huangxian resolved to take her out for a change of scenery over the weekend. Ming, let's visit the amusement park this week. Will you allow me to accompany you on the roller coaster? Lin Ximing shot him a knowing glance, retorting, aren't you the one who claims to be afraid of heights? How can you dare ride a roller coaster? Li Huangxian thumped his chest with resolve and declared, for you, I would brave anything. This is also knowledge acquired from Shui Yunfei, known in psychology as the bridge effect. It suggests that in a tense and stimulating environment, individuals are more inclined to fall in love with one another. Activities such as visiting amusement parks, watching horror films, or engaging in haunted house games yield similar outcomes. Although the two of them are practically a couple now, Lin Ximing's promise of I agree remains only half fulfilled. It is essential to seize the moment and create a sense of ceremony. I will accompany you to the amusement park another time. This week, I wish to visit a different place. However, Lin Ximing had other ideas. She took out her phone, located a video, and played it for Li Huangxian. The screen displayed a celestial panorama, where meteors cascaded through the night sky like rain, leaving behind long, ephemeral trails. This fleeting beauty was utterly captivating. The background music featured a once popular song. I will accompany you to witness the meteor shower fall upon this earth, allowing your tears to rest upon my shoulder. Urging you to believe that my love dares only for you, where you will discover the essence of happiness. Li Huangxian, enchanted by the breathtaking imagery, felt a deep yearning. Ming, what is this? This is the Leonid meteor shower, which appears for just 1 week each year. Would you like to join me in witnessing it? Lin Ximing inquired, tilting her face. Then, almost as if to herself, she murmured, if someone were to confess to me under this meteor shower, I would find it exceedingly hard to refuse. Let us go, we must go? Li Huangxian responded, brimming with excitement. An amusement park can be visited at any time, but this meteor shower occurs only once a year. To propose beneath the falling stars and to hear the response from the beloved girl, could anything be more romantic? Li Huangxian sat up partially, gazing affectionately at Lin Ximing. Her eyes mirrored the starry sky, sparkling like the stars themselves. Her delicate red lips resembled freshly picked strawberries. What are you doing? Lin Ximing noticed the quickening of Li Huangxian's breath. Ming, I wish to exercise my boyfriend privileges a bit early. Li Huangxian could no longer suppress the surging emotions within him. Supporting himself on the grass, he leaned in, his gaze fixed on Lin Ximing's lips, his eyes ablaze with desire. The last fleeting kiss had evidently left him yearning for more. I warn you, don't be a rogue. Lin Ximing, like a timid little rabbit, looked somewhat alarmed. In the secluded grove beneath the night sky, she felt a twinge of shyness at the thought of indulging in intimate acts. What if someone they knew happened upon them? How would she face anyone thereafter? Li Huangxian's blood raced, the tension palpable, as he leaned closer, aiming for those strawberry-like lips. Just as he was about to succeed, an unexpected tickle surged through his armpit. Haraha! Ming, what are you doing? Li Huangxian swerved, rolling on the grass to evade Lin Ximing's playful hands. Since childhood, he had always dreaded being tickled there, and today, this vulnerability had inadvertently been exposed. Lin Ximing teased, I never imagined a grown man like you could be so ticklish. Li Huangxian gasped for breath. What does being ticklish have to do with being a man? Lin Ximing persisted, you rogue, let us see if you dare to take advantage of me again. Li Huangxian, caught between laughter and dismay, replied, Ming, I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again. On the grass, the two exchanged playful banter, their laughter carried away by the evening breeze. At that moment, Li Huangxian regarded this as the most unforgettable joyous memory of his life. He had never imagined that one day he would actively erase this memory from his mind. Upon returning, Li Huangxian diligently prepared for their weekend excursion. The prime location in Jiangxing to observe the Leonid's meteor shower is known as Lushing Ridge. It takes about an hour and a half by bus from the station. This area boasts elevated terrain and expansive views, far removed from the blinding light pollution of the city. Each November, It draws a multitude of astronomy enthusiasts, alongside many young couples who arrive to make lifelong promises beneath the enchanting meteor shower. Chapter 48. Memory is the root of suffering. Jiangxing is known for its rainfall, and until Friday, the sky was still adorned with a gentle autumn drizzle. Li Huangxian felt a tinge of anxiety, fearing they might miss the meteors. Fortunately, by early Saturday morning, the weather cleared. The morning sun illuminated the campus, and the air, freshened by the rain, was invigorating. They packed a few simple belongings and set off after lunch, aiming to reach Lushing Ridge before nightfall. Scattered homestays could be found along the mountainside for travelers' accommodations. At the summit lies a vast platform called Kingzhenping, the optimal spot for meteor viewing. During the week of the Leonids meteor shower, it attracts a significant number of visitors. Lin Shiming wore a pure white knitted sweater paired with washed blue jeans, exuding an elegance tempered with a touch of sophistication. Li Huangxian, towering a head above her, made for a charming couple as they walked together. In the late autumn chill, a sense of coolness began to creep in, and the mountains were likely to be even colder. Once they boarded the vehicle, Li Huangxian thoughtfully remarked, "Ming Ming, you should sit by the window. You can bask in the sunlight." In addition, he yearned to confine Lin Shiming to a corner, to shield her from attracting too much attention. This accursed possessiveness. Imagining the forthcoming spectacle of a magnificent meteor shower, both were filled with exuberance and delight. Li Huangxian, with audacious persistence, implored Lin Shiming to serenade him. Unable to resist, she acquiesced. Her gentle and melodious voice, infused with the delicate fragrance of youth, lingered in the air. The dandelions by the elementary school fence stood as a fragrant memory. The sound of cicadas echoed across the playground during afternoon naps, still enchanting after many years. Wishes folded into paper airplanes, sent forth as letters. For we cannot await that meteor. As she sang this line, her voice abruptly ceased. Li Huangxian and Lin Shiming exchanged a glance, suddenly awash with an unsettling emotion. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have sung this song," Lin Shiming lamented. She had merely hummed a tune, never anticipating that this particular lyric would resonate so ominously in their current context. Li Huangxian smiled gently. "Silly Ming Ming, do not overthink." Lin Shiming rested her head upon Li Huangxuan's shoulder, basking in the warm afternoon sun, gradually succumbing to drowsiness and closing her eyes. Li Huangxian lowered his gaze, admiring her long eyelashes, still somewhat incredulous that such a beautiful girl could possibly harbor feelings for him. It felt like an impractical dream, akin to the tale of the dream of the yellow millet. He feared waking from this enchanting reverie. The bus gradually departed from the bustling city, navigating the winding mountain roads. The sun vanished behind the clouds, casting a somber hue upon the sky. A gentle drizzle tapped against the windows. Li Huangxian retrieved a coat from his bag and gently draped it over Lin Shiming, concerned that she might catch a chill. Suddenly, the bus slammed to a halt. Under the influence of inertia, all the passengers lurched forward. Lin Shiming awoke from her slumber, her face etched with alarm. "What happened?" Li Huangxian softly wrapped his arm around her shoulder. "Don't worry, it seems we are caught in traffic." News soon arrived that continuous autumn rain had loosened the soil, causing mud and stones to tumble down from the mountains, covering half of the roadway. Vehicles could only pass in alternating fashion, resulting in slow travel. How could this happen? Will we be unable to see the meteor shower? Lin Shiming's expression was one of deep concern. "Not at all. We shall certainly witness it," Li Huangxian reassured her, though uncertainty gnawed at his heart. He had prepared for this declaration under the meteor shower for a long time. Hidden within his backpack was a small bouquet of roses. When he would hear Lin Shiming say, "I agree," he would undoubtedly feel like the happiest man in the world. Lost in his thoughts, a sudden rumbling noise erupted from above. The ground began to shake violently, and the passengers swayed with the bus. A wave of intense panic spread rapidly through the cabin, accompanied by a chorus of terrified screams. A massive shadow swiftly enveloped Li Huangxian and Lin Shiming. "Senior, Ming Ming." Li Huangxuan's instinct was to protect Lin Shiming, yet she forcefully shoved him away. He fell heavily onto the aisle as a thunderous roar filled his ears. The bus windows shattered under the impact of a descending boulder, and rain and wind rushed in. "Ming Ming, are you all right?" Li Huangxian shouted, struggling to rise from the ground. Lin Shiming lay on her side in her seat, a torrent of crimson blood cascading from her forehead and trickling down her exquisite visage. The pristine white knit sweater was stained a deep scarlet. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Li Huangxian emitted a heart-wrenching wail, pulling Lin Shiming into his embrace. tears cascading forth as he dared not gaze upon the ghastly wound upon her head. One side of Lin Shiming's cheek was completely drenched in blood, which continued to pour forth from the gash. Her lips quivered slightly, yet no sound escaped them. Her eyes fixed intently on Li Huangxian, brimming with love and reluctance to part. Hold on, Ming Ming, I will take you to the hospital. Look at me, don't leave me. You mustn't abandon me. Li Huangxuan's clothes were soaked with tears, his words tumbling out in incoherence. The sudden calamity left him bewildered and helpless. An immense sorrow filled his heart. His sole thought was to rush Lin Shiming to the hospital. Yet, the falling rocks from the mountains persisted, and the earth roared in fury. The vehicle descended into chaos, screams and wails echoing around him. Lin Shiming, with great effort, lifted her right hand, adorned with a jade bracelet at her wrist. Her fingertips trembled as she attempted to caress Li Huangxuan's cheek, but just as she was about to make contact, all strength was abruptly drained from her. Her arm fell heavily to her side. The clarity in her eyes faded, losing the light of life. Blood continued to flow from the wound on her head. Ming Ming, Li Huangxian could only cry out in desperation, powerless to do anything but watch as the love of his life slipped away before him. Leaving no time to utter a final word. Dream, open your eyes and gaze upon me. We have yet to witness the meteor shower. I have not yet professed my love for you, and you have not granted me your consent. You must not abandon me. Please return. What am I to do without you? The overwhelming mental stimulus rendered Li Huangxuan's mind blank, and he became oblivious to his surroundings, mumbling incoherent thoughts. He could only watch as the pallor on Lin Shiming's face gradually deepened, until it painted the entire world in crimson. A smaller fragment of rock ricocheted through the shattered window and struck the back of Li Huangxuan's head. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed beside Lin Shiming. Just before losing consciousness, he beheld her tragically beautiful profile. After several days of unconsciousness, when Li Huangxian awoke, he had been moved by his parents from Jiangqing to a hospital in their hometown. His parents and the doctors only informed him that he had encountered a landslide while on a bus, and a rock had struck his head. Beyond that, no further information was provided. His mind seemed to instinctively evade recollection of that fateful day. All memories of Lin Shiming were sealed within the confines of his mind. By this time, the Leonid meteor shower had concluded, carrying with it the wishes of humanity, vanishing into the depths of the cosmos. Li Tianyun went to the school to assist Li Huangxian in processing his leave of absence, concealing the treasured suitcase in a place beyond his sight. Memory is the root of suffering, and forgetting is, in fact, a rare blessing. Li Huangxian's phone was destroyed in the accident, and his mother provided him with a new one. Many fragments of the past dissipated along with the old phone. During the prolonged period of convalescence, he could only pass the time by playing video games and listening to music. Occasionally, a few lyrics would strike a chord within him, leaving him momentarily stunned, tears cascading down his cheeks unbeknownst to him. Especially poignant was the song Maple, where the gently falling leaves mirrored his longing. I ignited a candle to warm the autumn of the year's end, as the aurora swept across the horizon, and the northern wind brushed past the visage of the one I yearned for. I turned my love into fallen leaves, yet could not reclaim the familiar face that once was. Chapter 49. I have never blamed you. 3 years of lost memories flooded back into Li Huangxuan's mind. He sat on the floor, emitting a heart-wrenching wail, as intense pain jolted his senses. The image that perpetually replayed in his mind was Lin Shiming. Her face smeared with blood, eyes filled with an unbearable longing. Son, what has happened to you? Fan Ling, hearing his cries, burst through the door and enveloped Li Huangxian in her embrace, her tears flowing freely. As a mother, she could empathize most deeply with her son's suffering. Mother, it was I who allowed her to sit by the window. It was I who caused her demise. Had I occupied that spot, it would have been me who perished. Li Huangxian cried out, his sorrow so profound it felt suffocating. In his ears, he could almost hear Lin Shiming's melodious voice. Let me sit by the window, so I can bask in the sunlight. Let me sit by the window, so I can gaze at the stars. These were the words spoken 3 weeks prior when they revisited Luyong Mountain. Even if given another chance, would you still willingly sacrifice yourself to shield me from the unknown calamities? Why must you be so foolish? Fan Ling caressed Li Huangxuan's back, sorrowfully uttering words of comfort. Son, this is not your fault. Do not blame yourself. It was not you who caused her demise. Rather, it was the cruel fate that befell you all. You shall forget her, not out of indifference, but because your love for her is profound. She would not hold you accountable. Li Tianyun stood by the door. a man nearing 50, unable to suppress his tears. 3 years prior, he had learned of the tale of Li Huangxian and Lin Shiming from Zhang Chuan and others, and he had met Lin Shiming's parents, a cultured middle-aged couple who, in their extreme grief over the loss of their beloved daughter, incessantly reproached and berated him. "My daughter is gone. Why should your son survive?" Over the past 3 years, the anguish that should have been borne by Li Huangxian had been shared by those around him. His parents meticulously concealed all remnants of Lin Shiming, fearful of urging him to pursue romance lest it evoke painful memories of the past. Lei Ping, Zhu Yunfei, and Zhang Chuan trembled at the thought of uttering a misplaced word, even shying away from mentioning the word dream. Li Huangxian took pride in his solitary existence, quietly enduring the passage of 3 years, until a month ago, when his landlord, Mr. Zhang, introduced him to a new roommate. The doctors had long asserted that selective amnesia is predominantly transient. As time progresses, lost memories inevitably resurface. The reappearance of Lin Shiming merely served as a catalyst. "Huangxian, let us dine first." Li Tianyun exhaled a heavy sigh. Fan Ling grasped Li Huangxuan's hand, guiding him to the living room. Li Huangxian, like a mere shell of a man, allowed his mother to lead him. The aroma of the meal wafted through the air. The pristine white rice was adorned with flecks of golden millet, reminiscent of the sun's rays cascading upon the snow-capped peaks. Gazing at the millet, Li Huangxian was struck with an inexplicable awe. "Mingming, how did you return? Was this past month a reality, or merely a fleeting dream?" "Father, hand me the car keys. There is no time to waste," Li Huangxian suddenly shouted. "Son, please eat first." Li Tianyun assumed he was still lost in sorrow. Li Huangxian had no time to explain, snatching the keys and dashing out the door. "Father, mother, do not worry about me. I shall return swiftly." With those words, he plunged into the elevator, fervently pressing the close button. A moment's delay in reaching Jiangcheng could mean losing precious seconds with Lin Shiming. In the living room, Li Tianyun and Fan Ling embraced, weeping for their son's tragic fate. Li Huangxian pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing towards Jiangcheng, his vision becoming increasingly blurred. He instinctively moved the windshield wiper, realizing it was his own tears that had returned anew. The car's audio system played a haunting melody. "I heard your voice, concealing a heart too timid to reveal itself. I hid among the judgmental crowd, seeking that one star as night deepened." Li Huangxian swiftly turned off the music, unable to bear the memories. 3 years of recollections intertwined with the fragments of this past month flooded his mind. He began to comprehend Lin Shiming's intentions. In the landslide incident, she had left too hastily, unable to utter a final farewell. 3 years later, she returned to Li Huangxian, both to seek memories and to mend the regrets. On their first day of reunion, Lin Shiming, fully aware of the rain forecast, insisted on taking Li Huangxian out, yearning to share another moment in the rain. The beauty of a rainy day lies not in the rain itself, but in the eaves where we once sheltered together. They met in the misty spring, entwined by the threads of fate. She filled her home with rosemary, crafting a birthday cake for Li Huangxian, and accompanied him to the amusement park they had failed to visit 3 years prior. Each of these acts was a fulfillment of promises she had once made. Yet, the person beside her had already forgotten her. From the very beginning, Lin Shiming had no intention of prompting Li Huangxian to remember her, for this reunion was destined to be as fleeting as a shooting star. She wished to spare him the torment of separation on the day of her departure. However, one thing diverged from Lin Shiming's plans. Within this brief month, Li Huangxian fell in love with her once more, exerting every effort to keep her by his side. Despite her attempts to present an unyielding facade, her defenses were ultimately shattered. Thus, the passionate kiss in the downpour unfolded. The words she had silently screamed countless times finally escaped her lips. "Li Huangxian, I love you." As Li Huangxian drove, tears streamed down his face, and before he knew it, a heap of tissues had accumulated in the passenger seat. His eyes were already swollen and red. After 2 hours of driving, he finally returned to Jiangcheng. He rushed up to the 4th floor and forcefully pushed open the door to his rented room. "Mingming." His voice echoed against the walls. Yet no one answered. He searched every room but found no trace of Lin Shiming. When he called her, her phone rang on the bedside table. The air still retained the lingering scent of her presence. On the windowsill, the aroma of rosemary was swept in by the wind, blurring his vision. "Mingming, where have you gone? Have you truly abandoned me?" Li Huangxian felt as if all the strength had been drained from his body, collapsing onto the floor. Without her, this modest rental unit had turned as frigid as a wintry night. "You're back? Have you recovered?" A pair of slipper-clad feet appeared at the doorway. As his gaze lifted, he beheld slender calves, reminiscent of lotus roots, followed by a skirt of pure white. Lin Shiming returned from the rooftop, carrying a bucket filled with laundry. Instantly, Li Huangxian sprang from the floor and rushed forward, enveloping Lin Shiming in a tight embrace. The bucket slipped from her grasp, clattering down the stairs. Meng Meng, I'm so sorry. I broke my promise. I am a liar. How could I ever forget you? Li Huangxian sobbed uncontrollably. Senior, do you remember now? Lin Shiming asked, her voice filled with astonishment. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The one to blame is me. I failed to protect you. Li Huangxian cried out, his heart aching. Fool, I've never blamed you. Lin Shiming's tears flowed freely, her heart equally shattered. Why did you have to remember me at this moment? Chapter 50. Cosmic Romance. Meng Meng, how did you return? Li Huangxian cradled Lin Shiming's face, wiping away the tears that stained her cheeks. Lin Shiming, her expression sorrowful, did not answer but instead remarked, 3 years ago during the Leonid's meteor shower. It's a pity you didn't see it, but I did. Was that meteor shower beautiful? Li Huangxian asked dreamily. It was extraordinarily beautiful. Unfortunately, I didn't hear your confession. Lin Shiming's eyes glimmered with profound regret. Meng Meng, I will take you to see it now. You will hear it. I promise you can hear it, Li Huangxian declared with fervor. Lin Shiming gazed at him with deep affection, yet ultimately chose silence. She changed into a new outfit, a pure white knitted sweater paired with washed blue jeans, exuding an elegance intertwined with a hint of competence. Li Huangxian gripped the steering wheel tightly as he drove towards Lushingling. 3 years of regret loomed before them, and they aimed to rectify every last bit of it. Lin Shiming sat in the passenger seat, quietly observing the profile of his face, allowing tears to cascade down her cheeks. The car wound along the mountain road, flanked by lush green slopes. Since the landslide 3 years prior, the relevant authorities had swiftly implemented robust measures to reinforce the mountainside and cultivate vegetation, preventing a tragedy from recurring. Senior, you must prioritize your health, sleep early, rise early, eat on time, and take good care of yourself. Strive to pursue your dreams and become a better person. You are far more talented than you realize. Wanxing is a wonderful girl, and I permit you to pursue her. You will find happiness with her. Do not let her down. As the sun cast long shadows, Lin Shiming suddenly became more loquacious, her chatter relentless, clearly imparting what felt like a last message. No, Meng Meng, I only want you. I will love you for the rest of my life, and I will not allow you to leave. Li Huangxian slammed on the brakes, his vision blurred by tears, obscuring the path ahead. Hearing the name Su Wanqing filled him with an overwhelming sense of guilt. He had not only forgotten Meng Meng completely, but had also developed feelings for another girl. How heartbroken she must have been upon discovering this. Lin Shiming reached out, gently caressing Li Huangxuan's cheek. Fool, I can no longer accompany you for a lifetime. Initially, I felt a twinge of sadness. Yet, I cannot bear to witness you perpetually ensnared in sorrow and solitude. Thus, you must promise me to forget my existence and embrace life, never relinquishing your dreams. Li Huangxian shook his head vehemently, as if a colossal boulder weighed upon his chest, rendering him breathless. 5 years ago, in the confines of a hospital, the dying words of his dear friend urged him to live splendidly, alongside the essence of their shared existence. Now, faced with the impending separation of his beloved, he understood the imperative to persevere. He finally grasped that death is not the most excruciating ordeal. Rather, the true challenge lies in the act of living. I am but an ordinary person, unable to shoulder such burdens. Tears streamed from Li Huangxian, cascading over Lin Shiming's fingers, tracing her wrist before pooling upon her jade bracelet. Lin Shiming wept profusely. I am aware, and thus, among all our stories, yours is the most poignant. Yet, you must find the strength to rise, carrying our shared will, and live resiliently. Li Huangxian enveloped Lin Shiming in his arms, succumbing once more to his tears. The warmth of her body was achingly tangible, yet he feared that in an instant, she would dissipate like smoke. This month of reunion felt akin to a fleeting dream, overwhelmed by a tempest of emotions. It took Li Huangxian considerable time to regain composure and resume driving. As he journeyed, he would pause intermittently to embrace Lin Shiming and weep uncontrollably. Upon their arrival at Lushingling, the sun's final rays lingered on the horizon, swiftly vanishing beyond the western peaks. Today is November 15th. The Leonid's meteor shower has yet to reach its zenith. However, much like their attempts to ascend Luyong Mountain, which ended in failure on 2 occasions, Regret remains the norm of existence. As night descends upon King's Imping on Lucian Ridge, a multitude of visitors gather, along with many young couples who gaze expectantly at the night sky, preparing to make heartfelt wishes for the future. Li Huangxian holds Lin Ximing's hand. Much like any ordinary couple, however, their circumstances differ, for they have no future ahead of them. The Leonid meteor shower, renowned as the king of meteor showers, embodies cosmic romance that captivates the world. It occurs in a spectacular burst every 33 or 34 years, illuminating the night sky for several hours. With thousands of meteors streaking across the heavens like a flurry of snowflakes, this magnificent spectacle seems to be a divine gift to humanity. Li Huangxian finds a patch of grass to sit upon, with Lin Ximing resting in his embrace. As before, she listens to the rhythm of his heartbeat while gazing at the celestial expanse above. The shimmering stars twinkle, each one potentially poised to fall. He drapes his jacket gently over her shoulders. Meng Meng. Lin Ximing extends a finger to press against Li Huangxuan's lips. Do not speak just yet. Hold me close, allowing me to feel your warmth. The most beautiful words should be reserved for the moment the meteor shower graces us. Li Huangxian nods, stifling his sorrow as he tenderly caresses her silky hair. Though Lin Ximing has yet to reveal the truth, he senses that the moment of parting draws ever nearer. After what feels like an eternity, a sudden cheer erupts from the crowd. A meteor streaks across the starry landscape, trailing a luminous tail and accompanied by a faint sound of explosion. Soon after, a cascade of meteors fell unexpectedly, captivating onlookers with their brilliance. Among them, exceptionally long and luminous fireballs trailed thick plumes of smoke, seemingly destined to crash upon the earth, a truly magnificent spectacle. Such beauty is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. At King's Imping, a lively scene unfolded as many clasped their hands in prayer, making wishes upon the shooting stars. Lin Ximing earnestly made her wish, hoping that the boy beside her would lead a life filled with happiness, joy, and peace. Meng Meng, you are truly beautiful, Li Huangxian exclaimed. Lin Ximing tilted her head back and saw his eyes reflecting the starry sky, brimming with immense affection and reluctance. Fool, I can't wait any longer. You can confess now. Li Huangxian lowered his gaze, fixated on Lin Ximing's exquisite face, his eyes once again glistening with tears. He took a deep breath and solemnly declared, Lin Ximing, I love you. I wish to care for you for all eternity. Will you be my girlfriend? Crystal tears slipped from the corners of Lin Ximing's eyes. She pressed her mouth tightly shut to stifle her cries. This was the moment she had awaited for 3 long years, and now she finally heard it. The regrets of 3 years past were finally resolved in this instant. I will, she replied. Li Huangxian, I also love you for all eternity. Li Huangxian leaned down gently and kissed Lin Ximing's lips. Above them, meteors continued to fall, rendering their love even more poignant and beautiful. A lifetime together is such a wonderful promise. Yet, regrettably, her lifetime does not equate to his. Chapter 51. This is my lifetime. The night was cool as water, and the autumn mountains stood desolate. Meteorites streak across the sky in rapid succession. With the peak of the meteor shower still 2 days away, many visitors unable to withstand the night have already departed. The Qingzheng Plateau is enveloped in a profound silence. Meng Meng, why did you not reveal yourself to me sooner? Had I remembered you earlier, I would have remained by your side unwaveringly. Li Huangxian is filled with remorse. Over the past month, although he has cohabited with Lin Ximing in a rented apartment, their moments together have been rather sparse. Besides the companionship on weekends, they have only shared daily morning exercises and dinners. After a day of fatigue, there is always a light shining for you, a sensation that fills one with warmth. Lin Ximing gently caresses Li Huangxuan's cheek. I am so afraid of you recalling me, for I have but 1 month, and I dread the thought of your sorrow. When the moment of parting arrives, if Li Huangxian does not regain his memory, he will only regard her as a roommate with whom he has spent a month. Even if he feels a sense of reluctance, the depth of his sadness will not be profound. However, if he does recover his memory and recalls the tragedy of 3 years prior, he will once again face the anguish of separation. Undoubtedly, this would be another immense blow. Thus, Lin Ximing would rather endure her pain in silence, refraining from revealing her identity to him. Meng Meng, you arrived on the 18th of last month. So why leave on the 16th? Isn't it supposed to be a month? Just 1 day short of a month. Li Huangxian is overwhelmed with nostalgia and reluctance. He is unaware of the means by which Lin Ximing has returned from the dead, yet her departure seems inevitable. Lin Ximing smiles sadly, Fool. I left you a message on the 17th. Li Huangxian suddenly realizes that the comment on his novel regarding the Leonid meteor shower indeed came the day before Lin Shiming moved in. The identity of this individual is now self-evident. Lin Shiming, in her own unique manner, continually encourages Li Huangxian to persevere and pursue his dreams. Much like she was motivated 3 years ago when he supported her on the campus forum. Even if the entire world fails to acknowledge you, I shall remain your most steadfast supporter. Lin Shiming's warm hand gently caressed Li Huangxuan's cheek. Fool, after I depart, you must not grieve for too long. Just as I inscribed on that maple leaf for you, forget me in the future. I will forever bless you from a place you cannot see. Li Huangxian grasped Lin Shiming's hand tightly, pressing it against his cheek, shaking his head vehemently. Tears streamed down like pearls from a broken string, falling onto her knitted sweater. No, Ming Ming, do not leave. I cannot bear to be without you. With his other hand, he held Lin Shiming close, fearful of her sudden departure. Lin Shiming gently withdrew her hand, removing an emerald bracelet from her wrist and raising it before Li Huangxuan's eyes. This is for you. Later, give it to the girl you cherish. Li Huangxian, in utter despair, cried out, No, I don't want it. I shall love only you for all eternity. Lin Shiming, already in tears, responded with a sobbing voice, You mustn't be disobedient. I forbid you from loving me any longer. I cannot do it. I cannot do it. Fool, how much courage must one possess to face the eternal farewell to a beloved? Every moment spent holding each other's hands is akin to an eternity. As unyielding as the earth and sea, meteors may be mere stones, yet the true brilliance lies in their heartfelt affection. No more tears. I shall sing for you. Lin Shiming held on to Li Huangxian, her voice tinged with tears as she once more sang the poignant song Maple into his ear. Li Huangxian clenched his jaw tightly, determined not to let a sound escape that might betray his sorrow. A shadow lingered in our hearts like dark clouds. I listened to the long silent emotions within me, clear and transparent, akin to a breathtaking landscape, discernible only through the lens of memory. The slowly falling maple leaves evoked memories of longing. Why must we attempt to reclaim what we cherished before winter's arrival? My love for you transcends time. 2 streams of tears, born from the end of autumn, allowed love to seep into the earth. All I desired was your presence beside me. As she reached the midpoint of the song, Lin Shiming could sing no more, collapsing onto Li Huangxuan's shoulder, overcome with sobs. Fool, I cannot bear to part with you. I do not wish to leave you alone. The thought of you being solitary in the future pains me deeply. How can you ever forget me? Li Huangxuan's heart ached as if it were bleeding. He had already broken a promise once. How could he do so again? The name Lin Shiming would forever be etched in his heart, woven into his very being. Ming Ming, how did you return? Lin Shiming lifted her tear-filled eyes, gazing up at the vast expanse of the starry sky, her expression hauntingly beautiful. I made a wish upon a shooting star for 3 long years, and finally, I was granted the chance to be with you for a month. The price is... Li Huangxuan's heart raced in panic. What is the price? Lin Shiming offered a sorrowful smile. The price is eternal oblivion, never to be reborn. No. How can you be so foolish? Is there no way to remedy this? How can I take your place? Li Huangxian screamed in madness. He had a faint premonition that the resurrection and the traversal of time would inevitably exact a heavy toll. Yet, he could scarcely fathom that it would manifest as such a devastating calamity. I do not regret it, for I have fulfilled all my promises to you, leaving no room for remorse. Lin Shiming's gaze turned resolute. No, you promised to love me for eternity. Fool, this is my eternity. Li Huangxian felt as if struck by lightning, rendered speechless. The overwhelming tide of sorrow had rendered him incapable of thought. What merit do I possess to warrant such love from you? Suddenly, Lin Shiming's visage began to fade gradually, her physical form emanating a glimmer of starlight. Ming Ming, what is happening to you? Li Huangxian inquired in terror. It is time. I must depart with the meteor. Lin Shiming's voice grew faint. But you were not supposed to leave until the 16th. It is still the 16th. It dawned upon him that the hands of time had silently crossed midnight, ushering in a new day. The moment of parting had arrived. Ming Ming, do not go. Li Huangxian grasped Lin Shiming's hand tightly, only to discover that her grasp had become dim, ultimately transforming into transparency and finally dispersing into a handful of starlight. Her form, too, was swiftly dissipating. Thousands upon thousands of starlights began to rise from the grass, soaring into the night sky, converging towards the vast expanse of the galaxy. Despite Li Huangxuan's desperate attempts, He could no longer hold onto Lin Shiming's hand. Like a madman, he ran and chased after the starlight, but ultimately, it was all in vain. Fool, promise me you will live well. In that suitcase lies my final gift to you. The faint voice gradually dissipated in the night breeze. In an instant, the girl, as beautiful and radiant as a flower, vanished without a trace. Among the countless stars in the sky, which one represents you? Li Huangxian stumbled to the ground, his heart-wrenching cries piercing the stillness of the night. Meng Meng, come back, please. How could you bear to leave me alone? An emerald bracelet fell from the heavens, landing in Li Huangshuan's hand, still warm with Lin Shiming's lingering essence. 3 years ago, she had already faded away. Now, given another month to be by Li Huangshuan's side to mend all regrets, she bore no grievances. In this world, there are always devoted women who would risk everything for love. Chapter 52. Where is the promised happiness? On King Zhenping, Li Huangxian gazed up at the night sky, staring in the direction where Lin Shiming had disappeared, sitting alone until dawn. In his mind, the memories of their meeting 3 years ago and their reunion 3 years later replayed like frames of a film, as if time itself had intertwined, transcending past and present. Unbeknownst to him, dawn broke, and a gentle morning breeze began to stir. Stubble had emerged on his chin, a testament to his weariness. His phone buzzed in his pocket. It was a call from his mother. Fanling, Mom, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I will listen to her and live well. After ending the call, Li Huangxian drove down the mountain alone. The emerald bracelet rested in the pocket of his left chest, close to his heart, as if Lin Shiming had never truly left. Forever by his side. Upon returning to his rented room, he opened the door. The rosemary on the windowsill thrives vibrantly under the sun. Lin Shiming had once confided in him that after her departure, these potted plants would be entrusted to his care. Li Huangxian, though inexperienced in gardening, was determined to learn and confident that he would nurture them well. Upon entering Lin Shiming's bedroom, he observed the bed meticulously arranged and pristine. The air still lingered with her fragrance. A black suitcase quietly leaned against the wall. Li Huangxian laid the suitcase flat on the floor and sat down, gradually unzipping it. The rich metallic sheen slowly revealed itself before his eyes. Inside lay an expensive set of audio equipment, its exterior crafted from aluminum alloy and walnut, explaining its considerable weight. Beside the sound system, neatly stacked were a dozen CDs and a vintage-covered album, alongside a plush toy of Doraemon that Lin Shiming had captured at the snack street. Li Huangxian connected the audio system to power, selected a CD, and pressed the play button. After a melodious prelude, Mengming's sweet voice floated from the speakers. Your replies are disordered. In this moment, I recall the doves by the fountain. Sweetness scattered. Emotions inexplicably tugged. I still love you. Yet you sing intermittently, feigning indifference. Sitting on the floor, Li Huangxian bit down on his arm, trying to stifle his cries. Nevertheless, a hoarse lament escaped his throat. He opened the album, and the first photograph he saw was of himself and Lin Shiming in front of the library fountain. It was the day after Meng Meng had moved in, when she had insisted that Li Huangxian take her on a tour of the Jiangda campus. Standing by the fountain, watching the droplets refract rainbows in the sunlight, Lin Shiming's eyes had glistened with tears. Let us take a photograph here. Us. You wish to capture a moment with me? Are you reluctant? Aye, very well then. The two stood before the fountain, enlisting the aid of a passerby to immortalize this fleeting moment. As Li Huangxian beheld his own stiff expression in the image, regret washed over him. Why was I so miserly as to withhold even a smile from her? Do you know where the restroom is? Yes. Such an obvious clue. Why had it escaped my attention at that moment? Li Huangxian lamented, striking his head in frustration. If only I had recalled Meng Meng sooner. Even if I could not alter the tragic outcome of life and death, at least during this month, we could have faced it together rather than allowing her to bear the burden alone. What is it? Are you tired? Where is the promised happiness? I understand now. No more words. Love has faded. Dreams have drifted away. Joys and sorrows are counted one by one. No matter your reluctance. Listening to Lin Shiming's melodic voice, tears streamed silently down Li Huangshuan's cheeks. As he flipped through the album, he suddenly discovered something nestled beneath the photographs. Pulling it out, he revealed a folded sheet of paper. With trembling hands, he unfolded it, unveiling the elegant script of Lin Shiming. Dear roommate, by the time you read this letter, I should have already departed from Jiangxing. The items in this suitcase are your birthday gift from me. As a fan of Jay Chou, I have covered all his album songs, and I hope you will enjoy them, but no harsh criticism, please. Additionally, This album contains memories of the month we shared together. Thank you for your companionship. I have truly been very happy. The first photograph captures the moment you took me to the Jeongda campus, where I insisted on having my picture taken in front of the library. At that time, you were quite shy, refusing to smile even for a moment. Your school is truly beautiful, adorned with golden ginkgo leaves, fragrant white osmanthus flowers, and a magnificent artificial lake. If autumn is this stunning, spring must be even more enchanting, right? Imagine a couple strolling under an umbrella in the spring rain during cherry blossom season. How utterly romantic that would be. When you eventually have a girlfriend, you should take her to explore the campus. However, refrain from singing for her, as your vocal talents leave much to be desired. Li Huangshuan's vision blurred, rendering the words on the letter indistinct. When Lin Shiming penned this letter, she did so as a roommate, disguising herself as a first-time visitor to the campus. Her heartfelt sentiments were cloaked in the guise of a stranger's perspective. In the future, I shall gift you all his albums. This was the promise Lin Shiming made on Li Huangshuan's 21st birthday. Gazing at the collection of CDs, Li Huangxian finally comprehended why she had been hoarse in the days prior. She had endeavored to complete this final gift before her departure. She truly fulfilled every promise she made. Ming, what is it about me that warrants such love from you? Tears cascaded down Li Huangshuan's cheeks, falling drop by drop onto the letter, blurring the ink. The sweet melodies still echoed within the room, and the feelings of love were profoundly etched in his memory. I remember it all. You no longer wait. Where's the promised happiness? I was mistaken. I have shed my tears, let go, and now I am filled with regret. Yet the music box of memories continues to spin. How does one bring it to a halt? Li Huangxian suddenly noticed tears dripping onto the letter, slowly seeping through to the other side. The once blank surface of the paper began to reveal words. Astounded, he hurried to the faucet and filled a basin with water, laying the letter flat upon its surface. As the water soaked the paper, a message appeared on the reverse side. Wiping his tears away, Li Huangxian carefully retrieved the letter. Senior, if you are reading this, you must be thinking of me. 3 years ago, during the season of blossoming cherry trees, amidst the hazy spring rain, we first met in the library. That day was truly beautiful. You were sincere and kind, yet somewhat clumsy and awkward, stumbling over your words when speaking to me. You were not so different from the boys who had pursued me before. At that time, I regarded you as just an ordinary senior, never imagining that I would ultimately fall into your web. Thank you for the clothes you gave me. I washed them by hand many times. I thought that returning them would mean we would never meet again. No one anticipated that from that day onward, the wheels of fate would begin to turn. Even now, as we reach this conclusion, I do not regret our encounter. That spring rain remains one of the most cherished memories of my life. Ming, Li Huangxian collapsed onto the floor, weeping uncontrollably. Leonid meteor shower, could you possibly return Ming to me? Chapter 53, only allowing us to fall in love. This season of autumn, the sound system boasted exceptional quality, allowing Lin Shiming's clear and pure voice to be fully realized. The song echoed throughout the room, each word seeming to interrogate Li Huangshuan's very soul. Where's the promised happiness? Lin Shiming was meticulous, even writing 2 letters with different identities on the front and back. If one were to read only the front, reminiscing about the joyful memories of the past month might bring a subtle smile, perhaps tinged with a hint of melancholy. For the amnesiac Li Huangxian, she was merely a fleeting figure in his life. However, upon regaining his memory, gazing at their former photographs and reading her delicate words would undoubtedly bring him to tears. The tears would moisten the letter, revealing the words inscribed with a special chemical substance, each line imbued with her profound affection. On that Thursday, Li Huangxian braved the rain to meet Lin Shiming at the subway entrance, as she returned from a multimedia store. Her backpack contained several CDs and an album. She preferred to be soaked by the rain rather than allow the contents of her backpack to get wet. She was determined to keep the letter dry. That night, the rain fell in torrents, mirroring the overflow of their love. The spring rain on the day they first met was so beautifully gentle. I longed to experience the lost rainy days once more. As I flipped through the album, the second page revealed a candid shot Lin Shiming had taken of Li Huangxian. He stood beneath a dripping eave, his hair dampened by the rain, swaying before his brows. Dressed in a short-sleeved t-shirt, he hugged himself, shivering in the cold wind. This was the afternoon of her first day after moving in. She knew it would rain that night, yet still accompanied Li Huangxian to a distant hot pot restaurant, just to share the experience of getting drenched in the rain once more. The cold coffee left its coaster, The emotions I suppressed lingered long after. The desperate attempts to reclaim the past were still vividly etched upon my face. The most beautiful moments were not the rainy days themselves, but the cherished memories of seeking shelter from the rain together. Swinging gently, the dreams do not begin sweetly. The song's secret that cannot be spoken, serving as the theme for the film, was not included in the official album. Lin Shiming insisted on preserving it and added it to the CD. On the first day, it was Lin Shiming who paid for the hot pot, tucking the receipt beneath a photograph. Likewise, there was a piece of stationery. Dear roommate, this marks the first day of our acquaintance. Are you secretly amused to be sharing a dwelling with such a delightful girl? After a tiring day, let me treat you to hot pot to celebrate our meeting. However, once I leave, please ensure the room is left immaculate. I sincerely apologize for my stubbornness, which caused you to accompany me in the rain. Thank you for offering me your coat. In that moment, I felt so warm. Once you find a girlfriend, be sure to take good care of her too. When Lin Shiming had just moved in, Li Huangxian learned from her that she had an ex-boyfriend, which stirred a pang of jealousy within him. Ultimately, the person who had wounded her heart turned out to be himself. You say that gradually letting go of love allows one to journey further. Why then, must we seek to alter the moments that have already slipped away? With your fingertips, you prevent me from bidding farewell, imagining you by my side before everything is irrevocably lost. As Lin Shiming's voice filled the air, the words on the reverse side of the stationery began to emerge upon the water's surface. Upon reading the first line, Li Huangxian was once again overcome with tears. Senior, I despise you. How could you possibly forget me? I am sorry. This was my first thought upon meeting you. However, I soon realized that such thoughts were misguided. 3 years ago, our love was the most joyous memory of my life. Yet, my existence does not equate to yours. My journey has reached its conclusion. While you are still in the prime of your youth, I cannot selfishly claim you as my own. If you forget me, I bear no resentment for your broken promises. I understand it is because you love me too deeply. That is sufficient. You have a vibrant life yet to experience. You possess your own aspirations to fulfill and will undoubtedly encounter another whom you cherish, establishing a blissful family and welcoming delightful children. Many years hence, perhaps we shall meet again in another realm. Therefore, I do not intend to acknowledge you any longer. For this month, let us coexist as mere roommates. I am grateful for your companionship in reminiscing and for granting me the chance to mend my regrets. I shall certainly fulfill every promise I once made to you. Furthermore, today's autumn rain is exquisite, reminiscent of the day we first crossed paths 3 years ago. You once said that gradually letting go of love would allow one to venture further. Perhaps fate has only granted us the opportunity to meet and to love. In this season of autumn, it is only after the leaves have fallen that one realizes the fragments of happiness. How am I to gather them? The melodies of Lin Shiming's song resonate through the speakers, gradually infused with a weeping tone. It is difficult to fathom the emotions she must have felt while recording this piece. Their love began beneath a shared awning during a rainstorm, yet culminated in this very autumn. Will you forget me? Never. This was the vow made by Li Huangxian, holding a red leaf as he descended from Luyong Mountain, to Lin Shiming. Yet, he broke his promise. 3 years later, upon her return, he no longer recognized her. The anguish and sorrow that Lin Shiming must have felt were undoubtedly profound. Yet, viewing the situation from Li Huangxian's perspective, she found it within herself to forgive him completely. Upon learning that he had developed feelings for the charming Su Wanqing, despite her heart being shattered, she forced a smile. For Li Huangxian's sake, she feigned having forgotten her keys at home, making the effort to meet Su Wanqing in person. Perhaps, before her visit, Lin Shiming harbored a flicker of hope, speculating that Su Wanqing might be a superficial and scheming girl. This would have provided her with the justification to counsel Li Huangxian to let go. However, Su Wanqing proved to be eloquent and graceful, possessing a purity in her interactions that was devoid of any ulterior motives. The words to dissuade Li Huangxian from pursuing her became lodged in Lin Shiming's throat. She truly is a refined and virtuous girl, quite suitable for you. She uttered this line with a heavy heart, as if it were being fried in hot oil. Through social media, she took the initiative to approach Su Wanqing, inquiring about her interests, hobbies, and lifestyle, while extolling Li Huangxian's virtues. She even compiled a meticulous report, akin to crafting a personalized guide for Li Huangxian's romantic endeavors. Lin Shiming was determined to selflessly place the love of her life into another's embrace, fully aware that her time was limited to just a month. As the deadline approached, she was compelled to depart, unwilling to leave Li Huangxian in solitude. He deserved the opportunity to pursue his own happiness. To truly love someone is not to possess them, but to enable their fulfillment. Li Huangxian gazed at the album and the stationery, listening to Meng Ming's song, feeling like a mere shell of a human being. Slumped by the bed, his spirit had long been whisked away by the meteor shower of the previous night. Meng Ming, apart from you, I desire no one else. In this lifetime, I shall love but you alone. Can you still hear my words? Chapter 54. I do not blame you. Our beginning resembles an extensive film that has been screening for 3 years. I have retained the ticket. In the album, there are photographs from the cinema. When Lin Ximing took a selfie, she inadvertently captured half of Li Huangshuan's face within the frame. That day was a Friday. Li Huangxian had arranged to watch a movie with Su Wanjing, having already purchased the tickets, only to be stood up, just as he was about to refund the tickets. He had a change of heart and invited Lin Ximing instead. Such behavior was rather unprincipled, and even he found it shameful. Yet, Meng Ming accepted the invitation with delight. Compared to the horror film 3 years prior, this romantic art film was far more enchanting. Beneath the photograph lay 2 movie ticket stubs, accompanied by a letter from Lin Ximing. Dear roommate, thank you for treating me to the movie. I heard this was your first time accompanying a girl to the cinema, and I feel truly honored. I apologize for spending 20 yuan of yours without winning a toy. I wish you better luck next time you take a girl to the movies. The film was splendid, with a moving plot that drew forth many tears from me. In the future, when accompanying girls to the cinema, do choose such genres. Do not be like that foolish person who, despite being terrified, still took me to a horror film. Li Huangxian recalled that after the movie, as they walked along a road blanketed with fallen leaves, Lin Ximing was singing this very song. Give me 2 more minutes. Let me freeze this memory. Do not let the tears melt away. Your makeup is ruined. How can I remember? Remember you told me to forget. Remember you told me to forget. Meng Ming, do you perhaps have someone unforgettable? Indeed. I shall never forget it. The conversation from that night lingers in Li Huangshuan's mind. Meng Ming, every word you spoke to me has come to fruition. Yet, the promises I made to you remain unfulfilled. With an overwhelming sense of guilt, Li Huangxian retrieved the letter from the water and began to read the words on the reverse side. Senior, today I chatted with Wanqing on my phone. This girl is so naive. It's effortless to extract information from her. She told me that you invited her to a movie, and although she initially agreed, she had to decline due to family matters, leaving her feeling particularly remorseful. As I was comforting her, I received your call inviting me to the movies. Although it was due to her absence that I was chosen, I was nonetheless elated. I bear you no ill will, truly, not in the slightest. For in your eyes, we are merely acquaintances of less than a week, and I find great contentment in being your second choice. At the cinema, I employed your youthful cunning, using the claw machine to pass the time, solely to hold your hand once more. Your hand is large, substantial, and warm, instilling a profound sense of security. I was reluctant to let go, even feeling an impulse to reveal all truths to you. Yet, I cannot remain by your side. I must depart. The truth only brings suffering. So please forgive me for loving you in this manner. As this song expresses, does love not become more precious when left unspoken? As Li Huangxian read these deeply poignant words, tears blurred his vision once again. The weight of guilt nearly suffocated him. It turned out Meng Ming was aware. She had known from the very beginning. The movie ticket invitation was merely something that someone else had discarded. Yet she agreed almost without hesitation, feigning excitement for the rendezvous. Unwilling to unveil the facade of his insincerity, Li Huangxian was acutely aware that in this lifetime, no other girl could ever love him as deeply as she did. The meteor shower, was it because I am unworthy of her that you seek to take her away? Flipping further back in the photo album reveals a landscape blanketed in crimson leaves, ablaze like passionate flames. The maple leaves of Luing Mountain stand as a significant testament to the love shared between Li Huangxian and Lin Ximing. The song Maple, emblematic of love and oblivion, resonates throughout their tale. Lin Ximing sang this melody without any deliberate technique, allowing her genuine emotions to flow freely. Amidst the accompaniment, one can faintly hear the echo of Li Huangxian's keystrokes from that day. Dark clouds cast a shadow within our hearts. I listened to the long silent feelings, clear and transparent, akin to a beautiful landscape. It is only in memories that one can truly see. On the front of the letter, Lin Ximing, still writing as a roommate, captured the sights and sounds of their journey to Luing Mountain with a touch of cheerfulness. And she apologized to Li Huangxian for feigning an ankle sprain. Her profound emotions and helplessness lie concealed on the reverse side of the paper. Senior, I suddenly realized that it seems you have fallen for me once more. What shall we do? Could it be that fate has intertwined our paths once again, prompting us to love anew? Yet, we have no future together. 3 autumns ago, you carried me down from Luing Mountain. Perhaps from that day forth, my heart has belonged solely to you. You held the crimson leaves and made a lifelong promise to me. Though I only answered half-heartedly, within my heart, I have already resolved that in this life, it is only you. On my way back to school, I eagerly began to envision our future together. We would reside in a quaint little home adorned with blooming flowers. Each day, I would prepare a delectable dinner, awaiting your return from work, and then inquire, my dear, would you prefer to dine first or take a bath? It seems I have now realized that cherished dream. Years ago, on the mountain path, you narrated the tale of Maple, unaware that your words would become prophetic. This story has unfolded in our lives. You may have forgotten me, yet I bear no resentment. Rather, your ability to relinquish past sorrows and embrace joy is what comforts me most. However, upon reading these words, you should have regained your memories of our shared past. Thus, I must emphasize, do not allow guilt to consume you. Remember your promise to me and strive to become a better person. 3 years ago, the inscription on your red leaf contained 6 words. Can you promise me that? I vow to cherish the day I would become your bride. Eagerly anticipating the moment you would lift the red veil. This was your envisioned, most beautiful scene in the world. 3 years later, the inscription remains unchanged. Can you stay? This time, I must apologize, for I cannot grant that wish. Senior, I cannot remain. Therefore, you must heed my words and, in time, forget me. The gently falling maple leaves symbolize my longing. I kindle a candle to warm the autumn of the year's end. The aurora sweeps across the horizon, while the northern wind caresses the visage of my thoughts of you. I have turned my love into fallen leaves, yet it cannot restore the familiar face I once knew. Within the album, a vibrant red maple leaf is pressed, inscribed with the handwriting of Li Huangxian. Can you stay? At that time, in the maple forest inn, he was filled with trepidation over a solitary maple leaf, and now his heart is engulfed in profound sorrow. Since ancient times, red leaves have symbolized longing. Longing for eternity, remembering endlessly, brief longing, yet boundless in its depths. Li Huangxian gazed at the crimson foliage and was struck by an epiphany, submerging it in water. Indeed, like a letter, words gradually revealed themselves. It was the familiar handwriting of Lin Shiming, exquisite and orderly, light and lively. Senior, I yearn to remain by your side for a lifetime. Reading this line, Li Huangxian felt his heart shatter. The weight of those 4 words, for a lifetime, was immense. How could his former self, ignorant of love, dare to utter such sentiments? Chapter 55. Then I shall await your arrival accompanied by Lin Shiming's song. Li Huangxian perused each letter she had left behind. Every word brimming with affection pierced his heart like a sharp arrow. On the 4th, Lin Shiming spent an entire day at home crafting a birthday cake. She even procured some wine, solely to feign drunkenness, hoping to kiss Li Huangxian's beer-scented lips once more. She took him to the amusement park to ride roller coasters, reveling in a day of joy to compensate for the regrets of 3 years prior. At the snack street, she willingly spent 80 yuan to catch a doryman, for she believed that love could transcend time. Love and longing know no barriers. Ming, I promise you, I shall live well, and I will wait for your return. Li Huangxian spent the night in restless despair, unable to sleep or eat, burdened by overwhelming grief, his spirit in disarray. He opened the refrigerator, carelessly rummaging through the remnants of Lin Shiming's meals, barely managing to quell his hunger. Then, lying on the bed and caressing the jade bracelet, he gradually drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he could see her again. Upon awakening, it felt as though he had traversed through time. While listening to a CD, he silently shed tears. He permitted himself one more day of despair. At 7 o'clock on Monday morning, Li Huangxian sprang from his bed with punctuality. After donning his athletic attire, he went for a morning run by the riverside. Embraced by the cool morning breeze and gazing at the swaying willow branches, he welcomed the arrival of the dawn. He had promised Lin Shiming to become a better version of himself, with dreams yet to be realized, promises unfulfilled, and parents in need of care. He could not afford to succumb to despair. Thank you, Wanqing, for taking care of me the other day, Li Huangxian expressed upon arriving at the office, promptly conveying his gratitude to Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing smiled sweetly. I'm glad you're well. Do take care of your health in the future. Li Huangxian inquired. Do you know that Ming has left? Su Wanqing nodded. She bid me farewell, saying she would return to visit when the opportunity arises. With a heavy heart, Li Huangxian returned to his workstation. Ming, is there truly another chance for us? Throughout the day, he refrained from idling and diligently completed each task. He sought to fill his time with work, hoping to banish other thoughts from his mind. After work, he passed by the market and purchased some meat and vegetables. Once home, he entered the kitchen, clumsily following a short video to learn how to cook. In the moments of waiting for the food to be ready, he even watered the rosemary. As he set the dishes on the dining table, he suddenly realized he had taken 2 pairs of chopsticks. Tears fell once more. No matter how much he masked his emotions, he could not deceive his own heart. How I wished that at this moment, she would saunter out of the bedroom, stretching languidly, and launch into a tirade against this unappetizing dish. After dinner, Li Huangxian entered his bedroom, opened his laptop, and logged into the writer's backend. Upon encountering an overwhelming deluge of book reviews, his eyes widened in astonishment. What a touching story. Keep it up, dear author. Family, who understands? I wept while reading this novel. The defenses have crumbled. You write so beautifully. And I am certain you will become a master in the future. It turned out that his novel had entered the official recommendation phase, quickly drawing in a large number of readers. Although the writing was somewhat immature, the poignant narrative moved countless individuals to tears. Over 90% of the readers left praise and encouragement in their comments. He frantically scoured the comment section, discovering that the remarks on the Leo meteor shower had remained stagnant since 2 days prior. Ming, we are getting closer to our dreams. Can you see it? Li Huangxian cried out. The room was empty, and no one answered. Lin Shiming had accompanied him through the darkest times, but could not be there to witness the arrival of the light. The most precious friendships and love had departed, leaving him to shoulder everyone's expectations as he trudged forward in solitude. A week later, Li Huangxian hurled his resignation letter at the face of the foolish supervisor. At the train station plaza, Su Wanqing came to see him off, her gaze tinged with reluctance. Li Huangxian, why did you resign so suddenly? Li Huangxian smiled and replied, I suddenly realized that this life is not what I desire. I wish to return home to be with my parents and fulfill my filial duties. Su Wanqing blushed as she softly inquired, will you come back? I don't know. Perhaps I shall return to seek out memories, Li Huangxian replied, producing a pot of rosemary and handing it to Su Wanqing. This was left by Ming. I gift you this pot, while I shall take the rest back home. The language of rosemary signifies the preservation of memories. Standing at the entrance, Li Huangxian waved fervently at Su Wanqing before resolutely turning to enter the station. In his heart, he silently vowed, Ming, I am sorry, but I cannot grant you this. In this lifetime, I shall love but one person, only you. Regardless of the time, I shall wait for your return. If you do not come back, then I shall go to meet you. After an hour on the high-speed train, Li Huangxian emerged from the platform, dragging his suitcase. Amidst the crowd welcoming him, a stunningly beautiful woman with an air of elegance waved enthusiastically. Li Huangxian approached with a smile. It's been months. You've become even more enchanting. Have you found a boyfriend? Lin Mushy rolled her eyes. You men. Who among you is worthy of me? The two were high school classmates who initially clashed, unable to see eye to eye. However, over time, they gradually became friends and maintained close contact. What prompted your sudden resignation? Did you find the job market in Jiangxing too competitive and decide to flee? Lin Mushy, donning sunglasses, deftly maneuvered the steering wheel with her fair hands. The luxurious sports car sped along the road. Sitting in the passenger seat, Li Huangxian remarked with self-deprecating humor, wandering aimlessly without a sense of belonging. Perhaps I am merely a person of little ambition. Lin Mushy smiled and inquired, would you care to join my father's company? Li Huangxian firmly declined. No way, they would think I am merely a kept man. As if I would ever look upon you that way? Lin Mushy retorted. The sports car came to a halt in Qiushui town, and the two, breathless, ascended the southern hillside. In late autumn, the vegetation withered, leaves carpeted the ground, presenting a scene of desolation. The autumn wind stirred a few yellow leaves, fluttering like butterflies. Amidst the thicket, there lay a cemetery. It had been a long time since they last visited. Lin Mushy placed a bouquet of white chrysanthemums before the gravestone. Son, your father has come. You, who favored romance over friendship, are likely enjoying yourself over there, probably not thinking of me at all. Li Huangxian gently caressed the gravestone. Though his tone was light, his eyes betrayed a hint of redness. The anguish of parting in life and death tore at his heart. The novel is quite well written. How did I not notice your talent back in school? Lin Mushy teased. Their tale should be shared with more people, teaching them to cherish and love sooner. Li Huangxian, unusually, refrained from retorting and instead appeared particularly solemn. After tidying up the grave, they descended the mountain. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the lush greenery. Lin Mushi asked, "What would you like to eat?" "It's on me." Li Huangxian gazed up at the sky. "Let us go to the Xiaoyao Palace. I need to ask that old trickster how one can traverse time." Chapter 56. A Dream of Yellow Millet. Xiaoyao Palace is the most renowned Taoist temple in the area, bustling with worshippers throughout the year. At the mountain gate, 2 rows of towering Bodhi trees stand sentinel. In the North Sea, there is a fish named Kuan, whose magnitude is unfathomable, stretching for thousands of miles. Li Huangxian inhaled the subtle fragrance of sandalwood, inadvertently reciting a famous line from Xiaoyao Yu. Lin Mashishi, deliberately keeping her distance, rolled her eyes and remarked, "If you get beaten up, don't drag me into it." In front of a side hall sat a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe. Before him lay a divination tube, with a wall behind him adorned with written fortunes. Clearly, he was there to offer guidance to the worshippers. A woman in her 30s sat across from him, attentively listening. "My dear lady," he began, "your facial features indicate wealth and nobility. Your forehead is full, and your chin is rounded. However, your skin could use some improvement. I happen to have a skincare set here, designed to lighten spots, brighten the complexion, and provide hydration and sun protection, all for a mere 198 yuan. It's a fateful opportunity." Li Huangxian and Lin Mashishi stood to the side, stifling their laughter. This old trickster had grown increasingly audacious, daring to sell substandard products at such an exorbitant price. With such a silver tongue, why didn't he just livestream selling counterfeit liquor? Nonetheless, the woman was no fool. Upon hearing his sales pitch, her good humor evaporated, and she quickly excused herself and departed. Zhang Banxian sighed repeatedly. "It seems this month's KPI will not be met." Li Huangxian stepped forward and plopped down at the table. "Taoist, I seek a divination." Zhang Banxian recognized the two and smiled. "Ah, you 2 youngsters again. Have you returned from Qiushui town? Such deep affection you share." Li Huangxian took the divination tube and shook out a bamboo stick, an auspicious sign. Zhang Banxian located the corresponding fortune and handed it to Li Huangxian for inspection. The myriad affairs of the world are interconnected. Rejoice in fortune, mourn in misfortune. Mortals suffer for their passions, unaware that life is but a fleeting dream. "What do you seek?" Zhang Banxian inquired with a solemn demeanor. "To find someone." Li Huangxian spoke in a deep voice. Upon seeing the words "a dream of yellow millet," he could not help but feel his eyes redden once again. He recounted all matters pertaining to Lin Shiming in a disjointed manner. Once again, it was an absurd tale. Lin Mishi listened intently, her beautiful eyes wide with wonder. "How is it that each of you bears such poignant and extraordinary stories?" Zhang Banxian's expression grew particularly grave. The concepts of resurrection and traversing time and space are all contraventions of the natural order. Such actions will inevitably exact a profoundly painful price. "Taoist, please assist me. How can I see her again? If she must pay the price of eternal dissolution to meet me, I am willing to accept the same fate to be with her. I am prepared to bear all her suffering." Li Huangxian grasped Zhang Banxian's sleeve, pleading earnestly. Zhang Banxian furrowed his brow, his face etched with concern as he replied, "I am but a lowly Taoist priest, unbound by the strictures of tradition. Do you think I am a deity?" Lin Mishi chimed in, "Please help him." Zhang Banxian took a sip of tea, pondering for a moment before saying, "You claim she departed alongside the Leonid's meteor shower?" Li Huangxian nodded vigorously, tears streaming down his face. Lin Shiming appeared before him, transformed into a myriad of starlight. "In that case, you shall return for now. When the Leonid's meteor shower arrives next year, we shall devise a plan." Zhang Banxian seemed to dismiss the matter lightly. "Another year?" Li Huangxian asked, bewildered. "She has waited for you for 3 years. Can you not wait for a single year?" Zhang Banxian's expression turned stern. "Very well. I shall wait for her as long as needed." A glimmer of resolve flickered in Li Huangxian's eyes. Life between heaven and earth is fleeting, akin to a white horse passing through a narrow gap, vanishing in an instant. A year's time is but a mere flick of the fingers. As deep autumn descends, Li Huangxian, at the behest of a publisher, hosts a book signing event. The novel that moved countless readers to tears a year ago finally sees the light of day in physical form. This book has also elevated him to the status of a somewhat renowned author, garnering the admiration of many. "Mr. Li, Who do you wish to express your deepest gratitude to during the creation of this book? A reader inquires. It is to my first reader, whose ID is Leo Meteor Shower. Li Huangxian replies without hesitation. Leo Meteor Shower? The reader echoes with curiosity. Indeed, it is November now, and tomorrow night marks the arrival of the meteor shower. Li Huangxian gazes skyward, his heart brimming with anticipation. Mingming, it has been a year. Have you grown impatient waiting? Throughout this year, I have adhered to your words, living well and awaiting our reunion. The following afternoon, Li Huangxian meticulously prepares himself, donning fresh attire as he makes his way to the Xiaoyao Palace. Taoist, it has been a year. I have come to fulfill my promise. You can help me see her, can't you? Zhang Banzian offers him a cup of tea. Drink this, and tonight, go to the place she departed from, and wait for her return. Li Huangxian lifts the teacup and drinks the pale green liquid in one gulp. He then bids farewell to Zhang Banzian and drives towards Lushingling in Jiangqing. As he revisits his homeland, his heart races, nearly leaping from his chest. For the past 365 days, he has awaited this moment of reunion without respite. Upon arriving at Kingzhenping, it is just in time for the sunset. As it was not a weekend, there were few visitors on the mountain. Li Huangxian sat on that patch of grass, caressing the jade bracelet, and reverently gazed at the sky, awaiting Mingming's return. Time seemed to pass particularly swiftly, and before long, darkness enveloped the landscape. In the vast expanse of stars, the first meteor streaked across the sky, producing a faint sound of explosion. Soon after, a cascade of stars began to fall towards the earth. Gradually, specks of starlight emerged in the air, transitioning from darkness to brilliance, coalescing to form a slender silhouette. Mingming, is that you? Li Huangxian stood up, brimming with excitement. Silly girl, I have missed you so much. Lin Shiming's visage became clear, and Li Huangxian rushed forward, enveloping her in his embrace, tears streaming down his face. Mingming, you have returned. You truly have returned. Please do not leave me again. I won't leave. I will accompany you for a lifetime. The two held each other tightly, whispering the sorrows of separation and the anguish of longing that had consumed them over the past year. After a long while, Li Huangxian gently released Lin Shiming and placed the jade bracelet on her wrist. Mingming, you asked me to give this to the girl I love. I could only keep it until you returned to present it to you. Lin Shiming was moved to tears, exclaiming, you truly are a fool. In addition, I have something else to give you. Li Huangxian pulled out a diamond ring from his pocket and knelt on one knee. Miss Lin Shiming, will you marry Mr. Li Huangxian and allow him to care for you for all eternity? Lin Shiming gazed at the glimmering engagement ring, covering her mouth tightly, tears flowing uncontrollably. She was so overwhelmed with emotion that words escaped her. She could only nod vigorously in agreement. Li Huangxian gently took Lin Shiming's hand and slipped the ring onto her ring finger. Beneath the enchanting meteor shower, they pledged their eternal devotion to one another. Within the tranquil confines of the celestial palace, Zhang Banjian was simmering porridge in a clay pot, the golden millet exuding a rich, enticing aroma. Lin Mushu approached with a light, graceful stride, inquiring, where is Li Huangxian, old trickster? Zhang Banjian gestured towards the bedroom, revealing Li Huangxian reclined on the couch, his head resting upon a jade-green pillow. His serene expression, even in slumber, bore a hint of a smile. In his dreams, their child must be preparing for elementary school. Zhang Banjian gently stirred the millet porridge with a spoon, anticipating that when Li awoke, he would enjoy a warm bowl. Lin Mushu asked sorrowfully, you have made him wait for a year, only to offer him a singular dream? With a deep sigh, Zhang Banjian replied, in a century of life, it is but a fleeting dream. Time passes swiftly, and the duration it takes to cook this porridge is sufficient for them to grow old together, surrounded by children and grandchildren. Epilogue. Author S. Reflection Miyamoto Musashi, unrivaled in the world. This phrase appears in the first chapter as the initial inspiration for this novel stemmed from the CG animation of Miyamoto Musashi and Otto. Another significant source of inspiration was the narrative of the MV for Maple. Initially, I had conceived of more intricate settings, but after careful contemplation, I chose to abandon them, as I wished to refrain from infusing excessive fantastical elements. If resurrection were as simple as a whim, the profundity of life and death would be rendered meaningless. Adhering strictly to the storyline of Maple would have placed Li Huangxian and Su Wangqing in a romantic relationship, allowing Lin Shiming to witness their affection daily, resulting in a more heart-wrenching portrayal. Mingming, such a delightful girl, ultimately stirs my compassion. I do not intend to deliberately evoke sentimentality or tears. I simply wish to narrate a story in its entirety. The readers of this book are predominantly those who have perused the previous work, which itself appeared to be an unintended consequence. As a web novelist, I certainly did not plan to conclude my narrative after merely 100,000 words. However, due to the dismal performance during serialization, my daily earnings were only sufficient for a cup of coffee. As a professional writer, sustaining a household on such income is implausible. Aspirations must coexist with the harshness of reality. Thus, I adjusted the narrative structure. Many readers have noticed that Zhuang Xiang did not endure for even 3 months. The originally intended plot, wherein Zhuang Xiang was reborn a year prior, has been entirely discarded. Initially, my purpose in writing novels for Tomato was merely to follow the trend and pen some lighthearted tales, seeking to earn a little extra, exemplified by my earlier rural medical stories. Although they may lack sophistication, they still yielded a significant profit. In the case of Zhuang Zhou's Dream of Butterflies, I embarked on a challenging endeavor under pressure, entirely unaware of the market's response. In the early stages of the plot, I was still adhering to the light-hearted narrative style. The extreme personalities of Zhuang Xiang's family, Lin Mush's initial characterization, and the clownish role of Xia Wenyong were all designed to serve the light-hearted storyline. Despite this, many readers expressed dissatisfaction, believing Zhuang Xiang should confront his parents. This indeed poses a challenge for me, as I find it difficult to write a scene where a son strikes his father. If it were the 18-year-old version of myself, I would at most have stormed out in anger, especially since he has always been a well-behaved child. During the same period, several books of a similar theme emerged, all commencing with protagonists afflicted by terminal illnesses, typically constrained by a time limit of 3 months to 6 months. Their data, remarkably favorable, often showcased readerships in the hundreds of thousands. Consequently, as I penned my work and witnessed the dismal figures after surpassing 100,000 words, I felt a sense of despair, affirming that the realm of literature was indeed dominated by light-hearted narratives. On the day I submitted my completion application, I confided in a friend that I would no longer engage in such writing. I would instead adhere to crafting invincible tales of triumph, at least ensuring a modest livelihood. Thus, this book was left in limbo, with its rating gradually ascending from 6.9 daily. It garnered a trickle of readership, with my lowest earnings dwindling to single digits. It seemed irretrievably lost. However, nearly 2 months after its conclusion, the book unexpectedly began to revive. Its readership and ratings surged, with daily reviews surpassing the previous month's total. Ultimately, this seemingly failed endeavor experienced an astonishing resurgence. This turn of events took me by surprise. Filled with delight, I proceeded to add several supplementary chapters. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my dear readers, for it is your support that has rekindled my confidence in my own talents. I also appreciate your recommendations, which have attracted a broader audience. My aversion to writing mindless narratives led me to embark on a sequel, thus giving rise to this new book. When I chose the name Li Huangxin for my previous work, it was purely coincidental. At that time, my tale of Zhuangzi and the butterfly was a flop, and I had no foresight of developing it into a series. Nor would I have woven in the threads of a dream of red mansions. Perhaps this is the serendipity of fate. This new book is shorter than its predecessor for various reasons. Firstly, the difference in mindset is apparent. In my previous work, I aimed to compose at least several 100,000 words, resulting in a more relaxed pace. In this current endeavor, however, I am striving for a conclusion within a mere 100,000 words, thus maintaining a comparatively tighter structure. Furthermore, I have entirely eschewed conventional tropes of popular fiction, allowing my creativity to flow freely. For instance, in my last book, the character Xia Wenyong could be removed without detracting from the story's coherence. If I wished to artificially inflate the word count in this book, I could have easily introduced several sycophants surrounding Lin Shiming from 3 years ago and Su Wanqing 3 years later, allowing them to frolic like jesters before Li Huangxian. You might toil endlessly, yet the goddess would still hold a special affection for me. Wouldn't that be infuriating? Additionally, I could have elaborated on Li Huangxuan's professional life, letting him have a moment of catharsis by confronting his supervisor. However, I chose not to write these scenarios, instead portraying him as one who endures humiliation and compromises. For this reflects the reality that young professionals often find themselves in a submissive position. A moment of impulsive resignation could render them unable to pay their rent. Ultimately, I have also downplayed the romantic subplot between Li Huangxian and Su Wanqing. This decision stems from my own selfishness. I cherish Ming Ming too dearly to allow her excessive sorrow. I am reluctant to transform a pure love into a melodramatic love triangle. As for the conclusion of this narrative, it was predetermined from the outset. Returning to the theme of a fleeting dream. Some of the geographical names within the story are inspired by the allegory of a fleeting dream. The poignant beauty of love lies in its imperfections, in its regrets and unresolved emotions. Many readers might assert that this book does not measure up to my previous work, and I can fully accept that notion. The quality of a writer's oeuvre is inherently varied. It is impossible for every piece to exist on the same level of excellence. At the age of 33, the esteemed Yu Hua penned to live, yet his heart truly lies with brothers. In crafting this work, reminiscent of Zhuang Zhou's Butterfly Dream, I have poured in equal dedication. Initially, I contemplated establishing a subtle connection between Ming Ming and the little butterfly, but ultimately relinquished that notion. I firmly believe that Ming Ming possesses her own allure, independent of others' brilliance. I hold both female protagonists in equal regard. As for the possibility of a trilogy, it remains uncertain at this juncture, as inspiration eludes me. The more I write, the less satisfactory it becomes, akin to a mere continuation lacking significance. Currently, I am inclined to explore the realm of urban fantasy and lengthy narratives. After all, I am a web novelist, not a renowned author aligned with traditional publishing. Persistently producing short pieces of merely 100,000 words feels somewhat misaligned with my true vocation. New readers encountering my collection of brief and insipid works may misconstrue my intentions as constantly shifting themes. Moreover, this platform offers little support for such endeavors, rendering them prone to failure. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my dear readers for investing your time in my creations. If my writing has evoked any emotions, even bringing tears for the characters and tales within, it is not necessarily a testament to my literary prowess, but rather a reflection of your sincere and kind hearts. Even with the awareness that the stories are fictitious, your capacity for sentiment arises from your belief in love, the beauty of the world, and the brilliance of humanity. Thank you for your unwavering support. Let us cherish the enduring beauty of nature. Epilogue. Together forever, Ming Ming, come quickly. Do you see how this home resembles the one from a year ago? Li Huangxian exclaimed eagerly as he swung open the door. Over the past year, he transitioned into the role of a full-time writer, seeking tranquility during his creative endeavors. Consequently, he chose to reside in this two-bedroom apartment rather than at home. On weekends, when his parents were free from work, he would make time to return and share a few meals with them. Li Tianyun and Fan Ling, aware that their son could not let go of Lin Shiming, allowed him this freedom, hoping he would gradually heal and emerge from the shadows. Li Huangxian meticulously arranged this two-bedroom apartment to mirror the one in Jiangxing from a year ago. The rosemary on the windowsill exuded a sweet, yet spicy floral fragrance. The living room was spotless, awaiting the return of its mistress. Fool, have you taken my advice and gone to bed early? Lin Shiming teased with a smile. Of course, I rise at 7 every day to jog and exercise. I've built quite a physique. Would you care to admire it? Li Huangxian raised an eyebrow. Not at all. Lin Shiming responded, rolling her eyes dramatically. Li Huangxian retrieved a pair of plush, feminine slippers from the shoe cabinet, adorably adorned with a fluffy white rabbit. As Lin Shiming sat down to change her shoes, revealing her delicate, fair feet, he found himself momentarily captivated. What are you staring at? She inquired. Nothing. Cough, cough. He resorted to a cough to mask his fluster, all the while inwardly chiding her for possessing such beautiful feet. Lin Shiming explored the entire apartment, noting that its layout was nearly identical to that of a year prior. Li Huangxian must have invested considerable effort in locating this place. One of the two bedrooms was kept for her, with pristine bedding and an immaculate state. In the wardrobe hung the garments she had left behind. Most striking was the luxurious sound system, a testament to the countless times Li Huangxian had listened to her covers over the past year, perhaps thousands upon thousands of times. In the solitude of each desolate midnight, tears cascade from the corners of my eyes. Forgive me, dear fool, for leaving you all alone. Lin Shiming's eyes shimmered with tears. She extended her hand, gently caressing Li Huangxian's face. He grasped her hand tenderly, proclaiming, Ming Ming, as long as you return, I would willingly wait not only a year, but even 1,000 or 10,000 years. Lin Shiming melted into his embrace, pressing her face against his chest, weeping softly. Li Huangxian too was overwhelmed with tears. This moment had been his longing for an entire year. Meng Meng, from this day forth, let us never part again. For a lifetime, we shall remain together. At noon, Li Huangxian insisted on cooking for Lin Shiming, eager to showcase his culinary skills. Initially, Lin Shiming teased him about his intentions to poison her, yet a year had passed, and his cooking had remarkably improved. He had diligently transformed himself into a domestic chef through countless short videos, mastering the art of flipping a pan with remarkable finesse. Meng Meng, open your mouth and savor the creations of this chef, he urged, as he picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, blowing gently on it. May I eat it myself? Lin Shiming asked, her demeanor shy. No, the first bite must be fed to you, he insisted. Unable to resist, she reluctantly opened her mouth to accept his offering. The sweet and sour flavor was undeniably authentic, and the ribs were tender and succulent. The Li Huangxian before her was a far cry from the one who nearly blew up the kitchen the previous year. Little did she know how many times he had practiced for this day. Meng Meng, and here is the chicken soup I specially simmered for you, Li Huangxian said, ladling out a spoonful of broth and carefully blowing on it to cool. Do not treat me as if I am utterly incapable, Lin Shiming feigned annoyance. All right, let me feed you a couple more spoonfuls, and then you can manage on your own. Silly, what if you make me gain weight? In my eyes, you are the most beautiful, regardless of your size. Who is your wife? How shameless. Laughter resonated around the dining table. The glances exchanged between the two were imbued with an unbreakable tenderness. This reunion had played out countless times in Li Huangxuan's mind. After finishing the meal, Lin Shiming rose to clear the dishes. Since you cooked, it is only fair that I wash the dishes. Put that down. Li Huangxuan's tone was particularly stern. What's wrong? Lin Shiming was taken aback. From now on, in this household, I shall cook, and I shall wash the dishes. Do not even think about touching them. Li Huangxian spoke with the most resolute tone, uttering the softest words. Then, what about sweeping and mopping? Lin Shiming was slightly bewildered. That too shall be my responsibility, Li Huangxian declared decisively. And what about laundry and changing the sheets? Nonsense. All household chores belong to me. You have no part in it whatsoever. Lin Shiming burst into laughter, unable to stand upright. You are truly a fool. Yet, Li Huangxian remained serious, devoid of any jest. In the stillness of the night, he had prayed countless times, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at the stars. During the Leonid meteor shower, if you return Meng Meng to me, I will cherish her beyond measure, ensuring she becomes the happiest woman in the world. If she suffers even the slightest grievance, I shall not be human. After the laughter subsided, Lin Shiming pondered, so, what is my role in this household? You may only sing for me while I am working, said Li Huangxian, a mischievous smile suddenly gracing his lips. Moreover, there is one task that you must complete, and I can only assist you in this matter. What is it? Lin Shiming asked, her expression adorably innocent. You must bring Xiaoang into this world, Li Huangxian whispered into Lin Shiming's ear. In that instant, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Li Huangxian gazed into her eyes, his breathing growing increasingly labored. The tumultuous emotions within him could no longer be contained. Lin Shiming discerned his yearning from his gaze and obediently closed her eyes, her eyelashes quivering delicately. Li Huangxian leaned in, gently kissing her soft lips, gradually intensifying the kiss. Lin Shiming instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, responding to his passion with fervor. In that moment, they longed to merge into one another completely. After what felt like an eternity, they finally parted, breathless from their ardent embrace. Meng Meng, I love you. I love you too. Then call me husband. Oh, how annoying. A few days later, Li Huangxian took Lin Shiming to the Celestial Palace, seeking out Zhang Banzian to present their birth dates. You old trickster, just pick a date. The sooner the better, Li Huangxian urged. You're quite impatient. Can't wait to consummate the marriage? Zhang Banzian scoffed. Li Huangxian only wished to bring Lin Shiming home as soon as possible. Every day spent with her felt like a propitious occasion. Asking Zhang Banzian for a date was merely a formality, a nod to tradition. Very well, very well. On the 8th of next month. Please do not invite me to celebrate the joyous occasion, as I cannot afford the contribution. Zhang Banzian has chosen a nearby auspicious date to send the couple off. Watching the jubilant figure of Li Huangxian departing, the old trickster's lips curled into a knowing smile. This foolish lad, his dreams are rather beautiful. In a side tale, a dreamlike perfection unfolds. Jints, inexplicably possessing 50 strings, each string and pillar evokes thoughts of youthful years. Zhuangzi, lost in a dream. Confuses himself with a butterfly. The emperor of the past entrusts his spring heart to the cuckoo. Mom, I have forgotten the rest. A 4-year-old boy with a watermelon hairstyle said pitifully. Given his age, reciting a 7-character regulated verse is somewhat challenging. Even if he were to memorize it, he would not grasp the essence and meaning of the lines. Lin Shiming's tone turned somewhat stern. Xiaoong, I have taught you so many times. How come you still cannot recite it? Xiaoong pouted, tears welling in his eyes, and asked, Mom, all the kids in kindergarten only recite goose, goose, goose. Why must I learn something so difficult? Lin Shiming sighed. I want to teach you to be a bit smarter, so you don't end up as foolish as your father. At that moment, the phone rang. It was a call from her mother-in-law, Fan Ling, asking them to bring Xiaoong back for dinner over the weekend. As the elderly couple wished to see their grandson. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoong slipped into the study to complain to Li Huangxian. Dad, I want to play a little longer. I don't want to learn so many things. Li Huangxian, busy typing in the study, had also heard his son reciting poetry moments earlier. He withdrew his hands from the keyboard and affectionately ruffled Xiaoong's watermelon hairstyle. Son, you are already doing wonderfully. I couldn't recite it when I was over 10 years old. Li Huangxian shook his head with a sense of resignation. Although he had adhered to the initial agreement of naming his son Xiaoong, the child's intelligence ultimately mirrored his own, not particularly exceptional. His performance in kindergarten was rather ordinary. Achieving average grades and showing little inclination to socialize with girls, he seemed to be lacking in both areas. Xiaoong lamented. Can you please talk to my mother and tell her not to make me recite poetry? Shoo, keep your voice down. Li Huangxian pressed his son's mouth shut and asked solemnly, What is the first rule of our household? Ms. Lin Shiming is the supreme ruler of this family. Xiaoong recited the family rule by heart. Then isn't that just it? Do you want me to rebel? Li Huangxian chuckled. Why should the two of us, the men of the Li family, fear a woman of the Lin family? Xiaoong inquired, expressing a long-held confusion. It's not fear, it's love. You too must learn to love your mother, Li Huangxian imparted with earnestness. But treating her this way will spoil her. Of course, she is my wife. Who else should I spoil if not her? You'll understand when you grow up and meet a girl you like. The corners of Li Huangshuan's mouth curled into a blissful smile. Marrying Lin Shiming was the greatest fortune of his life. Years had flown by in what felt like a dream. After finishing a phone call, Lin Shiming entered the study, saying, Xiaoong, it's time for bed. You must learn this poem by tomorrow. Xiaoong responded with a sigh, trudging back to his bedroom. Li Huangxian extended his arm, pulling his beloved wife into his embrace. What are you two plotting? Lin Shiming asked as she settled onto his lap. I am educating him to be a well-behaved child under your wise leadership. Li Huangxian said with a smooth tongue. Lin Shiming changed the subject. Darling, I only give you 100 yuan for pocket money each month. Don't you ever complain? Li Huangxian felt a pang in his heart and resolutely declared, I can't even spend it all. I save 20 yuan each month to buy you gifts. Have you been secretly using a secondary account? Lin Shiming reached for the mouse, wanting to take a glance at the writer's back end. In his haste, Li Huangxian accidentally kicked the computer plug out. He then cupped Lin Shiming's face, gazing into her eyes with a glint of mischief. Meng, Xiaoong is asleep. And today is an even-numbered day. Lin Shiming shot him a resentful glare. You scoundrel, after all these years of marriage. You still act as if we just tied the knot. Li Huangxian, eager and impatient, exclaimed, Now I finally understand why you push me to exercise. With that, he swept Lin Shiming into his arms and tossed her onto the bed. Like a hungry wolf, he pounced, capturing her soft, crimson lips with precision. Lin Shiming, half-heartedly resisting, exuded an enchanting charm. Li Huangshuan's restless hands skillfully unfastened the buttons of her nightgown, tearing it open with a swift motion. In the blink of an eye, several years passed. Li Huangxian and Lin Shiming had entered middle age, truly becoming an old married couple. Xiaoong called ahead, announcing he would be bringing his girlfriend home today. The couple was filled with joy, tidying up the house meticulously and bustling about in the kitchen early in the morning. Father, mother, I have returned. The voice of Xiaoong echoed from the entrance. Li Huangxian, donned in an apron and wielding a spatula, hurriedly emerged to greet him. Beside Xiaoong stood a remarkably beautiful young lady, her face shaped like an oval, almond-shaped eyes, and an asymmetrical braid cascading over her left shoulder. She wore a pristine white blouse paired with a deep blue pleated skirt that gracefully reached her calves, her feet adorned with immaculate canvas shoes. What captured attention most was a blooming peach blossom nestled in her hair. Lin Shiming followed closely behind, and upon seeing such a stunning girl, she was instantly captivated, momentarily forgetting to offer her greetings. "Father, mother, this is Xiao Dai." Xiaoang introduced his girlfriend to his parents with a proud expression. "Hello, uncle and aunt." Xiao Dai's voice was melodious, her smile warm and inviting. She appeared at ease during her first meeting with the parents, as if they were all long-lost family. "Xiao Dai, what a lovely name. Please, come in and have a seat." Lin Ximing was instantly fond of her future daughter-in-law at first glance. "This silly boy has quite the discerning eye." Li Huangxian suggested that Lin Ximing engage Xiao Dai in conversation, using the pretext of requesting Xiaoang's assistance in the kitchen. The father and son exchanged whispers. "How did you manage to win over such a beautiful girl?" Li Huangxian feigned seriousness. "Dad, I'll confess honestly, Xiao Dai and I started dating back in high school." Xiaoang replied bashfully. "You little rascal. That's one trait he certainly inherited." Li Huangxian couldn't help but chuckle. He was thoroughly pleased with this daughter-in-law, feeling as if a certain void had been filled, leading to a sense of completeness, a dreamlike perfection. "Father, I have finally come to understand you. Once I bring Xiao Dai home, I shall cherish her for a lifetime, just as you have cherished my mother, ensuring she never endures even the slightest grievance," Xiaoang assured, thumping his chest. "Naturally, should you dare to mistreat Xiao Dai, I would disown you as my son." Li Huangxian immediately took up the mantle of protecting his daughter-in-law. Laughter echoed from the living room, suggesting that this mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had formed an instant rapport, engaging in delightful conversation. A smile of happiness graced the corners of Li Huangxian's mouth. It was the season of blooming peach blossoms, and in a couple of days, a visit to Qiushui town was in order. This splendid news deserved to be shared with them. Epilogue. Awaken, Meng Meng, are you weary? Come, let me hold you. At our age, there's no need for such sentimentality. No, you will always be my Meng Meng. All right. Even in old age, we maintain this disposition. On the stone steps of the back mountain of LV Wangshan, a couple, their hair as white as snow, supported each other as they trembled towards the summit. The mountains were ablaze with red maple leaves. Lin Ximing envisioned herself at the age of 70, still a beautiful elderly woman, her eyes washed by autumn rain, exuding a gentle warmth. Throughout this life, Li Huangxian had cared for her impeccably, ensuring she never faced any hardship. Yet, this life had passed all too swiftly, youth fleeting, merely a moment in time. "Meng Meng, this should be our last visit. Let us take a maple leaf for you," Li Huangxian suggested. "All right, I already know what I wish to write." Lin Ximing replied with a smile. They released each other's hands and ventured into the maple grove, selecting the most exquisite leaves for one another. At this stage of life, Li Huangxian's stamina is no longer what it once was. After taking a few steps in the woods, he leans against a maple tree, gasping for breath. Raising his head against the sunlight, he can discern the intricate veins of the maple leaves before him, red as the face of Lin Ximing on the day of their wedding. Li Huangxian stands on tiptoe, plucking a leaf and gently caressing it. He then picks up a pen and writes down the 6 words that have long brewed in his heart. "Senior, how have you been?" The voice of Lin Ximing calls from behind. "Why suddenly refer to me as senior? You no longer call me the old relic. It feels somewhat unfamiliar." Li Huangxian chuckles foolishly, deep wrinkles etched across his face. "When we first came here, I called you senior. Later, I called you fool, and after marriage, I referred to you as husband. Now, I am back to calling you the old relic." The corners of Lin Ximing's eyes also reveal fine lines. Li Huangxian places his maple leaf in the palm of Lin Ximing, offering her the most precious gift. She reciprocates in kind, exchanging their heartfelt tokens. "This time, let us not leave any suspense. Let us reveal it together," Li Huangxian urges eagerly. Lin Ximing smiles and nods. Their gazes lock as they turn the leaves over simultaneously. Different scripts, yet the same 6 words. "I will love you for a lifetime." This marks their 3rd exchange of maple leaves, and it shall be the last. The promises made in their youthful days have finally been fulfilled with a commitment of a lifetime. In this moment, Li Huangxian cannot help but shed tears of joy, grateful that he has not faltered in his vows. "Do not cry, fool," Lin Ximing says, reaching out to wipe away his tears, though her own eyes shimmer with moisture. The elderly couple, in their 70s, embraces tightly. The mountains adorned with crimson maples stand as a testament to their most beautiful love. "Meng Meng, do you still sing?" "Not anymore. The youth of today have never heard that song." Maple holds an exceptionally significant meaning for them. Lin Xi dreams of saving it for the right moment to sing it to him once more. As the years have passed, they descended from the mountains, utterly exhausted. Upon arriving at the small town nestled between the front and rear mountains, they discovered that decades had slipped by, transforming the landscape and altering the course of life. The maple forest inn had long vanished without a trace in the passage of time. However, to their delight, they found a flourishing parasol tree planted in the courtyard of a hotel. In the spring, when the peach and plum blossoms bloom, and in the autumn, when the parasol leaves fall with the rain, treading upon the golden leaves, Li Huangxian held Lin Shiming's hand as they approached the hotel reception. "Boss, your parasol tree is truly beautiful." Recalling the little secrets of their youth, they exchanged a knowing smile. Spending a night at the hotel, they abandoned their plan to ascend the front mountain. At the age of 70, Li Huangxian could no longer carry Lin Shiming on his back. They had visited Luing Mountain 3 times, yet had never reached the summit of the front mountain. Perhaps that is life, always tinged with regrets, never quite complete. The following evening, Li Huangxian took Lin Shiming to Lushing Ridge's Kingsinping. According to astronomical reports, the Leonid meteor shower would reach its peak tonight. This celestial romance, emanating from the depths of the universe, surpasses all earthly fireworks and neon lights. Li Huangxian sat on the grass, leaning against the trunk of a grand tree. Lin Shiming lay in his arms, gazing up at his cheek. Like an ordinary old woman, she spoke softly. "Old man, thank you for accompanying me through this life. Choosing you in this lifetime has been my greatest fortune. Our journey began here and shall conclude here as well." Tears streamed down Li Huangxian's cheeks, drop by drop, rendering him speechless with emotion. He understood Dream's words, yet feigned ignorance, for he could smell the comforting aroma of rice porridge. The only solace he found was in tightly embracing his wife, unwilling to let go for even a moment. As night fell, the Milky Way hung above, and the stars twinkled like departed loved ones, silently watching over them. Suddenly, a meteor streaked across the sky, trailing a luminous tail. A chorus of cheers erupted from Kingsinping, heralding the spectacular display of the Leonid meteor shower. Each dazzling meteor, like raindrops, pierced the heavens, burning brightly into cosmic dust. Unable to contain their excitement, people clasped their hands together, making wishes upon the shooting stars. The elderly couple needed no wishes, for their greatest desire had already been fulfilled. "Lin Shiming, I love you. Li Huangxian, I love you too." Above the starry expanse, the meteor shower captivated the world, yet it imbued their farewell with poignant beauty. Their lifetime together was drawing to a close. Lin Shiming reached out, gently caressing Li Huangxian's cheek. "Senior, please awaken." Li Huangxian's tears flowed like a fountain as he fervently shook his head. "No, please don't leave. Listen to me. I have lived a lifetime with you. After I finish this song for you, please awaken." Lin Shiming lay in Li Huangxian's embrace, once more singing that cherished melody, her voice still as enchanting as ever. Gently falling maple leaves resemble longing. Why must reconciliation hasten before the arrival of winter? My love transcends time. 2 lines of tears from late autumn permeate the earth with affection. All I desire is your presence beside me. The Leonid's meteor shower cascades endlessly. Lin Shi's dreamlike visage becomes increasingly blurred, her voice gradually fading into the distance. The aroma of millet porridge grows ever more fragrant. The conversation between Zhang Banzian and Lin Mushi becomes clearer with each passing moment. Li Huangxian's tears slip from the corners of his tightly shut eyes, like rivers breaching their banks, flooding the azure pillow. According to the pillow book, Lu Sheng encounters the Taoist El Wang at an inn in Handan. Lamenting his poverty and the disappointments of life, El Wang produces a pillow, inviting Lu Sheng to slumber, while the innkeeper prepares millet porridge. In his dreams, Lu Sheng experiences an entire lifetime, only to awaken to find the innkeeper's porridge still uncooked. This is the dream of Huang Liang. In the span of a century, life is but an ephemeral dream. How many souls prefer to dwell in dreams rather than awaken?